After the wound was bandaged, everyone came in. Su-chin hadn't cleaned himself up yet and was still covered in blood. Their eyes met, and they both blushed instantly when they thought of the kiss just now. The prince came in and also gave Jiaqing a lecture, but his tone was full of heartache. Your Highness, I think that since Jiaqing is injured, we should take her back to Beijing to recover first, and let the crown prince and the crown princess stay behind. The princess thought of taking Jiaqing back home so that he could recuperate better. Jiaqing was unhappy when he heard this. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here, she said and glanced at Su-chin secretly. Upon seeing this, the prince and princess looked at each other and knew exactly what their daughter was thinking. Intuition tells me that a grown-up girl cannot be kept. In the end, after much persuasion, he stayed. Soon, the news that Jiaqing nearly died after encountering a tiger and was rescued by Su-chin spread quickly. The emperor and the queen arranged for an imperial physician to see the doctor, but they learned that the young doctor was in the enclosure. This person was none other than the second son of the Su family, the only disciple of Dr. Sun is in Weicheng, and his skills are even better than those of the Imperial Hospital. Dr. Sun had personally refused to work in the Imperial Hospital. As soon as they heard that the young miracle doctor was there, everyone was excited and tried their best to come and see him. This is similar to modern times. When they meet more authoritative and professional doctors, they trust their judgment more and want to try their luck even if the results are the same. A while, Su-won's tent was crowded with people. They all sent people to ask the little doctor if he could see patients. Sunlinger looked at the crowd of people outside the tent and fell into deep thought. Started this craze, was sitting on a recliner, leisurely reading a book and drinking tea. You're so calm. So many people are trying their best to see you, my little miracle doctor? Sunlinger squatted in front of him, supporting her head and teasing deliberately. Su-mu glanced at her and tapped her lightly on the head with the book. I told you that I won't treat cases that are not difficult to treat. There are many imperial doctors who can treat some cases that ordinary doctors can treat. Tell them to go see an imperial doctor. Su-mu is quite principled and doesn't want to waste his time on those basic diseases. For those colds and flu, and more serious ones like headaches and fevers, can't ordinary doctors treat them? Could it be that because he has the reputation of being a little miracle doctor, his way of diagnosing colds is different from others? Okay. Sunlinger also nodded in agreement. These diseases are not difficult for her to treat, let alone Su-mu. He is so talented that he can tell what medicines are used in the medicine just by smelling the residue. Brother, something terrible has happened. You have to go now. Su-won hurriedly squeezed through the crowd and ran into Su-mu's tent and shouted. What's wrong, Wan-wan? Why are you so anxious? Sunlinger stood up and looked at her. Su-mu also realized that something was wrong and put down the book. Brother, the emperor's men are outside, saying that concubine Chen fainted due to intestinal colic and the imperial physician's medicine can't relieve it. It's very serious. It just so happens that you are here. The emperor wants you to go over and help concubine Chen. This is really a coincidence, isn't it? People just chase people, and things chase things. The emperor has come to invite him, so Su-mu has to go no matter what. Intestinal colic? What are the symptoms? Su-won brought concubine Chen's maid in and asked her to talk to him. Little doctor, our royal concubine has an old illness. Every time it comes, the pain is life-threatening. Medicines can only relieve the pain for a period of time. It is impossible to predict when it will recur next time. Today, it happens that you are here, so please save our concubine. The maid knelt down in front of him. When Su-mu heard this, he sat up straight and frowned slightly. From your description, it doesn't sound like intestinal colic, but more like intestinal abscess. Come on, I'll go with you to take a look. Su-mu was finally ready to leave the mountain. He stood up, straightened the wrinkles on his robe, and followed the others out. He appeared, everyone automatically made way for him. The image of this handsome young man in white has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. But his expressionless face and cold temperament made people feel that he was like a snow lotus on the snowy mountains, which made people feel awe. While the little doctor is so good-looking, yes, Minister Su's brothers are all very good-looking. General Su is wise and brave. The little doctor is like a banished immortal, and there is also Boss Su from Chunglu, who I met once before. He is also as handsome as a star. And there's Painter Su, who looks really good when he smiles and speaks so gently. These noble ladies were all excited. After careful consideration, they found that the Su family was truly a group of outstanding people. In terms of appearance alone, they are impeccable and each has its own characteristics. Sun Linger was so angry when she saw them being infatuated with her men that she gritted her teeth, but couldn't do anything. Now, the young miracle doctor has been asked to leave by concubine Chen. They have no hope anymore, and they all dispersed. However, people were sent to the Imperial tent to inquire about the news. When Sumu arrived at concubine Chen's residence, the Emperor, the Empress, and concubine Shu were all there. The seventh prince and other princes were also there. The Imperial doctors were helpless. Concubine Chen's pain could not be relieved, and she rolled over in agony. The Emperor got very angry, and everyone was in danger. Concubine Chen is the apple of the Emperor's eye. Now that his most beloved woman is in such pain, he is naturally upset. You can tell that he is somewhat sincere. First, the seventh prince Murong Huai met Sumu. Little miracle doctor, you are finally here. My mother is in your care. He bowed to Sumu. Sumu nodded. Do not be impatient, Your Highness the seventh prince. I will first look at the imperial concubine's condition before making any conclusions. Please be patient. He went straight into the tent. The imperial concubine's tent was more than twice as big as that of ordinary people, almost catching up with the size of the queen's, which showed how favored she was. After entering, he first paid his respects to the emperor and the empress. When he was about to pay his respects to concubine Shu, the emperor spoke directly. Little doctor, please don't be polite. Please see the imperial concubine first. I'm really anxious. But Sumu was the least pretentious. He was too lazy to perform all these formalities and went straight to the chaise longue. The bed curtains were drawn, and the imperial concubine was moaning in pain inside. Your Majesty, it is not appropriate to have so many people guarding inside the tent. The air is not circulating, and it is not good for the patient. Your Majesty, you can stay and accompany the imperial concubine. Other masters, please go out and wait for a while. There was nothing he was afraid to say. When he was treating patients, everyone was the same in his eyes. However, he was still very polite to the emperor. After all, being capable was not a reason for arrogance. The emperor nodded and waved his hand to let the queen and her men leave, leaving only him, his personal servant Liu, and 2 palace maids inside. When the palace maid opened the bed curtain, the imperial concubine was already sweating from the pain. Her face was pale, and she looked in agony. He took up, however, he was still very polite to the emperor. After all, being capable was not a reason for arrogance. The emperor nodded and waved his hand to let the queen and her men leave, leaving only him, his personal servant Liu, and 2 He took out silver needles from the medicine box, asked the palace maid to turn the imperial concubine over, took out a piece of cloth to cover her eyes, and began to give her acupuncture directly through her clothes. He decisively inserted needles into several acupuncture points on her back. After 6 needles, concubine Chen immediately felt the pain relieved a lot. The emperor was stunned watching from the side. This little miracle doctor was indeed a little miracle doctor. He gave acupuncture with his eyes blindfolded, without saying a word, and every needle was in the right place. He really admired the character of this young doctor. He was not pretentious, spoke and acted directly, and was very sensible. He was not at all timid in front of him, the emperor, but behaved very naturally. Bring me a pen and paper, so I can write a prescription. Acupuncture. He turned around, tore off the blindfold, and asked someone to put the curtain down again. He then asked the palace maid to bring paper and pen, and he immediately began to write the prescription. Still as calm and steady as ever, taking his time, trying to make everything perfect. Just follow this prescription and ask the imperial physician to prepare the medicine. The palace maid took the prescription and hurried out to find the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau. After reading the prescription, the director found that there were several medicines in it that they did not understand. These medicines seemed to have nothing to do with the colic. Intestinal colic is essentially the same as intestinal abscess. The only difference is that the location is slightly different. Before I prescribe the medicine, I would like to ask the little doctor for advice. There are a few herbs in this prescription that I don't quite understand. When it comes to medicine, there are many things that they don't understand, and these doctors have one thing in common, which is that they tend to get stuck in a rut. I really want to know why, otherwise I can't sleep. Someone outside came in to report that Dean Joe wanted to ask the young doctor something, otherwise he didn't know how to prescribe the medicine. The little genius doctor has already written the prescription. Just prescribe it according to the prescription. What's there that he can't do? The emperor was a little annoyed. He just wanted to get the medicine quickly to relieve the imperial concubine's pain. The little miracle doctor is still very lethal, and everyone's balance naturally shifts towards him. Even the emperor is no exception. Sumu was not surprised by Zhou Yuanpan's reaction. It seemed like he had expected it. Your Majesty, please let him in. I have something to tell him. The emperor raised his eyebrows in confusion and immediately knew that the matter was not simple. As soon as Sumu made a move, the imperial concubine, who had been whining, now quieted down, which meant that she was really feeling better. Let Judge Zhou come in. The emperor spoke, and Servant Lu invited the person in. Zhou Yuanpan came in. He knelt down, and the emperor asked him to excuse himself. If you don't understand anything, just ask the little doctor. The little doctor just helped, and the imperial concubine is much better now. Su Mu sat beside the table. The imperial concubine needed to receive acupuncture treatment for a full quarter of an hour before they could withdraw. Judge Zhou stood up carefully and handed the prescription to him. Little doctor, there are a few medicinal herbs on it. I don't quite understand why they were added. Could you please help me answer my question, because these herbs seem to be used for detoxification. Su Mu smiled when he heard that. Zhou Yuanpan had already circled the above medicines with a red pen. President Zhou, concubine Chen was poisoned, but the amount was very small, so it was difficult to detect. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, so these medicines are indeed used to detoxify. When they heard that it was poisoning, not only was Judge Zhou shocked, but Imperial concubine Chen, who was lying on the bed, was also shocked, and so was the emperor. What kind of poison has the Imperial concubine been poisoned by? The emperor stood up and walked to Su Mu. Su Mu stood up immediately afterwards. Otherwise, what would it mean for him to sit down when the emperor was standing in front of him? Could he not tell the difference between the emperor and the minor emperor? In reply to the emperor, the imperial concubine has been poisoned by a poison called the full moon. I just looked at the imperial concubine's palm and found that her wrist is slightly swollen, her eyes are cloudy, and there are white spots on her fingernails. Although this phenomenon is normal, if every fingernail has it, then it should be taken seriously. Also, I just smelled something unusual in the calming sachet hanging on the bed curtain. Su Mu directly pulled down the sachet, opened it, and poured all the spices inside onto the table at once. The slender fingers searched inside and finally found a few brown substances that looked like small stones. This is called full moon. It smells very similar to the scent of the sachet, right? But it's still a little different. If you don't believe me, try smelling it. Su Mu motioned to Judge Zhou to take a look. Upon hearing that it was poison, Servant Lu quickly handed the emperor a handkerchief to cover his mouth and nose. On the bed was also panicked. She found that there were white spots on each of her fingernails, just as the little doctor had said. She panicked. I originally thought that I was just suffering from a little edema recently due to the unfamiliar climate in the paddock, but it turned out to be poisoning. Cried softly in panic, but didn't dare cry too loudly. It was this that made the emperor feel very distressed. Zhou Yuanpan actually took it and smelled it, and it was indeed different. Since he was allowed to smell it, it meant it wouldn't kill him. Little genius doctor, what is the poison of the full moon? Asked the emperor. In reply to the emperor, this poison is not fatal. It is a drug that makes people gain weight. Long-term inhalation of this drug will gradually make the body swollen and greatly affect the appearance, just like gaining dozens of pounds. Although it will not kill people, it will destroy their hearts. It only takes half a month to achieve this effect, but it is obvious that the Imperial concubine has just inhaled it and is just slightly swollen. She will be fine after taking a few doses of medicine, so I added these medicines to the prescription. Judge Zhou, do you understand now? Su Mu smiled at him. His young and handsome face made Zhou Yuanban somewhat doubt his life at this moment. So, all these years of work have been in vain, right? It's nothing. It would be better for people to just come in and take a stroll around, and all problems will be solved. Hearing that it was not poisonous, the emperor felt much more relieved and had someone deal with the residue on the table as evidence. Also, Judge Zhou, the imperial concubine has intestinal abscess, which is different from intestinal colic. I will teach you the acupuncture method later. If the imperial concubine suffers from a relapse next time, just give her the acupuncture like this. Su Mu is not in the palace. If he commits the same offense again next time, he may not be able to come. Best way is to teach this method to the people in the Imperial Medical Bureau. Judge Zhou listened and learned carefully, not daring to miss anything. A lot tonight. The prescription has been taken down, and the needle on the Imperial concubine's waist has been removed. She is much better now, and is not in as much pain anymore. However, she heard that she was poisoned. Although it was not a fatal poison, it was still vicious, and wanted to destroy her appearance and figure. This is obviously a means of competing for favor in the harem. The mastermind behind the scenes wants to use this half-month hunting trip to make the imperial concubine's baby 1 month old. After half a month, the imperial concubine will become obese due to excessive swelling of the body. At that time, the emperor will only feel disgusted when seeing such a concubine and will also dislike her. This method of competing for favor is still very common, but the substance remains the same in a different form. The imperial concubine was terrified and cried and demanded justice. The emperor kept comforting her and stayed with her at night. The bonfire party in the evening will have to be postponed to tomorrow. However, the emperor has ordered a thorough investigation into the poisoning of the imperial concubine to find out who is behind it. If anyone is found out, no matter who it is, they will be severely punished. In the harem, as it would only be the inside story that was lost and could be concealed. But in this kind of occasion, with so many people here, although it is common for people to compete for favor in the harem, it is impossible to conceal it even if you want to. If he turned a blind eye, it would be a disrespect to the imperial concubine and an infringement on his imperial dignity. Many people are destined to be sleepless tonight, but Su Mu is the only one who succeeds. His performance attracted a lot of attention and attracted a lot of topics. The title of Little Miracle Doctor is indeed well-deserved. He came back, the emperor personally asked servant Lu to send him back, and Murom Huai was also there. He personally asked him some details to facilitate the investigation of his mother's poisoning and also thanked him for his help. Otherwise, if someone really succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. Jong-yu originally wanted to stay at Su Wan's place and refused to leave, wanting to roast a rabbit for her. But Murom Huai came and tried to capture strong men again. He just called him to accompany him to investigate the case. Really investigating cases all the time, either corruption or poisoning. As long as life continues, investigations will continue. Murom Huai deserves to be assigned to work in the Ministry of Justice. Jong-yu left reluctantly, and Su Wan even waved goodbye to him. It was really frustrating, and she still smiled with a harmless look on her face. However, the love bunny has been roasted, and it smells delicious. Jiaqing has been taken back to her tent by the prince and princess. She injured her leg and cannot run around recently. Only Su Wan and Sun Linger can go to play with her when the time comes. The third brother confirmed that the princess was fine and returned to his post to work. The news of his killing the tiger had reached the emperor's ears. The tiger's fur had been peeled off and the body had been dissected. Some parts with medicinal value were kept, and he was also praised. The bonfire party tonight has been cancelled, so the Su family can have a quiet meal in their tent. Su Chen sent wild goats, as well as sika deer, pheasants, hares, and other kinds of prey, all kinds of which he asked them to roast and eat. Su Jing, Su Mu, and Su Yi were the main grillers, and the girls were just responsible for eating. I have to say that the brother's skills are very good. The second brother is responsible for cutting the meat completely, placing it neatly on the board, and classifying the different parts. He is a professional. The eldest brother was responsible for stringing them together with bamboo sticks and applying the seasoning he brought from home. Jean's state does have barbecue, but the whole head is roasted together, and the dipping sauce is only sweet bean sauce, which is eaten with green onions and garlic. It's fun to eat it once in a while, but it's boring if you eat it too much. This way of eating was invented by Soo-won and Soo-yun. Soo-won thought that he had to have some barbecue when he came to the enclosure, so he specially brought a lot of chili powder and soy sauce. Once it is spread with chili powder and soy sauce, the flavor is just right. Add some cumin powder. It's fragrant. Soo-yi is responsible for grilling and applying seasoning, which is also a professional match. It was late at night, and this group of people were spreading poison here. No one had ever tasted barbecue like theirs. The aroma drifted to other tents, and it was so fragrant that it was dizzying. While Soo-won and the others were eating, they did not forget to send 2 plates over for Jiaqing to try. The emperor and Morong-hwai also sent a few plates. Soo-won was thinking that Morong-hwai, who is from the same place as her, must miss the modern food, right? The emperor is the supreme leader here, so it is crucial to curry favor with the leader. Won, try the venison skewers. Soo-yi handed one to Soo-won and asked her to try it. The venison cubes are cut into neat squares, with just the right taste and the right level of saltiness and spiciness. Soo-won nodded repeatedly while eating and handed it to Shin Qingli and Sun Linger, each of whom took a bite. They also expressed their agreement. It's delicious. Fifth brother baked it very well. The sister-in-law praised with a thumbs up. The girls were very satisfied with the meal, and the brothers also provided very good service. There was also fruit wine they made themselves on the table, which was sweet and delicious. Su Jing and the others didn't drink. After all, they still had to accompany the emperor tomorrow. Halfway through the meal, Su Chin came back because it was time for him to get off duty, and he had to come back to rest. As soon as I got back, there was some hot barbecue to eat, so I sat down with my family and had a barbecue meal. But when we were eating, someone else came from the emperor's side.
What happened this time?
Minister Su, the emperor, wants to see you. He wants you to come over to discuss something. Servant Liu is still running errands even though the due is heavy. He is very busy every day. After calling him second brother, he called him eldest brother. What is the emperor doing? However, Su Jing still went. Before going, he changed his clothes that smelled of oil, smoke, and washed his face before going. After you finish eating, go to bed early. Make sure the fire is completely extinguished. This is an enclosure with many trees. Don't let the water get out. As the eldest brother, Su Jing was worried every day. He was concerned about his younger brothers and sisters and gave them many instructions before they left. After finishing eating all the barbecue, Soo-won touched his waist and thought that he would probably have gained a few more pounds by the time he woke up tomorrow morning. The next day, I slept until noon and found that Shin Qingli had already gone to pay her respects to the queen and had to attend social events early in the morning. She enjoyed the quietness and slept until she woke up naturally. Last night, the news of concubine Qin being poisoned had, needless to say, spread everywhere. Everyone was discussing quietly in private who was the mastermind behind the incident. Some say it was the concubine Shu and some say it was the queen, because only these two were here this time and the others were all in the palace. The royal guards were busy all night last night, and I don't know whether they have found out who the murderer is, but there is no doubt that there must be a lot of scapegoats. It couldn't possibly be the queen and consort Shu. How could they be so stupid? If they took action here, wouldn't they just be asking for trouble? But Soo-won was not responsible for worrying about these. She only knew that her second brother had received a lot of rewards, and he might not have enough cars when he returned. After breakfast, I went to play with Jia with Sun Linger. As for those outside, they wouldn't panic even if the sky fell because there was always someone tall to hold it up. Today, the emperor was not in the mood to go out hunting, so he went out with his ministers to collect folk songs, listen to music, watch singing and dancing, and accompany the imperial concubine. A group of scapegoats were found last night and taken back to the Kyoto Criminal Department for interrogation overnight. Tonight's bonfire party will be held as usual. However, on Sumu's side, there were still many wives of high-ranking officials who wanted Sumu to see patients, and Sumu still had a lot of visitors, but he only received one patient. I heard that the girl was from a certain family and had a birthmark on her face since she was young, so she wanted to see him to see if the birthmark could be removed. For Sumu, this was considered a difficult and complicated disease, so he was quite interested in it and took the time to meet with the patient. As for whether it could be cured, that was another story. When Suwon and Sun Linger were chatting with Jia Jia, Suchin suddenly came with a bunch of wild fruits in his hand. He didn't know that Suwon and the others were also here, and the food prepared for them had already been delivered to their tents. "Princess, General Su just came and brought you some wild fruits. Come and have a look." Beside Jiacheng came in with a dish of red wild fruits on a plate. There were washed green leaves underneath, and the wild fruits had also been washed because dew was still dripping on them. When they heard that it was sent by Suchin, Suwon and Sun Linger both smelled gossip. Suwon was not unfamiliar with this wild fruit. It was the kind commonly seen in the mountains, sweet and like small strawberries. There were plenty of them in Yongao at this time of year. When Jiacheng heard that it was sent by Suchin, he immediately became excited. She held the plate in her hands, looked at the wild fruits inside with joy, and smiled sweetly. "What about General Su? Why don't you invite him in?" In reply to the princess, General Su said that he still has to be on duty and will not come in. The maid replied. This, Jiacheng couldn't help but feel a little lost.
Okay.
The tone was the same. Suwon and Sun Linger looked at each other, their expressions showing that they understood everything. Oh, when did third brother become so considerate that he would even pick fruits to send to the girl? "Sisterling, have you ever seen third brother like this?" Suwon deliberately began to tease. The two exchanged glances, and Sun Linger began to cooperate with her. No. Hasn't Suchin always been sullen? Apart from us family members, I've never seen him care so much about any girl. Yes, Jia, did something happen between you and my third brother that we don't know about? Are we still good sisters? We are hiding this. Suwon was certain that something must have happened between the two of them. Otherwise, how could that wooden third brother take the initiative? He took the initiative to give food to girls. What does that mean? This shows that he gradually began to notice Jiacheng and was attracted to her. Jiacheng's face turned red with anger because of what the two said, and he kept stuffing wild fruits into his mouth. The fruit is really sweet, but the heart is sweeter. Okay, you eat it all by yourself, and you don't even offer us some, you little ungrateful jerk. We want some too. Sun Linger reached out to take something from her plate, and Jiacheng quickly held the plate in his arms. No, this is given to me by General Su. If you want to eat it, ask the little doctor and Prince Jiang to pick it. Or, you can take whatever you like from me. This is not allowed. Sun Linger and Suwon both said the same thing when it came to protecting their food. Yo, this is what General Su gave me. The two of them imitated her tone in a sarcastic way and even added fuel to the fire. Best friends to get along with each other. For the first time, Jiacheng felt that he was not thick enough as they laughed at him like that. Okay, I've told you enough, but you are not allowed to laugh at me. Jiacheng begged for mercy. The two of them fell silent instantly, waiting for her to reveal the secret. Sure enough, there was something going on that they didn't know about. Jiacheng was a little embarrassed. She lowered her head and said shyly, "Didn't I almost get killed yesterday? Fortunately, General shoved me. When I came back, I couldn't help but kiss him." Suwon and Sun Linger's eyes widened instantly. "Where did you kiss?" Suwon grasped the key point. "If it's just a kiss on the cheek, it's fine, but if..." Jiacheng pointed to the corner of his mouth, and before Suwon and Sun Linger could get excited, the sound of porcelain falling to the ground was heard. The three sisters looked in the direction of the voice and found that it was the princess and the crown prince's consort who had arrived at some point in time. They must have heard what Jiacheng said just now, so they were scared. The bowl of chicken soup that the crown princess was holding spilled all over the floor, and the bowl broke into pieces. Jiaqing was so scared that she covered her mouth, thinking it was all over. Her mother would beat her to death. Su Wan and Sun Linger also swallowed their saliva, feeling the murderous gaze of the princess. Jiaqing, you're confused. Are you telling the truth? The crown prince's wife looked anxious. Princess Xiang walked towards Jiaqing step by step. When she saw Su Wan, she still smiled, but it was a little forced. Princess Xuanla, why don't you come back in the evening? I have something to deal with Jiaqing. Although he was talking to her, his eyes were fixed on Jiaqing. Jiaqing felt a chill on his spine and a sense of powerlessness, as if he was about to be cut. What a mistake. What a mistake. I didn't pay attention to my surroundings and got exposed. Su Wan nodded and pulled Sun Linger up. Then, Princess, you guys chat first. We'll be leaving first. Jia, you have to take care of yourself. I'll come see you in the evening and bring you something delicious. Hey, don't go, don't go. She stretched out her hand to grab Su Wan but missed. This is what is meant by a good sister in the heart, who can be reached on the phone even if something happens. Jia is so brave. I really didn't expect that she would dare to take the initiative to kiss the third brother. Given third brother's personality, he had probably already made up his mind, because in his opinion, the two of them had such close contact. So he took the initiative to send things, probably wanting to test the waters. Fortunately, Jia said that she was the one who took the initiative, otherwise the third brother would be in trouble. It can be seen that our third brother is not completely without any feelings. He should be somewhat interested in Jia. After Su Wan left, Jiaqing naturally bore the storm from his mother. The princess was so angry that she could not understand how she could have given birth to such a shameless daughter. She actually took the initiative to kiss General Su, and kissed such a sensitive place. You think we should do? In the eyes of the ancients, especially the ancient royal family, as a princess, she hugged, embraced, and kissed General Su, and it would be difficult for the relationship to end without getting married. So the princess went to ask the prince for instructions and told him about this matter. The prince was furious at first, but in the end, he did not do anything to Jiaqing. Finally, he said calmly, after returning to the capital, please ask General Su and Minister Su to come to the palace. If General Su has no objection, I will ask my brother for permission to marry. I only have this one daughter. What else can I do? Of course I have to pamper her and fulfill her wishes. Mother, I think the Su family is indeed a good match. The brothers in the family are all promising. Princess Xuanla is close to Jiaqing, and the eldest lady is also a lady from a famous family. If Jiaqing marries there, he should have a good life. My daughter-in-law has seen that Madame Su is also kind, so there should be no need to worry about any discord in the future. The crown prince's wife was very much in favor of this marriage, and even the crown prince nodded repeatedly to show his approval. What's the big deal? Su Qin just gave him some wild fruit, and he has already arranged a wife for him. The Su family was not prepared at all, and the Wang mansion had no concerns at all. As the saying goes, it's better to grab a son-in-law as early as possible. The ones in the Su family are all popular now. If you're a little late, you may lose them. Su Qin was patrolling the paddock when he suddenly sneezed several times. It was such a hot day, could he have caught a cold? To go off duty soon, and I will have to ask my second brother to take a look for me. Suddenly, a few magpies flew over, chirped for a while above his head, and circled for a long time before leaving. It was very eerie. Several soldiers who followed him to inspect the barracks joked, "General, the magpie has come to your door. Good things are about to happen to you." Su Qin smiled nonsensically when he heard this. Never mind whether good things were coming or not, it was a good omen. Su Wan and Sun Linger returned to their tent. There was a large plate of wild fruits on the table, the same as the one Jiaqing had. I know that no matter who else my third brother forgets, he will never forget her. Jia is really amazing, much more amazing than me. When I was pursuing your second brother, I just talked about it. I didn't take any direct action. At most, I just thought about it. Sun Linger couldn't help but complain that she didn't even lean on the wall. She only respected Jiaqing. Before, when she was with Su Mu, she just flirted with him verbally. Sometimes she wanted to take advantage of him, but she didn't have the courage to do so. Now Jiaqing is really good. He just started talking directly. The afternoon, Morong-hwai came in person and found Su-mu to thank him formally. Little doctor, thanks to your timely discovery, otherwise those incompetent people in the Imperial hospital would not have been able to find out that my mother was poisoned. If we had waited for half a month, it would have been too late. My mother is not feeling well and cannot come to thank you in person. I thank you on her behalf. Morong-hwai performed the gentlemanly etiquette to Su-mu, a 50-degree bow. A prince performed gentlemanly etiquette for a commoner 3 times in a row, showing his sincerity. Accompanying him, he had followed him to arrest people and interrogate them in the military camp last night. He looked like he had not rested well that night, and kept yawning. Su-won stood behind Su-mu, sending him radio waves in a mischievous manner. Jong-yu was amused by her. If there weren't so many people here, he would have rushed up to her and hugged her and kissed her. Morong-hwai couldn't ignore the flirting between the two people. He couldn't help but complain in his heart. Bah, stinky couple, can still do it, my friend, and pick the most handsome one. Su-won had no idea that he was complaining about him in his heart. If he knew, he would have argued with him about it. Su-mu also looked back, and Su-won immediately became obedient and pretended to be doing nothing. Shin Qingli was amused by her and covered her lips with her fan. Won is really clever and quirky. No wonder Prince Jong is so fascinated by her. Your Highness, you are too polite. However, the situation was urgent at the time. It was not because they were incompetent. It was just that my sense of smell happened to be more sensitive than that of ordinary people, so I could naturally distinguish odors that ordinary people could not smell. The fact that he could become the chief judge of the Imperial Medical Bureau showed that he had real ability, while he just won because of his talent. Brother, this is a bit Versailles. Little doctor, you are so modest. You can tell what's wrong just by feeling the pulse. You are much better than them. Why should you be so modest? There will be a bonfire party tonight. You must come and join me, and I will toast you a few glasses. Morong-hwai smiled sincerely and invited Su-mu. Su-mu didn't want to go at first, but the 7th prince came to invite him personally, so he had to go no matter what. Must see you tonight. Morong-hwai clasped his fists towards him and bowed again. Morong-hwai had something else to do, so he left with Jong-yu first. Not long after they left, Su-jing came back, and Su-yun was following behind him. You read it right. It's Su-yun. At this moment, he was accompanied by a group of people and a pile of things. He walked behind his eldest brother with his head held high, like a proud rooster. Su-won, Su-mu, Su-yi, as well as the eldest sister-in-law and Sun Linger, all looked at him intently, seemingly not understanding why he was here. Su-jing couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene, and explained, Didn't the Emperor summon me in the middle of the night last night? We sent a few plates of barbecue over, and the Emperor thought it was very delicious after eating it, so he asked me what I used. I said it was Su-yun's own unique ingredients. The Emperor immediately sent someone back to Kyoto and invited the 4th brother to come over, and asked him to bring people and secret seasonings to be in charge of the bonfire party tonight. The Emperor asked him to prepare the barbecue according to his own method, and if there were not enough people, he could just send anyone from the kitchen. It turned out that the Emperor had eaten the barbecue last night and found it delicious and novel, so he wanted everyone to try it. The barbecue he had eaten in previous years was bland and tasteless, and there was nothing new about it. This year, he tasted a completely different flavor, so the Emperor wanted to recommend it to his ministers. So, early this morning before dawn, Su-yun was pulled out of bed and asked to prepare for a bonfire party and barbecue in the enclosure. He prepared enough chili powder, soy sauce, a series of tools, and brought a few helpers. He had been riding in a carriage for most of the day and had just arrived here. Su-jing picked him up and brought him over to settle him down. He let him rest for a while before he had to get busy again. See? This is what I call it. My strength doesn't allow me to be low-key. Su-yun's pride is simply unmatched. At the beginning, he was left alone at home, and he was reluctant and complained a lot. But now, he has come, and he was specially invited by the Emperor. He will brag about this for 3 years. 3 years may be too little, At least it's half a lifetime. No one expected that His Majesty would care so much about us just because we sent a few plates of barbecue. Fourth brother, you're so awesome. Soo-won gave him a thumbs up out of respect. Soo-yun enjoyed Soo-won's praise very much and even put his hands behind his back and served it. I'm telling you, I came here well prepared today. If I can make those nobles happy, my Chung-lu will take the opportunity to become popular again. He is such a clever boy. He never misses any chance to become famous or to advertise Chung-lu. Now, Soo-yun's pepper fields have grown to hundreds of acres and have been supplying the needs of the two Chung-lu in Xiangzhou and Kyoto. There is also the flower field in Suwon, which has now become an apiary. Mr. and Mrs. Jong have become experts in managing the flower fields and raising bees. They now lead all the people in Yangao to help Suwon raise bees. Now the honey from Yangao has become famous in the Xiangzhou area. Even the neighboring states know that if they want to buy honey, they have to go to the bee farm in Goat Kernel to be seen in Yangao nowadays. All that can be seen are large flower fields for beekeeping. He Jiaoxing gave birth to her and Jiang Xingji's first child at the age of 16, a son. Fortunately, the child was healthy and could speak and dance. Now, the people in Yengao only remember the good things about Soo-won because it was Soo-won who gave them the opportunity to make money. Now they can eat and drink well, and each of them has a big house made of blue bricks and tiles. Last year, Jiaoxing became pregnant again. At the beginning of this year, she gave birth to a daughter, who is also healthy and did not inherit her muteness, as everyone said. Isn't your Chung-lu famous enough? Nowadays, everyone in Kyoto invites guests to dinner at Chung-lu, and there are only so many people in Kyoto, so basically everyone knows about it. How much more famous do you want to be? Soo-yi complained on the side that his elder brother had said a long time ago that Chung-lu could only open 2 branches in this lifetime and could not open branches. A tall tree attracts the wind, and if it is too conspicuous, the higher-ups will still be dissatisfied. Wouldn't Wanwan's efforts then be in vain? It's quite popular, but their reputation hasn't been completely stabilized yet. Think about it, I've already personally cooked for the current emperor and the queen. Doesn't this just prove that our Chung-lu has real skills? When everyone knows that I grilled meat for the current emperor, everyone will definitely trust the emperor's judgment more, right? Soo-yun was making such a wishful thinking that the abacus beads fell on his face. You are really good using the current emperor as a business tool. But it is also very realistic. No matter what time or dynasty, there will always be people who follow the trend. Fans will support the delicacies that celebrities have checked in and the products that they endorse. The emperor is the most noble man in a dynasty. He attracts much attention and has a star effect. Many fashionable clothes, dresses, and jewelry are also passed down from princes and nobles. The common people unconsciously follow suit and pursue their daily dress as a trend. Su Jing arranged a place for him to stay. After he rested for a while, he took the 3 people he brought with him, as well as the tools and other things, to the place where they cooked in the enclosure. The emperor said that he could command the people in the kitchen as he pleased, and all they had to do was make the food for tonight's bonfire party delicious. There were a total of 50 people in the kitchen, most of whom were women. After he arrived, he roughly counted the number of people, recorded what each of them was good at doing and what dishes they were good at, and then assigned each person what to do and what seasonings to prepare, in an orderly manner. He also brought some dessert ingredients. Since he was here, he had to leave a different impression on everyone so that they would remember this delicacy for a long time and come to support Chung-lu. Some people cut the meat, some people wash the vegetables, and when eating barbecue you have to wrap it in vegetable leaves, right? This is a way of eating invented by Soo-won. She said that eating meat alone is too greasy, and it has to be eaten with vegetarian dishes to get rid of the greasiness while eating. Soo-yun tried it too, and wow, this way of eating was really good, very interesting, and had a unique flavor. Don't tell me, it's really delicious and fun. As a result, a new barbecue platter dish was added to Chung-lu's menu, and quite a lot of people ordered it. After the meat is cut, it has to be marinated using the seasonings he brought from Chung-lu. Some meat needs to be cut into strips, some needs to be cut into cubes. Anyway, there are many things to pay attention to. Soo-yun personally supervises the process, not missing any details, and strictly controls it. He also took a sour plum soup seasoning packet, which he also prepared himself, with just the right amount of sour and sweet. The weather in June is very hot. Although it is still cool in the woods at night, eating barbecue with the stove on, and the food is spicy, you must have some drinks to relieve the spiciness and heat. Boil the sour plum soup package with mountain spring water, and then add the same proportion of old rock sugar cubes to boil. Prepare edible ice cubes. Kyoto has so much snow every year that the ice reserves are still huge. Iced sour plum soup paired with small barbecue is absolutely delicious. There is also double skim milk. Those who don't like sour plum soup can drink double skim milk. I don't like double skim milk, but I also like tofu pudding. If you really still don't like it, there's also ginger milk. It was not yet dark here, but smoke was already rising, and the kitchen was bustling with activity. Soo-yun is wearing a small apron and directing everyone's work. He looks busy and yet happy. It can be seen that he really loves his career in the kitchen. At nightfall, the large lawn near the emperor's tent had been decorated. The tables were all for 2 persons and everyone formed teams on their own, but they had to sit according to their status. Those with higher status sit a little further forward, while those with lower status sit a little further back. At that time, Soo-won will sit together with Sun Linger, his elder brother and sister-in-law, Soo-moo and Soo-yi. They are all in the second row, and the front row is filled with princes and princesses. Jong-yu sat with his father, Duke Jeong, his concubine Ning-wei, and his illegitimate son Jong-yen. They were sitting in the first row opposite each other. Soo-won could see Jong-yu by just turning her head slightly, but he hadn't come yet. Only Ning-wei and Jong-yen had come. Many noble ladies dressed up in the evening. After all, there were still a few princes present who did not have a queen. If they were lucky enough to be chosen, they might be selected when the time came to choose the prince's queen. Some of them are specifically aimed at the queen, and some are specifically aimed at the concubine. Gui was also in the paddock, but there were too many people there, and Soo-won rarely appeared in public. This was the first time I saw her after 2 days. She was also in the second row, actually sitting together with Zhong-lier. She had forgotten that the young Marquis of shunned Marquis Mansion seemed to have appeared with Morong-shung before, and he was Guyu's bootlicker. They are in the same camp, so it doesn't seem unreasonable that Guyu and Zhong-lier are close. If Zhong-lier were to marry Jong-yu, it would mean that the Duke of Zhong's mansion would also be under Morong-shung's control. The more he looked at it, the more it looked like a premeditated action. However, Zhong-lier was not at all pleasing to Jong-yu. As if noticing Soo-won's gaze, Guyu patted Zhong-lier's arm, motioning her to look over. Zhong-lier turned her head and accurately located Soo-won's gaze, and actually gave a disdainful smile, as if she was looking down on Soo-won. Soo-won was so angry that he laughed. Where did he get the confidence to be so arrogant? So, Soo-won gave her a look that looked like trash. Even though the distance between them was so long, the 2 glances flashed with lightning and sparks. Guyu raised the wine glass with both hands and toasted Soo-won from a distance. Soo-won raised the glass with one hand and returned the toast perfunctorily. In terms of setting, both of you are not as important as me, so I am qualified and confident to treat you in this way. Who is she pretending to be for? If someone doesn't know her, they would think she is a princess. Zhong-lier was so angry that she complained to Guyu in a low voice. Guyu just smiled and then comforted him. Although she is not a princess, she is favored by Prince Jeong and has the support of the Su family. The invisible fanning of the flames made Zhong-lier even more annoyed. The brothers of the Su family are indeed the favorites of the emperor, and she is just taking advantage of their power. By the way, didn't you say that you have been in the Su family for more than 10 years? Could it be that they have no feelings for you at all? After all, he is your brother, so why doesn't he seem close to you? Although Zhong-lier was angry, she could only rage helplessly. After all, she was a princess. Although she, the daughter of a marquis, sounded noble, her status was still not as high as hers. So, she questioned what Guyu had said to her before. She told everyone about all the mistakes that happened between her and Soo-won when they were children. Guyu gave a bitter smile. That being said, it's been so many years now. The lady of Xuanla County is pretty, good at talking, and has a very pleasant personality. She is my biological daughter, so it's only natural that my brothers favor her. I haven't been with them for many years, so naturally our feelings have faded a lot. Good man, you didn't say a word about what you did. You knew how much the Sue brothers cared about you in the beginning, so now isn't it your own fault? These words made it seem as if Soo-won was very scheming. She bribed the brothers as soon as she arrived, making her feelings of more than 10 years seem so pale and powerless. Having said that, it's true that she is their biological child, but you've been with them for more than 10 years since they were little. Isn't that much longer than her? Even if you raise a dog for more than 10 years, you will not be willing to give it up. Why are you, the so-called brothers, so heartless and cold-hearted? Zhongli felt a little indignant when he saw Guyu looking so aggrieved. Guyu smiled awkwardly. Then she realized that her description seemed a bit inappropriate and quickly covered her mouth. Oh, don't be angry, county lady. I spoke too quickly. I didn't mean it. I was just making an analogy. It's okay, I know you are speaking for me out of kindness. I'm not that petty. Guyu patted her hands considerately. Zhong Lier felt even more that, in contrast, Soo-won was arrogant and looked down on others, while she was gentle, considerate, and understanding. Tell me, they look down on someone as good-tempered as you, but why don't I believe someone like her who has a good temper? The look in Soo-won's eyes just now that looked at her like trash made Zhong Lier lose all favor towards her. But Soo-won didn't need her favor. It was meaningless and irrelevant. Duke Jong and Jong-yu finally arrived. The appearance of the father and son one after the other instantly attracted everyone's attention. The main person was Jong-yu. He didn't wear a mask tonight, but showed his face. He was wearing a gorgeous purple robe, with his hair tied up, and was dressed very formally. The Prince of Duke Jong showed up in public for the first time, and everyone was naturally attracted to him. Prince Jong was born with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and was extraordinarily handsome. He was 1.85 meters tall, with a slender figure. His peach blossom eyes looked at everything with deep affection. He had a high-spirited temperament, but his indifferent expression made people feel that he was very cold. In Kyoto today, the 5th prince and the 7th prince are the most outstanding in appearance, followed by Minister Soo, who is married. There is also the up-and-coming young Dr. Soo Moo, the royal painter Soo Yi, and the young General Soo Chin, all of whom have extraordinary looks. Now a Prince Jong has emerged out of nowhere and reached the peak of his career as soon as he debuted. In the past, he wore a mask wherever he went, making people think that he had an ugly face and had to cover it up. Now it seems that they were really superficial and they just didn't want to attract too much attention. Prince Jong's mother, Jong Shinro, was a famous beauty in Kyoto. Duke Jong was also a handsome man when he was young. With genes like these, how could she give birth to an ugly child? With your toes, but rumors are hard to stop and there are all kinds of versions. Wow, Prince Jong, is that Prince Jong? I think so. He appeared with Duke Jong. It's him, it's him. Prince Jong likes to wear purple the most. Prince Jong is so handsome, even more handsome than the 5th prince. Nonsense, the 5th prince is obviously more handsome. You're talking nonsense. It's obvious that Prince Jong is better. I used to think he was ugly, but I didn't expect him to be so handsome. If I had known, I would have talked to him more. At the back we're discussing like crazy, all comparing who is prettier. But everyone has different tastes, and everyone has different aesthetic tastes, so some people think Morong Shung is more handsome, while others think Jong-yu is more handsome. However, there is still a small number of people who are Morong Hwai's diehard fans. When Zhong Lier saw Jong-yu in person, she was stunned. Her eyes followed his movements, and she was mesmerized by his every move. It turns out he is really that handsome. Yeah, I didn't lie to you. Master Jong has a very handsome appearance. Guyu tilted his head and whispered in her ear. Zhong Lier kept nodding her head in approval. This is not first class at all. This is simply a banished immortal. Zhong Lier announced that Prince Jong now ranks first to her heart. No wonder Zhong Lier took the initiative to approach Jong-yu. It turns out she already knew that he was good-looking. Soo-won listened to the group of noble ladies behind her who said they wanted to marry Jong-yu, being infatuated with him. She couldn't help but curl her lips and thought, maybe in the next life. On the other hand, I feel that it won't work in the next life either. She stared at Jong-yu, who had just sat down opposite her. He was talking to Duke Jong. Soo-won kept complaining that he was like a peacock today. The more I look at it, the more similar it is. Duke Jong looked in the direction Jong-yu mentioned and saw a beautiful girl. She has very fair skin, which makes her stand out in the crowd. She exudes an aura all over her body, just like a red rose that stands out among thousands of flowers. Soo-won noticed that Duke Jong was looking at her. She sat up straight unconsciously and smiled, which she thought was very decent. Duke Jong saw the girl smiling. From a distance, he couldn't see it clearly, but he could still feel that the smile was beautiful. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and soon fell again. He glanced at his son and thought, "You are like me in this respect. Your mother is also very beautiful when she smiles. It's the kind of smile that you can never forget." These words suddenly entered Jong-yu's ears. He was very surprised that the old man would actually say these words. However, does this sentence mean to prove that he had a good first impression of Won-won? Jong-yu rarely gave him face and smiled in front of him. That's not wrong. In Jong-yu's impression, his mother's smile was very gentle and healing. "What's wrong with you today? You actually threw away your tattered mask. If someone didn't know, they would think that your face had some shameful secret. Isn't that it?" How come the old man started talking nonsense the next second when he was so sweet and affectionate just now? Jong-yu drank a cup of tea depressedly, too lazy to answer his question. However, based on Duke Jong's understanding of his son, he had a hunch that this kid was not holding back his fart again. Jong-yu ignored him and instead drank his tea while looking at the figure opposite him, as if all the noisy things had nothing to do with him and only the smile and frown of that person were in his eyes. Soon, the emperor and the empress arrived, and concubine Shu also came. Concubine Chen did not come and was resting in the tent. Everyone stood up and saluted them. The emperor waved his hand and told everyone to stop saluting, and then everyone sat down. Everyone, due to some other reasons last night, the bonfire party was postponed to today. In order to compensate you, I will take you to eat something interesting tonight. Shall Luzi, give the order, and we can start now. The emperor seemed to be in a good mood, and the queen also smiled more. That she feels comfortable because that fox concubine Chun is not around tonight. Yesterday that she was poisoned? She must be fat to death. On this point, concubine Shu agreed with her. Although they didn't do the crime, they were happy that concubine Chen suffered. Soo-yeon was finally able to go on stage, and he even changed his clothes specially. He came up and first paid his respects to the emperor and empress, then stood beside the emperor and clapped his hands. Everyone started to carry the stuff up and grill the meat on the spot. There are 3 options: mildly spicy, medium spicy, and extra spicy. Just ask the person serving you to tell you. When the meat is grilled there, it will be served according to the spiciness you requested. Today's barbecue will be prepared by Mr. Soo from Chunglu in Kyoto. I'm sure you are all familiar with Mr. Soo. Last night, I also tried some unique ways of eating, and I thought they were very good. I asked Minister Soo about it, and it turned out to be Chunglu's idea, so I want you to try it too. Tonight, you can eat as much as you want. This opportunity only comes once a year. The emperor is quite approachable and does not have the airs of an emperor. Now it looks like a team-building event held by a large company. Boss Soo, you have to teach us how to eat tonight. The emperor looked at Soo-yeon and smiled. He had always known what the Soo brothers were doing. Soo-yeon opened a restaurant, and for the sake of Yuyen Hall, he did not stop it. The Imperial censors in Kyoto also had nothing to say. After all, their current salaries were paid by Yuyen Hall. Yuyen Tang was really profitable and helped a country recover quickly. It was reasonable and logical for him to have no say in the Soo family's business. Moreover, the Soo family is very sensible and will not do anything too out of line so as not to cause his dissatisfaction. He is willing to give some face to such a sensible minister, and it is okay to indulge him a little. This is a process of mutual fulfillment. After the barbecue is cooked, it is served on a plate, and a small dish of dipping sauce is prepared for each person on the table. After the barbecue is served, Some vegetable leaves for wrapping and eating, namely lettuce, were placed next to it. Soo-yeon put on clean cloth gloves, wrapped a piece of meat with a vegetable leaf, put cucumber and green onion shreds on it, and demonstrated to Servant Liu. The emperor took it directly in his hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Vegetable leaves and cucumber shreds, paired with spicy roasted pork belly, is fat and lean, not too dry, nor too greasy. It is dipped in garlic water and added shredded green onions, making it particularly fragrant. As the saying goes, if you eat meat without garlic, the flavor will be half lost. There are peeled garlic on the table. You can add it if necessary. After eating, you'll be given mint water to rinse your mouth, so you don't have to be afraid to eat because of the taste. There is another way to eat it. The mutton chunks can be wrapped in small pancakes and eaten, and the wild rabbit can be made into spicy rabbit heads and eaten cold. Roe deer meat is made into braised meat, while venison can be made into smoked meat or air-dried meat, depending on the part of the body. I like spicy food, and this is the first time I have tasted such a fresh way of eating barbecue. There is also barbecue rice, which is made from roasted pheasant meat, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, then mixed with soy sauce rice and topped with green onions. The taste is really amazing. The emperor enjoyed the food very much, praised the dishes repeatedly, and looked very satisfied. He also likes the sour plum soup very much. It is sweet and sour and especially refreshing. He can finish a glass of it in one breath. Although the queen thought it was delicious, she was still the queen after all, so she had to eat in a dignified manner. She put down her chopsticks after eating a little and turned around to persuade the emperor. Your Majesty, this barbecue is delicious, but it is very greasy, has a strong flavor, and is too smoky. You should eat less of it. And this sour plum soup is refreshing to drink, but it is too cold. You should drink less of it. The emperor finally had a happy meal, but the empress kept complaining about this and that, which really spoiled his mood. He glanced at the queen unhappily. Queen, hunting is only once a year, not every day. It's a rare opportunity for the monarch and his subjects to have such a chance to drink and have fun. Why bother talking about these things? Just have fun. Your Majesty, according to our ancestors' rules, becoming a concubine is for the sake of your health. The queen thought she was very sensible, but she didn't realize that if she said such things too much, she would become annoying. The emperor put down his chopsticks unhappily, looking unhappy. It's enough to follow the rules of our ancestors in the palace, but now that you are out, you are still repeating these rules. Rules are dead, but people are alive. Why are you so conservative, Queen? If you don't like it, go back and rest early. When the emperor lost his temper in public and offended her, concubine Shu laughed at her misfortune. The queen was embarrassed, and seeing that concubine Shu was still laughing at her, she couldn't help but glare at her. The bonfire party continued, and everyone was very satisfied with the food. We took a break halfway through the meal and had some desserts and some singing and dancing. The dancers, dressed in exotic costumes, danced gracefully on a makeshift stage in the middle of a lawn. Murong Huai raised his glass to Su Mu from a distance, thanking him for curing his mother's poison. Su Mu politely returned the gift. Minister Su, the emperor drank a few cups and felt happy. He leaned back in his chair and called Su Jing. Su Jing stood up and walked out and bowed. I am here. When the emperor saw him coming out, he pointed at him with a smile on his face. Rewards, brothers of the Su family, every one of them will receive a reward. He suddenly said this without any context, and Su Jing just made himself look more respectful. Let me think about it. The eldest is the top scholar. He repaired the Xian River for me, controlled the flood, and benefited the people. The second is the only disciple of a genius doctor. He is better than his master and has outstanding medical skills. He cured concubine Chun of her poison with one move. The third is my brave cavalry general. He is flexible at a young age and is not afraid even when trapped in the enemy camp. He can also help Jong-yu to cooperate with the outside world and win the battle. The young are really formidable. Fourth brother, you dare to think and do. The delicacies you are eating today were developed by someone with a unique secret recipe. Fifth brother, You are gifted and your painting is amazing. Your wedding banquet painting is worth passing down through the ages. Great, great. You all in the Su family are great. Oh, by the way, there is also our Princess Xuanla, who has great righteousness in her heart. Tell me, is she worthy of a reward? He stretched out his hand and pointed at the ministers below. Ministers looked at each other and basically knew what to do. If the emperor was happy, they would just go along with it. Your Majesty, I think they deserve a reward. As long as they make your Majesty happy, they deserve a reward. The person who spoke was the Minister of Revenue, but his words sounded strange, as if he treated the Su brothers as monkeys. The Su family is very popular, so there are many jealous people. They are just envious, so they say the grapes are sour when they can't eat them. He said this, many people agreed with him, and the Su brothers all looked unhappy. Seeing this, Morong-hwai hurried out to smooth things over. Father, Minister Su's 4 brothers, including Princess Xuanla, have all made contributions to our Jin state. They are capable and talented, and are all outstanding people in our great Jin state. They shine in their respective fields, and this is obvious to all. I think they should be rewarded, but Minister Zhao's statement does not say so. When I listen to this, I always feel that it is a bit sarcastic. Could it be that Minister Su has offended you in some way? Also, I've been asking for some documents. When will you give them to me? If you're too busy, why don't you prepare them and send them to me as soon as possible? Shangshu Zhao and Morong Sheng are good friends, so the investigation of corruption cannot go beyond the Ministry of Revenue. After all, the Ministry of Revenue is in charge of the country's money and grain, and there are countless parasites in this ministry alone. In order to hinder the progress of his investigation, the Minister of Revenue has been delaying the delivery of some information. Isn't this intentional? Today, Morong-hwai brought this matter to the surface to see how he could interfere. When the Minister of Revenue heard this, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Upon hearing this, the emperor looked directly at the Minister of Revenue. Zhaozhen, this trip was originally for hunting and relaxation. I don't want to talk too much about state affairs, but the case of corruption is no small matter. Since I have handed this matter over to the 2 princes, you should treat it equally. You will return to the capital tomorrow and organize the documents well. Make 2 copies. I will check them after I return. The same goes for the various departments. Cooperate with the 5th and 7th princes in investigating the case. There must be no mistakes. I said that we must see results in 3 months. Upon hearing this, the Minister of Revenue and several other ministries stepped forward. Your Majesty's orders will be obeyed. Morong-hwai is very good at this trick. Isn't it obvious that he is making a complaint? Okay, let's not talk about state affairs tonight. We can talk about it tomorrow. Let's continue. Following the emperor's order, the ministers returned to their seats and the singing and dancing continued. The emperor looked at Su Yun and directly ordered some rewards. He also praised him a few words, and that was it. Morong-hwai still felt that this was not enough, so he directly petitioned his father. Father, after the hunting is over, it will be my mother's birthday. She didn't like to celebrate in previous years and only gathered with a few ladies. This year, I think that my mother has been frightened and is not feeling well, so it is better to prepare a good one for her and add some joy. When the time comes, I would like to invite Boss Su to the palace to arrange a birthday banquet for my mother and invite all the ladies to the palace to have fun together. What do you think? This year is concubine Chen's 35th birthday. Among all the concubines in the palace, she has a high position, is favored, and is still relatively young. Moreover, she didn't know what means she used to make the emperor pay attention to her and pamper her. Morong-hwai is currently being appreciated by the emperor, so these small requests he made are naturally easy to accommodate. Moreover, concubine Chen had been poisoned and was already extremely aggrieved, so she deserved some comfort. Well, your suggestion is good and feasible. Let's ask Boss Su if he is willing. I agree. Morong-hwai immediately looked at Su Yun. Boss Su, how about it? Can you give me a favor? Su Yun would be terrified to death if you said this. You are a prince, and you said this in front of the emperor.
You are just humiliating him.
I wonder how much face you think he has. Your Highness, the 7th prince, you are too kind. It is my humble honor to host a birthday banquet for the Imperial concubine. Okay, you mean you agree, right? That's it. Morong Hwai smiled heartily, raised a glass of wine to toast him, and then drank it all in one gulp. At this moment, the seventh prince's approachable and unassuming image has been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Everyone felt a little more friendly towards him, and they all felt that the seventh prince was the most down-to-earth among all the princes. The banquet continued. Suwon felt that tonight was quite interesting. Watching his fourth brother busying around in front of the emperor, he seemed to be able to handle everything with ease.
She was really happy.
She always thought that her fourth brother was a careless person. In fact, when it came to things he liked and cared about, he was very careful and attentive so that everyone who ate the food could not find any fault with it. The emperor was drinking when he suddenly noticed Jong-yu beside Duke Jong.
He was surprised.
Hiss, Lord Jong. This is your son, Crown Prince Jong, right? Being mentioned suddenly, Duke Jong and Jong-yu immediately put down everything they were doing and faced upwards. Your Majesty, it is my son. The emperor rarely saw Jong-yu without a mask. He had seen him before and knew that Jong-yu had a good-looking face. He said he wore it because he didn't like to be the center of attention, so he didn't take it seriously. He took it off today and appeared in public for the first time, which was quite surprising. I'm curious today, why doesn't Prince Jong wear a mask? Just in time, you asked the right question. Jong-yu was just wondering how to start the conversation. Since you took the initiative to ask me, I'll just go with the flow. Your Majesty, I am not wearing a mask because I have an important matter to consult you about today. Jong-yu stood up and answered seriously. Duke Jong took a look at his posture and felt a little panicked for some reason. What do you want to do, kid? Oh, what's the matter that makes you take it so seriously?
Tell me about it.
The emperor had no idea that he had been set up. Only Suwon knew what he was going to do and say next. She was also a little panicked and nervous. After all, there were so many people here, and she might become the focus in a while. Even though she is not socially anxious, she still feels panicky. Jong-yu walked out from his seat, and Duke Jong pulled him aside and asked in a low voice, "What are you going to do?" "You'll know in a moment." Jong-yu gave him a meaningful smile. Duke Jong really has no way to deal with him. If he still can't guess what he wants to do, then he is not his father. Duke Jong closed his eyes helplessly, thinking, forget it, let the storm come even harder. From childhood to adulthood, this child has never caused him any trouble, except this time. Jong-yu walked to the center and knelt down with the corner of his robe lifted. The singing and dancing stopped. The emperor, sitting at the top, looked at him with interest, wanting to know if he had anything to ask him. Your Majesty, I would like to ask Your Majesty to grant me marriage. The crown prince is also considered a subject of the emperor and can call himself a subject. When the emperor heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Oh, it's an arranged marriage.
Which daughter do you like?
His tone was quite relaxed. Your Majesty, I would like to marry Princess Xuanla of Minister Su's mansion. I would like to ask Your Majesty to grant me the marriage. I hope Your Majesty will grant my approval. Jong-yu spoke frankly, and after he said this, the scene fell silent tacitly. Everyone gasped, and the emperor's smiling face suddenly became serious. In addition, some people also had their own thoughts. Morong Sheng held the cup in his hand and quietly watched the emperor's expression. Guyu felt the same way and wanted to know how the emperor would deal with it. Once the marriage is granted, the Su mansion will belong to Morong Hwai's side, which is not a good thing for them. Prince Jong had just made a public appearance and had won the admiration of many noble ladies. His proposal to marry Princess Xuanla directly extinguished the flames of many people's anger. They would complain about ordinary noble ladies, but she is Princess Xuanla, and they cannot catch up with her in status, position, and appearance. They can only envy and secretly feel jealous. The emperor has remained silent for a long time, and the empress is also thinking something up. She has also been keeping her eyes on Princess Xuanla. It would not be a good thing for her to marry any prince as long as he is not her son. Jong-yu glanced at the emperor quietly. At this moment, the emperor had a frown on his face, as if he was thinking about something. Earlier in the palace, he personally promised to make him a promise. The ministers were listening at that time, and they're still listening now. If he refused directly, it would go against the emperor's authority, whose words are law. However, he was not very willing to see the marriage between the Jong-yu mansion and the current Su mansion. One of them is a man of two talents, one civil and one military. His family is also involved in medicine, business, and literature, so his influence in the future will be quite wide. Moreover, they have married into the Grand Secretary Mansion, which is the top scholar in the world. Now, with the addition of the Jong-yu Mansion, which is in charge of 100,000 soldiers, we have to be on guard. After a long time, the emperor had made up his mind, and his signature smile reappeared on his face. Prince Jong, it's not that I don't agree to your request, but you said it too late. I have already decided to marry Princess Xuanla to the 7th prince as his principal wife. I discussed this with Imperial concubine Chen a few days ago, and she was quite satisfied. I also said that I would draft an imperial decree to grant the marriage after returning to the palace. I have already promised Imperial concubine Chen. Now you say it's too late. What should I do? Morong-hwai was drinking a glass of wine and watching the show at the scene, but his father said something shocking, and he couldn't hold it in, and the wine went into his throat, and he started coughing violently. The young servant beside him hurried over to pat his back to help him calm down. When Su-won heard that she was going to be married to Morong-hwai, her pupils were shocked, and she looked at the person above her in disbelief. The emperor's actions are really amazing. He used Morong-hwai and concubine Chen as shields, saying that he had already promised the concubine and that he had already made the agreement. He wanted to get rid of Jong-yu with just one sentence, "You are late." At that moment, Jong-yu felt that all the blood in his body turned cold, and the blue veins on the back of his hands were bulging because of his forbearance. The brothers of the Su family were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They really didn't expect the emperor to do this. Chen, she would naturally insist that this was the case, and there would be no way to refute it, because everything should be based on first come, first served. Moreover, the emperor and concubine Chen did intend to marry Su-won to Morong-hwai. Concubine Chen had this idea long ago after meeting Su-won. Otherwise, she wouldn't pay so much attention to Su-won. Your Majesty, I have known Princess Xuanla for 5 years. We are in love and have already decided to spend our lives together. Please allow me to marry Princess Xuanla Su-won. This time, Jong-yu kowtowed directly. His tone was sincere and his attitude was firm, as if saying, "If you don't agree today, I won't get up, father." Cough, 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 father. Morong-hwai finally recovered a little and thought about fighting for Jong-yu. But he was severely reprimanded by the emperor. "Shut up, I didn't ask you to speak." In fact, the emperor's attitude was very clear. He just didn't agree, and he even found a very good reason to refuse. Morong-hwai choked. He could only look at Jong-yu and express with his eyes that he really didn't mean that. Although Su-won is a modern man and the two of them must get along well in various concepts, he still understands the principle that a brother's wife should not be bullied. However, Jong-yu did not even look at him. He remained kneeling and looking straight ahead. Su-jing and his brothers exchanged glances, knowing full well that they could not speak out at this moment. Naturally, they are more inclined to Jong-yu. They don't want Su-won to marry into the royal family and be involved in the struggle for the throne in the future. Once she fails, there will be no recovery. Although she usually looks down on Jong-yu, he is indeed the most suitable one for Su-won and the man who cares about her the most besides them. Morong-shung and Gu-yu both smiled, as if they were watching a good show. If Su-won marries Morong-hwai, given Jong-yu's personality, the two will definitely become enemies. Morong-hwai will lose the support of the Duke Zhong's mansion and may even be targeted in various ways from now on. At this time, they can take advantage of the opportunity or just sit back and reap the benefits, which is great. Morong-shung gave a look to the 6th Prince Morong-chi. Lao Lu understood what it meant instantly. Then he started to make a scene. I think Princess Xuanla and the 7th Prince are a perfect match. I saw them meeting at Feihua Tower for half an hour. They must have had a good chat. I guess they are interested in each other? When these words were spoken, not only the emperor, but also Morong-hwai himself and Su-won felt a pang in their hearts. Murong-hwai thought, "Oh no, there is a spy in Feihua Tower. I was too careless." Su-won thought, "What the heck, hiring someone to follow her?" The emperor thought, "This guy is good. It would be even better if he could take advantage of the opportunity to establish himself as the emperor and completely put an end to the idea of the Jong-yu mansion. Please understand, father. Princess Xuanla and I have only met a few times and have not exchanged a few words. Feihua Tower is a restaurant. I can go there, and the princess can go there too. How can there be an appointment? Sixth brother, please don't spread rumors and tarnish the princess's reputation." Murong-hwai directly stood up and refuted. At this moment, Su-won was just looking at Jong-yu, trying to find some emotion on his face. She didn't want him to misunderstand. Jong-yu still looked straight ahead, kneeling upright, seemingly unaffected by these words. "My people saw with their own eyes that the princess and my seventh brother left the private room of Feihua Tower one after the other. How could they be wrong? What are you hiding, seventh brother? It seems that there is indeed a spy in Feihua Tower." Murong-hwai was startled by his question, but he quickly reacted and retorted, "Sixth brother, you specifically hired someone to keep an eye on me. What does that mean?" Murong-chi was originally feeling very proud, but this question stumped him again. I didn't hire anyone to watch you. I just ran into you by chance. It was an accidental encounter, right? Then, sixth brother, when you put it like that, I remember that I did run into the princess in Feihua Tower before. At that time, the princess had just been canonized. I was grateful to the princess for her righteousness and for taking out so much property to subsidize the soldiers. I wanted to thank the princess on behalf of the soldiers. Father, you are wise. I have been on the battlefield for several years and have become one with the soldiers. This is also normal behavior. Regardless, the princess also donated an entire Yuyintang industry to benefit the people. Even if we meet on weekdays, we should be more polite. I will invite the princess to have a cup of tea and thank her in person. Is it not too much, sixth brother? You are too deliberate in throwing dirty water. It is not good to spread rumors. If Murong-hwai can't even solve such a small matter, then what's the point of him fighting for the throne? He is in the university debate team and is not afraid. He has already said so. Out of courtesy, if you still keep pestering me, then it is your fault. If you say it was a coincidence, then I also say it was a coincidence. Sure enough, Murong-chi had nothing to say. Sixth brother, you spoke out of turn. The emperor said meaningfully. Murong-chi was unwilling. He still admitted his mistake honestly. It was my son who made a mistake. Princess Xuanla, don't mind it, it's just a misunderstanding. The emperor comforted the princess in return. Jong-yu was still kneeling and they were still talking about this here. In response to the emperor's comfort, Su-won smiled politely. After Murong-chi sat down, he gave Murong-sheng a look that said, I tried my best. Murong-sheng nodded to indicate that it was okay, as long as the public opinion effect was achieved. Su-won looked at Jong-yu kneeling there, working hard for their cause, ignoring the strange looks from so many people. She felt that she couldn't just sit here and take it for granted. If she wanted him to work hard for everything, that wouldn't be called a two-way struggle. So she stood up, and Sun Linger quickly grabbed her hand and looked at her. Wan? Su-won pushed her hand away, smiled at her, and walked out. The brothers watched her actions and wanted to speak, but didn't know how. Everyone knew what she was going to do. She wanted to face it together with Jong-yu. She walked to Jong-yu firmly and knelt down slowly. Jong-yu sensed a red figure approaching from the corner of his eye, as well as the familiar fragrance of hibiscus. Tonight, Su-won happened to be wearing a horse-face skirt with red elements that suited her very well. Jong-yu watched her kneel beside him and then take one of his hands. She looked at him and smiled, and that smile made him feel for a moment that he would be willing to die for her. The corners of Jong-yu's eyes were a little red, and his nose felt sour. He firmly grasped her hand in his back hand and held it tightly. Su-won looked at the emperor with a firm look in his eyes. Your Majesty, this subject and I are in love with each other and have a lot in mind. I will not marry anyone but him in this life. If I can't marry him, then I would rather go to a temple and be a Taoist nun for the rest of my life. Su-won is actually very strong-willed. She doesn't want to marry Manhwa. She only wants to marry Jong-yu. She has made this clear today. The emperor's face was really ugly. He threw the jade ornament he was playing with to place the chopsticks on the table in annoyance. Princess Xuanla, do you think my seventh prince is not worthy of you? The emperor said this. Su Jing and Su Chun hurried forward and knelt down to beg for mercy. Your Majesty, please calm down. Xuanla has absolutely no such intention. This is what Su Jing said. Your Majesty, my sister is outspoken. If she has made any mistakes, I am willing to take the punishment on her behalf. This is what Su Chun said. Among the 5 brothers, only 2 hold official positions, so they have a say. The atmosphere was frozen and dangerous for a moment, and everyone was trembling with fear, fearing that the emperor would get furious and affect others. As a result, the emperor laughed in anger. I didn't say anything. Why are you panicking? Did I say I was going to punish Princess Xuanla? I just asked her a question. The emperor didn't want to vent his anger on anyone today, but since these 2 young men didn't give him face, he had to show some respect and be a little angry. Firstly, he still wanted to continue using the brothers of the Su family, and secondly, he had to give face to Duke Jiang. Duke Jiang remained silent the whole time. When Ningwei and her son saw Jong-yu's situation, they couldn't help but gloat over his misfortune. Su-won admitted that she was scared when the emperor asked this question. She felt very handsome when she said that. She regretted it after she said it. She shouldn't have added the last sentence. Can the progress bar be pulled back? She wants to delete some plot points. After taking a deep breath, Su-won pulled his hand out of Jong-yu's and then kowtowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, I am not worthy of His Royal Highness the 7th Prince. His Royal Highness is handsome and talented, but I am vulgar, I can't speak, and I am illiterate. I am not good at playing the piano, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and I can't write poetry or songs. I am a vulgar person. I am afraid that I will bring shame to His Royal Highness the 7th Prince in the future, and I think I am not worthy of the position. This girl is really cruel when she makes fun of herself, and she belittles herself to the point of being worthless. She is quite adaptable. Nuronghui scratched his head and thought, You're good at using words, branding iron. He didn't even dare to recognize these 2 words when used to describe him. The emperor also needs a way out. This girl is indeed very smart. She doesn't look vulgar, nor does she look like she can't speak. She said she was a vulgar person, but that's not the case. When it comes to the art of language, this point is grasped again. Duke Jiang sighed, thinking that it was his turn to take the stage. Even if the stalemate continued all night, there would be no result, so he might as well give this way out to the emperor. Your Majesty, I came out to accompany you hunting to relax. Now that we are out, let's eat, drink, and have fun. We can discuss other matters after we return to the capital. My son was reckless today. After the bonfire party, he will be punished with 30 strokes of the cane as a punishment. He offended your Majesty and the ladies. It is my fault for not teaching him well. I will drink 3 cups of wine as an apology. Duke Jiang spoke while standing with a serious expression on his face. Then he took the wine jug and began to pour himself wine, drinking 3 cups in a row. The emperor then pointed at him and scolded him. What an old fox. Okay, let's end this matter today. Let's just have fun together. Can we discuss the marriage granting after we return to the capital? Su Aiqing, General Su, you don't have to worry too much. I have no intention of offending the princess. Everyone get up. The emperor felt proud of Duke Zhong's act of accepting the punishment, so he walked down the stairs. Princess, you should get up too. Is the wine bad tonight, or is the meat bad? You have to be picky about the food. Go back and sit down. In short, the emperor neither mentioned granting the marriage to the 2 nor agreed to it. Jong-yu also knew that this matter could not be resolved in a short time, so he could only go back and talk about it later. Thank you, Your Majesty. He stood up and went to help Su-won. Su Jing also stood up. He took Su-won's wrist and returned to his original seat. Then he looked at Jong-yu meaningfully, as if blaming him for being reckless. Jong-yu's hands were empty, but Su-won turned around and looked at him and smiled at him. His request for marriage was rejected tonight, But the only thing that made him feel relieved and happy was that he was facing Soo-won together with her. Her attitude also showed it all. He was not fighting alone. Sitting back in his seat, Duke Jong gave him a look of disappointment. "Are you feeling better now? Are you behaving yourself now?" "I will beg again," Jong-yu said in a furious tone. Duke Jong almost pinched his Renjong point on the spot again.
Retribution, retribution.
The scene was peaceful and harmonious again. Guyu had not expected that the matter could be covered so easily. She had hoped that the emperor's rage would dampen Soo-won's rage and make her suffer a little. As a result, she was able to escape, and everyone protected her. Zhong-lier on the side looked at Soo-won with eyes that were about to spit fire. Prince Jong was her new crush, and now Soo-won was having an affair with her crush, which made her very angry. How could Lord Jong like her? A vulgar person who is not good at music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, or songs is not worthy of Lord Jong, okay? Guyu's mouth twitched when he heard this. "No, sister, they're just talking nonsense. Do you really believe it? If she really didn't know anything, how could she sit on the throne of a princess? Why would she make a fuss? What a stupid teammate. If it wasn't for winning over the Shun Marquis, being with her would be an insult to my intelligence." The bonfire party, Jong-yu needed to be punished with 30 lashes of the cane for his recklessness, as Duke Jong had just said. Moreover, he had just embarrassed the emperor, and the emperor did not stop Duke Jong from punishing Jong-yu, so he had to take the 30 lashes. In the second half, Soo-won was absent-minded, wondering whether Duke Jong would really punish Jong-yu or something. So she asked her eldest brother, "Brother, do you think Duke Jong will really beat Jong-yu with a stick?" Soo-jing was sitting next to her, and he could hear her when she tilted her head to ask. He also told the truth. Duke Jong made a promise in front of so many ministers, and the emperor did not stop him. "Jong-yu must take the beating today. 30 lashes of the cane are no joke. You won't be able to get out of bed for half a month." Soo-won felt a little uncomfortable.
She didn't want Jong-yu to be beaten.
The emperor drank a lot of wine later, and after he announced the end, everyone left. Murong-hwai saw his father leave. He quickly ran to Jong-yu and stopped him. "Old Jong, please listen to my explanation. There is really nothing between the princess and me.
It was just a chance encounter.
I didn't have that idea. Please don't misunderstand me." Jong-yu was stopped by him, and Murong-hwai came up and started explaining, looking really anxious. Jong-yu didn't take it to heart at all. He was not the kind of person who was blinded by emotions and believed whatever others said. "Seventh Prince, I didn't misunderstand anything. I still have to go and receive my punishment. You should go to bed early." He couldn't avoid being beaten today, but he didn't regret it. Although he failed, at least everyone knew his feelings and what was going on between them. As long as there is no order from above, no one dares to take advantage of Soo-won because of Jong-yu's face. As a man, you should be brave enough to do and take responsibility for your actions. What's the big deal? Murong-hwai heard that Jong-yu was going to be beaten. He still felt a little guilty. "How about I take half the beating for you? Please don't make trouble anymore." "Thank you." Jong-yu bowed to him. Duke Jong was still waiting for him in front. When he left, he bumped shoulders with Murong-hwai, showing that their brotherhood remained the same. Soo-won saw Jong-yu leaving. Shun Qingli pulled her back, but she didn't want to go. "Wan, you can't help much even if you go." Shun Qingli knew what she was going to do, but was afraid that she would get hurt. "No, sister-in-law, I can't let him bear everything alone. This should be a two-way relationship." For so long, he had always been by her side, silently giving and protecting her, and she thought she had never done anything for him on her own initiative. At a time like this, isn't it her job to stand firmly with him? "But even if you go, you can't take the beating for him, right?" Sun Linger said with a frown. "I know. Although I can't take the beating for him, I can accompany him. Anyway, everyone knows about our affairs now, so there is nothing to avoid." Soo-won had made up her mind. She pulled her hand out of Shin Qingli's and went straight to her third brother. Soo-chun was standing outside patrolling in armor, and Soo-won walked behind him, lifting her skirt. "Third brother, please take me to the tent of Duke Jong." Hearing the voice, Soo-chun turned around and looked at her. From his height, it seemed as if he was looking down at Su-won. Su-chen's expression was a little tangled, but soon he stopped being tangled and asked Su-won, "Have you thought about it?"
Su-won nodded vigorously.
"What's there to think about? Now that you've grown up, you should risk your life for love once. Jong-yu is worth it." In the end, Su-chen took her there. Jong-yu returned to Duke Jong's tent, ready to be beaten. The chairs and boards were ready, and Duke Jong was personally supervising the process. Jong-yu lay down obediently, without saying any more nonsense. "Just go ahead and beat him, all for won. The 30 lashes you receive today are the price you pay for your impulsiveness and recklessness." Duke Jong stood in front of him and said condescendingly, "Go ahead, stop talking nonsense, I admit it." Jong-yu closed his eyes and waited quietly for the board to fall. Su-chen appeared here with Su-won and saw Jong-yu lying on a stool from a distance, with 2 of Duke Jong's personal soldiers holding boards standing beside him. With a gesture from Duke Jong, the stick hit him mercilessly. Jong-yu endured it without making a sound, and endured it silently. Su-won's eyes turned red instantly, and Su-chen looked at her with red eyes and felt a little distressed. "Won, how about we go over later?" He stood in front of her, afraid that she would feel uncomfortable watching him. Su-won was not that fragile. She shook her head and smiled at her third brother, a smile that made him feel at ease. Su-won walked around Su-chen and went straight to Jong. Duke Jong was quite surprised to see her coming. Su-won bowed to Duke Jong, which made Duke Jong a little at a loss for what to do for a moment. A sense of guilt rose in my heart. Jong-yu could barely bear the first few blows, but as the later blows landed on the same place, he found it a bit too much to bear. He groaned, and his forehead was covered with sweat, until a handkerchief with the fragrance of hibiscus was placed on his forehead, gently wiping the sweat off his forehead. When Jong-yu opened his eyes, he saw Su-won's face. Her eyes were red, and her face was full of worry. He never thought that she would appear here. At that moment, he would be lying if he said he was not touched. Su-won took the initiative to hold his hand and asked him in a low voice, "Does it hurt?" Jong-yu shook his head and said that it didn't hurt, but the blue veins on his forehead and the muffled groans proved that he was in great pain and discomfort at the moment. Duke Jong was watching this scene from the side, and suddenly he felt like the stick that separated the couple. Clearly, he did nothing. He was just doing it for his superiors to see and to help out. Why does it seem like he is guilty of a heinous crime now? After 30 strokes of the cane, blood had soaked through Jong-yu's clothes. With Su-won here to accompany him, he was actually very satisfied, and naturally the pain was reduced. One could tell how much pain Jong-yurin was in by looking at his pale fingertips. Su-won couldn't hold back a tear, and it fell to the ground. This tear made Jong-yu feel that the pain in his heart was more than the wound on his back. "Don't cry, I don't like you crying." He raised his hand to wipe her tears, but Su-won couldn't hold it back, and tears flowed down drop by drop. Soon, Ainin came over with a stretcher, lifted Jong-yu off the stool, and quickly took him back to the tent to treat his injuries. Su-won held his hand tightly and refused to let go. Ainin looked at her in embarrassment. "Princess, let's treat the young master's injuries first, don't worry." Only then did Su-won let go of his hand and watched him being carried away. Duke Jong watched the whole process from behind and couldn't do anything. The lights were on inside the tent, and the Imperial physician was busy working inside. Su-won was waiting outside. With Jong-yu's character, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to be beaten with 30 sticks, but he would have to suffer a little. Duke Jong was also waiting outside, but he didn't speak to Su-won. "Won." Suddenly, the voice of his second brother sounded behind him. Su-won turned around and saw that it was indeed his second brother, carrying his medicine box. "Second brother, why are you here?" "Let me take a look at Jong-yu. The medicine I have here may be more effective." Su-mu walked up to her and saw that the strands of hair on her forehead were messy due to the wind, so he reached out to brush them behind her ears. "Thank you, second brother." Su-won felt a little more at ease when he saw his second brother coming. "What are you thanking me for?" "If anyone should be thanked, it should be Jong-yu who should thank me." Why are you thanking me? Su-mu glared at her. Duke Jong was standing at the back. Seeing Su-mu, he was also polite. Then I'll have to trouble you, little doctor. Su-mu nodded at him, then lifted the tent curtain and went in. Jong-yu's but was spanked quite severely, and he would probably have to spend most of the month in bed. Jong-yu was not surprised to see Su-mu coming, but said to him, "Thank you, brother, for coming to see me." Su-mu glanced at him indifferently, silently opened his medicine box, and drove everyone inside out. "I'm doing this for Wan-wan, not for you. Please bear with it." Su-mu's actions were not gentle at all. But in terms of efficiency, he was still more professional than those Imperial doctors, and his medicine was more effective than theirs. It stopped the bleeding and the pain quickly. Outside the tent, Duke Jong and Su-won sat in silence. In the end, Duke Jong took the initiative to speak to Su-won. "Princess, excuse me for asking, what do you like about this boy Jong-yu?" Su-won was stunned by his question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. After a while, she said slowly, "Because he's good-looking." This answer was unexpected for Duke Jong, and it instantly made him laugh. "He doesn't look good. How can he be good-looking?" "From my own father." I don't know if he really thinks so, or is just being polite. However, when he said this, his expression and tone were clearly full of pride. Su-won suddenly discovered that Duke Jong was not as serious as he had imagined, and he might have a funny side. This kid has been stubborn since he was young. He has never gotten along with me, and likes to go against me. For the sake of his mother, I have always turned a blind eye to it. Gradually, this kid has grown up and now has a girl he likes. When he was a child, he would do everything he could to achieve whatever he wanted. It is still the same now. After all, the child has grown up, and I am old too. Duke Jong looked up at the sky, as if missing something. Su-won didn't know what he meant by suddenly saying all this to her, but she could tell that he was quite indulgent towards Jong-yu. Soon, Jong-yu's wound was treated and Su-mu walked out. "It's done. You can go in and take a look." Su-won ran into the tent immediately, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Jong-yu was lying on the bed. He had already changed into clean pajamas. Now he could only sleep on his stomach. Seeing Su-won coming, he smiled at her gently. Faced with his sister's disregard for him, Su-mu sighed helplessly and waited outside. "My eldest brother told me to remember to take my younger sister with me when I come back. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate for a girl to be out so late at night." He kept his elder brother's instructions in mind and would be responsible for bringing Su-won back later. Su-won came in and sat beside the bed to help him wipe the sweat off his face. "Are you feeling better? Does it hurt?" Jong-yu naturally held her hand, put it to his lips and kissed it. Because it was late at night, the wind in the woods was a little cold, so her hands were also cold. Jong-yu's brows wrinkled slightly. "With you here, I won't feel any pain." Su-won felt embarrassed by his words. After all, his father was still around. It was already this late, and he still didn't forget to say these cheesy love words. "Since it doesn't hurt, then just take good care of it by yourself." Su-won shook his hand away, and Jong-yu's expression changed instantly. "It still hurts a little bit." Duke Jong couldn't help but hold his forehead when he saw his son's expression changing faster than turning the pages of a book. This kid. Why didn't I realize he was so shameless before? Su-won glared at him and reached out to pull the quilt over him to cover him. Duke Jong felt that he was quite redundant here, so he coughed twice awkwardly. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough. Jong-yu had seen him standing there a long time ago, but he didn't take it seriously and just left him alone on purpose. "Well, since you're fine, I'll go back and rest. I've asked someone to make some medicine for you. Remember to drink it later. You're already a grown-up. Don't always expect others to wait on you." Isn't that embarrassing? Duke Jong was a bit hypocritical. He was obviously very worried and distressed, but he still had to pretend to be tough. When Jong-yu was beaten just now, didn't he also have a look of unbearable pain on his face? Now he is pretending not to care much. This father and son are really something. They dislike each other but also understand each other. Duke Jong went out straight after saying this, leaving the space to the young couple. "In asking for marriage tonight, I still gained something. At least Jong-yu also saw Soo-won's firmness in their feelings. Soo-won actually wanted to explain to him what happened with Morong-hwai. Morong-hwai and I know. Before Soo-won could finish her words, he spoke first. Then he added, I believe you. Morong-hwai just told me that, Won-won, no matter what secrets you have, I will respect your choice. You don't have to explain anything to me. He had already known about Soo-won's comments on Morong-hwai. His people protected Soo-won every day, so naturally they saw her meeting Morong-hwai alone. One is the woman he loves, and the other is his good brother. In fact, he trusts both of them. Moreover, the sixth prince was obviously trying to sow discord today, and he was not blinded. After hearing what he said, Soo-won was too lazy to explain. He just needed him to believe in himself, and there was no need to say anything else. The more I explain, the more it seems like I'm deliberately covering up something. Soon, a bowl of hot medicine was brought in. Soo-won personally fed him spoonful by spoonful and considerately used a handkerchief to wipe off the medicine stains at the corners of his mouth. It's a bit bitter, Jong-yu said with a frown. Soo-won didn't believe him at all. Even if this guy couldn't bear the pain from being beaten, he could still hold back and not cry out. How could he not bear this small bowl of bitter medicine? I'm used to your bad habits. Good medicine tastes bitter, but is good for the disease. Be good and pinch your nose, and it will soon stop being bitter. Jong-yu thought. It seemed different from what he imagined. Shouldn't she go along with him and gently coax him to drink? Sure enough, his daughter, Won-won, cannot be held to the same standards as ordinary girls. It's just so different. In the end, Jong-yu still drank the bowl of bitter medicine quietly. That's right, the deeper the feelings, the more you swallow. Jong-yu was really helpless. He was speechless because of his deep feelings. Won-won, it's time to go back, Soo-moo's voice was heard outside the tent. Soo-won didn't expect that he was still waiting outside. Soo-won has been in there for so long. After thinking about the time, he felt that it was time to leave. You can come and go, but you can't stay out all night, otherwise who knows what kind of scandals will be spread. Then I'll leave first. I'll come see you tomorrow. Have a good rest. Soo-won stood up to leave, but Jong-yu grabbed her arm and stopped her. Just leave like that? His tone and expression were pitiful, and Soo-won really couldn't stand him like this. Then what do you want?
Soo-won was rarely shy.
Jong-yu pointed directly at his lips and blatantly asked for a kiss. Considering that he bravely stood up for love today and was beaten with 30 boards, Soo-won decided to satisfy him. So she squatted down and kissed the corner of his lips. When she was about to leave, he hooked his neck and deepened the kiss, preventing her from leaving. Seeing that there was no movement from inside, Soo-moo lifted the curtain and prepared to call Soo-won again. But when he opened the tent, he saw this scene and was so angry that his eyes were spitting fire. He swung the tent curtain hard and then walked out. I thought, how disgraceful is this? Darn Jong-yu, he shouldn't have cared about him. He still wants to take advantage of Won-won at this time. Soo-moo made such a big noise that Soo-won naturally couldn't ignore it. She pushed Jong-yu away, glared at him, and ran away in a hurry. Jong-yu-jun raised his eyebrows, showing no remorse at all. He licked his lower lip fondly, with an extremely seductive expression. When Soo-won came out, her face was as red as a cooked shrimp. So embarrassing that her second brother saw her kissing Jong-yu. It was unbearable. Let's go. Soo-moo calmed himself down, didn't look back at her, and walked away. Soo-won followed closely behind him. As soon as they left, Morong-hwai came with a bunch of golden wound medicine in his hand. He broke into Jong-yu's tent directly, and when he saw his good brother lying on the couch, he felt guilty. Today he was dragged out by his father to be a shield, and almost became the bad guy. Why shouldn't he come over and express his stance? Lao Jong, how are you? Are you still alive? It's true that a dog can't spit out ivory. Jong-yu turned his head and looked at him speechlessly. It's good that you're still alive. Here are some medicines I collected from the Imperial physician. Use any of them that you find useful. I don't want to see your happiness for the rest of your life ruined like this. After hearing this, Jong-yu thought his injury shouldn't cost him the happiness of the rest of his life, right? Seventh Prince, if you don't need your mouth anymore, you can give it to someone who does. The implication of this was that he couldn't speak, and Morong-hwai also heard it. But he is thick-skinned and never puts on airs in front of his brothers. Yes, of course I shouldn't. I came here today to tell you that I absolutely have no feelings towards the princess. I still understand the principle that a brother's wife should not be bullied. Don't worry, I will tell my mother. Won't you choose a concubine for me after returning to the capital? I will choose the main wife by then, and they won't be able to target the princess anymore. Morong-hwai has already thought it through. In short, he wants his brothers to rest assured. Could it be possible that they would let a princess be their concubine? So careless? Jong-yu felt, how could he make getting married sound so easy? Morong-hwai shrugged. For someone of my status, marriage is bound up with politics. I've seen that the daughter of the right prime minister is very good. I've already planned to choose her as my 7th prince's consort. She absolutely supports and loves me. She's a good match in every way. He had thought it through thoroughly. Since he wanted to compete for that position, he had no control over matters of the heart. Moreover, he had a good impression of the daughter of the right prime minister. Her talent and appearance were first class, and their identities were also well matched. Marrying her will be of great help to my future. Since he has made the decision, Jong-yu can't interfere and just let him do it. No. Is this your reaction? Morong-hwai felt that his reaction was a bit perfunctory considering how ordinary it was. So, what reaction does the 7th prince want from me? Jong-yu thought, as long as you don't set your sights on my people, I don't care who you marry. Don't you want to ask why I want to marry the daughter of the right prime minister? Didn't you say that her status and fame are a good match for you? Jong-yu wouldn't have misheard, right? If he remembered correctly. She is the most beautiful woman in Kyoto, don't you know? When I first saw her, I was deeply impressed by her beauty. Morong-hwai was deeply intoxicated by the beauty of the right prime minister's daughter. Oh my goodness. So it's because you were attracted by her beauty, right? The most beautiful woman in Kyoto? I have no impression of her. I didn't pay much attention to her. Jong-yu was no stranger to the right prime minister, but he had no impression of what his daughter looked like. In his eyes, Soo-won is the most beautiful. As expected, when you are in love, you don't care about other people. But it's okay this way. I have already tested it. The daughter of the right prime minister has a good impression of me. I believe that our life after marriage will be especially happy. Morong-hwai has already started fantasizing about it. In fact, there was a story between him and Lin Jingshu, the daughter of the right prime minister. He had just traveled through time a few years ago and was deeply impressed by Lin Jingshu. At that time, Lin Jingshu had just come of age. In fact, Jong-yu discovered that Morong-hwai sometimes spoke in a style quite similar to Soo-won's, including his tone and opinions. It was hard to tell how they were similar, but they were very similar. When the princes have chosen their concubines, His Majesty will begin to confer titles of kingship upon them one by one. From now on, they will no longer be addressed as His Royal Highness the Prince, but as Prince. Tonight, many people couldn't sleep because of Jong-yu's request for marriage. Everyone was trying to guess the emperor's thoughts. Some hoped that he would agree to the marriage between Princess Xuanla and Prince Jong, while others hoped that the emperor would go with the flow and simply let the 7th prince and Princess Xuanla be a couple. In short, everyone has their own thoughts. There was another person who couldn't sleep either, and that was Lin Jingshu, the daughter of the right prime minister. Although the left prime minister and the right prime minister were first-rank prime ministers, apart from being highly respected and virtuous, they were not as prestigious as the grand secretaries who had many students all over the world, and they were not as powerful as the 6 ministers. To be honest, when the emperor said tonight that he intended to appoint Princess Xuanla as the 7th prince's consort, she was really panicked because the emperor did not look like he was joking. The next morning, when Soo-won woke up, the first thing he did after washing up was to run to Jong-yu, accompany him to eat breakfast, and watch him take medicine. Jong-yu found that it seemed that it was not a bad idea to take the 30 lashes. At least Won-won was now focusing all her attention on him. She wanted to go and take care of Jong-yu, and Soo-jing and the others didn't stop her and let her go. The emperor had naturally heard about Jong-yu being beaten last night, and the Imperial hospital had already reported Jong-yu's condition to him. It was a real beating, absolutely no water involved, the kind that left you bloody and you couldn't get out of bed for half a month. The emperor's anger subsided a lot, and he sent someone to send some supplements over. The hunting was not delayed due to other matters, and everything went on as usual. The emperor even specially kept Su-yun and prepared imperial meals for him. We changed the dishes every day and enjoyed the meal very much. Concubine Chen seemed to be in much better spirits, and she naturally knew everything that happened in the evening. She did have her eyes on Su-won and was planning to make her daughter-in-law, but now it seems that this is not going to happen, because her son Morong-hwai has made it clear that he does not like Princess Xuanla, and there is no intention to compete with the Prince of Zhong for her. Prince Zhong and Morong-hwai are good brothers now. If their relationship is ruined because of the marriage, it would be more trouble than gain, so she temporarily gave up the idea. For several days in a row, Su-won accompanied Jong-yu during the day and went back at night. Read to him, play the zither for him, wipe his face and hands, and feed him medicine. Jong-yu enjoyed his life to the fullest and even hoped that such a life could continue forever. I can't remember how long it has been. I hadn't seen you for several years because I was on the front line. After I came back, the time we had to meet and spend time together was also very short. It's really rare to have time like this to be together every day. Everyone tacitly agreed not to disturb them. The emperor naturally knew that Princess Xuanla visited Prince Zhong diligently every day and did not avoid suspicion at all. The emperor was not angry either. Everything was under control. Now that the country is peaceful and the people are safe, there will be no more wars within 100 years. He has to find a way to take back some things that should be taken back. Drink the medicine. Anan just brought the medicine in, and Su-won handed it directly to Jong-yu's mouth. He was now lying on the couch at an angle, propped up high with pillows. Feed me. He made the request directly, looking at Su-won with an affectionate smile. Su-won was used to his rogue behavior these days, so he followed his request and fed him medicine. Jong-yu looked at her with eyes that were tearful. After drinking the drink, he wanted to say it was too bitter, but before he could open his mouth, Su-won stuffed a candied fruit into his mouth. Everyone had guessed what he would do next, and Su-won was ready. The main focus is on anti-routine. Just after I finished taking the medicine, Anan came in again and reported directly. Young master, the eldest daughter of shunned Marquis's mansion is here. She said she wants to see you. Do you want to see her? The Shun Marquis is quite sensitive to Jong-yu, and Zhong Liar is also quite sensitive to him. After all, Manhwa was angry with him about this a few days ago. Do you think I can see you now? Jong-yu looked at Anan and asked a question. Anan saw that the young master looked so sickly, and it seemed inconvenient for him to meet people. He had indeed been a little too weak to take care of himself in front of the princess these past 2 days. I understand, young master. I will go and tell her right away. Just tell her to stop seeing me and tell her not to come around me anymore. Anan left. Jong-yu added this sentence directly. Su-won nodded with satisfaction, thinking to herself, you still have some desire to survive. She wondered, if it is not convenient for you to see me now, does it mean it will be convenient in the future? Fortunately, I added that sentence at the end, otherwise I would never be done with him. Told Zhong Liar exactly what the young master had said, and added, Miss Zhong, our prince is accompanied by Princess Xuanla, so you don't need to worry about him. Please go back. After saying this, Anan left her there and returned all the things she had brought to her maid. Her maid complained, Miss, Prince Zhong is too arrogant. Zhong Liar was so angry that she was about to die. She hated Su-won so much when she thought of him. It's all the fault of that witch Xuanla, who has been occupying the prince all day long. Doesn't she know that Duke Zhong originally wanted me to marry the prince? She dared to slander Su-won on someone else's territory. Her maid quickly interrupted, Miss, please be careful with your words. If someone hears you scolding the princess, you'll be punished. I'm not wrong. She was the one who stole my marriage. No, I have to go back and talk to my father. I want him to ask Duke Zhong if his original words still count. Duke Zhong had previously asked Marquis Shund whether his daughter had been promised to someone else. Although he did not state it directly, the implication was clear. When it came to her, it was as if the matter had already been settled. Before, when Jong-yu didn't show his face, she was also lukewarm about him. But now that Jong-yu has shown his face, it just suits her taste, and she starts dreaming about it again.
Ugh.
This hunting trip lasted only 10 days. The weather was bad, and heavy rain suddenly fell in the mountains. We were worried that everyone would be trapped in the mountains and that some unpredictable geological disasters would occur, such as landslides. For the safety of His Majesty and all the masters, we decided to return to Kyoto early. This is fine. There isn't much fun to do in the mountains. It's just fresh for the first 1 or 2 days. Moreover, Jiaqing injured her leg and had to stay indoors every day. If she didn't want to see Su-chin more often, she would have wanted to quit staying in the paddock long ago. Jong-yu was also injured and had to lie in bed every day. Su-won was almost suffocated by staying with him in that darn tent every day. This heavy rain came at a good time, so the emperor decided to go back first. The hunting team descended the mountain and returned to Kyoto in a mighty procession. The team stretched for several kilometers, which showed how many people went this time. This kind of activity is held every year and is very time-consuming and costly. I don't know which ancestors set this rule. Back in Su Mansion in Kyoto, I really feel comfortable everywhere. At this season, there are a lot of mosquitoes, rats, and ants on the mountains. I will be covered in bites after going out at night. Mr. and Mrs. Su have been at home for more than 10 days, and they feel that the days are passing very slowly. The children all went to the paddock, leaving the old couple at home, feeling quite lonely guarding such a big house. Although there were so many servants, they all behaved themselves and worked hard every day. It seemed that the mansion was dull without the noise of children. They came back, they all crowded into the living room, and the noisy feeling of home was restored. After the emperor returned to Beijing, there were 2 major events. One was the official corruption case, and the other was the prince's selection ceremony for concubines. For the 5th, 6th, and 7th princes was naturally presided over by their mothers. By concubine Chen, there are also concubine Shu, the mother of the 5th prince, and concubine Su, the mother of the 6th prince. Su Jiaoyi was not favored, her mother's family was not in Kyoto, and her position was not high, so she could only depend on Shu Fei. Both of them had different backgrounds and had a lot of common topics, and the 6th prince had been closer to the 5th prince since childhood. Now that they were of one mind, concubine Shu and concubine Su were naturally on the same front. Su Jiaoyi didn't ask for much. She just wanted to live the rest of her life in peace and stability, and for her son to be a leisurely prince. She didn't want to fight for anything else. As soon as he came back, the emperor gave orders, asking concubine Chen to preside over the selection of a concubine, and also asked the empress to send a letter to Su-won. They said that she was to be invited to participate in the prince's selection of concubines and to watch the ceremony. Su-won held the invitation in his hand and suddenly thought that the emperor might be serious. Do you really want her to be your daughter-in-law? Logically speaking, she was a princess, and her status meant she didn't need to attend such an occasion where the prince was selecting a concubine, but since this invitation was written by the queen herself, she had to take it seriously. Unable to make up his mind, Su-won simply took the post and went directly to Jong-yu to see what he had to say. Jong-yu's injury hasn't healed yet, and he can't come out by himself, so she has to go find him. Although it might not be a good idea to visit someone without permission, who cares? The situation is urgent. The selection of a concubine will take place in 3 days, so this matter is urgent. When her brothers at home heard that she was going to look for Jong-yu, they all asked her what happened. Su-won showed them the post, and they all fell silent. Could it be that the emperor really intends to let you marry the 7th prince? Su-chin read the above content and couldn't make up his mind. She wasn't asked to participate, but she was invited to watch the ceremony. What's going on? Don't worry, the queen just asked you to watch the ceremony. Don't think too much. If you want to go to Duke Zhong's mansion, I will accompany you. Su Jing thought about it and decided to accompany her to meet Jong-yu first to see what he had to say. If you want to marry Wan, it mainly depends on how hard he tries. Su Mu and several other brothers also felt that this was the only way for the time being, so they asked their eldest brother to take Wan to Duke Zhong's mansion. Su Jing directly wrote a visiting card and handed it to the Duke's mansion. After receiving a reply from there, he would bring Su-won to visit. Jong-yu couldn't get out of bed yet, so it was really inconvenient. The servant he sent waited at the door for a long time, but no one paid any attention to him. Finally, he sent someone out to tell them that the Duke had gone to train his troops and was not at home, and they would have to wait until he came back before they could talk. The servant had no choice but to come back and reply to Su Jing. Upon hearing this result, Su Jing frowned tightly. They wanted to visit Jong-yu, and handing over a card was a courtesy. Normally, they could just go directly, but why did they have to wait for the Duke to come back? What did this mean? Su-won could figure out what was going on with her toes. Now the concubine had the final say in the backyard of the Duke's mansion, and she must have asked her subordinates to reply. At Junshan, Jong-yu asked for marriage on the spot, and she was there. Now the Su family specially sent a visiting card, but she dismissed it like this. Who is she looking down on? In response to this, Su-won said directly to Lu-yun, "Find a way to contact your young master's secret guards." Lu-yun and Lu-ying heard this. They looked at Su-won in confusion. What did the princess mean by this? Seeing that the two of them were still staring at each other, Su-won sighed and explained, "Don't just stand there. Go quickly. I knew a few years ago that you were arranged by Jong-yu, and it was exposed long ago." Lu-yun. Firefly. Well, it turns out that the princess already knew about it, but she just didn't expose it. Lu-yun quickly contacted the secret guards around Jong-yu. Su-won asked her to tell the truth. Since when did a concubine become the one in charge of such a huge Duke's mansion? Jong-yu received the news. He was also helpless and directly ordered an invitation to be written to the Su mansion, inviting Minister Su and the princess to visit. He is still recovering from his injuries and cannot be moved easily. After a day of hard work, it was already dark and Su-won could only wait until tomorrow to visit again. Later that night, the Duke returned home and went straight to see Jong-yu. As soon as I walked in, I felt that the atmosphere inside was not right and the air pressure was a bit low. How did I offend you again? Seeing Jong-yu's expressionless face and low pressure all over his body, Duke Jong knew that he was unhappy again. Normally, when I see him coming, I would show some reaction, but today his face is so dark. He must be unhappy. Can you please take good care of your concubine? When will it be her turn to make decisions in the Duke's mansion? How dare you send my guests away without permission? If you can't bear to punish me, I don't mind doing it for you. Well, he directly explained why he was unhappy. As soon as Duke Jong heard it, he knew why he was unhappy, because of Ningwei. So he called the butler directly to question him and found out the whole story. Originally, things like visiting cards are collected by the housekeeper and then checked. If someone is visiting a patient, just let the person in. If someone is visiting the house, then one needs to ask the host for permission. At that time, Minister Su's carriage had already arrived at the Duke's mansion, but they were sent back. It was really disrespectful. No wonder Jong-yu got so angry. Ningwei was indeed bold. Su Jing was a second-rank official after all, and she said she would not give him face, so she did not give him face. Putting aside other things, she did this very wrongly. The housekeeper said that when the post was handed over, he was replying to the concubine and they happened to meet, so the concubine took care of the matter directly. At that time he said it was inappropriate, but was given a cold stare by his concubine. After hearing this, Duke Jong knew he was in the wrong, so he said to Jong-yu, "She was indeed wrong in this matter. You have the final say on how you want to deal with it, but don't make it too much. This matter isn't a big deal. At least it won't lead to someone being beaten to death, right? A concubine should behave like a concubine. When will it be her turn to make decisions about the master's affairs? I don't think she's very good at dealing with people, and I don't know how many people she'll offend in the future. She's yours, so I can't do it myself, but isn't this too much power for her?" Jong-yu is forcing his father to take back Ningwei's housekeeper rights. Are you asking me to take back her housekeeping rights? But now she is the only woman in the backyard. If she has to attend social events outside in the future, it won't delay her from going out for social events. Giving her dignity outside is enough. Duke Jong wanted to say that he would need her for some activities involving the women in the backyard in the future, but Jong-yu interrupted him directly. The meaning was very clear, and an explanation must be given. Duke Jong raised his eyebrows and said directly to the butler, "From now on, you will be in charge of the household affairs of the Duke's mansion. Please take back the housekeeper's key from the concubine." Butler Wu was somewhat flattered when he heard this. He has been in the Duke's mansion for decades and has sufficient experience in all aspects, so he can put his mind at ease. However, he was a little nervous about being in charge of such a large Duke's mansion. Duke Jong seemed to see what he was thinking, so he added, "You take care of it for now. When the Crown Prince's wife comes home, you won't need to take care of it anymore." There are a lot of implications in his words. From the sound of it, does he agree to the marriage between the prince and the princess? Jong-yu also heard that he agreed, so he didn't stop him. Ningwei was feeling complacent at first and had annoyed Jong-yu, but she didn't expect that the Duke would take away her power as housekeeper. She was completely confused and refused to cooperate in taking out the key to the accounting office. She went directly to ask for an audience with the Duke. Duke Jong would see her at this moment, and no matter how much she cried, it would be of no use. Finally, Duke Jong got tired of her crying and told her directly that if she didn't cooperate, she could just get out of the mansion and go wherever she wanted. Only then did Ningwei calm down. She didn't expect Jong-yu to be so vicious that he directly asked the Duke to take away her power as housekeeper. She didn't expect that the Duke would actually listen to him. If she had known this would happen, she would not have said anything unnecessary. The next morning, Duke Jong sent his butler to pick up Soo-won in person to express the sincerity of the Duke's mansion. A luxurious carriage was prepared, and Soo-jing and Soo-won were respectfully invited to come. Soo-jing brought Shin-ching-li and Soo-won out, and Butler Wu came up and bowed to apologize. "Minister Soo, Madam Soo, Princess Xuanla, the Duke was not at home yesterday and the Crown Prince was ill. The servants at home were ignorant and offended you all. Today, the Duke specially asked me to come and pick you up." Soo-jing certainly didn't need to make things difficult for a concubine, and Duke Jong was quite sincere now. "It's okay, we just want to visit the prince." The three of them got on the carriage. As for bringing Shin-ching-li along, the reason was that it was not a good idea to bring Soo-won along directly. Who knows what the story would turn into if it got out. So it would be better to bring the wife along so that the visit would be legitimate. After arriving at the Duke's mansion, Butler Wu had already arranged for people to prepare all the reception etiquette. Yesterday, not only was Ningwei's housekeeper rights taken away, she was also punished by being grounded for a month, so she could not come out to meet guests. After a few polite words in the front hall, Duke Jong went to the military camp again today. He stood on the stage, looking at the soldiers training below, feeling deeply moved, thinking that he was too old now and might not come here again. Also came here today to say goodbye. He has spent most of his life here. Now that the country is peaceful and the people are prosperous, he is no longer needed as the head coach. Jong-yu woke up early in the morning because he knew Soo-won was coming, so he got ready early. This guy came to the Duke's mansion for the first time. The Duke's mansion is really big, much bigger than the Soo family. It takes a quarter of an hour just to walk to Jong-yu's yard. Soo-jing and Shin-ching-li did not go to Jong-yu's room, but left the space for the two of them to talk. The couple sat in Jong-yu's yard and drank tea, and had some snacks. Anan brought Soo-won into Jong-yu's room, and then closed the door behind him when he went out. Jong-yu was lying on the chaise longue. When he saw Soo-won coming, he waved at her with a smile on his face, motioning her to sit next to him. "Come over." Soo-won crossed her arms, still holding the gold-embossed invitation written by the queen. She walked over and looked at him with her nose not her nose, and her eyes not her eyes. One was standing and the other was sitting, and she looked down on him in a rather condescending manner. Jong-yu knew from her expression that this time it was not just a simple visit to see him, so he put away the smile on his face. Soo-won threw the post directly at him. "Look, the queen has invited me to attend the prince's selection ceremony." Jong-yu picked up the gold-embossed post and opened it. The words on it were written in red pen. The general content was an invitation to Soo-won to attend the ceremony. On the surface, it is said to be a viewing ceremony, but we don't know whether it will be effective in the end. Jong-yu's face darkened. This was obviously the emperor's intention. Otherwise, why would the empress send such an invitation? The meaning is obvious, trying to force them to do something. What now? Soo-won directly brought a stool and sat in front of him. It was impossible for her to get involved in the court's affairs, but now it seems that it is obviously impossible. The emperor does not agree with their marriage, but he does not object to their relationship. This is a difficult matter to weigh. Jong-yu stared at the invitation and fell into deep thought. In fact, he knew very well the emperor's intention, which was not to force Soo-won to marry the seventh prince. The solution to this problem lies with his father, Duke Jeong. Won, don't worry. Let me discuss this with my father first. The emperor doesn't want to force you to marry a royal family member, nor does he want to disrupt our marriage. Instead, he wants to take back the military power of the Duke of Jeong's mansion. The Duke of Jeong's mansion has been in charge of 100,000 troops for 3 generations in a row because Jong-yu's great-grandfather had served as a successor to Emperor Taizong. He followed Emperor Taizong in conquering the world, and later finally helped Emperor Taizong establish the state of Jin. Back then, the great-grandfather and Emperor Taizong were very good brothers. One can stabilize the country with culture, and the other can stabilize the country with military force. When Jin's state was first established and the world was just beginning to stabilize, Taizong gave the Jeong mansion the power of 100,000 troops, which has been passed down to Jong-yu's father's generation, which is now the 3rd generation. Now, the foreign countries have been recovered. For the current emperor, his achievements have been fulfilled. There will be no more wars within 100 years, the country is peaceful, and the people are safe. The Jeong mansion still holds the military power, and the Soo mansion is prospering. If the 2 mansions want to form a marriage, they have to be on guard. Therefore, if the 2 want to get married, Jeong has to give up the power to send troops. But Jong-yu really found it difficult to bring this matter up. This tiger talisman was the glory of several generations of the Jeong mansion. Because of his deeds, his father's generation failed. He didn't know how his father would face his ancestors 100 years later. But he had no idea that Duke Jeong had already made preparations. Anyway, this tiger talisman is both an honor and a hidden danger for the Jeong family. This day will come sooner or later. When it comes to the military power of Duke Jeong's mansion, Soo-won has no right to comment now, and she is not qualified to ask Duke Jeong to force him to hand over his military power for the sake of her marriage with Jong-yu. After all, with this military power in hand, as long as the Jin kingdom is not destroyed, the glory of the Duke's mansion can be guaranteed for thousands of years.
Soo-won was silent.
It turned out that she had been thinking too much and misjudged the whole time. The emperor doesn't care who she marries. All he cares about is the 100,000 soldiers who are enough to shake the foundation of the country. Now, the foreign nations have been pacified, and the territory of Jin's state has expanded to a certain extent. The achievements of his generation are sufficient to be recorded in history books in the future. But he didn't want any unexpected events to happen during his years in power, so he had to be on guard. In a prosperous country, there is no need to worry about wars. So what is the use of those military generals? What's the use of those generals holding these military powers? This matter is really hard to weigh. Who would easily give up the power of 100,000 troops? Once given up, the Duke of Jeong's mansion will be just a shell with a beautiful appearance in the future, no different from those marquis and earls' mansions which are a name only. That's why Jong-yu said that the turning point of this matter lies in his father. As a son, he has grown up but has not fulfilled the responsibilities of a prince. He cannot just ask his father to give up the military power, right? If it really doesn't work, he will take Soo-won away from Kyoto and go to Zhongzhou. The worst that could happen is that I won't return to Kyoto in this life, but what about Soo-won's family? Just to be with him, was he selfishly asking her to give up her family and hide in Zhongzhou with him for the rest of her life? So this matter also made Jong-yu very distressed. There were some things he didn't know how to say, not that he didn't understand. Everyone understands the truth, but no one has a stance on it. Are you feeling better now? Soo-won changed the subject and asked about his health instead. Now that she knows, She should understand that the emperor's goal is to take back the military power, not her. Inviting her to attend the ceremony was actually just to force them and make them anxious. Since I don't have to worry about marrying Manhwa, what am I worried about? It's just a matter of dragging it on. I've waited for so many years, so I don't care about these few months. I'm much better now. I'll be able to get out of bed on my own in a few days. The beating was real, it was no joke. 30 lashes of the cane were enough to take the life of a weak woman. Fortunately, he was a trained fighter and handled the situation promptly, so the problem wasn't serious. After all this time, it turned out that Soo-won was just worrying for nothing. It was all in vain. Afterwards, Soo-won stayed with him here for half a day, and then went back. He couldn't keep his elder brother and sister-in-law waiting all the time, right? On the way back, Soo-won told his elder brother about what happened. Soo-jing was not surprised. He had thought of this, but he did not expect it to be true. He didn't know what to say about this matter. All I can say is that the time has come just right. If he were in the emperor's shoes, he would do the same. Won, I can't help you with this matter. It involves military power, and neither you nor I have the right to interfere. Soo-jing wanted to help, but since this matter concerned military power, he, a civil servant, had no say. She had never thought of asking her elder brother for help. She wanted to help but didn't know where to start. It was really annoying. Duke Jong returned to the Duke Jong mansion very late. When he came back, he packed up all the things he had left in the military camp. There were weapons used for daily training, spare armor, and a lot of other miscellaneous stuff. He moved back to his second home in the military camp. The next morning, when he attended court, Duke Jong held a box and put on his bright red official robe. Jong-yu originally wanted to discuss the matter with him after he left the court, but unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the servant had just finished shouting, "If you have something to say, stand up and report it. If not, dismiss the court," when the Duke of Jong stood up. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." The emperor looked at Duke Jong, who came out and knelt down, raised his eyebrows, turned the yellow jade dragon-patterned ring on his thumb, and his brows unconsciously showed a hint of good mood.
Duke Jong, what do you want to say? Tell me.
The emperor is really an old fox. Everything is obviously under his control, but he pretends to know nothing. Your Majesty, now the country is peaceful and the people are safe, without wars. I have thought about it and realized that I am old and my old illness has relapsed. The pain is unbearable. I have long been powerless to take care of military affairs. Now I just want to retire early, recuperate at home, and look forward to my children getting married and having grandchildren around me. Today I specially return the tiger talisman to the court. I hope that your Majesty will allow me to take off my armor because I have worked hard for most of my life and have a lot of illnesses. In the palace, Duke Jong said this and presented the box containing the tiger talisman with both hands. When he said this, Soo-jing and Soo-chun were both shocked. They thought that this matter would have many twists and turns, but they didn't expect that Duke Jong would compromise so quickly. At the same time, Duke Tang, as well as Princes Morong-sheng, Morong-hwai, and others were also shocked. Once Duke Jong decides to hand over the military power, it means that his network is no longer useful, and they can forget about relying on winning over Duke Jong's mansion to gain control of the 100,000 troops. For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts. There are advantages and disadvantages to asking Duke Jong to give up his power to dispatch troops. The emperor did not respond immediately, but remained silent for a moment before speaking. Duke Jong's old illness has relapsed. Do you need to arrange for a royal doctor to help you? Really don't quite understand the emperor's policy of appeasement. It was as if he was not worried about whether he could get the military power back. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. But there is no need to bother the imperial physician. Since this is an old illness, it is a recurring one. It is useless to see an imperial physician. Your Majesty, I just want to go home and recuperate now. I hope Your Majesty will grant me your permission. Duke Jong lowered his head even more, and every word he said was sincere. The emperor stopped playing with the jade ring and began to stroke his beard. Hesitating and thinking for a while, He winked at Servant Liu, indicating him to go and get the military token. Duke Jiang, you must think it through. Once you take back the military token, you can't regret it. This is the honor bestowed upon your Jiang family by the great ancestor. Your Jiang family has protected our country for 3 generations. Now that the military power has been taken back, is the only thing you want is to go home and recuperate? If you have other requests, I can also consider satisfying them and try my best to satisfy you. The emperor felt that he was not the kind of person who was unreasonable. Since he had achieved his desired goal, he naturally could not go too far. After a blow, you will be rewarded with a sweet date. It's up to you to seize the opportunity. Your Majesty, this is the decision I made after much thought. I have come to this position today by taking from the people and giving back to the people. I have 1/2 of my life's honor thanks to your Majesty's grace. Now that the war is over and the world is at peace, keeping this tiger talisman will not help. It is better to return it to the court. But before that, I have a wish. I hope your Majesty will grant it. Oh? What is the wish of Lord Jiang? Just tell me. As long as I can satisfy your wish, I will definitely satisfy you. The emperor has taken back his military power, and now he is in a good mood. He has achieved his goal, but he also needs to appease his enemies. I would like to ask the emperor to grant my son a marriage. I would like to ask the emperor to marry Princess Xuanla, the sister of the Minister of Personnel Su Jing. This is my only wish. I beg the emperor to grant my consent. Duke Jiang finished speaking. He even kowtowed to the ground. He has made the greatest sacrifice and fulfillment within his ability. He is an experienced person in love affairs, and he knows how unwilling he would be if he could not marry the woman he loves in this life. Because of him, he had been without a mother since he was a child, and he owed him this. Now, he would give everything to fulfill him. He could see that Jong-yu and Su-won were truly in love with each other. The two of them were just like him and Shinro in the past. When they looked at each other, they only had each other in their eyes. But he didn't want the two of them to follow their old path. He just wanted them to live a peaceful and happy life. It could be considered as his atonement. This result was expected by everyone. His Majesty remained silent for a moment as usual, then laughed. Before at Junshan, the Crown Prince asked me to arrange a marriage, but I refused because I intended to arrange the marriage of Princess Xuanla to my 7th prince. But a few days ago, the 7th prince told me that he already had someone in his heart, and that person was not Princess Xuanla. Concubine Chen also told me that children and grandchildren have their own blessings, and some things should not be forced. Now, Duke Jiang has come in person to ask for the Imperial decree to grant the Crown Prince a marriage, and has even surrendered his military power. If I continue to stop him, wouldn't that be like forcing a couple to part ways? Since this is the case, I cannot let lovers separate. I will approve your request today. After the court session, I will draft the Imperial decree to grant the marriage. You two families should go back and make preparations. Those who should propose marriage, and those who should give betrothal gifts should give betrothal gifts. Princess Xuanla was also canonized by me personally. She is of noble status. The 3 matchmakers, 6 betrothals, 3 letters, and 6 ceremonies are required. You cannot miss them. The emperor agreed to Duke Jiang's request, granted the marriage between Jong-yu and Su-won, and also allowed Duke Jiang to recuperate at home in the future. From then on, Duke Jiang no longer needed to attend court. He only needed to stay at home every day and no longer had to go to the military camp to train. He just stayed at home to recuperate, trim flowers and plants, feed fish, etc. If the emperor had anything to discuss with him, he would naturally summon him to the palace. The 2 brothers Su Jing and Su Chen never thought that this matter would go so smoothly. I was worried that it would drag on, but unexpectedly Duke Jiang took the initiative to hand over his military power, and the problem was easily resolved. After the court session, Duke Jiang was the last one to walk out of the palace gate, and Duke Tang was with him. The sun was shining outside. Standing on the steps and looking up at the sky was square and surrounded by palace walls, trapping many people's lives. Looking back at the hall, Duke Jiang felt relieved for some reason. It's okay. I have devoted most of my life here, and now I don't have to come here anymore. From then on, the sky was high and the sea was vast, and he was no longer bound. Sometimes, learning to let go actively can be a kind of relief. You are willing to give it up. You just say no. Duke Tang stood beside him and seemed to see the relief in his expression. The two of them have been squeezing each other out for so many years, always wanting to be one step ahead of the other. Now, Duke Jong has retired from the court, and now he doesn't know who to compete with. When he thought about the future when he would be able to sleep until he woke up naturally at home and play with birds and feed fish every day, he actually felt a kind of envy in his heart. Duke Jong looked at him in confusion, ignored him, and walked away, which made Duke Tang very angry. When the imperial decree granting the marriage came down, Soo-won was still completely dazed. She knelt on the ground and listened to the servant who came to announce the decree read a bunch of words of praise, mostly words praising how well-matched the two were, and only at the end did he mention the marriage. The imperial edict was handed to her. She still felt like she was dreaming. She had just crawled out of bed and was still sleepy, and now she was told that the emperor agreed to the marriage, and even the imperial edict had come down. The palace away, Soo-won learned from his eldest brother what happened in the court today. It turns out that this imperial decree granting marriage was obtained by Duke Jong using his own military power. Needless to say how important it is. His feelings for Jong-yu were very deep, as everyone could see it. Any recurrence of old illness was fake. It was just to fulfill my son's wish. Jong-yu was a little confused when he received the imperial decree granting marriage. He had been thinking of discussing the follow-up matters with him today, but who knew that his father had done great things quietly and had taken the initiative to solve everything without him having to say a word. Jong-yu was holding the imperial edict, and Duke Jong was standing next to him. Facing his puzzled look, he was quite proud at that moment. Duke Jong stroked his beard and raised his eyebrows. Are you stupid? The imperial decree for marriage has come down. Are you satisfied? Have you prepared the betrothal gifts? When are you going to propose? Do you need my help? A series of questions made Jong-yu feel a little dizzy. Everything is ready. Grandfather is ready, but you are not. I mentioned this to him before, but he never agreed, so I never prepared any betrothal gifts and only prepared my grandfather's share. Duke Jong pulled out a document from his sleeve and threw it to him. I have prepared it for you a long time ago. This is the list of betrothal gifts.
Take a look and decide what to add.
But I have to tell you in advance that your grandfather's betrothal gift cannot be made public. Also, don't add anything too outrageous. If you don't know, you might think our Duke's mansion is a nouveau riche, and who knows how many bribes we have taken. Hurry up and get well, and find a day to propose marriage. Okay, stay here by yourself. If you don't understand anything about the betrothal gift list, send someone to ask me.
I have so many things to deal with.
Your uncles will definitely come to ask questions about my resignation this time.
It's a headache.
Duke Jong rubbed his temple as he left. It was at this moment that Jong-yu discovered that there seemed to be a few silver threads between his hair. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have started to grow old, and he actually felt a little guilty. Looking at the betrothal gift list in his hand, it was a thick book, and the contents on it almost used up 80% of the family assets of Duke Jong's mansion. If Ningwei knew about this, she would probably be so angry that her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys would ache. Jong-yu was silent for a long time, and suddenly he smiled with relief. He closed the betrothal gift list, closed his eyes, and thought of Soo-won's face. He wished he could get better immediately so that he could go and propose marriage and set a wedding date so that he could bring her home as soon as possible. Duke Jong had returned the military command to the court soon spread throughout Kyoto. Almost everyone, young and old, men and women knew that Duke Jong, who had led the army to many victories and directly put down external rebellions, had given up his power over 100,000 soldiers in order to obtain an imperial decree to grant the crown prince a marriage. Everyone knows how great an impact these 100,000 soldiers have on the Jong family. Without military power and no longer attending court, he was giving up legitimate power and choosing the most ordinary comfort and wealth. No one would be so generous to hand it over. They would hesitate for a while. But Duke Jong did not hesitate at all. It seemed that for him, it was a kind of relief and liberation. Sometimes, the burden on a person's shoulders is too heavy, and the responsibility is too heavy. Now that he has no power, he can rely on the achievements made by himself and the previous 2 generations, which is enough for the Jong family to survive safely for several generations. However, power is fascinating after all. Several generations of Jong family have been fearless and have always held their heads high wherever they go because of the 100,000 military power. Now, this military power is handed over just to find a wife for his son. The uncles and elders of the Jong family are really unhappy. The next morning, a group of people rushed into the mansion of Duke Jong, claiming to be family elders, and asked Duke Jong why he did not discuss with his family members before making a decision. Duke Jong was not panicked at all. The Jong family's honor had depended on his branch for generations. They had built the glory, and now it was up to him to return it, so he didn't need to explain anything to them. On the contrary, they have enjoyed wealth and glory over the years thanks to these honors. They are very prestigious wherever they go and are respected by everyone. Now that their interests are at stake, they are all anxious and have come to ask for an explanation. Duke Jong said directly that it had already been paid, and if anyone wanted to ask the emperor for it themselves, they could go. It was useless to ask him now. Besides, he was the Duke Jong, and he did not need to explain his decision to anyone. It was that simple. In the end, they held them accountable, but it was of no use, and they all went back obediently. At the same time, the marriage between the Jong and Su families has also become a hot topic in Kyoto. No one knew who packaged their story into a story and spread it out, but now their good story is known everywhere in Kyoto. Shwamla County is beautiful and kind-hearted. 5 years ago, she saved the dying prince of Jonghwa. The prince fell in love with the princess at first sight, and the princess fell in love with the prince over time. They became a couple, and after 5 years, they finally met at the top of the world and finally got married. Anyway, it's a good story and there's no need to pursue it. No matter who spread it, this version is a good one anyway. Tomorrow, Su-won will go to watch the ceremony of selecting a concubine. She was still worried yesterday, but today she has already set off. It would be a shame not to join in the fun and take a look at what the scene was like when the princes selected their concubines in ancient times. It's always a good idea to see more of the world. But today, just after Su Jing and Su Chen came off court, they actually received an invitation from Prince Xiang's mansion, inviting his brothers and Princess Xuanla to a banquet at the mansion. He said that he wanted to thank Su Chen for saving the princess in Junshan, so he invited Su Jing and Su Wan as well. The 2 brothers didn't care and just treated it as an ordinary dinner invitation. In the afternoon, the 3 siblings hitched a carriage and went to Prince Xiang's mansion. Everyone changed into ordinary clothes and brought gifts to visit the princess, with full courtesy. Su Chen was always wearing a dark robe wherever he went. When he didn't speak, he had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes and a cold and hard temperament. There was a kind of majesty that could not be ignored, which might be the murderous aura he had cultivated on the battlefield. It was obvious that he was not someone to be trifled with. But this kind of temperament particularly attracted Jiaqing, and she was always attracted to him unconsciously. The 3 siblings arrived. King Xiang's family personally came to the door to greet them, which made the 3 of them a little flattered. It would be fine if only the crown prince and the crown princess were here, but it was a bit unusual that even the prince and the princess came in person. Greetings to the prince, greetings to the princess, greetings to the prince and the princess. The 3 siblings greeted in unison. Sir Su, General Su, Princess, please don't be so polite. Please come in and take your seats. The prince smiled in a particularly kind manner, and the 4 masters of the palace all looked very happy, especially the look in their eyes when they looked at Su Chen, which revealed a look of satisfaction. Su Chen felt embarrassed when they looked at him and avoided their gazes. Princess, is Jia feeling better? I want to go see her. Suwon felt uncomfortable with them, and she couldn't get a word in, so she simply went to play with Jia. Thank you for your concern, Princess. She is much better now. She was so excited when she heard you were coming that she barely ate a bite of breakfast. She must have been bored these days. Princess, go check on her. Jiaqing is a person who can't sit still. When he heard that Suwon was coming, he was very happy. It just so happened that the kittens at home had already been born, so I let her pick 2 to take back home. The maid took Suwon to Jiaqing's yard. Jiaqing was lying on a recliner in the pavilion, petting a cat. Princess Xuanla is here. Her maid noticed Suwon coming and immediately bent down to tell her. When Jiaqing heard this, she stood up and looked back, and saw Suwon walking towards her from afar, waving at her happily. Jia, I'm here to see you. As soon as Suwon arrived, she found a seat and sat down, being very familiar. She and Jiaqing had already become friends, and the 2 girls didn't care about these empty formalities. Hey, Shongyun, come here, and let me hug you. When Suwon saw the kitten, she automatically changed into a cute voice. She didn't know why, but whenever she saw something cute, her voice would automatically become coquettish. Shongyun is a little male cat. Ruishua had just given birth to kittens. Jiaqing doesn't let it go out because he has to take care of the kittens. I'm much better now, Wanwan. Congratulations. You're finally going to have a happy ending with Prince Jong. I hope you can live a happy life for the rest of your life. Jiaqing had naturally heard about Jong-yu and Suwon's affairs a long time ago. The Imperial edict had already been issued, so it was a foregone conclusion. Thank you for your good wishes. Suwon raised a sweet smile. She was still looking forward to her marriage with Jong-yu, so she accepted all the blessings given to them by others. Wanwan, Ruishua gave birth to 4 kittens this time, but unfortunately, they are all male kittens. However, I promise to give them to you. You can pick 2 later, and keep them with Ruishua for a while. When they grow stronger, I will give them to you, okay? Jiaqing has always remembered this incident. Suwon had never thought about breeding them. He just wanted to keep 2 cats around to provide him with emotional value and companionship. Looking at them could heal his soul. Okay, I'll go check it out later. I'm telling you, I have to go to the palace tomorrow to watch the ceremony and see the princes choose their concubines. The Empress herself sent me a letter. Although the imperial decree to grant the marriage has already been issued, the letter is still valid, so I have to go. That would be very interesting. I haven't seen the Emperor brothers choose concubines yet. It must be very interesting. I envy you for being able to join in the fun. By the way, where is your 3rd brother? Is he here today? Jiaqing was talking. He turned the topic to his 3rd brother, his eyes flashing with anticipation. Suwon nodded. Your father personally invited your 3rd brother. How could he not come? He and my eldest brother are talking to your father and brother right now. Hearing this, Jiaqing's face turned red. She hesitated for a moment, but was still prepared to tell Suwon the truth about why she had called them here. Wanwan, didn't my mother hear me talking to you last time? She has always believed that men and women should not be intimate with each other, but in their eyes, General Su and I have hugged and kissed each other, so my father wants General Su to be responsible for me. This time, I asked you to come here to discuss this matter. I want to ask General Su's opinion and see if he is willing to marry me. But don't worry, if General Su doesn't want to, we won't force him. After all, it was my initiative. She wanted to tell it when she was still in Junshan, but her father and mother wouldn't let her, saying they were afraid of scaring General Su. As for the follow-up of the incident where the princess accidentally overheard their conversation, Suwon had never known how Jia resolved it, but now he finally knew. It turned out that the prince and princess had taken a fancy to her 3rd brother and wanted to take him as their son-in-law. No wonder they were so enthusiastic about him right away. Wanwan, tell me, will your 3rd brother agree with us? Jiaqing was still very nervous. She was afraid that Suchin would refuse, which would mean she had no chance because Suchin didn't like her. You can tell from her expression that she is quite panicked. Her face turns pale and red, with mixed emotions. In fact, she was quite happy for the 3rd brother that a girl liked him so much, especially when the other girl was such a lovely girl like Jia. Now, the Duke of Zhong's mansion is just an ordinary marquis family. It has no real power and poses no threat to the royal family. Prince Xiang is also an idle prince without much real power. In fact, it should not be impossible for them to marry into the family now. So, Suwon reached out and patted Jia Cheng's hand to comfort him. I can't guarantee anything else, but my third brother is special to you. You have to have faith. Jia Cheng smiled bitterly. Su Chen treated her specially because she was a princess. After all, that was her status, and he just respected her. As for Su Chen's feelings, she had no idea. As for Su Jing and Su Chen, the prince and the crown prince invited them to drink tea, chat, play chess, and talk about daily life. As they talked, the topic turned to serious business. Su Jing was playing chess with the prince, while Su Chen was drinking tea with the prince, and it was the prince who spoke first. General Su, what do you think of my Princess Jia Cheng? They had already inquired about it. Su Chen was unmarried, and it was rare to see even a female mosquito around him. Su Chen was suddenly asked this question and was stunned for a moment. Su Jing's hand holding the white chess piece paused for a moment, but only for a moment. He continued to play chess with the prince without looking away. Su Chen has to learn how to socialize on his own. These things are hard to avoid. Moreover, everyone has seen how Princess Jia Cheng treats her third brother differently. She probably invited them to her house this time just to find out Su Chen's feelings. Coincidentally, as the eldest brother, he also wants to know what his third brother thinks. When mentioning Jia Cheng, Su Chen couldn't help but think of her pretty face and the scene of her kissing the corner of his lips that afternoon. The touch, warm, fragrant, and soft, is still fresh in my memory. Every time I think of it, I feel like my heart is trembling with heat. He couldn't help but blush, and began to answer the prince's question very unnaturally. The princess is innocent, lively, and cute. She is very good. It is very good that he can think of these adjectives for a socially anxious person. The prince lowered his head and chuckled. General Su, I am a straightforward person and don't like beating around the bush. I will just speak my mind directly. He probably knew Su Chen's attitude towards his younger sister. He would blush unconsciously and get nervous whenever the topic was mentioned. If this wasn't love, what else could it be? That's easy, just say what you want to say. Your Highness, please feel free to speak. Su Chen sat very upright, with a serious expression, and he was qualified to join the party. The prince was amused again by his appearance and shook his head helplessly. The Prince of Xiong is also a rare, handsome man. He almost became a relative of the Grand Secretary's mansion. The prince is also very outstanding. He is a talented man with good character and appearance. Now Su Jing is actually a little scared when he sees him. Fortunately, the prince did not insist on marrying Qingli at that time, otherwise he would have no chance now. General Su, you saved Jia Cheng's life in the enclosure. Our family is very grateful. Jia Cheng has also expressed to us, intentionally or unintentionally, that she likes you. Now she has reached the age of marriage. I see that General Su is also unmarried, so I shamelessly ask on behalf of my younger sister, is General Su willing to marry into our palace? After hearing these words, Su Chen felt dizzy. He stared at the prince in shock and was speechless for a long time. What did the prince say? Can you please say it again? I didn't hear it clearly. He was afraid that he had heard it wrong, so he asked again stupidly. The prince covered his lips and smiled secretly, repeating, I say, is General Su willing to marry into our palace? Jia Cheng is attracted to you, and I, the prince, will shamelessly ask for her. Su Chen heard it clearly this time. His heart was pounding, almost reaching his throat. He was a little at a loss, and looked at his elder brother, but Su Jing only gave him his back and was playing chess with the prince seriously. It's his own marriage, and he has his own say. Could it be that he can't even see through his own heart? Sir, I am afraid I am not worthy of the princess. He was just a warrior, had no literary talent, and was not good at speaking. After organizing his thoughts for a long time, he could only say this one sentence. The prince misunderstood and thought that the princess was not interested in him and was rejecting him. Ask unwillingly. General Su, do you mean that you already have a woman in mind? Su Chen heard this and quickly shook his head to deny it. No, there is no other woman. Then why did General Su say that he was not worthy of Jia Cheng? The prince was confused. What I mean is, I am just a warrior. I don't know anything about romance. I only know how to wield swords and guns all day long. I am a vulgar person, and the princess is of noble status. She has been pampered since she was a child. She is like the stars and the bright moon in the sky. I don't think I am worthy of her. Su Chun is just inferior, not that he dislikes Jiaqing. When the prince heard this, he realized what it was and what it was like. General Su, there's no need to be so modest. I think Jiaqing and you are a perfect match. Jiaqing has loved wielding swords and guns since she was a child. She is not interested in anything that ladies from wealthy families like. I'm afraid that General Su will dislike her for not being virtuous enough. Prince Xiang, Princess Xiang and the Crown Prince have been worried about Jiaqing's temper since she was a child. They wondered whether she would be able to get married when she grew up and whether anyone would want her. No matter how they taught her, she never acted like a girl. She didn't know how to sit or stand properly and was always noisy. 1 year old, she ignored the pile of glittering gold objects and went straight for the jeweled dagger, which she couldn't let go of. At that time, the emperor joked that she would grow up to be a woman who is as capable as any man. Now that she has grown up, it is unclear whether she is as capable as any man. It is true that all she thinks about all day long is fighting and killing. After she came of age, the princess asked her several times if she had a man she liked, but she said that if she couldn't marry a man she liked, she would never marry in her life. It dragged on until she was 18, and she still hadn't received any news. Only now did she fall in love with Su Chen and show her deep love for him. Seeing that General Su was also a little worried, and the two families were well matched, the prince and princess naturally wanted to seize this opportunity. The prince said that his sister was not virtuous enough and was afraid that he would look down on her. Su Chun totally disagreed because he did not value this. The princess is very good, straightforward and lovely, not pretentious, which is rare. In Su Chen's heart, Jiaqing is very cute, innocent, and carefree. It is not tiring to be with such a person. In fact, he had a special liking for the princess. Ever since she kissed him that time, he would sometimes even dream about her at night. It was really embarrassing. In that case, is General Su willing or not? Can you give me a definite answer? The prince only wanted to hear one result. Upon hearing this, Su Chen clenched his hands unconsciously. If his bride in the future was Jiaqing, he would be willing in his heart. He couldn't even imagine how interesting the married life would be after Yao Shui married her. Thinking of this, he even had a little vague expectation in his heart. However, the crown prince has been the one talking about this matter the whole time, but the prince has not expressed any opinion from beginning to end. Could it be that the crown prince has the final say on the princess's marriage? Prince Xiang was not in the mood to play chess at the moment. His attention was always on Su Chen, so much so that he made several wrong moves and was already defeated. My lord, I'm grateful for your kindness. After the game of chess was over, Su Jing won, and he bowed to the prince. Minister Su is an excellent chess player. I am ashamed to say I am not as good as him, the prince said politely. It was Su's victory that was unfair. Your Majesty's mind was not on the chess game, otherwise, Su would not have been able to defeat you. Having been an official for such a long time, Su Jing has long been accustomed to these polite official terms. Su Chen had been looking at the prince intentionally or unintentionally, as if he would not speak, and he would be embarrassed to answer this question. The prince received the prince's eye signal, and then he smiled and said, General Su, Minister Su, the prince's meaning is what the king and the princess mean. If General Su does not mind my daughter's vulgarity, our two families can be considered a good match for each other. If you agree, I will ask the emperor to grant the marriage on a chosen day. How do you think? Good things cannot be delayed, and the main thing about the palace is efficiency. Your Majesty, can I go home and inform my parents first? As long as the princess is willing, I am willing, but marriage is a big deal, so I need to inform my parents and brothers at home. When Su Chen said the last sentence, he even smiled with his head down in embarrassment. He is so innocent. In fact, after Jiaqing kissed him, he wondered if he should be responsible for her. But he was afraid that he was being too sentimental. The princess was born in a royal palace and was a noble of good family background. He thought he was not worthy of her and was afraid that he was marrying up. This matter has been buried in his heart for some time, but he just didn't know how to solve it. Now that the palace has taken the initiative to bring up this matter and extended an olive branch, it is exactly what he wants, but he just doesn't know how to start. There was a big stone in my heart, and suddenly it was unblocked. He is also a very old-fashioned person and always feels that since he has such close contact, he should be responsible. After all, Jiaqing is the first girl who treats him like this. Of course, that's what I should do. But since you said so, I'll take it as your agreement. It's also a good idea to report to that girl. She hasn't wanted to eat or drink these past few days since I came back. She's only thinking about this matter. General Su, can you spare some time to go see her? The prince was not restrained at all and was only concerned with seeking benefits for his daughter. Su Chun was a little worried when he heard that Jiaqing had no appetite for tea or food. Yes, I will go to see the princess in a moment. Almost as soon as Su Chun expressed his attitude, Jiaqing received the news. The prince sent someone to report to her that General Su had agreed, but he still had to discuss it with his family and inform his parents. General Su will come to visit the princess in person in a while. Jiaqing was so excited that he almost jumped out of his seat. A medical miracle almost happened. Wan, did I hear correctly? General Su agreed so easily. When Su Wan heard the news, he was also quite surprised. He thought that with third brother's intelligence and temper, he would need some time to react slowly on his own. He didn't expect him to act so quickly this time. It turned out that it was all planned. Jia, you heard me right. I said that my third brother treats you differently. He likes you. Jiaqing was so happy that he forgot himself and laughed like a silver bell. She took Su Wan's hand and said to her solemnly, "Then we will be sister-in-law in the future. Don't worry, I will love you very much." She saw that everyone in the Su family was doing their best to love Su Wan, so she knew that Su Wan was the only one in the Su family who was loved by everyone, and as her sister-in-law, she should love her together with the Su family. Su Wan chuckled and was amused by her. They had just talked it out, and everything hadn't even begun yet, but Jiaqing had already put himself in the position of the third sister-in-law. She really didn't want to love him too much. Su Wan was crying her heart out. What the heck is going on? From now on, just take care of my third brother. She is about to get married, so how much time can she spend at home in the future? Little did she know that Jong-yu had already bought the house next door so that she could visit her parents' home more conveniently. Jiaqing's face turned red, and he pouted and said, "I will take good care of him, don't worry." Why did this sound so strange? Su Wan couldn't tell what was strange about it, but it was just strange. "Oh, by the way, please send me to change into a brightly colored dress. My outfit is too plain, and I don't have any jewelry on my head. General Su should be here soon." Jiaqing suddenly realized that she was still dressed at home, which did not look good at all. When her lover came, she was embarrassed to see her. As the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves. "Princess, it's too late. General Su is already on his way," the maid said helplessly. Almost immediately after the news came from the other side, Su Chun had already set off over, and the prince was also there. "You are already so beautiful. How much more beautiful can you be?" Sometimes changing your style can leave a unique impression on people.
Su Wan comforted her.
She thought Jia looked very beautiful like this, like a pure magnolia flower. Jiaqing looked down at her own outfit. She had no makeup on and no extra decorations. She only had a white jade hairpin pinning her hair. She was truly as plain as it could be. As he was speaking, Su Chun had already arrived. Su Wan simply found an excuse to slip away and went to see the kitten, so as not to disturb their little world. The prince just sent the person to the door and left. Su Chun walked step by step to Jiaqing's side. The maids all tactfully withdrew. Jiaqing lay on the recliner, covered with a thin blanket. This was the first time Su Chun saw her like this. Usually she was as warm as the sun, but today she looked like a peaceful and tranquil woman. Her skin was as white as cream, her face was flawless like white jade, and her lips were deep red. He couldn't look directly at her lips, as he would easily be reminded of the scene that day. "Princess, I'm here to see you. Are you feeling better?" Su Chen's voice was very low, and he didn't dare to look her in the eye. When Jiaqing saw him like this, he wanted to tease him. "General Su, I'm much better now. Please sit down and talk." Standing there with such a tall figure, he blocks most of the light, which is really oppressive. Upon hearing this, Su Chen sat down on the stool where Su Won had sat before, and Jiaqing picked up an apple and handed it to him. "Do you eat apples?" She was at a loss for words and actually gave him an apple. Seeing that she had handed it to him, Su Chen felt embarrassed to refuse, so he reached out to take it. In the process, he accidentally touched her fingertips, which were very cold. He was startled and subconsciously held her hand, then put the apple back on the table. "Why are your hands so cold? Did you catch a cold?" His face was full of concern, and his palms were hot and a little sweaty. Men generally feel their body temperature is higher than women's. Now that it is the dog days of summer, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. However, she sat in the pavilion early in the morning, and it was cool inside. After a long time, her hands and feet would become cold. Jiaqing's heart was leaping with joy, and a sweet smile appeared on his face. "Yes, a little bit. Can you warm me up?" Jiaqing flirted with great courage, and was not afraid at all. It was not until this moment that Su Chen realized his mistake and quickly let go of her hand. "I'm sorry, my lady. I'm sorry for the offense." Jiaqing pouted, feeling a little sad seeing him acting so unfamiliar. "You have already agreed to the marriage. Why are you so distant? Do we have to treat each other with such respect even after we get married?" As if he noticed that Jiaqing was unhappy, Su Chen hesitated for a long time before reaching out to help her pull the blanket up. Su Won was holding the cat in the room and secretly watching the various interactions between the third brother and Jiaqing, which was quite sweet. Su Chen has to learn how to get along with Jiaqing, but they have just started, so it is inevitable that they will feel awkward. Su Won chose 2 kittens, neither of which were even a month old. They were very small and looked very fragile. They were all white in color. They would definitely be very cute when they grew up. Stayed in the palace until dinner before going home. He told Su Chen that he had to talk to his parents about this matter himself. Su's father and mother would definitely agree with what he said. In their eyes, there is no such thing as family status, and they will not consider the interests and political disputes of all sorts. They only knew that Princess Jiaqing was very likable. Sure enough, after Su Chen told them, the old couple were very shocked at first, but after they reacted, Su's mother started laughing so hard that she couldn't stop. She felt that it was really unexpected that the princess would fall in love with her third son. Su Chen was usually a dull person and didn't like to show off. Unexpectedly, with such a personality, he would be liked by the most lively Princess Jiaqing. Princess Jiaqing often comes to the Su mansion. She is beautiful and sweet-spoken, and Su's mother likes her very much. When she heard that it was the prince who had initiated the marriage, she could no longer sit still and wanted to discuss the wedding date right away so that all the children in the family would have a place to stay. Now she just wants to hold her grandson as soon as possible. Their agreement was expected, and Su Chen also wanted to inform them out of filial piety. Since they are the men, they naturally have to take the initiative. The prince had already made up his mind and would choose a day to ask the emperor for an imperial decree to grant the marriage. He also knew that it was not a good idea to ask for an imperial decree at this critical juncture. After all, it had just been granted to Prince Jiang and Princess Xuanla, and now his Xiang palace had joined in the fun, and it was also with the Su mansion. I'm sure his brother the emperor would not be too happy about it. So he had decided that as long as his brother the emperor granted Jiaqing a marriage, he would go to his fiefdom after attending his daughter's wedding and would never return to Kyoto again. Every year, Jiaqing only had to bring his son-in-law to the fiefdom to visit them. He also knew that the current situation in Kyoto was like this. The princes were now fighting overtly or covertly for the throne, and this place was a place of right and wrong. Now that my daughter finally has a lover, as a father, I will do everything I can to fulfill his wish. Since the emperor is afraid, the worst that can happen to him is that he will move away. After all, his fiefdom is a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, suitable for retirement. Kyoto is really hard to endure in winter, so Jiangnan is more suitable for retirement. Jiaqing didn't know that her father had already arranged everything for her. She just needed to lie down. There was no such thing as a peaceful life. It was just that someone was carrying the burden for her. Jong-yu received a letter asking her to meet him after attending the prince's concubine selection ceremony, as he had something to discuss with her. Early in the morning, Su-won washed and dressed and went to the palace. The ladies were all ready, and each of them used their best tricks and dressed up to their heart's content, each one more gorgeous than the other. They all just want to stand out among the noble ladies and win the favor of the princes. What if they become the prince's consort? Concubine Chun received Su-won. She was the only princess who came to watch the ceremony, and she would just follow the other ladies to attend. Standing on the attic and looking down, you can see flowers blooming everywhere, and the air is filled with the scent of cosmetics. However, Su-won still spotted Gu-yu in the crowd at a glance, because she was wearing a moon-white horse-face skirt, which made her look particularly fresh and refined among the colorful flowers. Gu-yu seemed to be able to sense where she was, and she located Su-won as soon as she raised her head. Gu-yu didn't expect that she and Prince Jiang could be together so smoothly. It's a pity that Duke Zhong's 100,000 troops could not be put to the best use.
She was also surprised.
Why was Su-won here on this occasion today? But thinking back, it wouldn't be bad to let her witness with her own eyes that she took the position of the fifth prince's consort. She was finally going to surpass her. The princes have arrived at the scene one after another, and Su-won also attended with concubine Chun and the others. She followed behind concubine Chun, who held her hand the whole time, as if she were her own daughter. The prince's selection of a concubine was not that rigorous. He just gathered a group of gorgeous noble ladies together and performed some arts or something. Anyway, there was nothing special, so Su-won sat with the ladies. There were more than 20 noble ladies attending this time, and Gu-yu stood in the first row. She played her specialty, the kong-ho. She must have studied very hard in the past few years. Her skills have become more advanced than they were a few years ago. Su-won had to admit this. The three princes were sitting at the bottom. Gu-yu played the piano and looked at them with a pair of affectionate eyes. But Murong-shing looked at her, but he didn't seem very happy, and his face was full of worries. Concubine Shu has been looking at her son straightly, with a look of pressure in her eyes. Murong-shing didn't even dare to look at his mother. Su-won listened to a group of noble ladies who were either singing and dancing or playing the piano, playing all kinds of musical instruments. She was almost falling asleep after listening to it. Finally, the performance session was over. It took the whole morning, and Su-won drank 2 pots of tea. During the intermission, she took the time to go to the toilet. I came back. The ladies were already standing in a row again. In fact, selecting a concubine is just a process. Who will be given the seal of the prince's wife has already been decided. No matter how the princes choose, no one can get involved in the choice. First, the queen is chosen, and then the 2 concubines are chosen. The 3 princes stood up together, each holding a seal in their hands. The noble ladies were all nervous. Only those standing in the first row have the possibility of becoming the 3 princes' wives, and later the princesses. According to their rank, Gu-yu is also on the far left of the first row. Murong-shing was already standing in front of her, and she looked at him with a shy smile. After the prince's wife is selected, the enthronement ceremony will be held half a month later, and a sedan chair carried by 8 people will enter the prince's palace. After this matter is over, they will be crowned as kings and will be called princes in the future, and their wives will become real princesses. Murong-hwai was the most direct and went straight to Lin Jingshu, the daughter of the right prime minister. Lin Jingshu was wearing a light red chest-length skirt embroidered with irises. Murong-hwai directly handed the seal of the crown prince's consort to her. Lin Jingshu looked at Murong-hwai with red cheeks and took the seal with both hands. The two smiled at each other, thinking it was a good match. They believed they would be able to respect each other and live in harmony in the future. Lin Jingshu, The daughter of the right prime minister, was well known for her beauty and talent, and Imperial concubine Chun was very satisfied with this marriage. Fortunately, her son is sensible and she doesn't have to worry about anything. At first glance, Soo-won thought Morong-hwai had already made up his mind about him. Otherwise, why would he be so direct? Wow, he went straight to the most beautiful one. I have to say, Lin Jingxi's appearance is really impeccable, and she deserves the title of the most beautiful woman. Although Soo-won is beautiful, she doesn't think she is the kind of beauty that can overwhelm a whole country. The sixth prince Morong-chi gave the seal of the prince's wife to the daughter of the Minister of Rights. In fact, he and the daughter of the Minister of Rights had only met and they had not even exchanged a few words. The daughter of the Minister of Rights had a pretty appearance and was not outstanding among all the noble ladies, but this was the choice of his mother. Their status is not high to begin with, and they are not popular in front of their father. Now they are dependent on the fifth emperor and marrying the daughter of the Minister of Rights, just to help win over power. He has always been indifferent to matters between men and women, so when it comes to choosing a prince's wife, his main concern is interests. When the daughter of the Minister of Rights saw that the sixth prince had chosen her, she was a little bit incredulous because she looked so ordinary among the noble ladies. Morong-chi saw that she was stunned, then smiled at her and handed the seal to her a little more. She then took over with trembling hands. She thought she was just a runner-up today, but unexpectedly she was selected. Her status, she could only be the principal wife. She didn't want to be a concubine. In the end, only Morong-shung was left. Next to Gu-yu was the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. She looked down on Gu-yu and held her head high. Before, Gu-yu had been appearing in various occasions with the fifth prince. Everyone said that Gu-yu was the future fifth prince's consort, but she did not agree. Apart from being a county lord, Gu-yu was also a merchant's daughter and had no power or influence. Gu-yu didn't know why Morong-shung was so hesitant. She just looked at him with a bad feeling in her heart. "Shung-er, what are you still standing there for? Your two brothers have already chosen their own. They are waiting for you now. Don't waste time." Seeing that her son was hesitant, concubine Shu urged him from behind. Morong-shung looked at Gu-yu, closed his eyes helplessly, and then handed the seal to the daughter of the Minister of Revenue in front of Gu-yu. At that moment, Gu-yu was stunned. She looked at Morong-shung in disbelief. Didn't they agree that she would be his future wife? Why did he give the seal to another woman now? Does that mean everything we said before is no longer valid? Gu-yu's face turned pale as she watched the daughter of the Minister of Revenue take the seal in front of her, then bowed to Morong-shung with a smile. Morong-shung kept looking at Gu-yu, with helplessness in his eyes. He had no choice, as he really needed a wife who could truly help him. Now that he and Morong-hwai are investigating a corruption case at the same time, they need the full support of the Ministry of Revenue in many matters. However, he will only be willing to cooperate with him if he marries the daughter of the Minister of Revenue as his principal wife. This time, it is a good opportunity to prove himself in front of his father. He must put Morong-hwai under his feet. Only with this chance can he prove his strength. The East Palace can't hold out for much longer, so he needs to strike first. Gu-yu's eyes were red, and she was trying hard not to let her tears fall, so much so that her body was shaking slightly. Zhao Hui, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue, tilted her head to glance at Gu-yu with pride, her smile extremely bright. Soo-won looked at Gu-yu and suddenly felt a little sympathy for her. She gave everything to take care of the fifth prince, but in the end she couldn't even get a legitimate status. Was it worth it? Gu-yu caught a glimpse of Soo-won's gaze from the corner of her eye. She knew that she was laughing at her. She used to show off in front of her with great confidence, but now she was slapped in the face. Who knows how she was gloating over her misfortune. Tears finally blurred her eyes. Morong-shung also felt pain in his heart. Seeing his beloved woman looking so disheartened, how could he not be sad too? After selecting the prince's wife, there was still a concubine to be selected, but they had to take a break in the middle. Gu-yu turned around and left. She couldn't stay there any longer and just wanted to escape from this place of right and wrong and humiliation as soon as possible. Morong-shung hurriedly chased after him. Zhao Hui has achieved her goal and doesn't care what Mo Rongsheng does because she is confident that Mo Rongsheng will fall in love with her in the future. Wait for me and let me explain to you. Mo Rongsheng chased after Yu. When Yu heard his voice, she ran faster and faster, tears streaming down her face. Now she is a joke, a huge joke. Mo Rongsheng finally caught up with her and grabbed her hand, but Yu tried hard to break free. Your Highness, Fifth Prince, please respect yourself. You already have a wife, so this is inappropriate. Don't say anything in anger. Just listen to my explanation, okay? What else is there to explain? I've seen your attitude.
It was a wrong decision after all.
Yu didn't even want to look at him and just wiped her tears. Let's not talk about this here. Come with me, and I'll explain it to you. Mo Rongsheng coaxed her patiently. After several struggles, Yu was finally taken to the porch by him. Listen to me. I married her only as a trade-off. I need the help of the Minister of Revenue. But I don't like her at all. You are the only one in my heart. Don't worry, I promise not to touch her after she comes home. When we have power in the future, I will definitely divorce her and give you a legitimate status, okay? He put his arm around Guyu's shoulders and gently wiped her tears. I promise, even if she stays in the mansion in the future, my heart will always be with you. Even if you don't have the title of the queen, you will be treated as a queen. Didn't you say that you only want to be with me?
We're still together now.
When we succeed, you will be the queen, the most noble woman in the world, and those who look down on you will all crawl at your feet. Okay? Mo Rongsheng is truly a high-end PUA master and also a master of making big promises. If Su-won heard these words, he would give him a thumbs up. Said afterwards. All we knew was that Yu packed up, recovered, and returned to the scene of the princess selection. Su-won really had to admire her adaptability and also had to admire Mo Rongsheng's PUA ability, as he was able to coax the person so quickly. During the halftime break, Mo Ronghua also found an opportunity to talk to her. As soon as he arrived, he looked at her triumphantly and said, "How about it? Is the seventh prince's consort I chose the most beautiful one among all the noble ladies?" Su-won had to admit this. Lin Jingshu was indeed beautiful. Yes, the seventh prince's wife is the most beautiful. You're so lucky. Tell me, was this planned in advance? Su-won was still not so particular in front of him. Since they were all modern people, they didn't need to be so pretentious. You figured this out, how embarrassing he was still showing off there, and Su-won was really helpless. What about your two concubines? Do you have any choices in mind? Su-won was not surprised. After all, he was a prince, and it was normal for him to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Besides, she was a modern person, which was good, so she wanted a one-on-one relationship. But did she want to ask others to do the same? That's unrealistic. I have it. I plan to choose 2 more honest ones. After all, there are too many women in the backyard, and each of them has a high status, so it is easy for them to cause trouble. I don't want the backyard to catch fire before I have finished the things in front. And their families should not be too high. I am afraid Jingshu can't control them. What a good husband he is. He has already started making plans for his wife before he even enters the house. It can be seen that Mo Ronghua is quite sincere to Lin Jingshu. He is not shy and will not say that he is a modern person and bring some modern policies here by force to break the rules, which is good. Also adheres to the principle of everyone minding their own business and not worrying about other people's problems. But I have to congratulate you. You and Jong-yu have finally achieved a happy ending. I can look forward to drinking in your wedding wine. This prince did not hold a wedding banquet, but held a consecration ceremony. According to ancestral rules, the principal wife entered the palace 3 days before, and the concubine entered the palace 3 days later, using the side door. They were not allowed to wear red or green, but could wear all red. The rest, except for the 3 already chosen queens, the rest of the noble ladies were still there, lined up in several rows, waiting to be selected by the princes. Mo Rongsheng gave the concubine seal to Yu and the daughter of a 4th-rank military general. Mo Ronghua also chose 2 daughters of Kyoto officials who did not hold high positions as concubines. The princess selection ceremony ended here, and it went relatively smoothly, except for Jong-yu, who felt humiliated. However, she still bowed to fate and chose to become Morong Shung's concubine. Soo-won was actually still a little confused. Jong-yu, a character who played the heroine, always felt that her vision was not good enough, and she could not support the heroine at all. Or perhaps it was because of her arrival that the entire plot collapsed. Now she was the protagonist, counterattacking all the way, while Jong-yu became a supporting role, gradually releasing the shortcomings of human nature. Morong Shung is no longer as perfect as he is in the novel. He is blinded by power and will do anything to achieve his goal. The party was over and everyone went home. Imperial concubine Chen asked her to stay for dinner, and Morong Hwai also asked her to stay. Soo-won had to give them face and stayed in Imperial concubine Chen's palace until dinner before leaving the palace. He came out, it was already night. There was a familiar carriage parked at the Schwanwu gate. It was Jong-yu's carriage. Anan was standing outside the carriage. When he saw Soo-won coming, he stepped forward. "Princess, the prince has been waiting for you for a long time." As far as Soo-won knew, the wound on this guy's buttocks had not healed yet, and he was still restless and running outside every day. "Although I thought so, I was happy in my heart." She stepped on a stool and got into the carriage. The furnishings inside remained unchanged. Because she liked to sleep in the carriage, her carriage was always covered with thick and soft blankets. Jong-yu was lying on it at an angle, watching her come in with a smile on his face. "What do you want from me?" Soo-won remembered that his people wrote back to him saying that they had something to talk to him about. After she sat down, Jong-yu naturally took her hand, placed it to his lips and kissed it, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with light, like a male demon who could suck people's blood. "It's okay. I just missed you. I really wanted to see you, you little heartless guy. You didn't even come to see me." Jong-yu felt aggrieved. Soo-won thought it had only been a few days since they last met. So was it that serious? "Have you had dinner?" Soo-won didn't know how long he had been waiting here. It was already dark. Jong-yu shook his head. "You eat with me?" "Brother, I just came back from eating at concubine Chen's place, and I haven't digested it yet. Why should I eat again?" Soo-won touched her belly, which was still bloated. No matter, Jong-yu started to act like a rogue, and Soo-won had no choice but to agree. So the two of them went to Chunglu. Soo-yun didn't expect that they would come out to eat at this time. Although he complained in his heart, he immediately arranged for someone to open the number 1 private room and invited them in. Jong-yu could still sit, but he just needed to put 2 more soft blankets on the chair. Soo-won found it funny to see Jong-yu sitting down cautiously. Of course, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who would have thought that Jong-yu, who had always had a good image, would be so embarrassed now because of a beating? Soo-yun was there too. Seeing him like this, he followed Soo-won and laughed without any image. However, he did this for his sister, so when Soo-yun saw him now, his attitude was still quite good. Besides, he's now my future brother-in-law. I can't treat him like an enemy every time I see him, right? Jong-yu knew what they were laughing at and felt a little embarrassed, so he coughed twice, awkwardly. Only then did Soo-won suppress his laughter. "Tell me what you want to eat. I'll treat you today," Soo-yun said, thinking he was being very generous. Jong-yu didn't hesitate to order a few of his favorite dishes, 2 dim sum dishes and 2 desserts. Recently, Chunglu hired a female dim sum chef who specializes in making pastries and desserts. I heard that she can make all kinds of dim sum and add her own unique creativity. She can make those dim sum that require more than 10 or 20 steps by herself. Most importantly, this dim sum chef is only 17 years old this year. It is said that her family has been making dim sum for generations, but for some unknown reason, something happened in her family, leaving only her and a blind old mother. She saw Chunglu was recruiting dim sum chefs. She came to try her hand. Seeing how talented she was, Soo-yun gave her a high salary to keep her. Soo-yun knew about her family and came to the capital to live with his relatives, but was driven out. The mother and daughter had almost spent all their money and lived in a dilapidated ancestral hall. I was at my wit's end. I happened to see Chunglu recruiting dim sum chefs, so I went in to give it a try. When Soo-yeon saw her at first, he was a little bit unconvinced. This little girl in tattered clothes could make snacks? But he remembered that he was similar to her before, so he gave her a chance, but he didn't expect she could really do it. So, Soo-yeon gave her 20 taels a month and asked her to take an apprentice. He let the mother and daughter live in the same courtyard with the maids in the box on the 3rd floor and gave them a separate room. There was a maid in the yard who cooked 3 meals a day for her mother during the day. She worked in Chunglu and didn't have to worry about her mother being left unattended. Jong-yu ordered a dish of puff pastry and walnut curd, all made by the female pastry chef. Also cold and delicious double-skin milk and mung bean paste, both of which were Soo-won's ideas. When the 2 things were served, they were so exquisite that even Soo-won couldn't help but be curious and wanted to try them. Wow, it's so delicious. I want to eat it too. Soo-won said that he didn't want to eat it in the previous second, but he slapped himself in the face in the next second.
Eat.
Since you like it, then it's up to you. This is a restaurant opened by 4th brother, so you can eat whatever you want. Go and serve all the desserts that the princess likes. Let her taste them one by one. Since the dim sum chef just started working today, the promotion has not been made yet, so the Soo family has not had the chance to taste it yet. 4th brother, don't be like this. Take your time, don't waste it. If you can't finish it in a while, there's always time to come. Soo-won felt that Soo-yeon was too extravagant, but he was still very happy that he was so good at talking. Soo-yeon thought about it and agreed, so he told his subordinates to prepare 2 fresh dishes first. This kind of weather, coupled with cool and sweet desserts, is so comfortable. Soo-won was still thinking about her elder sister-in-law, Linger, and Jia at home. She asked her 4th brother to prepare a few portions and take them back for them to try, and then send another portion to Jia and the crown prince's consort tomorrow. She didn't need to say anything. Soo-yeon was already prepared. The dishes were served. Soo-yeon left. It was time for him to go back. As for Soo-won, he was not worried because Jong-yu would send her back. After quietly having dinner with him and enjoying the dessert, Soo-won showed a satisfied expression. After eating, Jong-yu also talked about business. Won-won, I'm ready. After this month, I will bring the betrothal gifts and marriage certificate to your house to propose marriage. Please say hello to your family. However, I still want to tell you that my grandfather's betrothal gift cannot be given to you openly. You can tell me a place, and I will send the betrothal gift to you. Here is the list of my grandfather's betrothal gift. Take a look. As he spoke, he took out the betrothal gift list, which was quite thick. Soo-won took it in his hand and flipped through 2 pages at random. The industries in it were almost spread throughout the entire Jean state. Jewelry and jade ornaments were secondary. The main ones were shops, fields, and even mountains. My goodness, with all these betrothal gifts and her own property, it's not an exaggeration to say that she is the richest woman in this dynasty, right? Can I spend all this wealth in my lifetime? Wealth is something you can't bring with you when you are born, and you can't take with you when you die. If you give birth to a son, and he's a prodigal, even your coffin won't be able to hold him down after you die. Seeing her worthless appearance, Jong-yu couldn't help but smile dotingly. This is the guarantee your grandfather gave you. Keep it well. Put it in your Farong cottage for now. I don't know where to put it. This was the only place Soo-won could think of. Jong-yu's but would have to wait until the end of the month to fully recover. He couldn't wait any longer and wanted to propose in person, so he chose a good day nearby. Marriage certificate these days. He had wasted a lot of paper, but he was not satisfied with any of it. He felt that it was not enough to express his importance to Soo-won. How about this? I'll put you in the mansion next to the Soo mansion. I bought that place, and then we'll connect to the Soo mansion. After we get married, we'll move there. Then you can go back anytime you want. Soo-won didn't expect him to move so quickly. Won't your father be unhappy if you do this? Soo-won was thinking, if he moved out after getting married, would his father disagree? What's the big deal? He can move in with us. It's not like we don't have a house for him to live in. Jong-yu said indifferently. Good man. You really are such a fool to your father that he didn't even ask for permission when such a big thing happened. But it's better this way. Soo-won does dislike that the Duke Jong's mansion is too far from home, and it's inconvenient for her to go back to her parents' home. Jong-yu is very thoughtful. Afterwards, Jong-yu sent her back home and held her tightly in his arms all the way, like a little puppy. Soo-yi also came back very late after a social event and happened to run into Soo-won. Since the fifth brother was appreciated by the emperor, he quickly became famous in the circle of literati and scholars. Who in Kyoto doesn't know the name of Wu Yong-jusher now? Now he is the imperial painter and a rising star, and is also appreciated by many great scholars in the Confucian world. Nowadays, when he has nothing to do, he's invited to attend some literary gatherings every day, and he competes with various cultural figures every day. In addition, the palace invited him to visit from time to time, and when he was in the enclosure, many of the paintings had only a rough template and had not been refined, so his daily schedule was very full. Nowadays, a painting has been sold at a very high price. There are several businessmen in Xiangzhou who have collected his early paintings. These paintings have become treasures and are shown off everywhere. Now the fifth brother can no longer handle these things alone, so he hired a servant to accompany him in social activities and to assist him when he goes to the palace, helping to carry boxes and pass pens. Brought the servant back today. Soo-won was surprised when he saw him. Because this is the first time I see it. Fifth brother mentioned it a few days ago, but I didn't expect him to implement it so quickly. Soo-won bumped into them face to face and took a closer look, discovering that the new servant was very handsome, with a somewhat feminine look. He was about 1.7 meters tall, with fair skin, and was wearing white clothes and a scholar's hat. But after just one glance, he immediately lowered his head, and Soo-won didn't see it clearly. Fifth brother, who is this? Soo-won stared at his servant, and the servant quickly lowered his head. Soo-yi smiled and looked behind him, then explained to Soo-won. He is a book boy I specially invited back. He will work beside me from now on. His name is Jushu. For some reason, Soo-won felt a bit doting when he saw fifth brother's smile just now. But it was too dark and Jushu lowered her head. Soo-won didn't know what to do if she wanted to take a closer look. How old are you this year? Soo-won asked, looking at Jushu. As soon as I asked the question, Soo-yi answered first. Won, he is a mute and can't speak. Soo-won's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, what? Mute? This is indeed something that fifth brother would do. He must be annoyed by people talking too much around him, so he simply found someone who doesn't talk. Soo-won could only think so, but she didn't ask any more questions and just let him be. Afterwards, Soo-yi brought the person back to his own yard, but Jushu never showed up in public and always stayed in his fifth brother's yard. He would only take him with him when he went out from time to time and come back at night. Soo-won was only concerned about it in the first few days, but she gradually forgot about it later. Other people in the Soo family didn't care much about Soo-yi's affairs, as he always had his own ideas. Since he became famous, many literati and scholars have visited his house from time to seek a meeting. Moreover, Jong-yu is coming to propose marriage soon, and everyone in the family is busy preparing for this matter. However, Soo-won always felt something was wrong. Oh, and everyone has heard about Guyu's story one after another. It is said that she became the fifth prince's concubine. The Soo family was filled with sorrow about this, because everyone thought she would become the fifth prince's principal wife, but who knew the gap was so huge, and they didn't know if she could accept it. Soo-won felt that she could do it. When she accepted the sachet from the fifth prince's concubine that day, her expression was extremely calm, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or sad. The first day of July, Jong-yu came to the Soo mansion to propose marriage. Jong-eun came with him, bringing with him a long list of betrothal gifts that couldn't even fit on an entire street. The mahogany boxes are tied with red ribbons, which looks particularly festive. The palace also sent people to deliver gifts, and all the ladies added makeup to Soo-won. Seeing Jong-yu's attitude, the people in Kyoto guessed that he might have emptied out the duke's mansion. Some people say that Prince Jong dotes on women too much. It is not worth it to sacrifice his entire family fortune for a woman. But those people said that out of envy. But what it means more is that Prince Jong really cares about Princess Xuanla, and he took great pains to marry her and gave up everything he had. Soo-won was dressed up beautifully by Shin Ching-li and Sun Linger today, and wore a skirt with red elements that suited her best. She also wore a crystal hairpin on her head, put on lip rouge, and painted flowers, and she was incredibly beautiful. When she smiles, her dimples are so deep that it makes one feel like falling into sweet wine, extremely intoxicated. Wanwan looks so beautiful today. Shunqing touched her face and teased. People feel refreshed when good things happen to them.
Sunlinger joked.
Jong-yu came, and Luyan rushed back from the front hall to tell her that she could go and wait in the front hall. Jong-yu said that he wrote the marriage certificate himself and hoped that Soo-won could hear every word. Today he was wearing his favorite purple and purple gold robe, with a beautiful jade sachet hanging around his waist. He tied his hair into a high ponytail today, which looked very spirited, because Soo-won liked it. He couldn't hide the smile between his eyebrows. Today, the brothers of the Soo family put aside all their work and stayed at home waiting for Jong-yu to come and propose marriage. Soo-yeon said that he would give Soo-won the absolute honor, so that Jong-yu could see clearly that if he dared to treat her badly in the future, he would be in trouble among the 5 brothers. In fact, Jong-yu already knew this, so there was no need to mention it specifically. Soo's mother and father were also dressed up today. They watched as the betrothal gifts were carried into the Soo family box after box. The yard was already full of them. They were still carrying things in continuously, and Soo's mother was shocked, thinking that this child Au might have moved the Duke's mansion in. Will the Duke agree to this? Little did they know that this was the ceremony the Duke had prepared for his future daughter-in-law. Because of the betrothal gift, concubine Ningwei even made a fuss, saying that it had all been given to Jong-yu. What would Jong-yen use to marry in the future? Good fellow, the Duke hadn't thought about it at all, and even asked back in a rage. I remember I got married? He only has 2 concubines, but he is so careless. Ningwei was so angry that she fell silent. There were a total of 199 loads of betrothal gifts, all of which were here. Jong Yunha handed the betrothal gift list from the Duke's mansion to Soo's father and mother for their review. The couple were dazzled by the betrothal gifts, plus the dowry prepared for her by her 5 brothers. When Soo-won got married, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a 10-mile red wedding. I'm afraid that no one in the whole of Kyoto would be as generous as their family in marrying off a daughter. Soo-won arrived at the front yard and began to look at Jong-yu from a distance. He was smiling at her, and she was also smiling at him. Jong-yu saw her coming, took out the marriage certificate and handed it to Jong Yunha, then knelt on one knee in front of Soo's father, Soo's mother, and Soo-won. Jong-yu, the son of the Duke of Jeong, wishes to marry Soo-won, the Princess Xuanla of the Minister of Personnel's residence. At this moment, Soo-won actually felt like crying until Jong Yunha opened the marriage certificate and began to read it. When the yang starts to move, the 2 surnames are in harmony. 3 are requested, and 4 are present. The 5th generation will start to consult the wind and divination. When the 6 rites are completed, the 7 sages will gather, and the 8 notes will be combined. The 9 harmonies will be sung, and the 10 will be perfect and harmonious. Today the 2 families are united in marriage, and the marriage is concluded in one hall. The good marriage will last forever, and they are a perfect match. Look at the peach blossoms on this day, which are bright and suitable for the family. May you have many descendants in the years to come and prosper. I wish to be husband and wife, to love each other without doubt, to enjoy this evening, to have a good time, to return to you in life, to miss you forever in death. I now write this promise of growing old together on a piece of red paper, and to record the oath of love in the red leaf book. This is my testimony. However, Soo-won was uneducated. When she listened to the marriage certificate, apart from being able to tell that a lot of thought had been put into it, she could not understand some of the words and sentences. However, tears of emotion still rolled down her face. Jong-yu walked up to her and gently wiped her with the handkerchief he carried with him. Today is a good day, don't cry. He coaxed her gently, and Soo-won didn't care about anything else and hugged his waist tightly. Soo-won hugged his waist, and he also hugged Soo-won tightly. When everyone in the Soo family saw this scene, they were deeply moved. There is happiness, relief, reluctance, but more of it is blessings. Very good, They are a perfect match and have a lasting marriage. After the betrothal gift is given, there are 3 letters and 6 ceremonies to be performed and the horoscopes to be matched. The engagement letter, gift letter, and welcoming letter are all ready. The next steps are to offer the bride price, ask for the bride's name, offer good luck, offer the betrothal gift, ask for the date, and welcome the bride in person. The horoscopes of the 2 are undoubtedly the best, but the decision on the wedding date, whether it should be earlier or later, is actually decided by Soo-won. If she wants to go earlier, she can go earlier. If she wants to go later, she can go later. Jong-yu naturally felt that the sooner the better, and he wished he could marry Soo-won as soon as possible. But Soo-won said that everything was up to him, and he could choose the date. In this case, Jong-yu was not polite. He said that he hoped to get married in the month when the hibiscus flowers they loved were in full bloom, which was early September. However, Soo-moo and Sunlinger's wedding is also at the end of September, but they will have a small wedding and do not plan to invite too many guests. Just family and familiar people will be enough to have fun. This is also what the old doctor meant. Soo-won had no objection, and neither did Soo's father and mother. The sooner the better. Marrying off a daughter is less troublesome than getting married. Finally, the date was set on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, an auspicious day that also avoided the woman's menstrual period. This date also sounded good. It has a long-lasting meaning than Soo-moo and the others, but it was indeed a case of overtaking others. Now, there are only 2 months left for the divorce, and the Gyeongbwa mansion must start preparing as soon as possible. In early July, the hibiscus has already formed buds, and it will be blooming in a while. Before the marriage was arranged, the 2 had to avoid suspicion in everything they did. Now that the wedding date has been agreed upon, they can go in and out and date openly. Soo-won has been in Kyoto for half a year, and Jong-yu wants to take Soo-won to Kyoto for a good trip and some fun. In fact, he just wanted to spend some time alone with her. Go boating on the lake, go shopping, visit the temple to worship Buddha, and you can also go for a picnic in this weather. They can go rafting and shopping together, but going to temples to worship Buddha and going on picnics are more fun with more people, so they can call their brothers and sisters-in-law. First, we went boating on the lake. We had been to this place a few years ago, when we came to visit Shun Qingli. It had been such a long time, but now we were here with our sweetheart. Same scenery, different mood. The sun was shining, the weather was bright, and the breeze from the lake was blowing gently, which was very comfortable. Soo-won leaned on the railing and looked at the lake water below, which was emerald green and rippling. Jong-yu got a lot of river fish on the boat and prepared to grill them for Soo-won to taste. He hugged Soo-won's waist from behind, with his chin resting on her shoulder. His breath sprayed on her neck, causing her to shiver constantly and laugh because of the itch. "Stay away from me."
No.
Jong-yu not only did not move away, he even hugged her tighter. Now that they are recognized as a couple by everyone, and she is grown up, he can stick to her without any scruples. Seeing him like this, Soo-won simply turned around to face him. He was tall, and from the side, she was completely embraced in his arms. He looked at her with deep affection. The wind blew the strands of hair on her forehead, and the fragrance from her hair kept coming into his nose. He raised his hand to brush it away gently. Soo-won noticed that the corners of his eyes were gradually becoming moist and red, and she knew that this was a sign of his arousal. Sure enough, the next second, he lifted her chin. "Can I kiss you?" Soo-won couldn't help laughing when she saw him hearing that. She raised her hand and slapped his hand away. This guy had obviously already thought about it in his mind, but he still had to pretend to ask her. This was enough. But even though she was laughing, she still closed her eyes on her own initiative. The fresh and moist lips came closer, and the familiar woody pine scent from his body surrounded her, and Soo-won gradually immersed herself in it. As far as he could remember, they had kissed very few times. In the past, because she was still young, he had always been patient and respected her. Now that they had finally reunited, they rarely saw each other because of the outside gossip. Back now, the boat has passed through thousands of mountains. The 2 of them are engaged and are now together openly. Jong-yu started out by just tasting her lightly, then gradually became more and more enthusiastic. The tip of his tongue pushed open her pulley teeth, conquering her for a long time, causing the person in his arms to start to breathe slightly. This kiss was too passionate. When it ended, Soo-won felt a little dizzy. Her cheeks were abnormally flushed, and her bright red lips made her look even more delicate. Jong-yu kissed the corner of her eyes lovingly. It was rare to see her like this. Jong-yu simply loved her terribly. He took her hand and went to eat fresh river food, which was all freshly grilled and had seasonings brought from his fourth brother. It tasted surprisingly good. We went rafting on the first day and went to the orchard to pick fruits on the second day. Soo-won picked enough fresh seasonal fruits, including watermelons, peaches, plums, and purple grapes. A big orchard farm outside the city, with a rich harvest. Sue's mother saw Soo-won and Jong-yu running out all day, and every time they came back they brought back a lot of things. Today we even brought back several truckloads of fresh fruits and vegetables. These were not worth keeping, so they were simply divided into several portions, and some were sent to the Prince of Seong's palace, the Grand Secretary's palace, the Duke of Jong's palace, and the 7th Prince's palace. Let's try some, freshly picked. Soo-won selected only high-quality fruits and vegetables, and everyone reciprocated their gifts promptly after receiving them. Although it is not a valuable item, it is full of affection. The Soo family is kind and affectionate. They get along very well with their relatives and neighbors, and have a very good reputation in Kyoto. After going to the farm, Jong-yu took Soo-won to travel around Kyoto and visited all the specialty food and clothing shops in Kyoto. Soo-won was responsible for eating and drinking, picking and choosing. Jong-yu was in the back paying the bill, and Ainin carried the bags with a group of guards. These two travel in a high-profile manner and show their affection every day. Who doesn't know by now that Prince Jong dotes on his wife excessively? The princess has been spoiled like this before she even entered the duke's mansion, and almost everything she asks for is granted. What if she gets married and gives birth to a child?
What will happen then?
But there were also jealous people who commented on Soo-won, saying that he was too wasteful and did not know how to be thrifty. He started squandering the duke's mansion's wealth before he even entered the house. Soo-won didn't care at all. She didn't care what people said about her. However, Duke Jong did something that slapped everyone in the face. Recently, he no longer went to court and was idle at home. So he hung out with those generals every day, fishing, drinking, and hunting.
He was so happy.
Once when they were drinking, a few civil servants came and talked about how their Jong-yu mindlessly doted on the princess. They asked him to educate the prince and teach him that women should not be doted on like that, otherwise something bad would happen. As a result, Duke Jong said bluntly, "A wife should be pampered. What kind of man is he if he doesn't pamper his wife?" One sentence will make everyone silent. Yes, Duke Jong was also known for being a wife-doting maniac, but he was also very hypocritical and would never favor his concubine over his wife. Although Ningwei became a concubine, she did not gain any advantage, and everything was done according to the rules for a concubine. Moreover, Duke Jong did not value the son she gave birth to very much. What he said about pampering a daughter-in-law only applied to Jong-yu's wife. Jong-yu is a legitimate son, and Soo-won is also a noble princess. The two are a perfect match. It can be seen from the fact that he does not remember whether the illegitimate son has a wife that his heart is completely biased towards his eldest son. Every time Jong-yen complained that he was biased, he would retort, "Who made Jong-yu grow up without a mother's love?" This sentence also made Jong-yen silent. Everyone in Kyoto envies Soo-won for being a winner in life. Her 5 brothers are all outstanding and promising. She doesn't have to deal with the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Her father-in-law is partial to her family. Going to the temple to worship Buddha, Soo-won called his eldest sister-in-law and son-linger, as well as his eldest brother and second brother. The third brother also went. When the fourth brother saw that his eldest brother and others had gone, he wanted to go too. Soo-yi saw that they all went and felt that he would be a bit out of place if he didn't go, so he decided to go as well. Because of the betrothal matter, Soo-won had no time to pay attention to his 5th brother and his little servant. But she always felt something was wrong, so she chose a time to catch the enemy off guard. At that time, Su-yi was painting in the study, and Ju Shuli was standing beside him, grinding ink and mixing colors for him. The desk was right next to the window. When Su-won came, he could just see Su-yi, who was painting seriously, while Ju Shu was watching him painting intently and did not notice Su-won coming at all. She sneaked in quietly and asked the servants who were cleaning and trimming the plants to keep quiet. She then tiptoed to the window with Lu Yun and Lu Ying and observed secretly. Sometimes, once curiosity is aroused, it cannot be suppressed. She always felt that this Ju Shu looked a little familiar and his temperament was not right. Because there is a large area of bamboo behind Fifth Brother's yard, the air is filled with the fresh scent of bamboo. She leaned on the windowsill, sticking a little bit of her head out, and got a clear view. Ju Shu originally had his head down, but he always felt that someone was looking at him. Out of instinct, she raised her head and looked out the window. Su-won quickly hid, but she didn't know whether she had discovered him. At this moment, she couldn't calm down for a long time. OMG, what did she see? This bamboo book seems to be the daughter of Mr. Chien. She had only seen her a few times in Xiangzhou a few years ago. At that time, Mr. Chien's daughter was only about 13 years old. Now 3 years have passed. When her fifth brother brought her back that night, it was too dark and she didn't recognize her. But this time it was broad daylight. There was no way she could make a mistake. Mr. Chien's surname was Luo, and his daughter seemed to be named Luo Shiju. But why was Miss Luo in Kyoto? Moreover, she was dressed as a man, pretending to be a servant beside the fifth brother. The two of them went in and out together every day, and even ate and lived in the same courtyard. This. It's hard not to think too much. Su-won stood against the wall, holding his heart, feeling a little excited. I feel like what fifth brother is doing is really exciting. He's even doing cosplay? Little did he know that Su-yi was already standing by the window at this moment. He tilted his head and looked at Su-won, who was acting like a thief, with a meaningful smile. Su-won was still immersed in his own fantasy world, while Lu Yun and Lu Ying had already lowered their heads guiltily. Won, what are you doing sneakily? Su-won finally reacted after hearing the voice and was startled. She quickly stood up. When Su-yi smiles, he still gives people a feeling of seeing through everything. He squints his eyes when he smiles and looks harmless, but he also feels like a sinister person. He had known that this girl would come to inquire, and he was ready to be discovered by her. But it's been almost a month before she remembered to inquire about this matter. She and Jong-yu were having so much fun outside some time ago that she thought she had forgotten about it. Sure enough, Su-yi still understood her, and her gossip came late but arrived. Fifth brother, you've been sneaking around lately, haven't you? Are you even learning to keep a mistress in a golden house? Su-won knew his secret and asked back boldly. Su-yi heard this and lowered his head and chuckled. But when the beautiful lady in the room heard the words, "A beautiful lady hidden in a golden house," her heart started beating fast. She knew that Su-won recognized her. If I had known you were curious, I wouldn't have kept it from you. But aren't you enjoying yourself lately? I don't want to bother you. He was saying that she and Jong-yu were too affectionate, and Su-won's face turned red. She doesn't agree with the phrase, being so happy that one forgets to leave. Okay, what's going on? Su-won walked straight into the study. When Luo Shiju saw Su-won coming in, she knew she could no longer hide the truth, so she took the initiative to perform the ladies' etiquette for her. Meet the princess. Having been in the Su family for a month, she naturally knew Su-won's current identity. He was a princess, and she was a commoner. Miss Luo, long time no see. Su-won accurately identified her identity. After learning more about it, I found out that Luo Shiju came to Kyoto alone and stayed in an inn after arriving. She only knew Su-yi in Kyoto, so she found a way to meet him. Su-yi felt that it was unsafe for her to live in the inn alone, and originally wanted to bring her back openly, but Luo Shiju was embarrassed because she was not familiar with the Su family, let alone had met them. She felt burdened to just visit them like this. It seems that he is also a social phobic patient. Su-yi respected her choice, so he chose this method and let her dress up as a servant and follow him. Su-won got to know the gossip again. Miss Luo came to Kyoto alone. She didn't know anyone except Su-yi. Wasn't it obvious that she came for him? Between men and women are easy to understand. It was obvious that Miss Luo was thinking about her fifth brother. Now the entire Su family was in Kyoto and would never go back. If she took the initiative, she might miss him in this life, so she came to Kyoto. However, she felt that it was very embarrassing for her to take such initiative and was afraid that the Su family would look down on her behavior, so she didn't want to let the Su family know. Little did they know that the Su family didn't care about these things. If Su's mother heard about this, she would probably smile so hard that her mouth would be crooked. After all, it was the girl who was chasing after her son. Seeing that another son's lifelong event was solved, she was so happy that she couldn't wait to worship Luo Shiju. The Su family is well known for loving their daughters-in-law, and Su's mother is also a very easy-to-get-along with mother-in-law. There will be no conflicts between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future. Su-yi has already written to Mr. Chien, telling him not to worry about the young lady's safety and that he'll treat her well. Su-yi has always been prudent in his work and life, and Mr. Chi entrusts him very much. Besides, how could he not know what his daughter is thinking? Since she wants to fulfill her wish, let her do it. After Su-won listened to the whole story, she thought about it carefully. Miss Luo was a girl after all, and she couldn't follow fifth brother as a servant every day. This was not the Su family's way of entertaining guests. Moreover, the fifth brother is a boy and Miss Luo spoils him, so she is afraid that he will not take good care of him. After much thought, Su-won decided to let Luo Shiju restore his identity. Miss Luo, I will talk to my mother and the others. I will arrange a separate courtyard for you to live in. My parents will definitely be very happy when you come. Don't feel any psychological burden. Su-won walked up to her, held her hand, and spoke to her in a soothing tone. Luo Shiju looked at Su-yi, who smiled and nodded at her. She was a girl, and he actually felt it was inappropriate for her to stay with him every day, mainly because it was not appropriate. He is a very polite person. He knows that Su-won is a girl, so he will definitely talk to her nicely and take her feelings into consideration. He will also pay attention to many details more than he does. Therefore, he did not intend to hide it from Su-won until she discovered it herself. At that time, she will tell her family not to pay too much attention to Miss Luo and let her feel natural and relaxed. Well, thank you, princess. It's been hard for you. Luo Shiju bowed to her again. Su-won was not in a hurry to tell his mother and family members, but greeted his sister-in-law. The aunt and sister-in-law acted separately. Shin Qingli asked someone to clean up a courtyard closest to Su-yi and arranged a careful maid to serve her. Su-won prepared the girls' daily clothes, jewelry, and some necessary daily necessities. After everything was ready, the aunt and sister-in-law went to Su-yi in person to pick up Luo Shiju. Her courtyard was just a few steps away from Su-yi's courtyard. There were several maids serving her there, but there was only one personal maid. She ran away secretly this time, without even bringing her maid with her, so Shin Qingli and the others had to take care of everything for her. Luo Shiju looked at all this, and was so moved that her eyes turned red. Thank you, princess. Thank you, madam. Shiju is very grateful. She bowed to the two of them, and Su-won and Shin Qingli simultaneously reached out to help her. Sister Luo, you have come from afar, so just stay here with us and feel at ease. If you need anything, just tell me. Don't be polite. Shin Qingli said affectionately, holding her hand. Su-won also nodded in agreement. Girls are easier to talk to each other, and Luo Shiju no longer feels restrained or embarrassed. Afterwards, Su-won told this to his mother. His mother's eyes lit up when she heard it, and she immediately went to see Luo Shiju in person. Luo Shiju changed back into women's clothing. Su-won felt that she was very suitable for light and fresh colors, so he chose light blue, green, and light cyan dresses for her, which were unexpectedly suitable for her. Mr. Chi was a Confucian scholar, and he was particularly particular about elegance in his daily life. Therefore, the daughter she raised also has an elegant style and is full of poetic and bookish air. She has a typical light-colored appearance, is gentle and elegant, and you can tell at first glance that she is very cultured and versatile. Her painting skills should be pretty good too. After all, she is the daughter of a famous teacher and must have inherited some of her father's talent. You know what? She is quite suitable to be the assistant of fifth brother.
Hello, Madame Shu.
Luo Shiju bowed politely. As soon as Su's mother saw her, she liked her very much and knew that she was a very well-behaved girl. Looking at her like she is someone in my family tree, ha ha ha. Miss Luo, I've heard of you in Xiangzhou before, but I've never had the chance to see you. Now I finally see you. If you don't mind, I'll call you Shiju. Su-yi felt helpless watching from behind. His mother was treating her as her daughter-in-law. Shiju nodded shyly, agreeing with Su's mother's words. What a good girl. Just stay at home and feel at ease. If you have any problems, go find Su-yi. He lives next door to you. Don't be afraid of trouble. If he bullies you, tell your aunt, and I will help you deal with him. After saying that, Su's mother glared at Su-yi, and her tone seemed to be advising Luo Shiju as her future daughter-in-law. Luo Shiju felt embarrassed. Suwon quickly said to her mother, "Mom, please be more restrained and don't scare little sister Shiju." Although she said this, she was secretly happy. Now it seems that the fourth brother is the only one left alone with nowhere to go. Based on her understanding of the fifth brother, he would never get involved with someone if he didn't like them. The fact that he took the initiative to bring the person back this time says it all. Oh, look at me. I'm so happy. Okay, Auntie won't disturb you to rest. You take care of yourself. Su's mother also realized that her excessive enthusiasm made her child uncomfortable. Since then, there is one more person in the family, and the family has become really lively, except for the lack of children's laughter. The next day, they went to Wanfu Temple to worship Buddha. 4 carriages set out together because the 7th prince also joined in halfway, bringing with him his future 7th prince's consort Lin Jingshu. Lin Jingshu has already entered the 7th prince's palace and is now the legitimate consort of the 7th prince. Tomorrow is the day when the concubine enters the palace, but the couple does not take it seriously and even goes to the temple to worship Buddha together. I left the house early in the morning when it was barely light. Wanfu Temple was outside the city and could be reached in more than half an hour, but carriages could not go up the mountain, so people who came to worship had to walk up the mountain. The road up the mountain is all steps, extending all the way upwards, winding and twisting, and it is not easy to go up. However, Wanfu Temple was very popular, and even the nobles from the Imperial Palace came here to worship Buddha. Suyin got off the carriage and saw that everyone was in pairs. If Princess Jiaqing's leg hadn't healed yet, his third brother wouldn't be alone. He suddenly felt confused. How come everyone had a partner? Only he didn't. He couldn't understand it. Xin Qingli has had a poor appetite recently. When she was halfway up the mountain, she felt stomach discomfort. She held Su Jing's hand, bent over, and vomited. Her eldest brother was scared to death when he saw this. He kept patting her back, and although she felt nauseous, she couldn't vomit anything. Fortunately, Su Mu was here. He gave her some honey water that he had prepared in advance, and then they went to the pavilion halfway up the mountain to take a rest. Su Mu immediately took her pulse, and everyone looked at him nervously. At first, the second brother looked serious. The eldest brother hurriedly asked him what was wrong, but the second brother actually laughed. The pulse is smooth, like jade beads falling on a jade plate. It's a happy pulse. Congratulations, big brother. You're going to be a father. Su Mu diagnosed that his sister-in-law was pregnant, and his usually calm face was replaced with obvious joy. This is the first child of the Su family's grandchildren, so he is naturally happy. His parents will finally get what they wanted. The eldest brother heard this. He was stunned for a moment and obviously didn't react. But Xin Qingli touched her belly in surprise and then laughed. When everyone heard that the eldest sister-in-law was pregnant, they all smiled their blessings, especially Su Wan, because she was going to be an aunt, and the eldest brother could finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. Is already 26 years old this year, and finally has his first child. At his age, people who got married early already have several children. In his early years, his family was poor, and he couldn't afford to marry a wife. Later, He was busy with his studies and didn't care about this matter. After he came ashore, he was busy building his career, and it was a few years before he got married. Now, they have been married for only 3 months, and Shun Qingli has already received good news. What does this mean? It means that the descendants will prosper. Brother, congratulations, we are finally uncles. Su Yun was the first to congratulate him. It was great that he would be the 4th uncle in the future. The other brothers also congratulated Su Jing, including the 7th prince, who said frankly, Jingshu, go and get some good luck and good fortune. I want to be a father too. He is a modern man, and he doesn't think there is anything wrong with saying these words, but in the eyes of the ancients, they are very explicit. Lin Jingshu was so ashamed when she heard the words that she tugged at Murong Huai's sleeve with a coquettish look. Your Highness. Seeing how embarrassed his princess was, Murong Huai realized that his words were too blunt, and he had forgotten that this was ancient times. He quickly hit his mouth with his folding fan. Look at me. I got excited for a moment, don't mind me, but I still don't want to take back what I said. Everyone laughed when they heard this. The 7th prince's wife felt even more embarrassed and almost hid behind Murong Huai. Su Jing held his wife's hand tightly. His hands were shaking with excitement, and sweat was pouring out. His eyes were red with emotion. Qingli, you're not feeling well right now. Let's go back first and not go up the mountain, okay? Su Jing saw that she was not feeling well and was now pregnant, so he was particularly worried about her safety. They were still halfway up the mountain, and he was afraid that she would be tired. As a result, Shun Qingli shook her head. Now that we are here, at the feet of the Buddha, how can we give up halfway? Now that we are here, why don't we go up and pray for the safety of the child? But your body. Husband, I'm fine, just walk slowly. Shun Qingli insisted on going up. Su Jing had no choice but to look at Su Mu and ask for his opinion as a doctor. Su Mu received the message. Sister-in-law's pulse is very good, which means the baby is healthy. It's only about 1 month old now, so it's not obvious. The vomiting and poor appetite are all caused by morning sickness, which is normal. As long as you pay attention when going up the mountain and stop to rest for a while after walking for a while, there will be no problem. With the assurance from the young genius doctor, Su Jing finally felt relieved. Fortunately, they got out early in the morning, and the sun had just risen. Everyone was in no hurry and accompanied Shun Qingli slowly up the mountain. They arrived at Wanfu Temple. As soon as they came in, they smelled a strong scent of incense. Su Mu was still worried that it would be bad for the fetus if his sister-in-law smelled it too much, so he gave her a snuff bottle and asked her to smell it if she felt uncomfortable. Everyone goes early and returns early. After worshipping the Buddha, they donate money and go down the mountain. However, there is a marriage tree in Manpakuji Temple. It is said that if one writes one's name on a sign, ties it with red silk, and hangs it on the tree, the couple will be together forever. Su-won didn't believe this at first, but now that she met Jong-yu, she wanted to believe it. After worshipping the Buddha, everyone came to the marriage tree. Each bought a marriage card, wrote down each other's name, and then hung it on the tree. Su Chen also wrote. He wrote Jiaqing's name side by side with his own. Jiaqing's maiden name was Murong Jia, and the emperor used her nickname to make the title. From childhood to adulthood, her family members called her Jia Jia, and others outside also called her by her title, so few people called her Murong Jia. Su-yun had been following his 3rd brother up the mountain. Now, seeing that his 3rd brother was also writing this, he couldn't help but curl his lips and smack his lips. TSK, 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 these are so disgusting. As soon as he spoke, everyone turned to look at him. He felt embarrassed and lowered his head. Su-won couldn't help but joke. 4th brother, you are jealous now. You are all alone. Why don't you go and ask for a marriage divination to see where your soulmate is? TSK, I don't ask for it. I don't have to worry about not being able to find a wife. He crossed his arms proudly. Although he said so, he still went to the marriage platform under the marriage tree to draw lots when no one was paying attention. Luo Shiju, on her part, was also hesitating whether to buy a brand. She secretly looked at Su-yi and found that Su-yi was not around, so she looked around. Who knew that in the next second, A mahogany plaque tied with red silk would appear in front of her. Luo Shiju looked back and saw Su-yi standing behind him. Do you have a crush? Do you want to write one? His smile is very warm, with half of his face dimples visible when he smiles, and his eyebrows and eyes are curved, which is very healing. Luo Shiju's heart skipped a beat. Her lips pursed slightly. She reached out to take the wooden sign. She turned around, and her face turned red. She felt a little difficulty breathing. What does Su-yi mean by this? He holds the marriage card and asks her if she has a lover. She walked to the corner alone, looked around before she started writing, as if she was afraid of being seen by others, and quickly wrote down 2 names, then hid the side with the words facing herself. Su-won had noticed her a long time ago. She and Jong-yu had already tied the wooden signs together. She was the first one to do so. When she had nothing to do, she would look for gossip everywhere. Jong-yu looked at her rolling eyes helplessly and thought, "You little girl are so busy every day." "Sister Shiju, you wrote too? Who did you write about?" Luo Shiju turned around and saw Su-won's gossipy smile. She bit her lower lip and was too embarrassed to say anything. She is the youngest in the group, but she is a little taller than all of them. Maybe because she is the youngest, she looks the most innocent. Su-won felt distressed when seeing such a pitiful look. "Would you like me to put it up for you?" Su-yi came over to rescue her. Luo Shiju wanted to show it to Su-won, but she was embarrassed, so she was hesitant. Su-yi understood her, so he came over to help her. Su-won had already seen through everything. She looked at her 5th brother and Luo Shiju with a meaningful smile. All right, I won't watch it anymore. You guys go hang up now." She covered her eyes and turned around. Jong-yu touched her hair lovingly. But Su-won glared at him. "Can you be gentler? Your hair is messed up." Jong-yu withdrew his hand awkwardly, with helplessness on his face. Su-yi successfully got the sign. When he saw the name on it, he smiled knowingly and whispered in Luo Shiju's ear, "So it was him, I know." Su-yi was also a person who could tease people without being noticed. Luo Shiju was completely distracted by him. Su-yun sneaked up to the Taoist monk alone, took out a piece of silver, and said that he wanted to ask for a marriage fortune to see when his marriage would come. The Taoist monk handed him a bamboo tube filled with fortune sticks, all of which were about asking about marriage. In fact, Su-yun still wants to have a romantic relationship in his heart. He has everything now, except love. So, although I may sound arrogant, my heart and body are very honest. He picked up the bamboo tube and shook it, and a fortune stick fell on the table. He quickly picked it up and saw that it was an excellent fortune stick. The signature above reads, "Shangji. The wind makes the bamboo sound. I thought it was the sound of a golden pendant. The moon moves the shadows of flowers. I thought it was the arrival of a beautiful lady." He couldn't understand what it meant, so he just saw the 2 words, Shangji. He showed the fortune slip to the Taoist monk, who smiled and said to Su-yun, "Donor, your marriage is coming soon. Pay more attention to the people around you. The fortune stick says that your marriage is related to the night." When Su-yun heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Ask him to pay attention to the people around him? He is surrounded by his relatives, and the girls are all taken. Who is his destiny? Could it be the girls in Chunlu? And be the case. They usually respect him, and he doesn't like any of them. This is strange. 4th brother, what does your marriage say? After Su-won gossiped about the 5th brother, she started gossiping about the 4th brother. Just as Su-yun turned around to leave, he suddenly heard her voice and looked guilty. Who is asking for a marriage? I'm just taking a look. Su-yun was still quibbling. The main thing is that he just said he didn't ask for anything, but he ended up coming here again and was caught red-handed. Wouldn't it be too embarrassing for him to admit it? Su-won knew that he would definitely quibble, so he looked directly at the Taoist monk behind him and asked, "Master, may I ask what fortune my 4th brother asked for?" Su-won directly asked the Zen master, who was reading the fortune sticks for him. Upon hearing what he said, the Zen master directly handed her the bamboo stick that had not yet been put back into the bamboo tube. "Donor, this male donor's signature is here." Su-yun was shocked when he saw this. He turned around and tried to grab it, but Jong-yu was one step faster and had already got the signature. Hey, fourth brother, this is a very good sign. Good things are about to happen to you. Jong-yu immediately deciphered the meaning of the fortune, which made Soo-yun feel awkward and his face turned red. Okay, Soo-won, you're not even married yet, and you're teaming up with outsiders to bully me, right? Humph. Soo-yun saw that he was exposed, so he just gave up and started blaming Jong-yu. Soo-won read the signature first, then looked at Soo-yun. Fourth brother, Jong-yu is not an outsider. We are a family now. Besides, you are old enough to marry a wife. What are you afraid of? Soo-won didn't laugh at him. He was just curious. I am even more curious about what kind of girl can handle Soo-yun's temper in the future. I'm not afraid. Oh, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find my third brother. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument, Soo-yun ran away. Soo-won and Jong-yu smiled at each other. You cooperated well just now. Keep it up. She gave Jong-yu a thumbs up. Jong-yu chuckled, stretched out his hand to pinch her face, leaned over and said, Then do you want to reward me? He pointed to his lips shamelessly. Seeing this, Soo-won slapped him on the chest, neither too hard nor too soft, like a kitten. Buddhism is a pure land. You are not allowed to think about these messy things. Okay. Jong-yu shrugged helplessly and followed her to find Shin Ching-li. My eldest brother and his wife prayed for a peace talisman for their unborn baby. It happened that there was a golden statue of Buddha there, and the abbot of the temple was also there, wearing a cassock and with Buddhist beads on his hands. Shin Ching-li just stood up, and Soo-won came in. Brother and sister-in-law, are you done? Let's go down the mountain quickly. When the abbot heard Soo-won talking, he raised his eyes and looked at her with a kind smile. When Soo-won saw the abbot, she politely clasped her hands together and saluted him. The abbot returned her a Buddhist salute. Today, Soo-won donated a total of 1,000 taels of incense money, so the abbot knew her. Madam, you have come from afar. You are a distinguished guest. Soo-won was a little confused by the abbot's words. She came from far away? Kyoto doesn't seem far from here. The abbot saw Soo-won's confused expression and laughed again. Female donor, when I say coming from afar, I mean your former hometown, and the male donor next to you is your destined partner. If you two do as I say, you may be able to have a lifetime of love. The abbot's explanation made Soo-won's heart skip a beat. Her former hometown? Does it refer to Xiangzhou? But my elder brother and his friends are all from Xiangzhou, and the abbot never said this to them. Does that mean it refers to her former hometown in the 21st century? At this moment, Soo-won looked at the abbot's kind face and suddenly felt that this world was very magical. There actually was such a divine person. Just by looking at her, he knew that she came from another world. Jong-yu's attention was all drawn to the love that would last for another life. He didn't believe in such weird things, but now that he had Soo-won and someone told him that there was another life, he had to believe it. Master, what should we do?
Please let me know.
I will donate some money to Wanfu Temple afterwards. Even if it was just for a few words, Jong-yu was willing to spend a fortune. Who knew that the abbot just waved his hand? No need to donate anymore. You two have already donated a large sum of money. This opportunity today is my gift to you. If you want to have another life, you only need to go 100 years later. If one of you goes first, the other can follow. The place of eternal resting place will be the place where you two met. You can take each other's tokens and be buried together. Su Jing supported Shin Ching-li and listened to the whole process. The abbot meant that if one of Jong-yu and Soo-won died first, the other would commit suicide for love. The grave would be chosen at the place where they met, and the burial objects would have to include the tokens of love exchanged between the two. Su Jing felt very uncomfortable listening to this. He did not hope that one day, either Jong-yu or Soo-won would commit suicide for the other. However, he had just established a good relationship with the abbot today. If he rashly refuted the abbot, he was afraid that this good relationship would be ruined and would affect the baby in Shin Ching-li's belly. The abbot said this. Jong-yu and Soo-won looked at each other. Soo-won believed that if she died first in the future, Jong-yu would definitely follow her without hesitation. But if he was in his 70s or 80s, it would be fine, but what if he died young?
She might not be able to do it to herself. Ugh, bah, what is she thinking? Jong-yu will not die young. They will both live long lives. The two of them already had a tacit understanding, and they did not feel it was presumptuous for the abbot to say this. Jong-yu took the initiative to hold Soo-won's hand and interlocked their fingers with hers, and they both bowed to the abbot. "Thank you for your guidance, master." The four of them left the hall, and Soo-jing said to them, "Just listen to what the abbot said. Don't take it too seriously." Maybe it's because Soo-jing only recognizes the marriage of this life, only looks at this life, and has no idea about the next life. If it were other people, they would just listen to this kind of thing, and few would take it seriously. Moreover, such love that lasts until death is extremely rare in this world. However, Soo-won had to believe that this master had something on his mind, so what he said was still highly credible. Jong-yu believed it anyway, and he silently held Soo-won's hand tightly. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Soo-won suddenly pulled her hand away because she wanted to go back and confirm. Jong-yu saw this and looked at her in confusion. "What's wrong, Won-won?" Soo-jing and Shun-chingli also looked at her in confusion. "I still have something to ask the abbot. Wait here for me, and don't follow me." Soo-won said this and ran back holding up her skirt. Although they didn't know what was wrong with Soo-won and what she wanted to ask, they naturally respected all her decisions. Jong-yu knew that Soo-won had a secret that could not be told to anyone, but he was willing to protect her and her secret. The three of them were waiting below, and no one followed. The abbot seemed to know that Soo-won would come back, so he had been waiting in the hall. Soo-won ran up, breathing slightly, and the abbot was looking at her kindly. "What else do you want to ask?" Soo-won calmed down and saluted him. "Master, I want to know more clearly. Do you know where I come from?" "You come from another world, just like His Royal Highness the Seventh Prince, right?" the master said directly. "Did the Seventh Prince tell you?" Soo-won did not rule out this possibility. "I calculated it myself. If you don't believe me, I can tell you that I know what the tokens of love you and the male donor just exchanged were. You gave him a gold ring, and he gave you a jade pendant. Your fate began in a land temple in Xiangzhou, right?" Soo-won was shocked again. If all these could be traced, he even told the details, such as the ring was made of gold, and they met in a land temple. Her fate with Jong-yu indeed originated from the land temple in Yangao. If she hadn't saved him in the temple, how could they be where they are today? Soo-won clasped his hands together and looked at the master devoutly. She just needed to confirm this point and had no other questions. She also thought it would not be good to ask too clearly, as the secret could not be revealed. "Master, I understand. Thank you for telling me. Donor, don't get stuck in a rut. Just let things take their own course. You will live a long and prosperous life." The master added this sentence before she left. What does this mean? Is he telling himself that he can live a long time? She didn't know why, but after hearing these words, the haze in her heart was swept away. She realized that she was indeed a vulgar person. When she heard that he would live a long and prosperous life, Jong-yu and his elder brother and sister-in-law were still standing downstairs waiting for her. Soo-won looked worried when he went up, but was smiling when he came down. It seemed that he got a satisfactory result. "Let's go down the mountain. The sun is getting brighter." Everyone tacitly agreed not to ask anything. Soo-jing used his hands to shield Shun-chingli from the sunlight and took good care of her. Sun-linger and the others were waiting at the temple entrance, holding an umbrella in their hands. She gave the umbrella directly to her eldest brother. "I'll ask the monks in the temple to change it. Use it to block the sun for my sister-in-law. Don't let her get a heat stroke. She is very considerate. Now that Shun-chingli is pregnant, she is the most precious among all people, and everyone puts her first." "Thank you, Linger." Just needing an umbrella, Soo-jing didn't hesitate. "You're welcome, big brother," Sun-linger said with a smile. The group then went back down the mountain together. They all chose not to walk too fast and walked slowly with Shun-chingli. It was not difficult to get down the mountain. Jong-yu walked at the end, holding Soo-won's hand. When he saw that everyone had walked to the front, he spoke to Soo-won. "Won-won, what the abbot said just now, I want to tell you, if I die first in the future, you don't have to follow me. I can't bear to let you go,
Even if you and I are already in our 70s or 80s, I still can't bear to let you go. I believe that even if we don't die together, we can still have the next life." Soo-won burst out laughing when he heard this. "I'm already in my 70s and 80s, and I'm tired of living. Why would I cling to those 2 years?" If she had lived to that point, she would have been tired of living. She didn't care about the remaining 2 years. Besides, I think that since you are a martial artist, your physique must be much better than mine. If we have to leave, I will leave first. I am afraid that you will be reluctant to accompany me. Don't talk nonsense. We all want to live a long life." He put his hand on her lips. "Even if that day comes, I will go with you without hesitation, because I still want to spend the next life, and the next life, with you."
Soo-won smiled, a happy smile.
After returning to Kyoto from Manpokuji Temple, Soo-jing immediately informed his father, mother, and the Grand Secretary's mansion of the good news of Shin Qingli's pregnancy. Of the two mansions were overjoyed, and the next day, Mrs. Shun, the Grand Secretary, came to the Soo mansion to visit Shin Qingli. If the Grand Secretary hadn't stopped her, Mrs. Shun would have come over last night. Shin Qingli's pregnancy is a great joyous event for the whole mansion. Soo's mother decided to let Shin Qingli take good care of the baby and let her learn to take care of the household affairs. She has nothing to worry about as Soo-won and Sun Linger will help her. The Soo family has had many happy events in the past 2 months, and Prince Yang's mansion is no longer in a hurry to tell His Majesty about the marriage. They have to wait until at least after September. However, bad news kept coming out of the East Palace, saying that the Crown Prince would not live long. Prince Yang was also anxious, fearing that by the time the country came to a state of mourning, they, the royal family, would not be able to hold weddings for a year. It's not that he is guilty of treason, but the prince's health is indeed useless, which is something everyone knows. So this year, there are many happy events in Kyoto, and almost every household is holding them for fear that they will be late and miss out on their children's marriage. Now that the princes have all had their princesses appointed, it is time for His Majesty to confer upon them the title of king. The second Prince Morong-fu was given the title of Prince of Yong, the third Prince Morong-rue was given the title of Prince of Xian, the fourth Prince Morong-ting was given the title of Prince of Qi, the fifth Prince Morong-sheng was given the title of Prince of Jin, the sixth Prince Morong-chi was given the title of Prince of Chu, and the seventh Prince Morong-huai was given the title of Prince of Sun. As can be seen from the titles, the third prince was the queen's legitimate son and was given the character Xian, to give face to the queen and the crown prince. Among the other princes, only the seventh prince was given the title Sun, which is bordered with the character Wang, which shows the emperor's importance and preference for him. The emperor's intentions could be vaguely seen in the crowning of the king this time, and the situation in Kyoto changed slightly for a while. Morong-huai was pushed to the forefront in an instant, and the other princes were all hostile to him and regarded him as the first stumbling block in the fight for the throne. Regarding the corruption case, although Morong-sheng received strong support from the Ministry of Revenue, Jong-yu also activated the Fenghua Villa's intelligence network to help Morong-huai. The Ministry of Revenue has the authority, but outside of Kyoto, the Fenghua Villa's intelligence network has the final say. The two sides have been evenly matched and in a stalemate, and it is unknown who will win in the end. Each prince has been given a mansion and hung a plaque of the royal palace. Guyu entered the Prince of Jin's mansion as a concubine. It is said that on the night of his wedding with Xiao Hui, Morongsheng stayed in the study and never visited the Princess of Jin again. Until Guyu entered the mansion, he doted on Guyu alone and gave her the same standards and status as a princess. Xiao Hui felt that her dignity was trampled upon. She didn't expect Morong-sheng to treat her like this. I thought it was okay for him to be a little cold after marriage, but I should always give myself some chances. I didn't expect him to be so unsympathetic. She went back to tell her father, but her father told her to have a broader vision. As long as she remained firmly in the position of principal wife, when the Prince of Jin ascended the throne in the future, she would be the empress who ruled the country. Wouldn't she be able to deal with a concubine by then? This made Xiao Hui feel much better. However, even if she became the queen, it would be difficult for her to survive long-term without offspring. Morongsheng didn't even touch her. What should she do? Her father told her to wait for an opportunity. Guyu entered Prince Jin's mansion and felt much better after seeing Morongsheng's attitude towards her. Morongsheng directly exempted her from the etiquette and told her that she didn't have to go to pay a visit to the princess every day. He also told the people in the two courtyards not to disturb each other. In this way, the two sides will not meet each other, and a lot of jealousy can be avoided. Although Guyu did not have the position of the main wife, she had won the absolute favor of Morongsheng. As for whether this could continue in the future, it depended on her. She also knew that her position was precarious, so she had only one idea in her mind: to give birth to Morongsheng's first child and keep Zhao Hui under her feet. In the Chu Palace and the Sun Palace was not so complicated. On the surface, the wives and concubines got along very harmoniously, but it was unknown what was going on behind the scenes. Moronghui only met Lin Jingshu. They were very loving after marriage. After the two concubines entered the mansion, he also gave them face and visited them, but did not let them stay overnight. Time quickly came to August. Shin Qingli's morning sickness became more severe, and she had a strong craving for sour food. Su Wan went to Qionyang to ask her where the sour apricot and plum cakes came from and bought a bunch of them to satisfy Shin Qingli's craving. After Su Jing finished his official duties at the Ministry of Personnel every day, he would rush home to be with his wife. Su's mother spent the whole day preparing nourishing soups and drinks for Shin Qingli. But Shin Qingli couldn't eat it all. She vomited everything she ate. It was really painful. Middle of the month, we had guests at home. My uncle's family, as well as my cousin Yang Qingqing and her husband, also came. This made Su's mother very happy. She invited them into her house and arranged for them to live. After getting to know them, she found out that when Su Wan's wedding date was set, he sent them a letter to announce the good news. My uncle thought that since it was Su Wan's wedding, he had to come and attend it no matter what. If it weren't for his niece, he might still be farming in the countryside. How could he have such a good life now? Now they have a big house to live in, nice clothes to wear, servants to serve them, and enough savings. They have all this because Su Wan took care of them. Before, because he didn't have enough time, so he had to come to Su Wan's wedding this time no matter what. Su Mu was also getting married in the same month, so they had a drink together before leaving. About the arrival of their uncle's family, and Yang Qingqing also brought her son along. When my uncle and aunt saw this huge mansion, which was decorated in a rich and elegant style, and was more than twice the size of the house in Xiangzhou, and saw that every member of the Su family was dressed luxuriously, they knew only by seeing it with their own eyes that my sister's family had really made it and became a superior person that they could not reach. The Su family has also gotten rid of their status as peasants. From then on, they have become a family of scholars, officials, scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. They are at the forefront and are the most respected. Moreover, they heard that their elder sister was granted an imperial decree, and Su Wan was even granted the title of princess. They were extremely noble, so they had to bow to them when they saw them. As soon as Su Wan arrived, they all bowed to her. "Greetings, Madam Princess." Su Wan was also helpless when he saw this. "Uncle, Aunt, why do you have to be like this? We are all family here, and there are no outsiders. Why are you going through all this nonsense? That won't work. You are the princess, and this is the first time we meet the princess. We have to be polite." The uncle was very proud. When he returned to Xiangzhou, he could tell others that his eldest nephew was the Minister of Personnel, his second nephew was a miracle doctor, his third nephew was a general, his fourth nephew was the owner of the most popular restaurant in Kyoto, and his fifth nephew was Wuyang Jusher, who was personally appointed by the emperor and was the royal painter. The youngest niece is even more extraordinary. She was personally conferred the title of princess by the emperor. If he said this, no one would dare to look down on him in Xiangzhou in the future. The smoke coming out of the ancestral grave is just like this. Seeing her uncle laughing so hard that he couldn't stop, Su Wan felt it was not good to always spoil his fun. His uncle's family had come from afar. Su Yun suggested that the whole family go to Qinglu for dinner today. After dinner, He would take his uncle and his family to watch a play in the largest theater in Kyoto. In the next few days, I have to take them around Kyoto and have some fun. It's so hard to come here this time, and I don't know when I will be able to come again next time. Unless my cousin's husband passes the Imperial examination and is appointed an official, they may be able to move to Kyoto and reunite with my sister's family. Failing the exam this time made Yu-run's work harder at home. He studied hard every day and almost forgot to eat and sleep. Yang Qingqing was heartbroken. He worked so hard every day and didn't dare to waste even a moment. She could only give him the greatest support and help within her ability to help him take care of his son, his father, and the house. In the evening, Su-won's family took his uncle and his family to Chunglu. Even though one box was full and everyone had to squeeze together at such a big round table. Su-yun served all the dishes that could be served. A menu was drawn up for the tea and snacks before meals and the desserts after meals, and all of them were prepared by the kitchen. Kyoto Chunglu is much more prosperous than Xiangzhou Chunglu, and it can be said that it is even more prosperous than Yumengsala. As soon as they entered, a special maid came to make tea, pour tea, and wipe their hands with hot towels. When they were eating, they were even served the food. Each of them was strictly trained and had a standard smile on their face. They could be said to be the ceiling of the service industry. Many dignitaries who want to host banquets have to reserve the private rooms at Chunglu several times in advance. Basically, it is fully booked every day, both at noon and in the evening. Not only is the dine-in business good, the delivery business is also quite popular. In a few days, it will be concubine Chen's birthday, and Su-yun will have to personally lead his team to the palace to prepare a banquet for the empress. Only princes and nobles were invited to concubine Chen's birthday party this time, and the officials' wives did not have to go. Su-won is a princess, so naturally she cannot be absent. Anyone who comes to Kyoto for the first time will be shocked by its prosperity. No matter what you see, it is new and beautiful. It is really dazzling. Su's mother gave the task of taking her uncle and others to visit Kyoto to Su-won and Su-mu, the most relaxed ones in the family. The rest of the brothers either have official duties to attend to or have a lot of social engagements and business to take care of. Less than 2 days later, Jong-yu's grandfather also arrived in Kyoto. His grandson was getting married, so he risked his old bones to come to Kyoto to watch the 2 children get married. Only then would his life be complete. Jong-yu already knew that he was coming, so he brought people to meet him at the city gate in advance. My grandfather had been traveling all the way, so Jong-yu took him directly to the Duke's mansion. The wedding will be held at the Duke's mansion, and there is only a little over half a month left. My grandfather had heard about what Duke Jong had done, and considering how much he had sacrificed for the children, he reluctantly agreed to live under the same roof with him. Because of his daughter's affairs, he has been unwilling to acknowledge him as a son-in-law. Over the years, there has been no contact between the 2 sides. If Jong-yu had not been getting married this time, he would probably never see him again in his life. When Duke Jong heard that his father-in-law was coming, he was actually a little nervous. Although he was old, the pressure from Mount Tai was still great. Because he felt guilty towards Shinro and Jong-yu, he had no face to face his father-in-law. My grandfather had made it clear before he came. He said that if he wanted to live in the Duke's mansion, he hoped that the woman would not appear in front of him. He was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and do something bad. If it wasn't for Ningwei, who used some trickery to get pregnant, showed off in front of Shinro, and tried every way to make her angry, how could Shinro have damaged her liver due to extreme joy and sorrow, causing irreversible consequences? Therefore, Ningwei must never appear in front of him. If he sees her, he will not be able to help but start a killing spree. He didn't want to do anything unlucky on Jong-yu's good day. Therefore, before he arrived, Duke Jong ordered Ningwei to stay in her own yard and not to wander around. Ningwei also heard that Jongjun was coming and was so scared that she didn't dare to leave the yard. I still remember that year when Jiang Shinro passed away. Jongjun came from Zhongzhou, full of murderous intent. It rained heavily that night. She and Jiang Yan, who was just 2 years old, almost died under his knife. If the old lady hadn't stopped her, she would have been dead. Therefore, the shadow she had on Jong-jun was very huge, and she still breaks out in a cold sweat when she thinks about it now. Jong-yeon was not that scared, and Jong-jun did not have much resentment towards the child. Everything was Jong Shinro's fault, and the innocent child should not be harmed. As long as he did not make trouble in front of him, he could tolerate it. Jong-yu and Duke Jong went to pick up Jong-jun. When Jong-jun saw him for the first time, he called out respectfully, "Father-in-law." "Humph." Jong-jun saw him and snorted coldly with a stern face. Compared with the previous tense situation, this attitude is considered to be a good one. In the Duke's mansion, the atmosphere at the dinner table was very serious. No one in the group spoke, and Jong-yu didn't know what to say to ease the situation. Everyone ate quietly, and Jong-jun was the first to speak. "Ayu, I haven't seen Sue girl for a long time. When will you bring her to see me?" In previous years, Soo-won would go to Fonghua Villa to see the old man and also take the opportunity to escape the summer heat in the mountains. "I'll find time to pick her up, but she's been a bit busy lately. There are guests to entertain at home, and my sister-in-law is pregnant, so she has to take care of the household. In 2 days, she has to attend the birthday banquet of concubine Chen. If you want to see her, you'll probably have to wait a few days." "Oh, that's okay. Let her finish her work first. There's no rush." Jong-jun nodded with a smile. When it comes to Soo-won, a smile appears on his face. The meal was completed peacefully. Duke Jong did not say a word the entire time. In front of Jong-jun, he completely lost his usual dignity. As the saying goes, everything can conquer something else. This is just the case. Hearing that the old sect master had arrived, Jong Eun-ha moved out of the Soo family overnight and went to the Duke's mansion to accompany his master to relieve his boredom. The kid Soo-chun is so busy that he is nowhere to be seen every day. At the Soo mansion, he can only play with Soo's father every day. Nowadays, Soo's father is proficient in fishing, chess, tea tasting, and gardening. Father Soo was also enjoying it. He was a layman who knew nothing and had nothing in common with the gentleman in Kyoto. He felt embarrassed every time there were guests at home. Now he was enjoying it as he had learned from Master Jong. Mother Soo couldn't tell what she felt when she saw the change in Father Soo. Every time she saw him drinking tea in such a formal manner, she looked more like a bumpkin. Concubine Chen's birthday, Soo-yeon asked Soo-won to accompany him to the palace to make preparations in advance. He brought his team and the female dessert chef with him. He had never been to the palace before and was afraid that he didn't know the rules and might break the rules, so he asked Soo-won to accompany him so that he would feel more at ease. That afternoon, Jong-yu made an appointment with Soo-won to have dinner together at Chunglu. The two walked into Chunglu side by side, but there was no sign of Soo-yeon. Otherwise, he usually stands at the counter and counts on the abacus. The guy said he was learning how to make desserts with Chef Yu in the kitchen. Soo-yeon still lacks experience in desserts and pastries. Now that there is a ready-made master, he follows the principle of learning throughout his life and learns to make desserts. Soo-won was curious about the true appearance of Master Yu, and this surname was very rare. She heard that she was a 17-year-old girl with a miserable life, so she wanted to go and take a look. Holding Jong-yu's hand, the two appeared at the door of the back kitchen. They saw that everyone was busy in the kitchen. The aroma of various foods wafted in the air, making people salivate. After looking around, I found fourth brother in a remote corner. He was wearing a white apron and his hair was tied up with a white cloth cap. There was a woman next to him who was only as tall as his shoulders. Looking at her back, she has a slender figure, and the apron straps are tied into a beautiful bow around her waist, making her waist look slender. TSK, that's not the case. I've told you several times to use warm water first and then add sugar water. Why can't you remember? The woman suddenly spoke with a serious tone and a feeling of disappointment. You clearly only said it once, okay? How come it was several times? More than once, just once. I am the master, and you're the master? Am I the boss or are you? How can you talk to the boss like that? Soo-yeon protested, then put his hands on his hips with his nostrils widened. The two of them suddenly started arguing, and neither of them gave in.
But as long as I am your master, and you are my disciple, you have to listen to me. Soo-yun was choked by her words and didn't know how to refute. He glared for a long time with his nose wide open, like an angry bull in a cartoon. But in the end, he still lost his temper. Forget it. Who makes her a master? Who makes her a woman? A good man doesn't fight with a woman. He threw out this sentence and continued to knead the dough. Wow. This is the first time Soo-won saw fourth brother fail to win a verbal battle against anyone other than her and fifth brother. Soo-won never saw the true face of Master Yu. The two of them argued from time to time, and Soo-yun always lost the argument. Soo-won saw that it was not easy to disrupt their atmosphere and study spirit, so he took Jong-yu to eat. After asking, I found out that Master Yu's real name was Yu In-shwang. What a meaningful name. Judging from the name, Master Yu's family is also very knowledgeable. Do we have the surname Yu in our Jin country? This surname is relatively rare in modern times, so Soo-won asked Jong-yu. Jong-yu rarely heard of this surname, but it was not unknown. Yes, this Yu family should be a pastry family from Yinzhou. I used to go to Yinzhou with my grandfather. I vaguely remember this family. If nothing unexpected happens, this Master Yu should be a descendant of the Yu family. I don't know what happened in the past 2 years, and he has fallen to this point. Jong-yu is indeed well-read and knowledgeable. It is no joke that he has been traveling around the country with his grandfather since he was a child. Soo-won nodded in understanding. She remembered the words on the signature, which said that fourth brother would be getting married soon. Now it seems that the person he is involved with and in contact with is this Master Yu. She wondered if the two of them could spark a romance? From the scene just now, she can really control fourth brother. Fourth brother is a naughty boy. He needs someone to keep him under control. Halfway through the meal, Soo-yun heard the waiter say that Soo-won had arrived, and then he came out of the kitchen. I heard that she saw everything. That's great. Bring Yu In-shwang to meet Soo-won. You came without even saying hello? I saw that you were busy, so I didn't want to disturb you. Soo-won stood up when he saw that he had brought someone in. That's perfect. Let me introduce you. This is my new master. I've been learning dessert and pastry making from her recently. Her name is Yu In-shwang. This is my sister Soo-won and the Prince of Jeong, my future brother-in-law. When Soo-yun introduced Jong-yu as his future brother-in-law, he seemed a little reluctant and spoke vaguely. But Jong-yu felt very happy after hearing it. It was great. He liked this identity the most. Schwanla's husband, the Soo family's son-in-law, and their future brother-in-law. Yu In-shwang stood there and nodded obediently, without any trace of the fierce look she had just shown with Soo-yun. It was also the first time that Soo-won saw her appearance clearly. She had a pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes with black and watery pupils. They were a very pure pair of eyes. She has fair skin, 2 big dimples when she smiles, and plump petal-shaped lips. She is a typical beauty with a dark complexion. But she looks too thin. It would look better if she could gain some weight. Soo-won looked at her and suddenly had an urge to feed her, wanting to feed her until she was plump and white. You are Princess Schwanla. I have heard of your deeds. When Yu In-shwang saw Soo-won, her eyes shone with a light of admiration. Master Yu, I've heard that you are a first-rate baker and dessert chef. Today I finally get to meet you in person. First met, Soo-won was still very polite. My story is nothing. On the contrary, it's you, princess. The Yuyan Hall you run is very popular. In our Yunzhou, every household uses it. I didn't know until I left Yunzhou and went all the way north that the Yuyan Hall was actually opened all over Jin State. When I first came to Kyoto, I heard from them that you donated the Yuyan Hall to the court and used your private property to subsidize the military and civilians. You are such a good person. I heard that you are only 1 year older than me. You are really amazing. I really admire you. Yu In-shwang looked at Soo-won with fiery eyes and said a lot of things, all praising Soo-won. Soo-won was embarrassed by her. Oh, how can you be as good as you say? You are also very good. You can make so many exquisite and delicious desserts. The two girls were exchanging pleasantries while Jong-yu and Soo-yun could only sit aside and wait obediently. Spending some time together,
Suwon discovered that Yu Inchuang was really good at chatting. Just like her fourth brother, she could talk a lot about topics that interested her. But it also shows that she is a simple-minded person with a straightforward temper. Suwon likes this kind of lively personality. There will never be a dull moment wherever he goes. Moreover, talking and chatting with Yu Inchuang is especially enjoyable while eating. I originally thought that since she had such a difficult experience, she must be very calm and reserved, but I didn't expect that she was actually a funny girl. But this is also good. Difficulties and setbacks will not be reasons to crush a person. Only by being heartless can you live without fatigue. Concubine Chen's birthday, Suwon followed Su-yeon into the palace, accompanied by several chefs from the kitchen and Yu Inchuang. They all brought their own stuff and were fully prepared to face this challenge. Those who come to the birthday banquet are the wives of princes and nobles. At that time, the princesses and concubines of several princes will come. Taking this opportunity, the newly appointed princesses and concubines will also get together. By then, Gu-yu might also be there. The palace arranged a small palace for Su-yeon and his party to temporarily reside, named Linglong Pavilion. It happened to be very close to the Imperial kitchen, making it very convenient for them to do their work. Because it was the emperor who asked them to come to the palace this time, the chef specially arranged a separate stove for them to use, with all the pots, pans, and utensils available. They could also order the palace maids working there at will. At best, Suwon came along, but he didn't have to do anything and just stayed in Linglong Pavilion until the next day. Concubine Chen's birthday, people enjoyed the flowers and drank tea in her palace in the morning. The snacks and fruits that went with the tea were all prepared by Su-yeon and others. The lunch banquet is a full meal, and the basic configuration is 8 dishes and a soup, 2 of which are required to be vegetarian, plus an after-meal dessert. In the afternoon, there will be an opera troupe performing. The pastries eaten while listening to the opera are different from those in the morning. Anyway, Su-yeon will be in charge of the arrangements for the whole day. The morning, Su-won arrived early because he was already in the palace. The first to arrive was Morong-hwai, who brought his princess consort with him. After him came the ladies from various palaces and finally the princesses and daughters of the princes. As expected, Gu-yu came. She came with Zhao Hui. Morong-sheng did not come. None of the princes came except Morong-hwai, because she was not their biological mother, so it would be enough for the princess to go. Each prince's palace only brought one concubine, and the one brought by Prince Jin's palace was Gu-yu. Not surprisingly, Su-won bumped into her, and she was standing next to Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui was dressed like a queen, graceful and elegant. She was mainly fresh and elegant, but her hair was all tied up into a bun. Su-won bumped into them face to face. Seeing Zhao Hui, she saluted politely. "Meet Princess Jin." When Zhao Hui saw Su-won, she smiled with disdain. Now she was on Prince Sun's side, which was the opposite of Prince Jin's mansion, so naturally her attitude could not be good. As for Gu-yu, she felt very uncomfortable when she saw Su-won. She had boasted in front of others with great confidence before, but was badly slapped in the face later. As a result, she felt completely ashamed when she saw Su-won now. She tried not to speak and to reduce her presence. But Su-won couldn't pretend not to see her. "Concubine Gu, are you doing well lately?" Now, neither of them needs to bow to the other, as they are on equal terms. However, Gu-yu is a concubine, and to put it more clearly, she is still not as noble as Su-won. Gu-yu forced a very stiff smile. "I'm fine. The prince treats me very well. Thank you for your concern, princess." She deliberately said that the prince was very good to her, but no one knew what she wanted to express. When Zhao Hui heard this, her expression dropped and she rolled her eyes without any concealment. What is this little witch so proud of? Nothing lasts forever. Let's see how long she can be so proud. Su-won looked at Zhao Hui's explosive smell and thought that it would be better to stay away from her so as not to be affected by the overt and covert war. In the original novel, Gu-yu was loved by her brothers and favored by the Duke of Zhong's mansion. It was legitimate for her to become the queen. But now, everything has changed. She is suppressed by Zhao Hui, and her life in the palace must not be easy. It is true that only those who drink the water know whether it is hot or cold. If she hadn't traveled through time, Guyu's life would still be smooth sailing.
But there was no way.
Now that she was here, she couldn't follow the ending or the original script. Otherwise, she would have been dead by now. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. This is an eternal truth. The banquet started at noon. The emperor came specially to eat with concubine Chen and celebrate her birthday. Throughout the day, Su Yun arranged everything perfectly and clearly, and no one could find any fault with it. Moreover, the dishes were really delicious, and everyone's attention was on the food. No matter whether it was the dishes or the snacks and desserts, everyone ate them all up. When the royal family eat, they believe in not eating more than 3 servings, that is, they only eat 3 chopsticks of a dish. Su Yun knows this principle, so the dishes are mainly exquisite and the portions are not large. There are 2 people at a table, so each person only has a few chopsticks of food. The banquet, everyone was very satisfied. They were all planning to invite Chenglu to host their own birthday parties. They just didn't know how much money it would cost, but it had to be grand. Chenglu pursues the high-end consumption route, and the prices of dishes are higher than those of ordinary places. Nowadays, Chenglu's customers are all great scholars, and they have no ordinary people among them. They have truly integrated into the upper-class circle. The emperor saw that concubine Chen was happy. He generously rewarded Su Yun with many rare treasures, and even personally inscribed a plaque with 5 large characters, the #1 building in the world. The emperor's handwriting was also quite impressive, with vigorous and powerful strokes and a steady and majestic tone. Make it into a gold-plated plaque and hang it in the lobby of Chenglu. It will be a living signboard. When the reward came down, Su Yun looked at the calligraphy and felt very proud, feeling that his career had come to a complete success. Su Wan looked at the scene and thought that this was the point of the story. The 4th brother still got the honor of being the best restaurant in the world granted by the emperor as in the original book, and the degree of honor was far beyond the original book. From mid-August to the end of September, Jong-yu disappeared. For half a month, he had been accompanying Morong Huai to investigate a corruption case. The corruption case was nearing its end. The evidence held by Morong Huai and Morong Sheng was similar, and they had caught nearly 20 corrupt officials in total. From the 2nd and 3rd rank officials in the capital to the 6th and 7th rank officials sent to other places, all of them had solid evidence, and the real money seized from the mansions, the total amount of embezzled money seized from both sides, amounted to as much as 350,000 taels. These 350,000 taels are more than enough to support an army of 70,000 to 80,000 people. The emperor was furious and imprisoned these officials and their families according to the charges. For a while, the cells in the Ministry of Justice and the Dali Temple were almost insufficient. They will be charged according to the amount of silver they have embezzled. Those who deserve to have their property confiscated will have their property confiscated, and those who deserve to be exiled will be exiled. No one will be able to escape. This time, Morong Sheng and Morong Huai were evenly matched and ended in a draw. The emperor also saw their abilities and praised both of them. For a moment, it was hard to tell which prince the emperor appreciated more. The main thing is that the emperor promoted concubine Shu to noble concubine and concubine Chen to imperial noble concubine. Not only did he make things fair, he also promoted some concubines of lower ranks to higher ranks. Su Jiaoyi was on the promotion list this time. She was promoted to the position of concubine and given the title of Zhuang. From then on, she was Empress Zhuang. Although she was a concubine, she was not among the 4 concubines and was still 1 rank lower than Guishu Dixian. But you should be content. Even if the emperor dies in the future, you can still be a concubine after all. Jong-yu returned to Kyoto. There were only 7 days left before his wedding with Su-won. Although he had said goodbye before leaving, he was still afraid that Su-won would mind as he was away for half a month before the wedding. In fact, Su-won didn't mind at all. She had important things to do, so why should she mind? It just so happened that the two were not allowed to meet before marriage, so she just had to stay quiet and wait for marriage at home. The Su family became busy again, preparing Su-won's dowry and the wedding banquet the day before the wedding. All of this was arranged by Sue's mother and Sunlinger. Luo Shiju followed her teacher to learn housekeeping and various banquet arrangements since she was a child. For a lady from a wealthy family, this is a must-have skill. She lived in the Su mansion and wanted to contribute something, so she took the initiative to help Sue's mother arrange Su-won's wedding. Sue's mother agreed very calmly. It was okay for her to help take care of the matter now. In the future, Qingli would have an extra helper. Luo Shiju naturally didn't know what Sue's mother was planning. If she knew, she would be embarrassed again. Regarding Su-won's dowry, the eldest brother was an honest man and had just married Shin Qingli not long ago. The couple did not have much private accounts, and finally Shin Qingli took out her own dowry and added a dowry worth 50,000 taels to Su-won. Su-mu had saved up some assets while practicing medicine over the years. Apart from the betrothal gift for Sunlinger, he gave Su-won everything he could. Although it wasn't much, it was the thought that mattered. There is no need to say more about Su-chin. As a military general, all the rewards he received were included in the public account. Together with the things he had on him, which amounted to nearly 30,000 taels, he asked Sue's mother to add them all to Su-won's dowry and did not leave any money for himself to be his wife. Su-yun was a businessman and had no shortage of money. From the profits of the two Chunglu buildings, apart from the half that was originally supposed to be given to Su-won and the taxes paid to the court, he had saved up about 70,000 to 80,000 taels of silver for himself, and he directly gave 50,000 taels of silver to Su-won.
Finally, there is Su-yi.
He is now a famous scholar. Any of his paintings can be sold for thousands of taels. He took out his own savings and gave Su-won an additional 35,000 taels of dowry. With the betrothal gifts given by Jong-yu, plus the dowry given by her brothers, Su-won could definitely call it a 10-mile red wedding. Several brothers, adding up to nearly 200,000 taels, was too scary. She doesn't even need to bring her own extra assets. Otherwise, it would be too conspicuous, right? The dowry had all been counted and packed, but Su-won still felt that it was too high-profile, so she suggested reducing Jong-yu's betrothal gift by half, temporarily moving it to the mansion next door, and only bringing half to Mary into the Duke's mansion. She didn't want to cause public outcry because of the large dowry. Su Jing thought so too. Bringing so much with him would indeed attract too much attention. It would be better to just take half of it. Together with what his brothers had prepared, there would be a total of 199 loads of dowry. Even this is considered very grand among all the families in Kyoto that marry off their daughters. Anyway, they wouldn't covet Wanwan's property, as it was all left for her. Finally, according to Su-won's idea, half of the betrothal gifts brought by Jong-yu were placed in the mansion next door. When the time comes for the wedding, she only needs to take away the gifts prepared by her brothers and half of the betrothal gifts. Su-won returned to the yard later, only to find that Jong-yu suddenly appeared on her swing. Every time at this time, Lu-yun and Lu-ying would consciously step back, leaving the space for the two of them to be alone. "Why are you here? Didn't you say that we can't see each other for half a month before the wedding?" Su-won stood in front of him and looked at him puzzledly. When Jong-yu saw her coming, he stood up and held her in his arms without saying anything. He lowered his head and greedily sniffed the fragrance of her hair. "But I haven't seen you for more than half a month, and I miss you very much." His tone sounded aggrieved, which made Su-won's heart soften in an instant. She patted his back, as if soothing a puppy. "Okay, then we'll meet tonight, and we'll have to wait until the wedding to see each other again." Jong-yu couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. When did this girl become so superstitious that she actually cared about these things? "I don't care about the rules. I want you to see me." Jong-yu's words actually sounded like a domineering CEO. Su-won was stunned for a moment and thought, "Is Mustard handsome?" As a result, while she was still in a daze, a big hand grabbed the back of her head. The familiar scent had already enveloped her, and the lips felt warm and soft. Jong-yu's kiss was very gentle and long. After a long time, he left her lips, his eyes turned red, and Su-won's eyes became watery. Her lips were a little swollen from being sucked, making her look even more attractive. The swing now has a backrest to prevent her from accidentally falling. The two of them sat quietly together on the swing, swinging slightly in the evening breeze. The closer it got to the wedding date, the more Jong-yu felt that everything was unreal. If it weren't for the real existence of the people around him, he would almost think he was having a beautiful dream. What should I do if I wake up from the dream? He suddenly raised his hand, and the peculiarly shaped gold ring was still on his hand, as if it was tailor-made for him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was to protect him from disaster, a corner would have been missing. But it's not a big deal. It has long replaced the original jade ring and become a part of his body. Soo-won leaned against him. Perhaps it was too quiet, and she gradually felt sleepy. She closed her eyes without any scruples. When she opened her eyes again, it was already the next morning. This sleep was so comfortable, I had no dreams all night and felt refreshed. It was as if seeing Jong-yu last night was just a dream. 8th day of September. Many guests came to the Soo mansion. Many unmarried daughters of wealthy families came on their own to accompany Soo-won, and Jia also came. They will stay until tomorrow, until Soo-won is married. Today is her daughter's wedding banquet, and the house is particularly lively. The girls are all staying in her yard to chat with her. The girls get together. Everyone chatters about clothes, jewelry, rouge, and other things that girls like. Sure enough, no matter what time it is, girls are only interested in clothes, shoes, and cosmetics. Everyone has a love for beauty, and shopping is not a disease at all for girls. It is rare to see the ladies being so friendly, and the reason is simple. In the past, they loved to compete, and that was because there was something to compete for, so everyone liked to bicker and play tricks. But now, all the high-quality men in Kyoto are already taken. For example, several princes have been crowned kings and have princesses and concubines. Jong-yu and Soo-won are now a couple, so there is nothing to fight over. Anyway, from now on, everyone will be a good girl, each betrothed to a man, and no one will get close to anyone else, so naturally, everyone will be in harmony. Jia-cheng had sent the kittens over a few days ago. Soo-won built a temporary nest for them and asked the secret guard to notify Jong-yu to provide a comfortable nest for her 2 cats in the Duke's mansion. Jong-yu received the news and immediately asked someone to vacate a room in his yard. He also asked Princess Jia-cheng how to arrange the cat room, what do cats usually eat, and how many people should be assigned to clean up the cat room. Jia-cheng told his people everything he knew, and Jong-yu prepared everything according to the highest standards, waiting for the cat to move in. Once Jong-yu falls in love with someone and cares about him, he will respond to everything and have a solution for everything. The day before the wedding, the Soo mansion was bustling with activity, and the Duke's mansion was also decorated with lights and colors, with red silk and double happiness everywhere. A row of red lanterns were hung up, and even the trees were tied with red silk. The Duke was idle at home, so he spent the whole day with the butler studying the layout of the mansion. There hasn't been a happy event in the mansion for many years. We'd better make it lively this time to add some joy and popularity. Otherwise, this huge house will look rather deserted. Everyone in the mansion was busy except the rose courtyard, which was deserted. When Jiang came to the mansion, Ningwei didn't dare to go out for a walk. She only came out to take a breath of fresh air when it was dark at night, for fear of running into Jiang. This is called not doing anything wrong and not being afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. She has something to hide, so she is so scared. Jiang goes out early and comes back late every day, still living a life of playing with cats and dogs and debauchery. After 3 years in the military camp, he has not changed at all. However, he probably won't learn anything in the cook camp. Sometimes when he saw Jiang, he would greet him politely and then keep his distance from him. Every time Jiang saw him greeting him, he would respond coldly. After all, the harm would not affect the innocent child as he was still young at that time. After Ningwei stopped taking care of the household, a lot of household expenses were saved, and the housekeeper managed the Duke's mansion in perfect order. Jong-yu's wedding room has also been decorated. It's all festive red, and maids are coming in and out to decorate it. Planted in the yard. In early September, the hibiscus is in full bloom, and the whole yard is filled with the fragrance of hibiscus. In the evening, Feng Ying brought Qionyang, who was pregnant, to the Duke's mansion. The young master was immediately overjoyed, and he had to be there to watch it with his own eyes. Because the new house had just been decorated, Jong-yu had to stay in the side room tonight. The 9th day of the new year was approaching, and Jong-yu was feeling a lot of inexplicable emotions in his heart. In short, he was very nervous and panicked. Ainin brought Feng-ying in. He saw this scene. Their young master paced back and forth in the yard with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky from time to time and staring at Farong in a daze from time to time, and did not notice that the two of them had come at all. In the past, the young master was very vigilant, and any movement would not escape his ears. Now it seems that the young master's back looks a little hesitant.
Why?
Young master, what are you doing? Feng-ying asked Ainin with his arms folded. Ainin shrugged and shook his head. I don't know. It's been like this these past few days. I feel like I've lost my soul, especially today. It looks weird. I always feel like the young master's breath is unstable. When Feng-ying heard this, he felt that this description was familiar to him. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly realized. Then he patted Ainin on the shoulder. Go ahead and do your work. I want to chat with the young master. Ainin was Feng-ying's apprentice. Now that he was retired, he stayed at home to take care of his wife and children every day. So Ainin took over his position beside the young master and was in charge of the daily arrangements and dispatches of the secret guards under him. Ainin nodded and left. The young master is getting married tomorrow, and the safety of the mansion must be guaranteed. He doesn't want any accidents or bad things to happen in the young master's marriage. Young master, Feng-ying shouted from behind, and Jong-yu came back to his senses. Now that you are here, please sit down. Jong-yu regards Feng-ying as his brother. Feng-ying is a few years older than him and grew up with him. After returning from the front line, he thought that Feng-ying has followed him for so many years and has always centered around him. Now it is time for him to live a peaceful life without having to follow him on the edge of a knife and lick blood. Now that Feng-ying is here, he treats him like an old friend. Young master, you are about to marry the princess, so you are excited and nervous? As soon as he sat down, he directly pointed out Jong-yu's state of mind. He couldn't deny that he was indeed very excited, but also nervous. Looking at his expression, I knew he agreed. Feng-ying then laughed. Young master, I understand your feelings very well. I was also very excited and nervous in the days before Cheonyang's wedding. I felt that every moment of the day was so difficult. I couldn't sleep and could only count the days on my fingers. When Jong-yu heard what he said, his eyes lit up. Yes, that's right, that's the feeling, exactly the same. He just felt that the days were particularly difficult to endure, as if they were moving slowly forward. These past few days, he would always wake up easily when he lay down at night, and several times he woke up to find that it was still dark. He wanted to find Su-won, but was hindered by the custom that they could not meet before marriage. 8th finally arrived, but the day felt particularly long. Young master, I'm telling you, you'll have a few sips of wine in a little while, then lie down on the bed and fall asleep quickly. Tomorrow morning, when the time comes, someone will naturally wake you up, and I guarantee you won't be late. Feng-ying began to give Jong-yu some advice on how to make time pass faster. He really couldn't wait to see Su-won in her red makeup and wanted to marry her home. This is a good idea. Jong-yu thinks it is feasible. He stood up and patted Feng-ying on the shoulder. Thanks, brother. I'll ask Ainin to treat you later. I'm going to get some wine. Jong-yu said that the wind is rain, and he left Feng-ying and went to find some wine. Soon, he found 2 jars of old wine and gave orders to a few secret guards. Wake me up at 11 p.m. on time. Remember not to delay. Also, prepare some hangover medicine. He was afraid that he would make mistakes if he drank too much, but he could rest assured that on such an important day, no matter who made a mistake, he, the groom-to-be, would not make any. He drank 2 jars of wine. It would be strange if he didn't get drunk. He lay on the couch. He hadn't slept well in the past few days. He felt sleepy in an instant and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, Su-won was also unable to sleep and was very nervous on the eve of her wedding. She is a bride, and she is getting married tomorrow. This is a major event in her life, the first time in her 2 lifetimes, so how can she not be nervous? But she is also looking forward to it. At night, the ladies were arranged to rest in the side rooms, and she was the only one left in the yard. Sue's mother came in the night. She planned to sleep with her daughter tonight. Soo-won was the flesh and blood that fell from her body, but the mother and daughter were separated since childhood. It has been more than 5 years since they were found together, and in a blink of an eye, she is about to get married. But as her mother, she had never slept with her, talked to her, or even shared a private conversation with her. Tonight was a good opportunity, so she came. Soo-won hadn't slept yet. When she saw her mother coming, she was surprised why she hadn't rested at this time. "Mom, why haven't you slept yet? Tonight, I want to sleep with you, and we can have a private chat. After all, we won't have the chance to do that in the future." As she spoke, Sue's mother's eyes turned red, and her nose felt extremely sore. Soo-won's nose suddenly felt sore, and she smiled and nodded. "Okay, let's sleep together tonight." So, Soo-won took Sue's mother's hand and went into the bedroom. The mother and daughter were lying on the bed. Soo-won was sleeping inside, and Sue's mother was sleeping outside, and she was leaning on her mother's shoulder. "You're getting married tomorrow. Time passes so quickly. I always hoped that you and your husband would get married soon, but when this day finally comes, I can't bear to let you go," Sue's mother said, and she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. Soo-won wiped her tears distressfully. "Mom, don't cry. I'm not going to stay home in the future. I'm not going to marry far away. Jong-yu bought a mansion next door to us. I'll move back when the time comes. We can still see each other every day." "How can that be possible? You just got married. How can you move out?" "My daughter, let me tell you, although Ayu dotes on you and Duke Jong is on your side, we still have to follow some rules. After you go there, you have to stay in the Duke's mansion for a while. At least you have to spend your first New Year there, right?" Sue's mother is a very reasonable person. She knows the rules and how to behave. Soo-won felt that what his mother said was right. It was indeed not possible to move out right after arriving there. "Well, I'll listen to you." The mother and daughter talked to each other many heartfelt words that night, and Soo-won fell asleep while they were talking. She had to get up before dawn, take a bath and dress up, as a lot of things were waiting for her. At the hour of evening, the Soo mansion began to become lively. To be more precise, it was Soo-won's yard that began to become lively. Loo-yeon and the others prepared hot water. Soo-won was woken up by her mother. She had slept late last night and was still a little unconscious, so she soaked in the hot water tub and took a sweet bath. Bathing, put on the base of the wedding dress first, and save the outermost green wedding dress with a long shawl for last. Soo-won's crowns are all made with kingfisher feather craftsmanship, and the pearls inlaid on them are all produced in the South China Sea and are the best quality pearls selected by Fengyue Villa. The tiara is very delicate, so it is quite heavy. These jewelry were all prepared by the Duke's mansion. Soo-won did not participate in the whole process. He only saw this set of wedding jewelry a few days ago and was deeply amazed. The necklace, ring, bracelet, and earrings were all made with kingfisher feather carvings, which matched her wedding dress perfectly. As the saying goes, red goes with green, and the most vulgar is the most elegant. They began to apply makeup on Soo-won's face. They chose bright red lip balm to make her lips look like cherry lips, and also put light rouge on her cheeks. All the hair was tied up to make it convenient to wear a hair crown later. Most classic step is to put arc-shaped pearls on the cheekbones of both cheeks. These are the wedding customs of Jean State. The face makeup is made of pearls, and the flower ornaments on the forehead are also made of pearls. Dignified and elegant, this set of makeup on Soo-won's face is simply beautiful beyond words. The main thing is that when she smiles, she has 2 shallow dimples, which makes the makeup look even more upscale. Came to watch were all amazed by Soo-won's appearance. Princess Xuanla's pearl face makeup was so beautiful. I have seen so many beautiful brides, but only she gives people a different feeling. Lin Jingshu is a bright beauty, but Soo-won is a lively beauty. Shen Qingli, Sun Linger, and Jiacheng were all excited when they saw Soo-won after she put on makeup. Soo-won is usually simple. She doesn't do anything messy on her face. At most, She would put on some lip balm to improve her complexion. Now, after she dressed up so formally and put on red makeup, she looked unexpectedly stunning. Prince Jong saw Soo-won today. Wouldn't he be confused? She wore a long green wedding dress with wide sleeves embroidered with peacocks and a red shawl that was dotted with pearls and embroidered with gold thread, with red cuffs showing at the edges. This wedding dress was entirely embroidered by Shun Qingli stitch by stitch. Putting on the kingfisher necklace, bracelet, several kingfisher gem rings, and earrings, Soo-won exuded elegance. But these things are so heavy, and I haven't even put on the crown yet. She couldn't imagine how heavy it would be if she put it on. Before the auspicious time, Shun Qingli absorbed her experience and had someone prepare a few light-tasting but filling breakfasts for Soo-won to eat in advance. Otherwise, after all the trouble, it would be noon by the time they were done, and they couldn't eat during this time. She was afraid that Soo-won would be hungry in the Duke's mansion. At that time, Sun Linger, Jiaqing, and Luo Shiju will all go to accompany her. They are all girls waiting to be married and can go to accompany the bride. Soo-won didn't act pretentiously. She ate her fill and then put on some makeup. It was a noisy place here, and her 5 brothers came to Soo-won to see her. Today, the 5 brothers all wore what they thought were the most luxurious and respectable clothes to support Soo-won. They had already discussed it. If Jong-yu came over and wanted to take Soo-won away, it would not be an easy task. They have to pass the assessment of their 5 brothers. Yi-runs is also among them, and soon the 6 of them will block the door together. Jong-yu had seen this before at Soo-jing's wedding, so he was well prepared. He drank so much last night that he fell into a deep sleep. He was not awakened until the morning. After drinking 2 bowls of sobering soup and taking a bath, he was fully awake. The Duke's mansion was setting off firecrackers early in the morning. He dressed himself up, wearing a bright red wedding gown and a golden crown on his head. 2 red crystal chains hung from the crown, scattered around his ears, and were faintly visible among his hair. The red outfit made Jong-yu look even whiter. Today he was more energetic than ever before. When my grandfather saw him like this, he was so happy that he kept saying many good words to him. Good, great. Our AU is finally getting married. He has finally gotten what he wanted and married a wife he loves and who also loves him. The spirits of your mother and your grandmother in heaven can rest in peace. The old man was really happy today, with smiles all over his face. Even his son-in-law, whom he usually disliked, seemed to like him today. Jong-yu saw that the time had come to go out to pick up the bride. The closer it got to this moment, the more excited he became, and a smile was always on his face. Thinking that his girl was still waiting for him, he felt refreshed. Finally, the time for departure arrived. He rode on an Arabian horse with a big red flower tied to it, and set off for the Soo mansion with the wedding procession and the bridal sedan to pick up Soo-won. His group of groomsmen was very simple, consisting of only Ainin, Fengying, and Morong-hwai, who also came to support him. He thought that he should be enough, and he could bear the troubles of his brothers alone. It was a sweet burden. In the hibiscus pavilion of the Soo mansion, the hibiscus flowers in the yard are blooming extremely brightly, in a riot of color, and the whole yard is filled with the fragrance of hibiscus flowers. The brothers came in and saw Soo-won, who was already dressed neatly. They all looked like they were worried about something. There is reluctance, happiness, and sadness. Today's star is their younger sister, who looks even more beautiful than usual. Seeing her outfit, the brothers all felt a little jealous. Today, she will belong to someone else's family. They have treated her like a treasure over the years. Soo-won is like a unique flower. After the men in the family became capable, they took meticulous care of her. But now a man came and wanted to take away the flower and the pot. How could she feel uncomfortable? Won, you look so beautiful today. Soo-jing reached out and gently touched her head. She hasn't put on the hair crown yet because she thinks it's too heavy and a burden, so it would be the same even if she puts it on when she goes out later. Thank you for the compliment, big brother. I know I'm beautiful. Soo-won smiled and took the opportunity to be narcissistic. Although you are usually beautiful, you are the most beautiful today.
Su Yun, who was standing at the back, interrupted and said, "It's still the same recipe and the same taste, very authentic, and it's the uniqueness of fourth brother, with a sense of tenderness anytime and anywhere. Come, put on the hair crown and let fifth brother take a closer look so that I can go back and draw how you look today." Sui walked to the front and said with a smile. When the hair crown was delivered, he took the crown away separately and drew it, just thinking of keeping it as a reference to record Suwon's beauty today. Suwon obediently asked someone to help her put on the hair crown, then she stood in front of Sui and slowly turned around twice. Sui looked carefully from head to toe, seeing every detail on the wedding dress, and then memorized them firmly in his mind.
Wanwan, you are getting married.
I am very happy that you can marry the one you love. I wish you peace and happiness for the rest of your life, and success in everything. I also hope that you and Jong-yu will grow old together and live happily ever after. Su-mu also had mixed feelings in his heart, and what he said was always more realistic. Then I will accept my second brother's blessing. I will carry your blessings and live happily forever.
Suwon smiled warmly.
Suchin looked at Suwon and remembered the first time he saw her 5 years ago. The little girl was pretty and appeared in front of him with a smile on her face.
She was so sweet and well-behaved.
But at that time, she was still childish. Now, 5 years have passed. The little girl has grown into a graceful young lady and is ready to get married. He thought countless times that if Suwon had been with them since she was a child and there was no mistake, it would be great. They wouldn't always feel that they didn't give her enough company. Third brother, why do you always look at me and smile? Suwon noticed that Suchin smiled at her as soon as he came, so she asked. Suchin heard this and replied, "Because I am happy and relieved that our Wanwan finally got her wish and married the man of her dreams." Suwon smiled shyly, her face full of sweetness. Outsiders were envious of the good relationship between the 6 brothers and sisters. At this time, someone shouted outside that the groom had arrived and asked everyone to get ready. Hearing that the groom was coming, Sun Linger and Jiaqing helped Suwon to sit down, then handed her a round fan to cover her face. Because of her upcoming wedding, Suwon had her fingernails painted with bright red nail polish a few days ago. Her hands were naturally slender and pretty, and now after polishing her nails into an oval shape and painting them with bright red nail polish, they fit surprisingly well. The 5 brothers went out together and waited in the yard, and the ladies also ran to the yard to watch the fun. As soon as Jong-yu got off the horse, the people from the Su mansion started setting off firecrackers. He brought the matchmaker, Morong Huai, Ainen Fengying, and others to Farong Pavilion. The closer he got to here, the less nervous he became. He was now full of fighting spirit. The 5 brothers arranged a poetry contest and a martial arts competition. Su-yun personally made a list and did a quick question and answer session when the time came. It was all about when they first met, what Suwon liked to eat and drink, and there was a whole page of information waiting for Jong-yu. Su-mu originally wanted to come up with a few questions, but as a medical student, he usually dealt with either medicine or poison. It would be too unlucky to use them as questions on such a fine day as today. Moreover, Jong-yu didn't understand at all. Wasn't this just ruining the party?
So he let him go for the time being.
As for Su-yi, he didn't ask any difficult questions. He just helped Su-yun with a few questions. It's not like he hasn't seen Jong-yu's painting skills before. How should I put it? It looks good to an outsider, but it is hard for an expert to evaluate it. When Jong-yu stepped into the yard, his 5 brothers had been waiting for a long time. "Brothers, I'm here to pick up Wanwan." Jong-yu said this as soon as he came in and bowed to them. Su-yun felt puzzled after hearing this. He has always been very sociable. Su-yun was so angry. Su-jing took the lead and walked to the front. "Ayu, if you want to take Wanwan away, you have to pass our test first. I'll give you a poem and you'll answer it until I'm satisfied." The eldest brother did not waste any time and went straight to the point. Jong-yu heard that he was asking for trouble by competing in poetry with the top scholar. So he turned around and looked at Morong Huai. "Brother, can we ask for help?" He couldn't match it, but he brought so many people with him. Morong Huai was quite good at poetry, so he might as well leave it to him. Of course, Su Jing didn't mean to make things difficult for him. As long as he passed this level, it would be fine. Hwai understood what he meant, so he patted his chest. Minister Su, come over here. I will fight you.
He just didn't believe it.
None of his tang and song poems could be used. Su Jing had already prepared a poem, which was very suitable for today's scene, a 7-character quatrain. Hwai thought it would not be difficult to find a poem with the same rhyme, and he quickly came up with one. Su Jing did not deliberately make things difficult for him, and the poem was indeed very good. It could be said that His Royal Highness Prince Sun's poems were always very good and always astounded everyone. But he was always very humble, saying that it was the achievement of others and had nothing to do with him, and that he was just a porter. After that, it was Su Yun's turn to ask questions. 1. When did he and Su Won meet for the first time? Su Yun looked at him and thought that this question was a tricky one. He might think that they first met in the Land Temple. In fact, Su Won said that they had met even earlier. Remembered that day clearly because it was her first time to sell goat milk soap, so she wrote down the date. Jong-yu heard it, thought about it, and gave an answer. Su Yun was a little shocked when he heard the answer. He didn't expect that he was right. That day was also very memorable for Jong-yu. It was his first day in Qinghe County. In the inn, he met Su Won, who accidentally bumped into him. Although he didn't pay attention to it at the time, he remembered it very clearly when he talked about it later. Okay, we've passed this one. Next one. What's Wanwan's favorite flower? What are Wanwan's favorite dishes? What are Wanwan's favorite fruits? What are Wanwan's favorite colors? He asked a lot of questions in a row, and Jong-yu answered them all one by one, completely correctly. Su Won was listening in the room and couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, thinking, "You're quite a thoughtful guy." Shin Qingli couldn't help but joke. Wanwan, you are so lucky that your uncle remembers all your hobbies. Yes, it turns out that Prince Jiang is so meticulous. I'm so envious. Jiaqing held his chin with his hand, smiling like an ant. Looking outside again, there was only one question left, which Su Won asked Su Yun to add. What are the 3 obediences and 4 gains? Jong-yu must answer this question, otherwise he will be finished. When everyone heard this, they thought, 3 obediences and 4 gains. Isn't this a word for women? How come it's used for men? Prince Jiang also need to abide by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues? Hearing this question, Jong-yu smiled knowingly. The so-called 3 obediences and 4 virtues are: obey the wife's orders, obey the wife when she is angry, and follow the wife when she goes out. These are the 3 obediences. Your wife to dress, be able to endure her anger, be willing to spend money, and remember to discipline your wife. These are the 4 things you have to do. He gave the answer accurately, and his thoughts were suddenly brought back to 4 years ago. They stood in the flower field, discussing their visions of their future significant others. Su Won laughed again, and everyone understood what the 3 obediences and 4 demands meant. So that's how it is. Everyone was very confused at first, but now it seems that all they can do is admire him. I have to say that Princess Xuanla has a good way of managing her husband. Everyone should follow suit and popularize the male version of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues, preferably to the point where every household adopts it. The brothers were very satisfied. Jong-yu's attitude was very correct, and he could answer all the questions, as if he had seen the answers in advance. The last level is to fight with Su Chen. This fight is just to liven up the fun, and it will end when the time is right. I don't remember how long it has been. The two haven't fought for a long time. Now we don't know who is better. I think a draw shouldn't be a problem. Su Chen walked up to him, looked at him with a smile, and put his hands behind his back. After 2 moves, we will be a family from now on. Zhang saw this situation, but did not comment. The 2 men fought with bare hands, and every move they made, whether offensive or defensive, was similar in nature. The 2 of them were from the same school and learned the same faction of martial arts. Everything was done just enough so as not to hurt the other party. Jong-yu always remembered that he was the groom today, so his hairstyle must not be messy and his posture must be handsome. After fighting for hundreds of rounds, the winner could not be determined. It was still someone below who said that the auspicious time had arrived, and it was almost time to stop.
Suchin then stopped and smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes. The auspicious time has arrived. You have passed the test. Take Wanwan and go. Jong-yu asked Ainin to help him tidy up, as he wanted to appear in his best appearance when meeting Suwon. From the fight just now, apart from the fact that her clothes are a little wrinkled, everything else is fine. Inside the room, Suwon had already tidied up and was waiting for her elder brother to carry her to the front hall to bid farewell to her parents. Wanwan, I'm here to pick you up. Jong-yu walked in, and just as Suwon turned around, he saw her at her most beautiful. At that moment, it seemed as if time stood still, and that figure was the only thing left in his eyes. She had 2 dimples when she smiled. I still remember that year when he was blind and saw her for the first time. He lied to her carefully. Later, he found out that he had failed completely. He stretched out his hand. Suwon handed it to him, walked in front of him, and the two looked at each other, his eyes filled with affection. Suwon looked up at him, swallowed, and blurted out, You look so good today." Jong-yu burst out laughing when he heard this. Seeing Suwon's reaction, he was very satisfied and laughed like a monster. He leaned over to her ear and whispered, "Do you like it? From today on, it belongs only to you." Suwon's heart choked when she heard this, and she couldn't help but glare at him. In Jong-yu's eyes, this look was quite playful and also had a bit of charm. "Okay, let's go. Don't miss the auspicious time." Su Jing interrupted their flirting. He bent down slightly and half knelt in front of Suwon. "Come on up, I'll carry you out on my back." Suwon's eyes were filled with tears for a moment, and 2 tears burst out. She lay on Su Jing's back, and Su Jing carried her up easily. Under the envious eyes of the other 4 brothers, he carried Suwon out of the yard. Sun Linger and the others helped hold up her skirt from behind. Jong-yu followed beside her, his eyes fixed on Suwon's profile. Because of this custom, the 5 brothers argued endlessly about which brother should carry Suwon on her back when she got married, and everyone wanted to carry Suwon on his back. But in the end, Su Jing said, "I'm the eldest brother, so I should be the one to carry it on my back." Therefore, the brothers were very envious and unwilling because they also wanted to get married without Wanwan's knowledge. Halfway through the walk, Suwon saw a thin layer of sweat on his elder brother's forehead and thought that he was tired because he was too heavy, so he leaned on his shoulder and asked him, "Brother, am I too heavy?" Unexpectedly, Su Jing smiled and shook his head. "It's not serious. My Wanwan is not serious at all. It's just that the sun is too strong in September, and I could not help sweating when I walked a few steps carrying someone on my back." When we arrived at the front hall, Su's father and mother were sitting on the high chair. The couple were dressed very festively today. She also took out her most decent clothes and jewelry today. Now, the couple doesn't look like farmers at all. It's as if they were born into a wealthy family. Dignified, generous, well-educated, and sensible. Dr. Sun and his wife, as well as his uncle and aunt, were also there, sitting at the bottom. Su Jing put Suwon down, and Suwon and Jong-yu walked into the hall side by side, then knelt down to Su's father and mother at the same time. The daughter bids farewell to her father and mother. She kowtowed 3 times to Jong-yu solemnly, and Su's mother nodded repeatedly, crying with joy. She stood up and helped the 2 of them up, and said to Suwon earnestly, "You and your uncle must be well, and live happily together for the rest of your life." Suwon nodded, smiled, and cried. Father Su took Suwon's hand and placed her hand in Jong-yu's palm. "Ayu, I'm handing Wanwan over to you. You must take good care of her and treat her like a treasure. Do you understand? I will follow the teachings of my father-in-law." Jong-yu silently held Suwon's hand tightly. The family walked them to the yard. When they went down the stairs, Jong-yu picked up Suwon and carried her sideways, then walked out with big strides. Suwon was caught off guard and could only hug his neck tightly, and the tassels on the round fan were tangled together. Sun Linger quickly took it and untied the tassels. Jong-yu was very happy, with a constant smile on his face. It is said that marrying the woman you love is as joyful as winning a battle. But at this moment, he felt much happier than winning a battle. There were many guests watching the fun at the gate of the Su mansion. When they saw the bride being carried out by the groom, they all cheered. Jong-yu carefully placed Soo-won in the sedan chair. Before leaving, he took the opportunity to kiss her on the lips, which made Soo-won glare at him again. But he didn't take it seriously at all. Instead, he laughed happily. Riding on horses, the band started to beat drums and gongs. 199 loads of dowry stretched all the way. Looking down from above, it was quite shocking. This amount of dowry and this grand ceremony are extremely rare in the whole of Kyoto. They even lost half of their weight on purpose, and they still look very high-profile now. Today is Soo-won's wedding, and Soo-yeon gave a direct order that all the dishes in Qinglu will be priced in half today, and passers-by on the street can get free wedding candies. Nothing else, just to give Soo-won some show. Anyone who comes here and says, "I wish Princess Xuanla and Prince Jong a happy marriage," can get a free serving of double-skim milk, but only one serving per person. The wedding procession was walking down the street. Jong-yu was riding on a horse. He was full of energy and high spirits. It was just like that when a happy event comes. In the tea house next door, Gu-yu witnessed this grand event with her own eyes, and countless sorrows welled up in her heart. Compared with Soo-won's scenery, her situation seems very lonely. Now, as a concubine, she has no right to attend even this kind of wedding. It's really ridiculous. Not long after, the wedding procession arrived at the Duke's mansion. There were a lot of guests at the Duke's mansion today, and almost all the officials and their families in the entire Kyoto came to join in the fun. There hasn't been a happy event in this mansion for many years. The sedan chair was put down, and Soo-won picked up the fan to cover her face with trepidation. Only her eyes were exposed, which was stunning enough. The door of the sedan chair was opened, and Jong-yu was outside. The matchmaker asked him to kick the door, but he didn't. He directly lifted the curtain and reached his hand inside. Kicking the sedan door has existed since ancient times, implying that men are not afraid of their wives and women do not show weakness. In Jong-yu's opinion, this is a bad habit. It is not shameful for a man to be henpecked, so why bother about it? He was willing to be suppressed by Soo-won and listen to her all his life. Soo-won put her hand in his palm and asked him to lead her out. The red carpet stretched from the sedan chair all the way to the mansion. When everyone saw the bride coming down, they all started shouting, "The bride is so beautiful," and applauding. When she entered the room and stepped over the fire basin, Lu-ying helped her hold up the hem of her skirt to prevent it from being burned by the charcoal fire. Jong-yu supported her and told her to be careful. This attentive scene was full of pampering and consideration in the eyes of the guests. After crossing the fire basin, she walked all the way inside. The guests stood on both sides, staring at the bride. Today is truly a feast for the eyes. Princess Xuanla, wearing a phoenix coronet and a bridal robe, is truly the most beautiful woman in the world. Talented man and beautiful woman, made in heaven, a perfect match. On both sides, there were many maids holding colorful petals, and they scattered them as the two walked. This move was learned on the spot from Soo-won. Soo-won glanced at him, and he happened to be looking at her, and they smiled at each other. The more Jong-yu looked at her, the more he felt his heart beating violently. In the golden autumn of September, the sky is clear and cloudless, and magpies fly overhead in groups, signifying the arrival of happiness. A series of proverbs were said along the way, such as blessing, peace, harmony, and beauty, and all the words with good meanings were mentioned. Finally, she reached the main hall, near the door. Someone sprinkled something under her feet, and it scatters all over the floor with a gurgling sound. The master of ceremonies shouted, "The house is full of children and grandchildren, and the flowers are in full bloom and the moon is full." After entering the main hall, the two of them bowed directly. Sitting on the main seat were Duke Jong and my grandfather. Both old men had kind smiles on their faces today. Especially the grandfather, who smiled so much when he saw the newlyweds coming hand in hand. Duke Jong was very pleased. Looking at this bustling mansion and his high-spirited son, he seemed to have never seen him so happy as today. The smile on his face continued and reached his eyes. He looked at Soo-won with such deep affection in his eyes that he seemed to see himself more than 20 years ago, who had also looked at his beloved in red makeup, phoenix coronet and bridal robe, and was so beautiful that she did not seem like an ordinary person. That's great. He didn't regret handing over the 100,000 troops he had commanded. If it could bring happiness to his son, the guilt in his heart would be much less. The words said during the wedding ceremony will be different depending on the master of ceremonies you invite, but they are basically the same, and there is no difference. Worship heaven and earth, worship parents, and husband and wife worship each other. Suwon followed the host's instructions and bowed and knelt. She felt a little confused throughout the whole process. Until that sentence, "The ceremony is over. Send the bride to the bridal chamber." As soon as they finished speaking, Suwon and Jong-yu were sent to the bridal chamber together. The groom can choose to drink the wedding wine at noon or at night. Soo-jing's previous wedding was held at night, and this time Jong-yu chose daytime. After he completes these rituals, Suwon will be able to take off her hairpins and jewelry earlier and feel a lot more relaxed. There is one bad thing about drinking the wedding wine during the day, and that is that many noble ladies will make trouble in the bridal chamber. Everyone will witness the two drinking the wedding wine, entwining their skirts, and eating dumplings. The wedding wine is made from a gourd-like vessel, which is split into two halves with a red string in the middle, with each of the newlyweds getting half. It symbolizes harmonious relationship, sharing joys and sorrows, sleeping in the same bed in life, and sharing the same coffin in death. They were sitting on the bed, with lots of peanuts, red dates, and longans under the quilt, symbolizing the early birth of a son. After getting the wedding wine, the mandarin ducks embraced each other and drank it together. The wedding wine tastes bitter at first but sweet aftertaste, which is the meaning of sharing weal and woe in the auspicious saying. The matchmaker tied the hems of their skirts together into a knot, symbolizing eternal love. Everyone looked at the newlyweds with envy. Seeing how loving they were, many noble ladies were envious of them and fantasized that they would be able to find a good husband like Prince Jiang, like Princess Xuanla did. Then, the maid brought in a bowl of dumplings for the bride to eat. Suwon held the porcelain spoon, looked at the matchmaker, and asked confusedly, "Do we have to eat now?" "Yes, princess, you can eat now," said the matchmaker happily. Suwon obviously didn't know what was going to happen next, but Jong-yu knew that he had already understood these procedures in advance. He looked at her with a smile as she took the first bite of the dumpling.
Raw.
Suwon took a bite and found the dumpling was raw, so she stopped. "How is that possible?" the matchmaker said in pretended shock. "It's really raw," Suwon said with certainty. Maids couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, and brought a plate for Suwon to spit out the raw dumplings. "Then, princess, try something else," the matchmaker urged again. Some of the noble ladies present were still unmarried, so they didn't understand what it meant. Some of them, who knew, couldn't help but laugh secretly. Those who knew about it were very considerate and didn't say anything, otherwise the entertainment effect would be lost. Suwon looked back at Jong-yu, only to see Jong-yu nodded and told her to eat without worry. She really took out another one with the spoon and took a bite, still raw. She said this with certainty, wondering how come the cook in the kitchen of the Duke's mansion was so unprofessional that she couldn't even cook the dumplings. The matchmaker suddenly burst into laughter and asked someone to take the dumplings away. She then asked everyone, "Think about it, how many new words did our bride say just now?" At this moment, Suwon finally understood. 3, the bride said 3 new words. Jiacheng, the conspicuous one, answered immediately. "Then our bride will have to give birth to 3 babies in the future. Your Highness is so lucky." After everyone understood, they burst into laughter. Suwon was a little embarrassed at first, but then she started laughing too. Isn't a Chinese wedding more interesting than a Western one? However, it is impossible for her to have 3 children. In the future, she will have 2 at most, and it would be best if she had both a son and a daughter. Having 3 children is harmful to your health, and you won't have the mental capacity to take care of them. You can't do that. You can't do that. In just a moment, she had thought so far ahead. Everyone had a bridal party. Jong-yu was carried away by Morong-hwai and his 5 brothers. Morong-hwai is a very bad guy. He wants to get Jong-yu drunk. Everyone knows what Sima Zhao is thinking. Before Jong-yu was taken away, he reluctantly whispered in Suwon's ear, Wait until I come back. Soo-won was helpless. If she didn't wait for him to come back, could he run away? Soon, the originally noisy room became quiet. After the bridal chamber, everyone went out to drink tea, chat, and have a feast. Sun Linga, Jiaqing, and Luo Shiju were left in the new house. The three of them would stay with her until the afternoon. After everyone left, Soo-won immediately took off all the jewelry and hair crowns on her body and also took off her outer robe and bridal veil. It was really hot that day. Luckily, there was an ice basin in the house to cool down. No one will come to her place anymore. Xionyang originally wanted to come in and take a look, but she was pregnant, and custom did not allow her to touch the bride or the furniture in the bride's room today. I don't know what kind of custom this is talking about. She is now more than 5 months pregnant, and her body is becoming increasingly uncomfortable, so she just stays at home. Fomying and Ainin received orders today and vowed to stop the wine and protect the young master's sobriety. Don't let drunkenness delay his wedding night. At the beginning, when he drank with everyone else, he was quite honest and drank real wine. After drinking for a while, he was so cunning that he asked someone to replace the wine with water. No matter what people advised him, he would accept it. He went to the toilet several times, and when he came back, he was still sober and not drunk. Morong Huai knew that this kid was playing tricks. He tried so hard but couldn't get him drunk, so he knew there was something wrong with his wine. Finally, he found a way to exchange the wine back and forced Jong-yu to drink 2 more pots. This time, I should say I was about 5 or 6 points drunk. Fomying and Ainin saw this. What should they do? He quickly summoned a few secret guards to divert the attention of His Royal Highness Prince Sun. Morong Huai got drunk by the end and started to treat Fomying and the others like brothers. They were playing finger-guessing games and betting on drinking. The 5 brothers didn't want to do anything to Jong-yu, and they didn't want him to drink too much. Today is a great day, and we must have the best experience possible. If we get drunk, then there's nothing to talk about. However, Soo-yun drank a little too much. He was already drunk, but he still held the bottle tightly. But despite this, he still missed Soo-won. He found Jong-yu, hooked his shoulders, and started to pour out beans. Jong-yu, I'm telling you, if you dare to bully Soo-won, I will hunt you down and take Soo-won back to you no matter where you are in the world.
Do you hear me?
Also, if you dare to bully her, just wait and see. My fist as big as a sandbag is waiting for you. As he said that, he threw the bottle away and clenched his fist to show Jong-yu. Jong-yu was slightly tipsy and quite excited at the moment because of the alcohol, but he couldn't help but laugh when his 4th brother said that. 4th brother's fist is only strong enough to break a spider web with 1 punch. Don't worry, I won't bully Wan. She is my life. If she is gone, do you think I can still live? The other 4 brothers also drank a little too much, but they were better drinkers than Soo-yun and did not throw tantrums or cause trouble. Soo-yun and Jong-yu argued for a long time, and suddenly he became abnormal. His mouth pouted, and he started crying. The kind of crying that was so loud that all the guests were attracted by the noise.
Wow.
Why did Soo-won get married? It hasn't been that long. How come she has grown up? Whoa. He was crying so hard that if you didn't know him, you would think he was in mourning. Everyone started pointing and talking, and some even made fun of Soo-yun. He was really embarrassed today. Soo-jing and the others couldn't just watch him lose face, or they would lose face as well. So, Soo-jing and Soo-chin stepped forward and prepared to take Soo-yun home. It was already evening, and it was time to go back. As a result, this guy just sat on the ground, as if he had been there forever, crying sadly by himself. This guy usually calls Soo-won all the time. It's not that he doesn't love Soo-won, but he has developed a habit of it. Sometimes, the more he trusts and is familiar with a person, the more he can be himself in front of her. He knew that Soo-won would not misunderstand him, nor would she think too much. Sometimes, he even felt that Soo-won was more like his sister, always enlightening and guiding him. In the end, Soo-chun could only use brute force to pull Soo-yun away. The Soo family went back together, so Sun Linger and the others naturally couldn't stay here any longer. After saying goodbye to Soo-won, they went back. In the evening, the maids came in to make the bed, cleared away the peanuts, longans and other things under the mattress, and laid a white chastity cloth on top. Soo-won looked at this thing and naturally realized what it meant. Even though she was a modern person at heart, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. Who isn't doing it for the first time? Maids asked her if she wanted to take a bath first, as the prince might be back later. Of course, Soo-won wanted it. After taking a bath, she felt refreshed. An experienced nanny was arranged to serve her. She prepared a set of pajamas with a special atmosphere for Soo-won, a bright red silk outer shirt with smooth and flowing fabric, and a bright red strapless long skirt underneath, revealing her white collarbone and swan neck. The chest, which looked lifelike. Soo-won has a well-developed cleavage and a particularly attractive figure. Lu-yun and Lu-ying couldn't help swallowing when they saw Soo-won wearing such an outfit after bathing. Although they had known for a long time that the princess had a good figure, she had never worn this kind of clothes. Not to mention the prince, even the girls would be moved and blush when they saw it, and they said they couldn't resist it. Soo-won didn't think there was anything wrong with it. As a modern person, she could totally accept it. And this fabric is really comfortable to wear. She is getting married today, and there are some things she has to face, so why not enjoy herself while she can? The soft hair falls behind her, as smooth as silk. When the nanny saw that she had finished bathing, she took out a booklet and handed it to her mysteriously. Soo-won was a little confused and wanted to open it to read it. The old nanny blushed and quickly held her hand. "Princess, you can just watch it quietly by yourself. Before the prince comes back, you can watch and learn from it." After saying that, the nanny called the maid and Lu-yun to go out and closed the door behind them. Soo-won then opened the booklet and saw. Wow, what did she think it was? It turned out to be an action movie. She was caught off guard and almost choked on her saliva. After calming herself down a bit, she began to look at it carefully. They were all drawn, in all kinds of poses, which made her feel a little embarrassed. When I think about meeting Jong-yu soon. Soo-won immediately felt his breathing quicken, and then he fell onto the bed, rolling around with his face buried in the ground in awkwardness. Oh, so shy. So embarrassed. Is this even possible to think about? After going crazy, Soo-won opened the booklet and studied it carefully. As night fell, Jong-yu had not finished his work yet. Morong-hwai was drunk and kept arguing with him. Jong-yu really wanted him to leave, but he didn't know how to say it. In the end, Princess Sun came to pick him up in person. Lin Jingshu looked at Jong-yu apologetically and reached out to pull him towards her. Morong-hwai immediately recognized that this was his princess and leaned on her shoulder naturally. "Princess, you came to pick me up? Thank you for caring about me so much." He leaned on Lin Jingshu like a puppy and acted coquettishly. Lin Jingshu felt a little socially awkward and could only smile awkwardly. As a result, Morong-hwai kissed her hard on the lips the next second. Lin Jingshu's face immediately turned red. Jong-yu pretended not to see it. He finally got rid of the troublesome Morong-hwai. Now he was going back to find Wan-wan. "I wanted to see her all afternoon, but never had the chance. I missed her so much." He quickly returned to his yard. Lu-yun and the others were waiting outside, and only Soo-won was inside. Seeing him coming back, everyone smiled at each other and saluted together. The prince is back, and the princess is inside. The nanny deliberately reminded Soo-won in the room loudly. She was afraid that if she was reading the booklet, Jong-yu would come in and find out. How embarrassing that would be. Little did she know that Soo-won had already finished reading the booklet and hid it in the drawer of her dressing table. Hearing Jong-yu coming back, she quickly got up and sat up, looking down at her trench, but she still chose to pull her skirt up as hard as she could. Then he pulled his coat closer. "I am a coward, or I am too cowardly. I imagine things are beautiful, but I become cowardly when I face the reality." Jong-yu pushed the door open and came in. He could clearly smell the alcohol on himself. But for fear of disturbing Soo-won, he stopped and told them to prepare hot water for bathing and some sobering soup for him. "My lord, everything has been prepared for you. Do you need someone to help you bathe?" The nanny answered respectfully. This nanny is the old nanny of the Jong mansion. She used to serve Jong Shinro and is the wife of the housekeeper of the Duke's mansion. She is an old lady and is steady and careful in her work, so the Duke asked her to serve the Crown Prince's wife in the future. Her surname is Liu, and she is usually called Aunt Liu. Jong-yu never had the habit of having someone help him bathe, so he refused outright. No need. From now on, only you and Luyun Luiying will serve us in our courtyard. No other maids are needed. I am not used to being served by others. You just need to take good care of the wife of the prince. It's not good to have too many beautiful girls around you. Sometimes I'm afraid that Wanwan will think too much. When he walked in, the bathtub behind the screen was steaming, and Suwon was sitting beside the couch, looking at her obediently. She was wearing a red silk pajamas, revealing her fair neck and collarbone. Against the red background, her skin looked glowing white. He walked up to her and couldn't help but reach out and touch her face. Suwon also cooperated. However, the smell of alcohol on him was so strong that it was a bit pungent. She finally held her nose and complained in disgust. You smell so strongly of alcohol. It's irritating. Seeing his beloved wife being so disgusted, Jong-yu could only let out a sigh of relief helplessly. I'll take a shower quickly. He turned around and took off his robe in front of Suwon, leaving only his innermost underwear. His perfect body could be clearly seen under the thin clothes. When he puts on clothes, he has broad shoulders and a narrow waist like a dog. When he takes off clothes, he has standard six-pack abs. 8 pieces are too big, 4 pieces are too small, and 6 pieces are just right. Jong-yu went to take a shower. Clean pajamas were already prepared for him, and then someone brought in a bowl of sobering soup. He came out, cleaned himself up, drank some sobering soup, and after taking a bath, the drunkenness was somewhat dispelled. He sat next to Suwon, his body feeling refreshed and fragrant after taking a bath. I don't know why, but at this moment both of them felt a little awkward. In the end, it was Jong-yu who showed off his shamelessness and took the initiative to hold her hand. Wanwan, you are so beautiful. Okay, this is awkward, right? Suwon thought to herself. She burst out laughing. Why do I feel like we haven't seen each other for a while, but it's like we just met? Jong-yu couldn't help laughing when he heard that. He was facing Suwon, holding her shoulders with both hands, looking at her carefully, then hugging her and burying his head in her neck and kissing her. I finally got you home. I'm so happy today, Wanwan, can you feel it? He hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear, tenderly and lovingly. I am happy, of course I am happy, because I married the man I love. I am very lucky. No, it's my luck to meet you. He looked up at her and rubbed her nose gently. Suwon took the initiative to kiss him on the lips, as light as a dragonfly touching the water. This action undoubtedly ignited Jong-yu's anger. The clothes they wore were thin, and the feeling was even clearer when they hugged each other. He held the back of her head and deepened the kiss, like a raging fire, unstoppable. The two of them kissed passionately at this moment, because they now belonged only to each other. Before she knew it, Suwon's shoulders were half exposed, and her hair was disheveled. The dense kisses fell on the neck, making people feel dizzy and unable to control their emotions. Jong-yu was excited. His hormones were being secreted to the maximum extent at this moment. The corners of his eyes were redder than any other time he kissed. Slender fingers untied the bow, and the silk satin spilled all over the floor, big and small pieces mixed together. The twin lotus flowers looked particularly gorgeous and full of tension at this moment. Suwon felt that this night was particularly hot, and drops of sweat were intertwined together. She found that the pamphlets she read were of no use at all because she was completely controlled by Jong-yu. He coaxed her to call him husband, over and over again, as if he could never hear enough. Clearly agreed that it would end after she called him husband, but what was waiting for her was an even more intense baptism. And he kept calling her name in her ears. Suwon kept crying, and Jong-yu could only coax her, kiss her soothingly, and apologize to her. But the expected reaction was exactly the same, and they bullied her as much as they could. Her toes were always tensing and relaxing, and finally, she couldn't help it and fell into a deep sleep. This night can only be described as exhilarating. Jong-yu knew that Soo-won was a pure girl, and he didn't want to make things too rough for her. So he held her in his arms, cleaned her up, and fell asleep with her in his arms, feeling refreshed. In the morning, Jong-yu got up at dawn, holding the warm and soft beauty in his arms. Soo-won was sleeping soundly on his chest, her little face rosy and her lips slightly open. Her soft appearance made him unable to help but kiss her face lovingly. After being kissed by him, the little girl frowned and rubbed him unhappily, which made his heart soften. At this moment, he felt that he was the luckiest and happiest man in the world. It was still early outside. The two of them had been quarreling until midnight last night, making quite a noise. Maybe he was too excited. He didn't feel tired, but he made his little wife very tired. Her fair neck and collarbone were covered with kiss marks, which were extremely ambiguous. Soo-won likes to move even when she's asleep, and she moves around a lot, which makes Jong-yu angry again. It was a hot day, and Jong-yu's whole body was burning. Soo-won always felt like something was poking him, which was very uncomfortable, so he subconsciously pushed it away with his hand. Jong-yu groaned, grabbed her rebellious little hand, and could no longer hold back and move forward. Soo-won was awakened by a kiss, his hot breath constantly spraying on her neck. His lips were like a branding iron, driven by primitive emotions. A few involuntary sounds came out of her throat. Reaching out to push his chest, Soo-won complained unhappily. "Jong-yu, are you done yet? I tortured her so much last night, and now you still won't let her go. You jerk." Young wife's dissatisfaction, when heard by him, became a catalyst. "Be good, it will be quick, okay?" I don't know how many times I heard this last night, but he never kept his promise, as if he couldn't control himself. In the end, Soo-won could only cling tightly to his neck, leaving a few nail marks on his back. When it was too heavy, she bit his shoulder. "If you can't resist, just join it. As the saying goes, enjoy life while you can." Clung to the piece of driftwood tightly, like she was drowning, unable to extricate herself. It was unknown how long it had been, but only when she started crying again did Jong-yu let her go. He had known her for such a long time, but he had never seen her cry. Only now did he see her with tears in her eyes, and he was fascinated by her. He asked someone to bring in water, and then he held the fragile girl in his arms to wash her. Soo-won felt as if his whole body had been run over by a car, and his sensitive areas were burning hot. Behind all this was Jong-yu. Of course, Jong-yu wasn't much better off, with his back covered in scratches. He had many scars of varying sizes on his body, making him look hideous and terrifying, but Soo-won did not despise him. Instead, she caressed and kissed him gently, with endless heartache in her eyes. Bathing, it was already bright outside, so Soo-won simply decided not to sleep as he had to serve tea to the Duke and grandfather in the morning. The same applies if you wait until you have finished serving tea, and then come back to rest. "Do you want to sleep a little longer?" Jong-yu asked while holding her. Soo-won shook her head, with a few dark circles under her eyes. She hadn't slept much on the eve of her wedding, and she hadn't slept well last night. At the moment, she looked very tired. Come back to sleep after serving tea. Seeing her haggard appearance, Jong-yu finally realized that he had gone too far. Although he tasted the sweetness of it for the first time, he still didn't know the seriousness of the matter. "I'll sleep with you later." Jong-yu didn't sleep well himself. Moreover, now that he had finally married her as he wished, he just wanted to stay with her forever. "I didn't ask for an official position at the beginning because I wanted to have a wife and children at home and a warm bed in the future." Soo-won heard this and looked at him with disdain. "No, you sleep on the couch, not next to me." Soo-won refused directly. It is said that men are as lustful as wolves and tigers and never satisfied after eating meat. She has experienced this. She was afraid of him. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have known that this man who had practiced martial arts since childhood could be so durable. Of course, she wasn't completely unhappy. Jong-yu looked at her aggrievedly and thought, "What should I do? It's just the beginning, and my wife doesn't let me go to bed." So he hugged her and coaxed her. "I swear, I will just hold you and sleep quietly, and I won't do anything else, okay?" Soo-won remained unmoved and said nothing. I really didn't do anything, ma'am. I was wrong. Why didn't Soo-won realize that he loved to act like a spoiled child before? The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and Jong-yu knew that she had compromised, so he kissed her gently on the lips. Afterwards, Soo-won asked Lu-ying and the others to come in. Aunt Lu knew that she had woken up, so she came over to help her tie up her hair. She came in and went straight to make the bed. The chastity cloth was neatly folded and placed in the middle of the bed. The bed looked like it had been made. Perhaps it was too messy, and the lady felt embarrassed, so she made it herself. However, the red color on the chastity cloth was still very obvious. Madame Lu was very happy and asked the maid to bring a new bedding to replace it. It seems that it won't be long before the Duke's mansion will have a little prince or a little princess. Soo-won's legs were weak and her back and waist ached. Jong-yu, the person involved, had already changed into his daily clothes and was lying on the chaise longue with his chin propped up, watching Soo-won get ready. She was a bride, and her clothes for the first 3 days were all red. Now she was no longer a girl, but a married woman, so she had to put all her hair up. Nanny Lu went out for a while, and when she came back, she handed a small jade porcelain bottle to Soo-won. Soo-won was a little puzzled when she took it in her hand. She opened the lid and smelled it. She smelled a cool and pungent smell, so she asked her what it was. Aunt Lu smiled and whispered in her ear, "Madam, the prince is a martial artist, so he must be very careful." After saying this, Soo-won blushed in embarrassment. However, she really needed this thing now, so she opened the small drawer and placed the porcelain bottle at the innermost part. Turning her head, she saw Jong-yu looking at her intently and smiling. His peach blossom eyes were sparkling, full of affection and smile. She thought it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a love-brained person. Soo-won asked them to keep their hair simple and not to use too many hair accessories, otherwise it would be a burden and she would feel tired. Therefore, she only wore 2 golden flowers on her head and a golden peacock hairpin. Nanny Lu said that the more festive and luxurious the dress is in the first 3 days, the better. It is a good omen anyway, so Soo-won followed her advice. She used powder to cover the dark circles under her eyes and applied lip balm to improve her complexion before Soo-won got up and prepared to go out. My calves were a bit stiff due to the tightness, and I felt pain in my calves with every step I took. Jong-yu came over and held her waist consciously. In the eyes of the servants, their actions were naturally a sign of extraordinary affection. The lady entered the room. Could she see how happy the prince was? He had a constant smile on his face and looked refreshed. You have to know that normally he is serious and always has a stern face, and the servants are trembling when reporting things to him. The Duke and the grandfather originally thought that the 2 children would probably not get up until very late, so they had already prepared to have breakfast with the leaders of several branches of the Jong family and did not wait for them. As soon as we sat down, the servants said that the crown prince and his wife had come to serve tea. Everyone quickly got up and went to the hall, each of them holding a big red envelope. After a while, the bride will change her words and the red envelope must be prepared. Arriving at the main hall, Soo-won bowed to the Duke, his grandfather, and all his uncles. The elders watched the younger generations come in side by side. Jong-yu supported his wife affectionately and asked her to pay attention to the threshold. The 2 elders sitting in the main seat thought at the same time that Jong-yu only gave all his tenderness and care to Soo-won. The servant brought 2 cups of tea. Soo-won toasted to his grandfather first. "Grandfather, please have some tea." I have been calling my grandfather this name several years ago, but the meaning of calling him this name now is different. My grandfather took the tea, said several good words, and smiled, revealing his few remaining teeth, which was very funny. Drinking the tea, he took out a red envelope sealed with red paper, which, as expected, contained a stack of silver bills. After Soo-won expressed his thanks, he then served tea to Duke Jong. Duke Jong looked a little nervous, his hands rubbing back and forth on his knees. "Dad, please have some tea." Soo-won's call was very smooth, and Duke Jong was a few beats late in responding. He took a sip of the tea and took out a very thick red envelope from his sleeve and gave it to her. In addition, there is a bunch of keys. From now on, you will be the only mistress of the backyard of the Duke's mansion. You will be in charge of the household expenses. Here are the keys to the accounting office and the housekeeper's card. You will be in trouble in the future. Jong-yu was quite unhappy with Duke Jong's behavior. His daughter Won-won just got married. Can't she enjoy more? He gave her the power of housekeeper right after she came. How much more trouble will she have to worry about such a big duke's mansion in the future? However, with so many uncles and aunts here, he couldn't say anything and could only remain silent. But Soo-won didn't think so. She felt that her father-in-law gave her the power of housekeeper so easily because it was a sign of trust in her, and she would live up to everyone's expectations. Thank you for your trust, father.
I will manage it well.
She took the butler's key and asked Lu-ying to hold it. Afterwards, Soo-won offered tea to each uncle one by one, and Jong-yu introduced them to her and told her what to call them. She has 2 dimples when she smiles, and she is very well behaved. Her voice is soft, so she is very popular with the elders. Finally, after a round of tea toasts, Soo-won had received a plate full of red envelopes, which looked heavy on the tray. I was afraid I wouldn't remember who owned whom, so I wrote the names on them. After offering tea, Soo-won accompanied his grandfather and the Duke for breakfast. His waist was really uncomfortable, but he endured it. Finally over, and she went back to rest immediately. Jong-yu was like a good dog throughout the whole process. He never left her side, served her food and served her soup, doing everything himself. Soo-won felt that if this continued, she would be spoiled by him and would become unable to take care of herself. After returning home, she lay on the chaise longue and didn't want to move. Jong-yu came over and suggested massaging her waist. As a result, as he rubbed it, Soo-won started to giggle. It was so itchy. The way he rubbed was different from Lu-yun and the others. It made her feel very itchy and funny. Haha, let go. Stop it, it's so itchy. Jong-yu didn't listen. Seeing her laughing like that, he wanted to tease her more. No, unless you say, husband, let me go. Shameless, Soo-won complained in her heart, but she couldn't laugh anymore, so she begged for mercy. Okay, husband. Let me go. Jong-yu then stopped and let her lie down facing him. He raised his hand and helped her remove the hairpins and jewelry from her hair. His movements were extremely gentle, for fear of tearing a single hair. The hairpin was removed, and the black hair fell down instantly. Aren't you sleepy? Can I sleep with you for a while? Soo-won nodded and stretched out her hand for him to pick her up. Jong-yu bent down lovingly, kissed her forehead, and then picked her up sideways. She discovered that this guy really liked to kiss her from time to time, either on the face, nose, or forehead. Lie on the bed and help her take off her outer clothes, leaving only her underwear. He took the jewelry to the jeweler plate on the dressing table and arranged them one by one, then opened the small drawer and took out the small porcelain bottle. When Soo-won saw this, he jumped up with a start. No, how could he? Turning around and seeing his wife's shocked expression, he couldn't help but give a meaningful smile. Let me help you apply the medicine. He shook the porcelain bottle in his hand. No. How would you know? She quickly pulled the quilt to cover herself. Although Mammy lowered her voice just now, I still heard it. I am very sensitive to sounds. As long as I want to know, I can guess it, silly girl. He sat on the edge of the bed and pretended to lift her quilt. Soo-won refused. I can do it myself. I don't need your help. It's not like you haven't seen it before. Are you shy? We are husband and wife. What are you afraid of? Be good. Your husband will help you. Jong-yu coaxed and lied. His first day of marriage was not awkward at all. Soo-won was still a little uncomfortable as it was his first day in an unfamiliar environment. She was still a little embarrassed about everything when she just started her married life. Last night, she kept asking him to put out the candles, but he refused and even said that the candles must be lit all night on the wedding night, and it would be unlucky to put them out. Soo-won couldn't get away from him. In this matter, she could only close her eyes, cover her face with a quilt, and let him do whatever he wanted. After finishing, Jong-yu also undressed and lay down, holding her in his arms naturally and skillfully. He was really honest. He didn't touch her. He just held her in his arms and slept, with his hand gently stroking her back, as if he was comforting her. Soon, her eyelids became heavy and she fell into a deep sleep. The couple's married life is very harmonious and full of sweet bubbles. But the Su family was different. When they were having breakfast in the morning, everyone seemed to have no appetite. With one person missing, everyone was concerned about Su Wan's condition in the Duke's mansion. Was he used to the food? Was he used to the living quarters? Su-yeon drank too much yesterday and embarrassed himself. When he woke up in the morning, he had stomach acid and couldn't eat anything. Su's mother said that she was worried that Wanwan would not be used to the food in the Duke's mansion, so she decided to train a group of people and send them over to be responsible for her diet in the Duke's mansion. This girl loves spicy food. I'm afraid she won't be able to eat without chili peppers. Anyway, without Su Wan, no one can enjoy their meals and work efficiently. I'm looking forward to her coming back in 3 days, so I can ask her some questions. Su-won slept until the afternoon and woke up with his stomach growling with hunger because he had not eaten much in the morning. Jong-yu had already woken up and was practicing sword in the yard. Su-won came out rubbing his eyes, casually wearing a robe. There were no male servants in the yard, only Lu-yun and Lu-ying, as well as Nanny Lu and 2 maids who were cleaning the yard. She entered the room. Jong-yu was no longer alone. The guards who had been in the yard before were now transferred to guard the door. She leaned against the door and watched him practice swordplay quietly. She vaguely remembered that 5 years ago, he was recuperating at the Su's house. Not long after he recovered from his injury, he began practicing swordplay in the yard. She was so fascinated by him at the time that she forgot that the water was still boiling in the kitchen, with mist filling the air. At that time, he smiled and said that he was in a fairyland. Applying the medicine, I had a good sleep and the soreness in my body was not so obvious, but I still felt lazy. Jong-yu had already caught a glimpse of her out of the corner of his eye, but he did not stop. Instead, he danced even harder. Su-won walked to the stone bench and sat down. There was tea, fruits, and snacks on it. A new swing had been set up in the yard. Hibiscus was planted along the wall, which was now in full bloom, filling the yard with fragrance. Su-won asked Lu-ying to go to the cat room and bring out the 2 kittens for her to see. The kitten is only 2 months old, almost 3 months old. It is still very small and white, but there is a little black hair on the tips of its ears, and its 4 paw pads are black. Because they are all little male cats, they have round faces and look chubby. They make a clip-like sound when they meow and have short limbs. They are so cute that they can make you bleed. She hugged the 2 kittens at once, and the kittens meowed and rubbed their heads against her. Su-won's attention was attracted by the kitten, and Jong-yu was left aside, so he had to put away his sword. Lu-yun was very considerate and poured him some tea. Jong-yu rarely wore white clothes, which gave people a different feeling. The kittens were so noisy and struggled to get down, so Su-won had to put them on the lawn. They immediately moved their chubby bodies and rolled on the grass. The 2 kittens began chasing each other and licking each other's fur. The setting sun at dusk dyed the sky orange, and the scene in the yard looked peaceful and tranquil. Su-won looked at the 2 kittens with a bright smile, while Jong-yu looked at her tenderly. She named the kittens one Mien Mien and the other Wan Wan. Just hearing the names sounds cute. Jong-yu asked them to prepare meals, all of which were ordered from Chung-lu. The weather was nice and there was a gentle breeze outside, so we decided to eat in the yard. Looking at the dishes on the table, all of them were her favorites. She had just slept for a whole day and was very hungry. Knowing that you love spicy food, 4th brother specifically instructed us to do so. He said he would send us a few cooks in a few days to take care of your diet. He will arrange for Chung-lu to send them these days. Su-yeon's love for Su-won was fully revealed at this moment. Even though he always bickers with Su-won, he actually cares about Su-won more than anyone else. For example, he was afraid that she wouldn't eat well at the Duke's mansion, so he asked Chung-lu to prepare the food and send it to her, for fear that she wouldn't eat well. Su-won felt warm at her heart. Even though she was already married, she still received the same love and care from her family. After I get back, I must thank my 4th brother very much. After dinner, Jong-yu took her hand and took her to visit the Duke's mansion. The Duke's mansion was very large, with more than 10 or 20 courtyards of various sizes and 2 gardens, one big and one small. The small garden was at the entrance of the courtyard where they were now. This was a small garden specially opened up by Duke Jong out of his preference for the Duke's wife, for her and her son to enjoy alone. Later, she passed away, and this small garden became the exclusive property of Duke Jong and Jong-yu. Normally, no one was allowed to enter. Every time Ningwei came, she had to report in advance. Soo-won had just gotten married, so she didn't need to accompany her elders for 3 meals a day. She only needed to be there in the morning and at noon. Of course, she could be absent under special circumstances. He took her to every place in the Duke's mansion and patiently explained to her the origin of the name of each place. Their own courtyard was named Hwayuan. Passing by a large garden, there were many famous flowers planted there, some of which Soo-won couldn't even name, and there was also a very rare black chrysanthemum. Soo-won was really enlightened. She heard from Jong-yu that after the Duke retired, he spent every day at home fiddling with the flowers and plants. He also took her to feed the koi. The two of them stood under the porch. He hugged her from behind, holding fish food in his hand. Soo-won picked up the fish food and sprinkled it into the porch. The koi immediately rushed together to grab the food. However, because it was night, there was only a row of lanterns lighting up the corridor, so it was naturally not as fun as during the day. After feeding for a while, Soo-won didn't want to do it anymore. Jong-yu saw that she was a little disappointed, so he put his arm around her shoulders and continued walking forward. But just as I turned the corner, I bumped into a few people. After a closer look, I found that it was concubine Ningwei and her followers. Soo-won had never seen the concubine of the Duke's mansion since yesterday, but he didn't expect to meet her here. Ningwei felt uncomfortable when she saw that it was the couple. Because of Jongzhen, she had been keeping a low profile for more than a month and only dared to come out for some fresh air at night. She heard early in the morning that the Duke had handed the power of housekeeper to Soo-won. She was very unwilling to accept this. She had given so much to this family, but now it was snatched away by a woman who had only been here for less than 2 days. How could she be willing? But it doesn't matter. She can always find something to hold against her. She's just a little girl who is still wet behind the ears. Looking at the state of Jong-yu's baby, she is good-looking but useless. When Soo-won saw her, he didn't need to bow. Although she was now the crown prince's wife, the servants still had to respect her as a princess. Since she is a princess, she does not have to pay respect to a concubine. On the contrary, she has to pay respect to herself. Ningwei knew that a little impatience would ruin a big plan, and although she was unwilling, she still bowed obediently. Greetings to the prince, greetings to the princess. Soo-won turned her head and glanced at Jong-yu. Jong-yu had never expected to meet her here and was a little disappointed. Madam, long time no see.
Soo-won smiled politely.
It's been a long time since we last met. I haven't been feeling well lately, so I've been recuperating in the yard. I thought the weather was good today, so I came out for some fresh air, but I didn't expect to run into the princess. Ningwei deliberately concealed the fact that she didn't show up because she was afraid of Jongzhen. In fact, Soo-won really didn't know what was going on. Jong-yu was a little impatient and was about to leave by pulling Soo-won. Let's go, it's getting late, let's go back. I'll take you to visit the places we haven't visited yet tomorrow. Ningwei didn't want to talk to them anymore. That's right. Don't let your illness get to you. Princess, go back and rest. Soo-won was walking on the road, and only then did he know from Jong-yu that Ningwei was afraid of her grandfather, so she didn't dare to go out. The two are husband and wife now. Jong-yu no longer hides many things from Soo-won, but tells her everything about the family situation. Soo-won also knew what happened to Jong-yu's mother in the past, which was indirectly caused by Ningwei. However, Soo-won felt it was a bit strange. After all, his mother-in-law grew up in Fongyue Villa. As the daughter of her grandfather, she should know some martial arts and her physical fitness should not be so poor. Moreover, Jong-yu said that she had been ill for more than 2 years, which means it should be counted from the time Ningwei came in, and the time just fits. If he was just angry, it wouldn't make sense for him to be so angry. Although, the original owner also died of anger, but she really couldn't breathe.
Being angry to death is a matter of a moment. As long as it is not a momentary loss of breath, it would not be considered anger to death. He got sick from anger, but he can recover. It's impossible that the more he recovers, the worse he gets. As long as he takes medicine every day, even if Ningwei acts like a troublemaker every day, it's impossible that the medicine will work every time, right? There is only one truth. My mother-in-law was framed. Jong-yu looked at Soo-won's brows, which were furrowed and relaxed at once, and he understood her inner struggle. When it comes to his mother, no matter how happy he was in the previous second, he would not be happy in the next second. However, he was willing to explain to Soo-won. My mother died because she was drugged, and the person who drugged her was my own grandmother. Hearing this, Soo-won was stunned for a moment. She swallowed and could clearly feel his grip on her hand tightening a little. She initially wanted Ningwei to be the wife of the Duke's mansion, but my father didn't like her and insisted on marrying my mother. In order to make way for Ningwei, the old lady asked someone to poison my mother, causing her health to deteriorate. No matter how she nursed back to health, it was useless. Moreover, she was very vicious. The drug was not put into the daily diet, but into spices that were not easy to detect. We always thought that my mother was angry about Ningwei's existence, which made her look like this. It was not until later that we found out that all this was done by my good grandmother. But my father couldn't kill his own mother for this, right? Later, the old lady passed away, and I did it. I gave him a taste of his own medicine. No one knew why my relationship with my father was so bad all those years. They just simply thought it was because of my mother, so our father-son relationship was shallow. 2 years after Jiang Xinruo's death, Jong-yu was already 7 years old. He learned the truth at that time. At such a young age, he had the idea of killing someone for the first time. He knew that his father could not kill his mother, but he was different. He had lost his mother, so he had to make the person who made him lose his mother pay the price. He asked Dr. Sun for a colorless and odorless poison and gave it to the old lady. This poison only needs to be taken once, and does not need to be taken every day. After 3 years, the poison will naturally cause death. However, this poison is very mild, and there will be no pain when you die. You never know when you will fall asleep and never wake up again. He poisoned her to avenge his mother, but chose to let her die peacefully because of their blood relationship. Until now, Duke Jiang still doesn't know that his mother died at the hands of his son. All we know is that at that time, the old lady of the Duke's mansion, who had just turned 50, passed away peacefully in her sleep. At that time, the relationship between Duke Jiang and the old lady was extremely bad. The old lady often didn't see her son. He spent all day in the martial arts training ground, and he was unwilling to make Ningwei his legal wife. It was during this period that Jong-yu personally tricked the old lady into drinking the poison soup. The old lady favors boys over girls. Jong-yu has been smart since he was a child and is very delicate. Although the old lady doesn't like Xinruo, she has no resentment towards her grandson. So it was very easy for Jong-yu to get close to her. To this day, he still does not regret what he did. The two of them sat on the swing in the yard. She leaned in his arms and listened to him talk about this. Suddenly, a tear fell on the back of her hand. Soo-won's heart tightened, and she looked up at him. Under the moonlight, his eyes were misty, and Soo-won felt very distressed. Won, do you think what I did was right? I killed my grandmother with my own hands. Jong-yu looked at her with red eyes. Everyone in the yard was sent away, so there was no fear that anyone would hear their conversation. Jong-yu also felt uncomfortable. As he grew older, he became more conflicted. On one side is his dearest and most loving mother, and on the other side is his blood-related grandmother, who is usually nice to him. However, in order to avenge his mother, he poisoned his own grandmother. Whenever he thought about this, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Is it wrong or not? If I give you another chance to choose, will you still do the same? Soo-won asked, reaching out and touching his face. Jong-yu looked at her without hesitation. If I had to choose again, I think I would still do it the same way. Then what are you still struggling with? Some things, since you have already done them, even you don't regret it. Why can't you let it go? It's just a life for a life. Soo-won could understand him very well. When you find out that your loved ones have done something irreparable behind your back, but you are unable to do it due to blood ties, standing in the position of Duke Jong, do you really want him to kill his own mother with his own hands? Therefore, it is understandable that Jong-yu would do this. However, there was still a hurdle in his heart that he couldn't get over, so after all these years, he didn't want to return to this home that suffocated him. Then, do you think I'm a scary person? Jong-yu hugged her tightly, leaned on her shoulders, and asked softly. He was actually very afraid that his wife would think he was a terrible person because of this, and he was very nervous. Upon hearing this, Soo-won twisted his waist, and Jong-yu hissed in cooperation. We are husband and wife, we prosper together, and we suffer together. Why should I be afraid of you? Besides, if I were you, no matter who hurt my loved ones, I would do whatever it takes to get them back. If I were you, I would probably make the same choice as you. When he heard Soo-won say that, and he just held her face and kissed her. Soo-won was stunned by his sudden kiss. When she came to her senses, he had already pried open her teeth and started kissing her deeply. In this regard, he seemed to be self-taught. Before long, Soo-won felt that all the strength in his body had been drained away by him, and tears welled up in his eyes. Won-won, can we move out quickly? Jong-yu really didn't want to stay in the Duke's mansion. Soo-won nodded, but always remembered Sue's mother's instructions. Okay, wait until after this year, okay? Okay, I'll do as you say. Only half a year, Jong-yu can wait. As long as she is by his side, half a year is not too long. He continued to kiss her, and Soo-won was dizzy from his kiss. Now that they are married, Jong-yu can finally do whatever he wants, kiss however he wants, and cling as close as he wants. But Jong-yu didn't do anything else to her. At most, he just kissed her and hugged her. She had been tormented quite a bit these past 2 days, so he wanted to let her rest for a few days. On the second morning at the Duke's mansion, the butler took Soo-won to the accounting office. This was Soo-won's own request. Since she held the housekeeper's key, she had to manage the Duke's mansion well. She and Jong-yu had discussed it and decided that the whole family would move to the mansion next to the Soo mansion. As for Ningwei, she would stay in the old Duke's mansion with her son. As for the emperor, now that the Duke's mansion has handed over the military power, he will definitely let them move to wherever they want. It's just a matter of changing the mansion, which is not excessive. While she had free time, she took a good look at the accounts of the Duke's mansion to see how much the mansion spent every month. However, these account books had already been cleared by the housekeeper before, and they were all in order, so there was nothing wrong. However, Soo-won discovered that when Ningwei was the housekeeper, the expenses of her courtyard and Jongyan's courtyard were particularly high. The expenditures are basically real money. It can be seen that Ningwei did not treat herself badly at all during her time as the head of the family. Even though she no longer has the power to be the head of the family, Soo-won made a rough estimate and found that she must have amassed a lot of property. Before, when she went out, she dressed according to the standards of a duke's wife, so it was impossible for her to be without money. But it would certainly not be easy to force her to return the money for no reason. My father-in-law must be aware of this, but he didn't say anything, which means he didn't intend to do anything too drastic. Just like Ningwei said, even if she had no credit, she had worked hard over the years, so no one cared about her making money. Jong-yu did not disturb her from looking at the account book, but went to accompany his grandfather. Only then did she have time to spend the whole morning in the accounting office. Finally, he came to pick him up for lunch before coming out of the accounting office. With Duke Jong and my grandfather at noon, and the four of them looked very harmonious. Grandfather will be returning to Fonghua Villa in a month or so. During this time, Jong-yu and Soo-won will try to spend more time with him. In the afternoon, Madame Lu took her to meet all the servants in the mansion, from the third-class maids who swept the house to the first-class maids who served the masters personally, as well as the servants who guarded the house, those who managed the gardening flowers and plants, and the cooks and servants in the kitchen, a total of nearly 60 people. Such a big mansion would cost a lot of money in a month. This is much more complicated than the Soo family.
Although the Su family has many people, they also have a lot of income from various sources. The elder brothers receive a salary every month, and the second, fourth, and fifth brothers also pay money into the account every month. But the Duke's mansion is supported only by the Duke's fief. Of course, the Duke's mansion must have private property, otherwise it would not be enough to support such a large mansion. I heard from Jong-yu that the Duke's mansion has a horse farm and more than a dozen shops for rent, and the rent collected every month is not small. However, there should be more than just these properties, otherwise it would be impossible to offer such a generous betrothal gift. Soo-won spent the whole day looking at the account books and identifying the servants, and his life was quite fulfilling. Tomorrow is the third day since she returned to her parents' home, and Aunt Lu has already prepared a gift for her. To his return these 3 days, getting up early and waiting at the door. The two of them were relatively low-key. They got on a carriage, brought the gifts, and returned. The servant who was arranged to watch at the door of the Su family saw that the son-in-law and the princess had returned, and immediately went back to report. The entire Su family came out together and came to the door to pick up Soo-won and Jong-yu. Soo-won was wearing a red casual skirt today, and Jong-yu was also wearing a robe of the same color as her. The two looked very festive and well-matched. Getting off the carriage, Jong-yu held her waist and carried her down. The loving look on their face made Su's mother very happy. She and her husband looked at each other and smiled with satisfaction. "Dad, Mom, my daughter is back." After getting off the carriage, Soo-won held up her skirt and went up the stairs, giving her mother a big hug. "Look at you. You're already married, but you're still acting like a little girl. You're not steady at all. There's nothing to be afraid of. Won-won will always be a little girl in our hearts."
Father supported Soo-won.
Soo-won laughed and then looked at his brothers. They were all standing by. The eldest brother was supporting his eldest sister-in-law. Now his sister-in-law was 3 months pregnant and the fetus was stable, but his eldest brother still put her at the center of his attention. Whenever he was around, he would support her. Soo-won walked up to her and hugged her sister-in-law, then reached out and touched her belly. "Is my little nephew well behaved?" Shin Qingli heard this and smiled. "He's still young, but he's been very well behaved recently. He finally stopped bothering me and can eat in peace." Shin Qingli touched her belly, her face filled with happiness and her whole body radiating the glow of motherhood. Sun Linger is going to get married with her second brother in 10 days. Normally, they are not allowed to see each other during this period, but Soo-won is her best sister, and she is to come and see Soo-won no matter what. Soo-won then gave her a hug, and then gave Luo Shiju a hug. They also noticed the difference in Soo-won. She had her hair tied up in a bun like a woman, but her eyes still had the cuteness of a little girl. Her complexion had become rosy, and her eyes were watery and sparkling. It was obvious that she was nourished by love and that her married life was happy. They believed that Jong-yu would definitely spoil her to the sky. After getting married, Soo-won's every move became more charming, especially when she smiled. Her cheeks were slightly rosy, making her even more beautiful and making people unable to take their eyes off her. Soo-won has become a married woman, and her brothers are filled with emotion. The crowd surrounded Soo-won and entered the mansion. Fireworks were set off outside the door, and the crackling sound lasted for a long time. After returning, Jong-yu was taken away by his brothers, while Soo-won had a private chat with Shin Qingli, Sun Linger, Luo Shiju, and others. Girls are together, they also like to talk about embarrassing topics. Especially Sun Linger, she was the most straightforward and outspoken, and even asked Prince Soo-won if he was okay and whether he needed any herbal medicine. Soo-won glared at her and retorted, "You ask me, you will know in 10 days. As for your medicinal food, I'll see if my second brother needs it. Just keep it for him." Sun Linger's face turned red, and she reached out to tickle Soo-won's skin. Soo-won laughed until tears came out. Luo Shiju quickly helped Shin Qingli hide away as she was pregnant. Among the 4 girls, Luo Shiju was the only one who was as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. She blushed when she heard them talking about this. Jong-yu was sitting at a tea table, with his brothers-in-law sitting beside him and opposite him. He felt a sense of oppression. The pressure is even greater than going to the battlefield. He could only keep drinking tea and answer whatever his brothers asked. The eldest brother, Su-jing, asked him, "Are you used to having Wanwan come to your house?" The second brother, Su-mu, asked him, "Wanwan seems to have lost some weight. Is it because she didn't eat well?" "That's impossible. I sent someone to deliver food to her house. They were all her favorite dishes. It's impossible that she didn't eat well." Upon hearing this, Su-yun immediately refuted, saying that it couldn't be because of the food. "Maybe it's because of the clothes you're wearing, so you look thinner." "Second brother, you're worrying too much. It's only been a few days?" Su-chin thought, it's only been 2 or 3 days since they last saw each other, so it's impossible for her to lose weight so quickly, right? So it must be because of the clothes. Until Sui said, "Jong-yu, Wanwan is still young after all. You should be more restrained." Jong-yu choked to death on his tea after hearing this. "No, I swear to God. He has been refraining from touching her these past 2 days, so how can he be said to be lacking in self-control?" The fifth brother was as sharp as ever. All the brothers were looking at him. He relaxed for a long time before wiping the corners of his mouth with a handkerchief and explaining, "Don't worry, brothers. I know my limits." How does this bring us to the issue of moderation? Afterwards, his brothers gave him a series of instructions. Wanwan's temper may seem mild, but she is actually stubborn and has a bit of a temper. Ayu, you should give in to her more often. Wanwan likes to eat sweets and ice cream at night. You should persuade her to stop doing that. It's bad for her health. Don't do that. Wanwan likes to sleep in, so she may not be able to get up too early in the morning. I wonder if your family has a rule of visiting parents in the morning and evening? I have already selected a group of chefs and will send them to your house on a chosen day. Leave your food to them in the future. I am not confident in the chefs in your house. The main reason is that your concubine does not look like a good person. I am afraid that she will harm Su-wan. I finished drawing the portrait of Wanwan. Remember to bring it to her later to see if she's satisfied with it. If not, there's still time to make some changes. The brothers really care about Su-wan. This heavy burden of care weighs on Jong-yu, making him feel a little breathless. "Brother, Wanwan is my wife now, so I naturally tolerate her temper. Moreover, Wanwan has a very good temper. To me, she doesn't have a bad temper at all. And second brother, I don't allow her to eat too many sweets and iced foods at night. I will definitely supervise her and take good care of her body. Third brother, there is no rule of morning and evening visits in our family. Wanwan can sleep until she wakes up naturally every day. She is now the most distinguished hostess of the Duke's mansion. No one dares to tell her what to do. My father, Duke Jiang, is a rough man and doesn't care about these false formalities. Just go with the flow." Fourth brother, I have ordered someone to open a small kitchen. From now on, Wanwan's 3 meals a day will be prepared by the cook arranged by fourth brother. Outsiders will not be allowed to interfere. Also, thank you fifth brother for drawing the portrait of Wanwan. We trust your painting skills. Thank you for your hard work. Jong-yu answered their questions one by one, trying his best to put their minds at ease. All problems are not problems. If there's a problem, solve it. Jong-yu's attitude and answers were very satisfying, and the brothers nodded in satisfaction. Jong-yu said that he was under a lot of pressure. With so many brothers-in-law, he felt very oppressive. Su-won returned home today, and the whole family was particularly happy. During lunch, Su's mother saw that her son-in-law was so attentive, picking up dishes for her and serving soup herself, which made her mother feel more relieved. In the afternoon, I went to the mansion next door to take a look. It was about the same size as the Su mansion and had been renovated. There was also a door connecting the 2 mansions. When Su-won moved in next year, he would be able to see his family every day. However, the 2 houses are too big when placed next to each other. One would have to take a sedan chair to go back and forth, and it would take a long time to walk there. After dinner in the evening, the 2 returned to Duke Zhang's mansion. In the past 6 months, Su-won had probably met his family less often. Next time I will wait until my second brother gets married before going back. His and Sunlinger's wedding would not be a grand one. They would just invite some familiar friends and relatives from both families. My uncle and his family will not go back until Su-mu's wedding is over. comes, the wedding will be held in the mansion prepared for Sun Linger before. The two mansions are very close to each other, and Dr. Sun does not want too many people to know his identity. Because Sumu's identity as a little miracle doctor was exposed, most of the numerous messages sent to and from the Su residents every day were asking Sumu to come out and provide medical treatment. However, Sumu would not treat ordinary illnesses unless the cases were challenging. For example, during the hunting trip at Junshan, the scar on the face of the daughter with a birthmark miraculously faded after a series of diagnosis and treatment by him. A time, the reputation of the young miracle doctor Sumu became even greater. In the evening, the two of them sat in the carriage returning to the Duke's mansion. Suwon asked Jong-yu what his brothers had said to him and why he had been gone for so long. Jong-yu exaggerated the oppression he had inflicted on him by his brothers and told Suwon about it. As a result, Suwon was made to laugh at himself, but at the same time, he felt extremely proud. It's great. This is the feeling of having a mother's family and being confident, so she pinched Jong-yu's face and threatened, "Hear me, be nice to me, or my 5 brothers will slap you to death with one big slap each." No. When Suwon thought of the scene, he laughed even more wildly. Jong-yu was helpless, but he enjoyed it. When the two returned home, they first went to pay their respects to their father-in-law and grandfather. The two elders had been getting along quite harmoniously recently, mainly because there were no annoying people disturbing them. Although the two of them don't talk much and play their own games, this way of getting along is already very good compared to 20 years ago. Are you used to living at home, princess? If there is anything you are not used to, please inform Aunt Lu in time to arrange it for you. You have the final say over everything in the mansion now. You can do whatever you want. If that brat Jong-yu bullies you, just tell me. I will support you and give him a good beating. Took the opportunity of Suwon coming to pay her respects to him to ask her something. As he spoke, he glared at Jong-yu. Jong-yu's mother passed away early, and as a father-in-law, there are many things that he is not comfortable saying, but he still needs to show the proper concern. "Father, I am doing fine. The servants in the mansion are very attentive to me. They provide me with food, clothing, shelter, and transportation according to my preferences. I have nothing to lack. As for the prince, don't worry. If he dares to treat me badly, I will definitely report him. I will not only report him to you, but also to my grandfather." In front of his elders, Suwon is always at ease and can make the atmosphere very relaxed. No, the grandfather beside him immediately laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha ha, little girl. Go ahead and complain. I'll break this kid's legs." Jong-yu was very helpless. He had now become a survivor at the bottom of the food chain, right? Whether in the Su mansion or in the Duke's mansion, he is the one with the lowest presence. However, he did not feel unhappy. Instead, he felt that this was particularly good, and he wished they would all favor Suwon. The only sound left in the hall was his grandfather's laughter. Seeing the old man laugh, Suwon also laughed. After laughing, my grandfather continued, "I am already old, and I don't know how many years I have left to live. Now I have only one unfulfilled wish." Upon hearing this, Suwon immediately looked at him with clear eyes and asked, "What unfulfilled wishes does Grandpa have?" At this moment, she really didn't think much about it. On the contrary, Jong-yu's mouth corners curled up. "This wish still depends on you to fulfill. I want to have a great-grandson soon." Upon hearing this, Suwon was stunned for a moment, then laughed awkwardly. "So that's it." Oh, she should have reacted earlier. When people get old, their wishes are just to watch their younger generations get married and have children. This is exactly what I wish for. It would be great if the Duke's mansion could have a little prince or a little county lady as soon as possible. Duke Jong also took the opportunity to urge them to do so, saying that this opportunity cannot be wasted. The daughter of the Duke's son can be granted the title of county princess, and she will be a person of noble status from birth. But Suwon felt very embarrassed. They had only been married for a few days, and already the baby was being induced. The pressure was huge. But Jong-yu is now 24 years old, and others of his age have already become fathers, so he is indeed anxious. She would not deliberately take precautions. She would just let the child's words take their own course. No matter when they came, she would always be ready to be a mother. Unexpectedly, after Jong-yu and she returned to the yard to wash up, he used this excuse to pounce on her. Under the pretext that he also wanted to be a father, he hoped that Soo-won would give him a daughter. Between husband and wife, at first, are somewhat uncomfortable due to experience, but after you have recovered, only pleasure remains. However, Jong-yu's physical strength is so good that he can really do some hard work. In the middle of the night, Soo-won crawled to the bedside, but was dragged back by the feet and hugged by the waist. Soo-won couldn't resist and kept cursing. Soon, it was the day of Soo-moo's wedding. His family invited several neighbors to the wedding banquet, and many of Dr. Sun's friends also came. On weekdays, there were several officials' families who came and went with the Soo mansion, and there were only about a dozen tables in total. Early in the morning, Soo-moo led the wedding team to pick up Sun Linger. Her wedding dress was made by Grandma Yi herself. Because it was a small wedding, Dr. Sun didn't have too many requirements. Not long after their granddaughter left home, the old couple came to the Soo mansion. Comes for the wedding, Dr. Sun hopes that he can sit in the hall and fulfill his wish. Sun Linger was adopted by him, and they were not related by blood, but he had always treated her as his own granddaughter and raised her up over the years. Teach her how to be a good person, teach her medical skills, and now I also want to see her marry the man of her dreams. What's even more coincidental is that this grandson-in-law happens to be his only disciple, and his character and appearance are both top-notch. Moreover, Soo-moo is very similar to him in many ways. If he inherits his true skills, he will be able to take good care of his granddaughter. The Soo family are all kind people, which is obvious to all. If a child marries into their family as a daughter-in-law, he will only enjoy the happiness. The night before, Soo-won brought Jong-yu back to the Soo mansion for his second brother and sister-in-law's wedding the next day. This was the third happy event held by the Soo family this year. If we were to talk about the most festive family in Kyoto, it would be the Soo family. Good things keep happening one after another, and the joy cannot be stopped. Dressed in red makeup is also extremely beautiful. Perhaps her outfit is not as solemn and gorgeous as Soo-won and the others, but this marriage is the result of her own efforts. As long as she could marry Soo-moo, she would be satisfied. From then on, living a good life was more important to them than anything else. Attending the ceremony was Jacheng. Her legs are now fully healed, and her relationship with Soo-chen is becoming more and more natural. Whenever Soo-chen had time, he would go to Prince Yang's mansion to see her and bring her lots of delicious cakes and new dishes from Chunglu. At the beginning, when the two were together, Soo-chen was always embarrassed and blushed when he spoke. But after doing it more often, they got along more naturally. At Jacheng's initiative, he would also teach her how to draw the bow so that the power of the bow and arrow could be maximized. He would also play pot-to-pot with her, and he would deliberately let her win. At that time, Jacheng would always be so happy that he was at a loss, with a bright and smiling face. And every time he saw her smile, Soo-chen felt his heart become incredibly soft. Watching Soo-moo and Sun Linger getting married, Jacheng looked at Soo-chen, who was standing opposite her, and Soo-chen was also looking at her. She was thinking the next one should be their wedding, right? Prince Seong has not found a chance to confess to His Majesty yet. His Majesty has been in a bad mood recently because the Crown Prince is in a bad condition in the Eastern Palace. I heard that he often coughs up blood and is in poor spirits. He spends most of his time lying on the couch. As a result, the Emperor has been very upset recently and is always angry for no reason. He doesn't dare to offend anyone, so this matter can only be postponed again and again. After Soo-moo and Sun Linger paid homage to heaven and earth, Soo Linger was sent to the bridal chamber. Today, Soo-moo did not have to worry about being forced to drink, because those who came to drink were all family members, and at most only his brothers would let him have a few drinks. Soo-won and the others went to the bridal chamber together to accompany Sun Linger. Sun Linger, who is usually playful, was unusually reserved today. She sat obediently and smiled very subtly. Everyone joked with her that if she couldn't hold it up, she should just give up, since no one would laugh at her anyway. Sun Linger was unmoved. Just when everyone thought she was serious, Sun Linger finally couldn't help showing her true colors and started laughing. I'm so happy and excited.
I am finally marrying Sumu.
Wanwan, when will you call me sister-in-law? Suwon has always regarded her as his second sister-in-law, but he had never called her that before they got married. Now he can finally call her that. She is the heroine today, so of course Suwon can do whatever she wants. Holding her arm, he kept calling her second sister-in-law all the time. Then, she looked at Jiaqing and Luo Shiju and joked, "How about it? Do you two want to hear me call you third sister-in-law and fifth sister-in-law in advance?" Jiaqing nodded calmly, which was in line with her personality. "Okay, call me and I'll listen." Luo Shiju was as expected and felt embarrassed, too ashamed to look at anyone. Oh no, don't talk nonsense. She and Su-yi are still in the most exciting ambiguous period, and it is understandable that they have not confirmed their relationship. Su-mu's wedding night went particularly smoothly. No one forced him to drink, so he didn't get drunk. The two of them had been together for several years, and except for the fact that the window paper had not been broken, they were actually very close. Therefore, when the two of them were intimate, it was particularly natural. Although Su-mu is very serious and self-disciplined during the day, he sometimes loses control when facing his beloved woman. The two of them got what they wanted, and the lovers finally got married. From then on, Sun Linger became the daughter-in-law of the Su family and Suwon's second sister-in-law. A major event in Dr. Sun's life has come to an end. He sees that the granddaughter he raised has finally found a reliable home and can rest in peace after 100 years. In the evening, Jiaqing came out of Sun Linger's new room and happened to meet Su Chen, who came to look for her. Su Chen was responsible for sending her back to Prince Yang's mansion safely, which was the promise he had made to Prince Yang. Seeing Su Chen coming towards him, Jiaqing was very happy. He trotted up to him and looked up at him. "Su Chen, are you here to see me?" Su Chen smiled and nodded. "Well, I'll take you back to the palace. It's getting late." Jiaqing smiled brightly, put his hands behind his back, and tilted his head to look at him. She wanted to tease him again. "Su Chen, I'm tired today. My feet hurt so much that I don't want to walk anymore." Upon hearing this, Su Chen pursed his lips and seemed to really believe it. But in fact, she accompanied the bride for a whole day and did not go anywhere, but someone was willing to accommodate her. "What should we do? Do you want me to carry the princess on my back?" Unexpectedly, he got the idea quickly this time and hit the nail on the head for Jiaqing. Su Chen had held her hand and hugged her, but he had never carried her on his back. So, Jiaqing nodded. "Well, it's not impossible." Seeing this, Su Chen suddenly laughed. He seemed to understand her ulterior motives, so he went to her and half knelt in front of her in the morning. "Come on up, I'll carry you." Jiaqing happily lay on his back, feeling Su Chen carrying him steadily, even bouncing him around. "Hold tight, my princess, let's go." Su Chen likes being with Jiaqing very much. Although she always likes to tease him, he just can't help but be moved. Jiaqing hugged his neck from behind. Along the way, they met many servants and maids. They all respectfully called him the third young master. They did not dare to look around casually and kept their heads down, until a familiar-looking maid came towards him, holding some food in her hands, and seemed to be delivering somewhere. Mimi saw Su Chen from a distance. He was carrying a girl with a bright smile on his back. She recognized this girl. She was the princess of Prince Yang's mansion and was of noble status. It seems that Su Chen likes this princess very much, and this princess also likes Su Chen very much, and the two seem to be in love with each other. In the past, she always hid in the dark and watched him secretly. She didn't dare to come out and disturb him. She was also afraid that he would always have a cold face towards her. She didn't like to see his cold face. This time was no exception. She lowered her head in panic and made way for them to pass. As expected, Su Chen did not recognize her. He was concentrating on talking to the girl on his back. The warm smile on his face was something she had never seen before. When they walked to the front, Mimi looked up and just happened to see the princess kissing him on the face. Su Chen's expression could not be seen, but he was obviously stunned and paused for a moment, then continued to walk with the princess on his back. At that moment, her heart seemed to have fallen into an ice cellar. She thought that maybe he had always treated her differently, otherwise he would not have brought her back home and taken good care of her. She also knew that her status was not worthy of him, and it was a blessing to have a place to live out the rest of her life. It was better than being like her father and brother, with their bodies hung on the city gate and despised by the people. She regarded him as the only person she wanted to be close to in this strange country. She had the mark of a servant on her body and was absolutely not worthy of him. She also thought that General Su would have to marry one day, and perhaps she could accept this fact calmly. But now that I have seen with my own eyes that he is attracted to a girl, my heart is still in unbearable pain, as if I were falling into an ice cellar. By the time General Su gets married, even being able to secretly look at him will probably be a luxury for me. The kitchen was very busy today, and her aunt couldn't find anyone to help, so she made an exception and asked her to go out to the backyard to deliver food. She didn't expect to see such a scene, which forced her to face reality. In the carriage, Su Chen hugged Jiaqing and kissed her passionately. He pressed her against the wall of the carriage, put his arms around her waist, and kissed her passionately. He was not very good at kissing and didn't know how to be gentle, so he just sucked her lips roughly. Jiaqing could hardly breathe. His hands tightly grasped the clothes on his chest, crumpling them into a ball. She wanted to tease him, so she took the initiative to kiss his lips. She was originally planning to just touch him lightly, but she didn't expect the man to catch her and kiss her deeply. The atmosphere in the carriage was extremely ambiguous. She was very courageous, but at the moment she was also very obedient and allowed him to take what he wanted. Su Chen just had a primitive reaction, out of desperation. She leaned on him, gasping for breath, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. If she hadn't almost suffocated, he would have been reluctant to let her go. When they arrived at Prince Yang's mansion, Su Chen carried her out of the carriage. Jiaqing was still normal at this time, but her lips were slightly red and swollen. Su Chen watched her go in. When the door was closed and he returned to the carriage, the ambiguous atmosphere was still lingering. He suddenly felt his heart beating faster. He actually kissed her just now and was so crazy. As for Jiaqing, her legs suddenly went limp after entering the room, but fortunately the maid supported her. The maid looked at her swollen lips, realized something, and felt a little embarrassed. A trance, Jiaqing could still vaguely feel the irresistible masculine scent enveloping him. Su Chen is very manly. After all, he is a general and has a masculine air about him. You could also say that he has a high level of hormones. But she didn't think this smell was bad. Instead, it made her feel at ease. She felt that as long as she relied on him, all problems could be solved and no one could hurt her. Does this count as a step forward in our relationship? I still remember that when it was over, he held me in his arms and asked me in a hoarse voice when her father would ask the emperor to grant the marriage. It seemed that he couldn't wait to take her home. After Su Mu and Sun Linger's wedding, Sun Linger finally changed her way of addressing them when serving tea and started calling Su's father and Su's mother, father and mother. Nowadays, the girls who used to appear in the Su family have all tied their hair into a bun, changing their previous girlish looks and becoming more stable. Also seemed to be going very smoothly. As he and Luo Shiju spent more time together, their feelings for each other grew deeper. The two of them only need to stay together quietly for a whole afternoon, even without saying a word, giving people a feeling of peace and tranquility. He painted while she ground ink and mixed dyes for him. However, such peaceful days did not last for a few days, and bad news came from the East Palace. The prince fell into a coma after vomiting blood this morning, and the Imperial physician was helpless. In desperation, someone from the East Palace came to ask Su Mu to come out of retirement. Due to the royal dignity, Su Mu took his medicine box and equipment and went to the East Palace. He did not return for 3 days. The Su family was very anxious. Treating the prince this time was different from treating other people. If they made a mistake and the prince couldn't get up, the emperor's wrath would fall on him, and that was no joke. Sun Linger was the most anxious. She and Sumu had just gotten married and didn't want anything to happen to them. However, with the Su family's ability, it is indeed a bit difficult to find out the situation in the Eastern Palace. In desperation, they had to write a letter to the Duke's mansion to see if Suwon could find a way to find out the situation in the Eastern Palace. The affairs of the Eastern Palace have been widely discussed in Kyoto these past few days. It just so happened that the Duke went to visit the Eastern Palace today and found out some news. In the past few days in the East Palace, Su-mu worked almost non-stop to prolong the life of the prince. He didn't get enough rest, and the bruises under his eyes and the red bloodshot in his eyes showed how tired he was at the moment. The prince is already over 30 years old and is a rare political talent. People only sigh that the prince is virtue, but no fortune, and cannot handle this tremendous luck. However, during his reign, he treated the wise and the humble with respect, opened up a path to the Imperial examinations for poor students all over the world, and in his early years, he joined forces with the Ministry of Personnel to fight against bribery, which prevented many people who wanted to cheat from gaining more benefits from their efforts. Therefore, most of the outstanding people in the court who came from the Hanlin Academy came from humble backgrounds. He advocated benevolent governance and followed his father's philosophy, hoping that in the future the country would be able to leave doors unlocked at night. When a dynasty prospered to a certain extent, the people would have lived a good life. At that time, everyone would have enough food and drink, gold and silver. Even at night, the doors of their homes would be open and no one would worry about the family finances. This is called leaving doors unlocked at night. However, despite such great ambitions, he was not blessed with much luck and reached the point of exhaustion at a young age. Otherwise, with such a good prince like him, what would be the point of the other princes? There is no need for anyone to argue. After all, the prince's talent and reputation are there, and he is what everyone wants. The emperor specially suspended court for 2 days and stayed in the East Palace for 2 consecutive days, which shows his regret and love for the prince. Su-mu managed to protect the prince's heart with great difficulty, allowing him to survive temporarily. He then used a variety of precious herbs to keep him alive and clear-headed for a moment. The reason why the prince was seriously ill had also been found out. It was not just because of his poor health. Although he was born prematurely, his upbringing was quite good. Tampered with his diet, taking advantage of the principle of mutual promotion and mutual restraint between foods, and gradually eroded the prince's vitality. The person behind the scenes must have a special understanding of the uses of various ingredients, mastered the characteristics of each ingredient, and constantly switched them, confusing the imperial physician's judgment. He did not just use one kind of pharmacology, but several kinds in rotation. However, these were nothing to Su-mu, as he also understood the pharmacology of the interactions between foods. And the person behind the scenes was so bold that he even dared to mess with the food in front of him, and he was discovered by him in no time. The emperor immediately ordered the East Palace to be sealed off, and then took control of all the servants and palace maids serving them, and began to interrogate them one by one, determined to find out the mastermind behind the incident. As for the prince, after several days of acupuncture and medicine given by Su-mu, he was finally able to survive temporarily. As soon as he woke up, the emperor rushed to see him. The prince had become so thin that he no longer looked as handsome and elegant as before. His eye sockets were sunken, and he seemed to be terminally ill. He knew that he didn't have much time left, but he still had no resentment. The emperor raised him as his favorite son. Once upon a time, he wanted to entrust the country to him. But in his current body, he has no chance of becoming emperor. However, the emperor still retains his position as crown prince, hoping that one day he'll get better. Su-mu said bluntly that the prince was already beyond redemption, and asked His Majesty to make final mental preparations and say whatever he wanted to say quickly. Su-mu Chai was not afraid that his words would be treasonous and cause the emperor's wrath. The prince's fate had already been determined. At first, everyone thought he had a severe cough, and the entire Imperial hospital could not find out that he had been suffering from food poisoning for a long time. In ancient times, It was difficult to identify the cause of food poisoning. It was not like ordinary poisons that could be tested with silver needles. It was just by chance that Sumu saw a palace servant carrying in a bowl of rotten vegetable porridge, and only then did he realize that there was such a mystery in it. Otherwise, he would not have been able to diagnose the real reason why the prince was seriously ill. His Majesty had already accepted this reality. After a long silence, he waved his hand for Sumu to leave and asked someone to arrange a room for him to rest. After Sumu left, the queen on the side was already in tears. The third Prince Morong Rue was also there to comfort her, but he kept his head down and his expression could not be seen. The person lying inside was his biological brother. They were both descendants of the queen, so naturally he would not be absent from such an occasion today. The afternoon, the prince woke up and the emperor went to see him immediately, but the prince asked his father to go in alone because he had something to say to him. The queen, the biological mother, could only wait outside. She didn't know where the third prince had gone, but she had no intention of looking for him now. She just wanted to see her eldest son again. After closing the door, the emperor walked over to the prince and sat down. "Minner, how are you feeling? I asked a little doctor to come and treat you. Do you know that someone tampered with your food and that's why you are like this now?" The emperor now regretted very much why he had not asked the little miracle doctor to come and see him earlier. If it could be discovered earlier, maybe. However, the prince already knew that he would have no tomorrow, so he smiled with relief. "Father, what's the point of saying all this now? I know my own health, and I only regret that I can no longer share your worries. I have been sick for these years, and I have never shared even a little bit of your worries. And you always ask me to worry about you. I am an unfilial son." The prince has always been like this, very gentle to everyone. Even at this time, he has never felt any resentment and is truly like the white moonlight. "Minner, I don't blame you. You are a good child, and the son I value most in my heart. You were always like that, and you are still like that now." Crown Prince Morong Min was both the legitimate son and the eldest son, so it was legitimate for him to be the crown prince. Since birth, he had to carry a heavier burden than others and had a lot to learn. When his other brothers were still in their mother's arms, he had already picked up a pen and started writing, studying the 4 books and 5 classics.
Don't worry, Minner.
I will definitely find out who is behind this and avenge you. This person is so cruel, I will cut him into pieces to vent my anger. In the prince's eyes, how could he be willing to accept that his most beloved child, the one with the most imperial talent, had been cruelly harmed like this? Unexpectedly, Morong Min reached out and pressed the back of his hand. Even covered with such a thick quilt, his hands were still cold. "Father, there is no need to dwell on the dark past. I have come this far and do not want to cause any more trouble after my death. I do not want to see bloodshed. I only want to come alone and leave with a clean conscience. After my death, you do not need to investigate this matter. I do not ask for much. I only hope that after my death, the concubines of the Eastern Palace can be exempted from the system of being buried alive with the dead, and all of them can be moved to Wanfu Temple to practice for 3 years to pray for my soul. After that, they will be free. Some of them are in their prime, and I do not want such vibrant lives to be destroyed in my hands. I hope Father will agree." Until his death, Morong Min still maintained a kind heart and sought ways out for those around him. But they are already wives of the royal family. Even if they survive, they cannot remarry. What will happen if they don't accompany you? The emperor's ideas are still old-fashioned and traditional. If he dies in the future, many concubines who have no children will inevitably be buried with him. "Father, I have few wishes, and this is one of them. Please agree to it." Morong Min insisted. The emperor had no choice but to nod and agree. According to ancestral rules, when the crown prince dies, all the concubines who have no children, except the crown princess, must be buried with him. This time, maybe it will be the last conversation between father and son. The prince is in a state of last breath, so he can still say a few words to him. The emperor knew that he could not delay any longer, so he asked him about the issue of appointing a crown prince, wanting to hear his opinion on which of his 6 younger brothers had the ability to become the crown prince. The prince used his last moments of clarity to speak out his inner thoughts. My second brother is kind and honest, but he is timid and cowardly. Although my third brother and I are brothers from the same mother, the country is not to be trifled with. He has always had a bad temper and is willful. He is incapable of taking important responsibilities. It would be best for him to be an idle prince in the future. The fourth prince has never cared about state affairs. He only has eyes for romance. He also relies on his status to suppress the people. His character is obvious to all the ministers, and there is no point in saying anything more. Although the fifth royal brother pursued a life of leisure and freedom in the early days and did not show off, but I have discovered that he has been secretly in close contact with many ministers in the past 2 years, and the ambition in his eyes has been revealed. It is certainly a good thing to be ambitious, but if a person like him sits in a high position, I am afraid that there will be no place for the other brothers in the future. The sixth prince's mother's family is not prominent, his talent is mediocre, and he has neither merits nor faults. But if he is made the crown prince, I am afraid that the ministers will find it difficult to accept. Murong-min had talked all along and rejected almost everyone, and now only the seventh Prince Murong-hwai was left. The emperor naturally understood what he meant. Minna intends to nominate the seventh brother as the crown prince? Murong-min nodded to show his agreement. He was going to die anyway, so he could just say whatever he wanted. Why does Minna like the seventh brother? Is there a reason? In fact, the emperor had already made up his mind, but he still wanted to hear the prince's opinion. The prince started coughing and his face turned red. The emperor immediately asked someone to bring him some hot tea to help him calm down. Minna, don't be impatient. Go slowly. How could Murong-min not be anxious? He was eager to tell his father what he had seen and known, and wanted to share his father's final worries before he died. Father, I have been secretly observing my seventh brother for a long time. When he was feeling well a few days ago, I met him more than once and talked with him. I found that my seventh brother has a broad vision and cares about the world. Although he acted absurdly in his early years, his military talents are obvious to all. He never kills innocent people, nor does he use his status to suppress the military and civilians. On the contrary, he can get along well with the military and civilians. In the case of corruption, he and the fifth brother were equally guilty, but the fifth brother acted harshly and rudely, often using force and status to suppress others, while he convinced the public with his real talent and hard work and always produced solid evidence. What our Jin country needs is always an emperor who is dedicated to the people, not an emperor who will do anything to achieve his goals. Although the fifth brother also has certain talents, he is too violent. Murong-min was right. If Murong-shung came to power, he would inevitably force the rest of his brothers into a dead end in order to eliminate dissidents and avoid future troubles. His Majesty was a prince. He had more than a dozen brothers around him. They fought endlessly for the throne. Gradually, his brothers died from various accidents and provocations, and he also emerged from the dire straits. Isn't it a kind of protection for yourself to pretend to be a foolish and wicked person at the beginning? He chose to jump out and make a splash at the right time, which is how he got to his current position. He didn't want to see his closest relatives killing each other, but the road to succession has always been a life and death struggle since ancient times. Now, out of his 7 sons, there are still 6 left. Naturally, they only hope that more of his lineage can survive, rather than having to fight for life or death for power. Murong-hwai as the crown prince is indeed the best arrangement. He is kind-hearted, gets things done, and will not push his brothers into desperate situations. I believe he is capable of handling the heavy responsibility. The rise and fall of a dynasty may sometimes be destroyed by a flawed emperor. He does not want the country to prosper for thousands of years and the country to fail in his generation. I will consider what Minna said carefully. His Majesty has already crossed out the qualifications of the second prince, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the sixth prince to compete for the throne. Little did they know that in the dark, the man in the brown brocade robe had listened to the entire story, his fingernails clenched so hard that they almost dug into his flesh.
Why?
Because they are both legitimate children. The emperor father has never even looked at him twice. Even the queen mother is the same. They are both her children, but she always values and cherishes her brother more. There was also his elder brother, the emperor, who was usually very tolerant and disciplined him in every way. However, he personally told his father that he had rejected him and asked his father not to make him the crown prince, but to recommend a younger brother who was born out of wedlock as the crown prince. He knew very well that his mother and the imperial noble consort had been fighting for their entire lives, but now he had handed over the position of crown prince to her. If the imperial noble consort became the empress dowager in the future, would there be any place for him and his mother? Why can't he be the crown prince? Why can't he be the emperor? We are all sons of the emperor, who says that becoming an emperor must be determined by one's temperament. It's all fake, all fake. They are just pretending. Murong Rue was so angry that his eyes were about to burst, but he knew very well that if his father knew that he was eavesdropping, he would be finished. However, he was unwilling to accept this. After the emperor left, time was left for the queen and Murong Rue to visit. The queen held her son's hand and cried breathlessly, without any of the dignity that a queen should have. At this moment, she was just an ordinary mother who was about to send her son off. When Murong Min was dying, he was still comforting his mother. He glanced at Murong Rue, who was standing at the head of the bed with a dazed look on his face, and sighed. He didn't let his father investigate the food poisoning because he knew at that moment who was behind it. So he is protecting him. He knew that because of him, his younger brother, had always been ignored by his father and mother since he was a child, because his father and mother placed most of their hopes on him. Since childhood, he has only heard that the older ones should give way to the younger ones, but in Murong Rue's case, because his brother is the crown prince, he cannot compete with him for anything. At first, he just wanted his father and mother to pay more attention to him, instead of letting him act naughty and mischievous in the palace. Later, when he was older, he liked to do more mischief. After all, for him, he already had a brother, the crown prince, who was both talented and virtuous. He was at best just the icing on the cake. It doesn't matter. Every time he makes a mistake, his brother the crown prince will clear the obstacles for him and clean up the mess. He still remembered that many years ago, he came to the Purple Palace to ask his father to check his homework, but he heard his father say to his brother, the crown prince, that the third brother acted in an extreme way, had a paranoid temper, and insisted on his own way, so he was not capable of handling important responsibilities, and that as the crown prince, he should encourage him. From that time on, he realized that in his father's eyes, he and his brother, who was born to the same mother, were two extremes. The prince was the good one, and he was the bad one. Later, as he grew older, he became more and more extreme, always moody, and from time to time, maids and servants in the mansion would be punished to death by him. The queen mother asked someone to suppress the situation and secretly prevented the emperor from knowing it. Otherwise, the emperor, who always ruled with benevolence, would not have let the matter rest. Precisely because he and the crown prince were both born to the queen, Murong Min often chose to protect his only brother and try to change him at the request of his mother. But what he got in return was only his growing unwillingness and resentment. Many years ago, Murong Rue accidentally found a woman who was very good at making medicinal food. The woman was very beautiful and was well versed in the knowledge of the interactions between various foods. Originally, he planned to keep the prince for himself as a concubine, until one day, the prince suddenly fell ill, and he suddenly had bad thoughts. Some evil thoughts take root. It is impossible to stop them. He arranged for the woman to stay with the prince and sent him there personally, saying that the prince was in poor health and that the woman's medicinal food was very good and could help him recuperate. Murong Min agreed immediately and kept the woman by his side. At the beginning, the medicinal food was indeed effective and made Murong Min's complexion better and better. However, from time to time, Murong Min would fall ill, and then the medicinal food prepared by this woman would always play a key role. Because the prince trusted his closest family member, he did not notice anything was wrong. Instead, as they spent time together day and night, He developed some feelings for the woman and soon made her the crown prince Baolin. After all these years of companionship, Baolin has become the prince's consort. The prince was very dependent on her, doted on her, and often kept her by his side. But this unknown secret was eventually suppressed by Morong Min's kindness. Not long after, news came from the East Palace that the prince had passed away. The crown princess and the two concubines saw the prince for the last time as they wished, but the prince's most beloved concubine, Zhou Liangdi, never saw him for the last time. Zhou Liangdi fainted at the door of the prince's bedroom. She thought he was completely disappointed in her and wanted to never see her again, but she didn't know that the prince was still trying to save her life when he was dying. It was not her intention to frame the prince. She had already wanted to stop when she fell in love with him. But her family and clansmen were in Morong Rue's hands, so she had to take care of them. During this period, she struggled and resisted several times, but to no avail. I don't know when, the little maid beside her has been turned against me. She has followed me for several years and has mastered the pharmacology of most foods. Even if I don't do it, she can do it. Just a few days ago, the bowl of medicinal food that made Morong Min fall down was prepared by that maid. When the incident happened, the emperor ordered a thorough investigation. She committed suicide out of fear of punishment, but she did not give anyone away, so there was no evidence against her. The man is innocent unless he is in possession of a treasure. Since the emperor knew about the food poisoning, he would be able to trace it back to her. But she didn't know that the prince spoke sincerely before his death and did not want to see blood, and even refused to be buried alive with the emperor. When this imperial edict was issued, Zhou Liangdi was completely hopeless, and her eyes were empty. She wore white mourning clothes and a white mourning hat. Her eyes were swollen from crying, and she had made up her mind. He was really stupid. How could there be such a kind person who would protect the people he cared about until his death, even though these people he cared about were trying every means to hurt him? The death of the crown prince has saddened the whole country. The emperor has issued an order that during the period of national mourning, all officials and their families must wear plain mourning clothes and silver jewelry for 49 days, and must not put on heavy makeup, and no lanterns or decorations are allowed in the palace. Ordinary officials are not allowed to hold wedding ceremonies within 6 months, and princes and nobles are not allowed to hold wedding ceremonies within a year. All officials in Kyoto and their families are not allowed to hold lavish birthday banquets or birthday celebrations, or to hold any poetry gatherings, flower viewing parties, lake cruises, or other gatherings within a year. The prince's coffin would stay in the Eastern Palace for 7 days, during which time all officials in the Kyoto and their families from their principal wives had to come to mourn and kneel before the prince's coffin for half a day, with the exception of pregnant women and young children. Suwon naturally had to come to mourn, and the duke's mansion was the first group to go to mourn. However, on the second day after the crown prince's death, news came from the Eastern Palace that the crown prince's concubine had committed suicide by taking poison and died with the crown prince. Zhou Liangdi was the prince's favorite, and now that she had committed suicide for love, in the eyes of the world, she had not let down the prince's favor. When the prince was alive, he had 2 daughters and 1 son, who were born to the prince's wife and the prince's left concubine respectively. The system of burying concubines alive with the dead was abolished. All the concubines in the Eastern Palace who had no children did not need to be buried alive with the dead. They only had to go to Wanfu Temple to practice Buddhism for 3 years and pray for the prince's soul. After the 3 years were up, they could come down the mountain. By then, the royal family would prepare a villa for them to live out their old age. The emperor promised not to let them be buried alive with the emperor, but he would never let them go free. Once they were wives of the royal family, they would be wives of the royal family for life, and had no right to marry again. But as long as I survived, it didn't matter if I lived in the other courtyard. I still had no worries about food and drink, which was good enough. Although the prince did not favor them during his lifetime, he was quite good to them and never treated anyone unfairly. But despite this, except Zhou Liangdi, no one was willing to follow him. This is human nature. In fact, Zhou Liangdi had already made up her mind. Regardless of whether the truth was revealed or not, she would follow him without hesitation. It is said that suicide for love is just an ancient rumor, but when Soo-won and Jong-yu witnessed it with their own eyes, they were still shocked. In Jong-yu's opinion, when it comes to royal family members being buried alive, they don't ask whether you are willing or not. You just have to obey. This is why those concubines always try every possible means to win favor. Leaving offspring is only a way to consolidate status, but for the royal family, it is also a means of preserving their lives. Upon hearing the news, Soo-won and Jong-yu held their hands even tighter. The two of them said almost in unison, "We will all live long." Then, they both laughed at the same time. The crown prince passed away. The whole capital was plunged into a sad atmosphere. Even the common people spontaneously discarded their colorful clothes and put on plain clothes, just to mourn the crown prince who was so kind to the people. The people in the Soo mansion and the Duke's mansion all wore plain robes, and only wore plain silk flowers or elegant jewelry, such as white jade on their heads. In fact, this is all the honor and preference that His Majesty gives to the prince. Moreover, this is only for the crown prince. If an emperor dies, in accordance with the principle that a country cannot be without a monarch for a day, the mourning period will only be a month or so, because the ascension of a new emperor to the throne is a great joyous event. Just before Zhou Liangdi took poison, she met Morong Rue. She was wearing a plain white dress, her eyes were red and swollen, and her body was almost shaky. The prince had been seriously ill recently, and she had hardly eaten or drunk anything. She had been in tears every day, and when she heard those facts that made her conscience uneasy, she could hardly control herself. Broken, sad, and hopeless. She wanted to see Morong Rue again before she died, also for the sake of her family. She didn't want her family to continue to be under his control before she died. Morong Rue was not surprised at all that she came to see him. Seeing the once decent and elegant beauty now turned into such a haggard appearance, he did not feel sorry at all, nor did he regret that it was because of him that such an irreversible situation occurred. "I came here today to tell you that I will follow His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, but before that, you have to let my family go. You have achieved your goal and killed your own brother. Are you still not satisfied?" Morong Rue looked down at her, with some distance between them. Morong Rue drank a lot of wine. His hair was disheveled, and he reeked of alcohol. He did not have the demeanor of a nobleman at all. "Haha, you and the emperor brother were really serious about each other, right? You are really capable. You hurt him while saying you loved him. Now that he is dead, who are you showing off to by acting so despicable?" Morong Rue looked at her and smiled sarcastically. Zhou Liangdi couldn't help but clench her hands into fists. If she could, she would definitely kill this beast. But she couldn't, because this beast was someone that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wanted to protect even if it meant his death. Was shaking with anger. "Who is the most despicable one?" "I think you are the most disgusting one. Didn't you force me to do all this?" "I tell you, Morong Rue, release my family, and I will quietly follow His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Otherwise, I will make your crimes public." Morong Rue was threatened, and the person was a woman. He sneered. "Why do you think you are standing here and saying these things to me? I can crush you to death as easily as an ant. I will kill you, and then make it look like you committed suicide. Now everyone's attention is on my brother's funeral. Who do you think will care whether a little concubine like you lives or dies?" Morong Rue was very arrogant, and he had the nerve to call him royal brother all the time, which made Zhou Liangdi feel physically uncomfortable. Nausea and vomiting. He was afraid that he had forgotten how he had threatened her in the past. Every time she wanted to tell the crown prince about this, he would threaten her with his family. Once, he even cut off one of his mother's fingers, on which was still a jade ring passed down from ancestors. The red mole on the finger was her mother's. How could she not know? It was also from that time that she knew that Morong Rue would not be lenient towards her family. Worlds. If you want to protect your loved one, you have to give up your family. Conversely, if you want to protect your family, you have to give up your loved one. She had tried her best to resist, but His Royal Highness the Crown Prince still went. "Do you think I'm unprepared?"
Murong Rue, not everyone in the world is as kind as His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. I have written a secret letter and given it to a safe person for safekeeping. If I can't return to the East Palace today, the letter will immediately appear in the hands of the Emperor. By then, your crime of murdering His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be a fact, and my death will be irrefutable evidence. How will you deal with it in the future? How will the Queen deal with it? At worst, we can just give up. Who is afraid of who? Zhou Yongdi came here with the determination to die. She was serious. If he didn't let her family go, she would definitely make this secret known to the public. They talked about afterwards. All we knew was that news came that afternoon that Zhou Yongdi had committed suicide. As for the person who holds the secret, no one knows who it is. Zhou Yongdi committed suicide for love, which won the admiration of the emperor. She was buried according to the etiquette of a concubine in the secondary tomb chamber of the prince's mausoleum, to accompany the prince in eternal sleep. Next to the prince's mausoleum is only reserved for the crown princess 100 years later. After that, the prince's funeral lasted for 7 days. Su Wan and Jong-yu followed the duke and came to the East Palace as the first mourners to pay their respects. After kneeling for 2 hours, Su Wan's legs were numb. After listening to Jong-yu's story about the prince and hearing how he requested the emperor not to bury his concubines with him on his deathbed, she admired the prince very much. Burying people alive with the dead is really disgusting. I still remember chatting with Morong Huai before. He said that if he could become emperor, the first thing he would do is to abolish this disgusting system of burying people alive with the dead. Jong-yu said last night that if the crown prince was in good health, there would be no need for other princes, and he would be the crown prince that everyone expected. Su Wan could understand the weight of these words, so even though the process of kneeling was extremely tiring, she never complained of being tired. I just hope that the prince can live a long life in his next life. Stood up, her knees felt numb, and she almost fell down. Fortunately, Jong-yu helped her up. Those who came to pay their respects were all sincere, except for a few who had ulterior motives. I heard that Prince Xian Morong Rue was extremely sad because of the death of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. He couldn't accept it for a while and drank too much, which caused gastric bleeding. Now he is recuperating in Prince Xian's mansion. After waking up, he even refused to eat. Everyone sighed at the deep brotherly love between the Crown Prince and the virtuous king. The emperor, considering that he had been in poor health in recent days, told him not to appear before the coffin and to wait until he felt better before sending off the coffin. Perhaps only Morong Rue himself knew why he did not dare to come before the prince's spirit, because he himself could not face it and felt guilty. At night, Morong Rue cried alone in his room. Was it because of guilt or regret? When he learned that his brother had asked his father not to investigate the food poisoning case any further before his death, he knew that he was intentionally protecting him. But later, he directly rejected his own qualification to be the crown prince, which made him so angry that he lost his mind for a while. It is impossible to undo what has been done. Some roads have been taken wrongly, and there is no way to turn back. He is too embarrassed to go to the coffin to face his brother's spirit in heaven and can only hide like a coward. Before murdering him, Morong Rue just wanted to make his health worse so that he would not be able to become the crown prince, because a dynasty would not want a sickly crown prince to become emperor in the future. In this way, the emperor and the queen mother would place all their hopes on him, the second legitimate son. But he was wrong. So many years had passed, and even if his health was poor, as long as he was not dead, his father had never thought of deposing him. He and his mother had never placed any hope on him. Now, the emperor's elder brother is dead, and his father still hasn't seen him. He actually wants to make a witch's son the crown prince. After thinking about it over and over again, he still couldn't figure it out. 7 days later, the prince's body was lowered into the Imperial mausoleum, and order gradually returned to Kyoto. However, everyone was still wearing plain clothes, and no one dared to take the emperor's order lightly. The crown prince has just passed away, and a new heir will not be appointed for a while. We must at least wait until the national mourning is over.
The princes are now trying their best to fight again, but only Morong Rue knows that the final winner of this battle for the throne has already been decided. If they don't take action, everything will be meaningless. So, he found his queen mother and told her everything he had overheard that day. When the queen heard the news, she slumped down in her seat with a dull look in her eyes. I kept repeating to myself, it's impossible. Finally, she grabbed a pillow and threw it to the ground like a madman, sweeping the tea on the table, and the porcelain pieces shattered all over the floor. Which, I will never let you have your way. Forget it. By the imperial noble consort for her entire life, and she had never been willing to accept this. Now that her son was gone, the son of that which actually dreamed of taking that position, she could not tolerate being suppressed by her for the rest of her life. If Morong Hwai became the emperor, what would she have to do with him? And what would her son have to do with him? Her son is the legitimate heir of the emperor. What is Morong Hwai?
Why?
Be patient, and be patient again. There is no need to be patient anymore. The emperor's preference for her enough? He promoted an imperial concubine while she, the queen, was still alive. She had to swallow this great humiliation. Morong Rue took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire and instigated, "Mother, we can't just sit there and wait for death. If we wait any longer, this Jin dynasty will belong to Morong Hwai, and we won't have a good life in the future. We must think of a way. Morong Hwai is the biggest stumbling block now. We must not let him become the crown prince." A hint of viciousness crept into the queen's eyes. She looked at Morong Rue and sneered. "Rueer, don't worry. Your mother is the queen, and you are a legitimate prince. Your brother doesn't have this blessing, but this blessing cannot be enjoyed by outsiders. This blessing can only be yours." The weather has entered October. Every year at this time, Kyoto starts to get cooler, and everyone puts on autumn clothes. Last night, and Suwon stayed in bed and refused to get up. As the sun was getting high in the sky, Jong-yu kept Sumu's teachings in mind and made sure Suwon had 3 meals a day. He pulled the person out of the quilt and put clothes on her directly. As soon as Liu Ying and the others came in, they saw that Suwon was already dressed, but her clothes were a little sloppy. Her belt was loose and not straightened out, with wrinkles all over it. Her bow was also tied backwards, which really ruined her beauty. The main thing is that Jong-yu, the owner of this masterpiece, seems quite satisfied. This girl's clothes are so complicated with ties here and there, and he doesn't know how to tie a pretty bow, so what should he do? After a while of struggling, Suwon finally came to his senses. He looked at his sloppy style with some helplessness. His technique was even worse than when he first started learning how to dress. Finally, after Liu Ying and the others tidied it up, it regained its beauty. Although it is just a simple white dress, it gives off a different kind of coolness when worn on Suwon. Jong-yu knew that his dressing skills were disliked, so he wanted to develop hair combing skills. Maybe he was too strong and his hair was inevitably tangled after waking up, so when he wasn't paying attention, Suwon covered her hair with her hands with a hissing sound. "Be gentle." Jong-yu was at a loss for a moment. "Does it hurt? I'll be gentler." Suwon glared at him, while Liu Yun and Liu Ying on the side looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. However, this kind of thing happened a second time after the first time, and Suwon was hurt by him again and again. "Jong-yu, if you have nothing to do every day, go and talk to the emperor, and he will find you something to do." Suwon really couldn't stand him. He was bored all day long and just wanted to find her to relieve his boredom. Jong-yu scratched his head helplessly, feeling a little aggrieved. As expected, he was not suitable for such delicate work. Asking him to dress and comb a woman's hair is like forcing Zhang Fei to embroider. Isn't that like forcing him to do so? Forget it. Let's leave professional matters to professionals. Jong-yu is indeed a bit idle now, but it won't be long before he becomes busy again. The queen has already started to act secretly, and Morong Hwai will need his help when the time comes. However, life in the duke's mansion was indeed very boring. Suwon could only wander around the huge duke's mansion every day. Her grandfather had already returned to Zhongzhou. As soon as she left, Ningwei and her son became active again and started going out. On this day, we even invited guests over. This guest was none other than the Marquis's eldest daughter, Jong-yu. Soo-won didn't expect that she would appear in the Duke's mansion, especially during the national mourning period. At this time, everyone stayed at home obediently and did not go anywhere. Gatherings were not allowed. But Jong-yu actually went against the rules and came to visit the Duke's mansion wearing a light blue dress. She wore a pearl flower of the same color on her head. Her outfit was not gaudy, but compared to everyone else's plain clothes, it still stood out. Jong-yu took Soo-won to pay respects to the Duke and happened to run into them face to face. Jong-yu saw Jong-yu as soon as she arrived. She was very surprised and couldn't take her eyes off Jong-yu. This look made Soo-won very unhappy, and his expression naturally didn't look very good. "Greetings, Master Jong."
Jong-yu bowed politely.
Polite, but not much. Jong-yu didn't even look at her. "Why, Miss Jong, can't you see the existence of this princess? Is the prince the only one in your eyes?" The princess of Soo-won and the prince of Jong-yu are on equal footing, but Jong-yu simply ignored her. Isn't that not good? Besides, what does it mean that she always stares at her man? Jong-yu really only had Jong-yu in her eyes, and she didn't want to admit the reality that they were already married. However, due to her status and etiquette, Jong-yu still bowed to her. "Hello, princess." Soo-won sneered, looking at her outfit. He had to say something to her. "Miss Jong, it's a national mourning period right now. It's not a good idea for you to come to the Duke's mansion dressed like this, right? It would be fine if she did it herself, but she came to the Duke's mansion to do it. She should not implicate them." Jong-yu's face changed, and she looked at herself with confidence. "I'm wearing plain clothes, so it's not out of line. Besides, it was Madame Ning who invited me to visit the Duke's mansion, so I can't dress too casually." "Ning Wei invited her here?" Soo-won glanced at Ning Wei inconspicuously. There was such a large age gap between them, but she didn't believe that they could still play together. Neither of them is a good person, and nothing good will happen if they get together. Jong-yu was too lazy to see them and impatiently pulled Soo-won around them. "Prince," Jong-yu called out from behind, somewhat reluctantly. Soo-won really wanted to go up and give her two big sinuses. Who was she shouting for by being so pretentious? After walking for a while, Jong-yu discovered that the person next to him seemed to be out of breath, and his face looked bad, and suddenly he laughed. "That's great. He likes the way she gets jealous of him. What are you laughing at?" Soo-won looked at him in confusion. "I'm laughing because someone's jealous jar has been overturned, and the air is full of sourness," Jong-yu said bluntly. Upon hearing this, Soo-won pinched his waist without any hesitation, with a force that was neither too strong nor too weak. Instead, the smile on Jong-yu's face became even more intense. He reached out and pulled her into his arms, hugging her shoulders. At the same time, the couple had no idea that something had happened at home. Big deal. In the hall of the Soo mansion, Soo-yun gathered everyone in the family together and announced something very important. No one knew what had gone wrong with him all of a sudden, and they were all waiting quietly for him to make an announcement. Soo's mother and the others just thought that there was something wrong with their fourth son, and he always liked to make a fuss out of nothing. "Dad, Mom, I want to get married." No one took it seriously at first, but who knew that as soon as he said this, Soo's mother almost choked to death on a mouthful of tea. What the heck? Isn't this a little too sudden? The fourth brother is going to get married without any rumors? Not only Soo's father and mother were shocked, but even the other people in the family looked incredulous. Soo-yi, who is usually calm, looked at him blankly. "Fourth brother, are you kidding?" "I'm not kidding. I want to get married. But now is the time of national mourning. You have to wait until next year to get married." Sister-in-law Shun Qingli reminded. "Ayun, what happened? I haven't heard that you were close to any girl, so why do you want to get married so suddenly? And you seem to be in a hurry? Who is the girl you want to marry? What happened between you two?" The eldest brother was calmer and adjusted his mindset to ask him carefully. Soo-yun's face was filled with shame, as if he had something to hide. After gritting his teeth, he decided to tell the truth. "Her name is Yu In-shuang. She is the pastry chef hired by Chung-lu. It's a long story.
The whole story was that Chenglu received a few jars of good wine a few days ago. It happened that Su-yun had just learned how to make a new dessert that day, and Yu In-shuang praised him for a rare moment. He also noticed that Yu In-shuang seemed to be in a low mood that day. She was usually talkative and cheerful, but that day it was as if her soul had been sucked out and she was forcing herself to smile. After all, she was Su-yun's master, so Su-yun asked her what happened out of concern for his master. Some further questioning, I found out that that day was her father's death anniversary, which was why she was so sad. Su-yun immediately asked someone to buy things for the memorial service and took her to the riverside to burn paper money for the memorial service. That night, he accompanied her to burn a lot of paper money and gold ingots for her dead father, and Yu In-shuang seemed to be in a better mood. After returning to Chenglu, Yu In-shuang said she wanted to have a few drinks, just a few drinks, so Su-yun took out one of the new jars of good wine and asked someone to prepare some side dishes and send them to the lounge he had prepared in Chenglu. He specially set up a small room with complete furniture for him to rest in on weekdays. However, he didn't expect that he didn't ask the waiter clearly and thought it was just an ordinary fine wine. After drinking it, he found out that it was actually deer blood wine. No wonder it felt weird after drinking. After they drank a few cups in a row, they suddenly felt hot and thirsty, and their eyes became blurry when they looked at each other. Deer blood wine is a drink that couples drink to entertain each other. It is given free of charge by the merchant who supplies wine to Chenglu. They only say it is a very good wine, and it is collected by the guy in charge of handing over the wine in the building. He casually mentioned it in front of Su-yun, but by accident he ended up drinking it, and took Yu In-shuang along with it. That day happened to be the 15th day of the lunar month, and the moon was so round at night. I still remember what he wrote in the fortune stick when he prayed for his marriage partner, saying that his marriage partner would be at night, when the flowers are in full bloom and the moon is full. Now his words came true. He woke up the next morning, and Yu In-shuang was lying beside him, with traces of ambiguity all over her body. The two of them had already done what they wanted. After Yu In-shuang got up, she screamed, slapped him twice without hesitation, and then started crying. Even if she was heartless, she couldn't pretend nothing had happened after suddenly losing her virginity. Moreover, she simply wanted to have a few drinks last night and thank Su-yun, but who knew that things would get out of control later. Su-yun knew that he was in the wrong and that he had defiled the girl, so he had to take responsibility. After struggling and thinking for 2 days, he announced the matter. After hearing the whole story, everyone in the Su family fell silent. No one could have imagined that the fourth son's marriage would be so hasty. The Su family had heard of this Vietnamese girl. Su-yun often brought back all kinds of delicious snacks and desserts for Shin Qingli and the others, so they knew that this girl had a miserable life but was very clever and skillful. The Su family is also very reasonable and polite. Since their son has defiled the girl's innocence, he must be responsible for her to the end. However, now it just happened to be the right time. The crown prince had passed away, and officials in Kyoto were not allowed to hold weddings within 6 months. But it was really unfair to just bring the girl into the mansion like this. Either they don't want to admit it, or they are afraid of neglecting others. Fourth brother, it's right for you to do this. You have to give the girl an explanation. Dad, Mom, leave this matter to me and my second brother and his wife. Let's meet Miss Yu first to see what she thinks. Anyway, our family should try to treat Miss Yu with dignity and not let her feel wronged. As a woman, Shin Qingli can understand Yu In-shuang's situation. Therefore, she and Sun Linger had to go and talk to her about this matter initially. Su's mother nodded in approval. They had never seen this Miss Yu before and had no idea what her character was like. But Su-won seemed to have seen it, so Shin Qingli asked someone to go to the Duke's mansion to deliver a message and ask her to come back. When Su-won received the news, he didn't know what had happened, so he and Jong-yu hurried back to the Su mansion. After listening to the whole story from the eldest and second sisters-in-law, Su-won immediately showed an expression that was neither surprised nor surprised, but also a little surprised. She also didn't expect that her fourth brother would have direct love with the girl. I had felt before that there was something wrong with these two people. They bickered every day,
and it was only a matter of time before they fell in love with each other after spending so much time together. I just didn't expect that this accident would come so quickly. Since they have had a relationship, they must be brought into the house as soon as possible, but now we can't have a big celebration, so this just happened to be the right time. The three aunts and sisters-in-law discussed it and took a carriage directly to Chunglu. Soo-yun said that he gave Yu In-chwang a few days off, and she now stays in the yard with her blind mother every day. Soo-yun asked someone to harness a carriage to the yard to pick her up and take her to Chunglu. Yu In-chwang's mother didn't know that she was worried, and she was gone. That night became a secret in Yu In-chwang's heart that she could not tell. Although she didn't do anything these days, this matter kept lingering in her heart and mind. At first she was very angry and even felt ashamed, but when she saw Soo-yun's attitude was so good, she couldn't bear it. In fact, she didn't hate Soo-yun and even had some good feelings towards him. Soo-yun was handsome and lively, and it was easy and cheerful to be with him. Although he was a bit talkative, he was kind in his rough yet thoughtful way, and girls liked him very much. It is undeniable that when he took her to the riverside to pay tribute to his father, she was wildly moved at that moment. So, after waking up in the morning, I subconsciously slapped him twice, and then I regretted it. He also looked remorseful and silently endured my anger. I felt a little regretful that I hit him and used so much force. He said sincerely that he would take responsibility for himself. Yu In-chwang smiled bitterly. He was the owner of the largest and most popular restaurant in Kyoto. He was both rich and handsome. The most important thing is that he has a strong background. His eldest brother is the Minister of Personnel, his second brother is a world-famous little doctor, his third brother is a famous general, his fifth brother is a great scholar in the literary world, and his only sister is a princess of noble status, and she married a prince. How could a cook like her dare to dream of such a noble family? What he meant by being responsible was probably that carrying himself into the mansion in a sedan chair and letting her be his concubine was already a compliment. But who would be willing to be a concubine of a girl from a respectable family who is a little bit strong-willed? But in this feudal era, if a woman loses her innocence and cannot let go of her dignity and pride, she will have to live like that for the rest of her life. To put it bluntly, she is a masochist. Yu In-chwang still did not refuse and got on the carriage. But she didn't expect Soo-yun to come to pick her up in person. When their eyes met, the atmosphere became awkward. Soo-yun was also very nervous. He looked at her carefully and tried to guess the emotions on her face. Yu In-chwang didn't say anything. She sat opposite him and kept looking out the window, not daring to look him in the eye. It was silent all the way, with only the sound of the carriage wheels being heard. Finally, it was Soo-yun who spoke first, his tone slightly nervous and tentative. "How have you been these days?" Yu In-chwang nodded slightly. The two usually get along in a noisy way, so it's a bit strange to see them being so polite now. "I asked you to go to Chunglu today, for no other reason. My eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and my youngest sister want to see you and talk to you."
Soo-yun explained.
When Yu In-chwang heard him say this, she smiled bitterly where he couldn't see. She was somewhat flattered that Madame Soo de Madame Soo and even the princess came to see her in person. I guess he was thinking about how to persuade her to follow Soo-yun. Yu In-chwang had already made up her mind that she could pretend that this incident had never happened. She would take her mother and leave Kyoto. Anyway, the money she earned in Chunglu in the past few months and the apprenticeship fee given by Soo-yun would not allow her to end up on the streets like before. But it was impossible for her to become a concubine. By then, she would find a small place, open a small shop and do business, and never return to Kyoto again. Otherwise, it would be awkward to see him every day. It's not that she is ambitious and wants to be the principal wife, but she has her own pride. Once upon a time, she was also a rich lady. She has always had the pride she should have, and she will never be anyone's concubine in this life. But the fact is, she thought too much. The Soo family doesn't care about family status at all, and doesn't allow concubines. Today, the three aunts and sisters-in-law came to see her just to ask her if she is willing to come to the mansion first, go through the official documents with Soo-yun, and become a legal couple. After the national mourning is over next year, they will hold a wedding for her. As soon as she entered the private room, Soo-won and her 2 aunts and sisters-in-law smiled at her very kindly. Soo-yun accompanied him throughout the whole process, and he would need to express his opinion later. No one was the kind of person who would beat around the bush. The eldest sister-in-law, Shin Chingli, said frankly that she would be allowed to enter the mansion first, and the wedding banquet would be held later. From then on, she would be Soo-yun's wife, his official wife. Moreover, Soo-yun would not take a concubine in the future, and she would be the only woman he had. The 3 aunts and sisters-in-law felt very sorry because they had to force her to enter the mansion in a low-key manner. After all, which girl doesn't want to marry in a splendid way? As long as Yu In-chwang herself had no objection, the Soo family would prepare the betrothal gifts, and the 2 of them would match their birth dates and go to the government to get the paperwork done. She would also go back and explain things to her mother. At that time, we can bring her mother to the Soo mansion, arrange a separate courtyard, and find a few people to serve her. Moreover, Soo-yun personally promised to hold a grand wedding banquet for her next year. Yu In-chwang was so overwhelmed by the news that she was unable to react. It turned out that they had never thought of making her a concubine. She was just overthinking. In the Soo family, no one, whether it was Master Soo or Minister Soo, would take a concubine. This was their family motto. Yu In-chwang, don't worry, I will treat you well in the future, and I will also treat your mother as my own mother. What happened that night was my fault, and I hurt you, so I am willing to do my best to be responsible for you to the end. You come into my house, you will be my only wife, Soo-yun, and I will not take a concubine. Soo-yun expressed his attitude. His words were sincere, and his attitude was also very sincere, and he seemed to have made up his mind. Yu In-chwang was silent for a moment, then asked, "Do you have to marry me because you have a relationship with me, or do you have feelings for me and are willing to spend your life with me?" The question asked by Yu In-chwang hit the nail on the head. Soo-won and her sister-in-law looked at each other and said that they could not interfere. Soo-yun has to explain this himself. It is understandable that the girl asked this question. Moreover, the answer to this question is indeed very important to Yu In-chwang. She didn't want Soo-yun to marry her simply because he wanted to be responsible for her. If there was no love between them and they were just living together, then sorry, she didn't need the title of the main wife to restrict herself. This kind of marriage is in name only, and she doesn't want to become a couple of enemies with him. Soo-yun was a little stunned for a moment. Faced with this question, he didn't know how to start the conversation, and his lips trembled. Who was always quick-witted, was now dumb, and could not say anything for a long time. Yu In-chwang looked at his tangled expression, her eyes dimmed. She raised a bitter smile and stood up. "I understand, Soo-yun, don't worry. I won't force you to be responsible for me, and I don't want you to spend your life with someone you don't like just because you have to be responsible for me. I don't want my future husband to have no feelings for me and just live with me. I won't pester you. I will take my mother away. You don't have to be responsible for me. This matter will just pass." After saying that, Yu In-chwang pushed the door and went out. Soo-won and the others couldn't say anything and could only worry. However, Yu In-chwang is also clear-headed. The fact that she can say these words shows that she is not the kind of person who will just accept fate and will never compromise herself. The person left, and Soo-yun hadn't reacted yet. Soo-won quickly urged him, "Go and catch up, fourth brother. Why have you turned into a piece of wood?" Soo-won was really angry. He was about to ruin his chance of getting a wife. Soo-yun then ran hurriedly to chase after him. Yu In-chwang went downstairs calmly, with no expression on her face and no tears. Instead, she smiled with relief. She did not regret having those relationships with him, and she would not use them to blackmail him to be responsible for herself. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, she was dreaming of becoming a phoenix. She was once the daughter of a wealthy family that had been in existence for centuries. Her current state of destitution was forced upon her. It's not like she had never had a good life before. What she pursues is the connection of soul. Soo-yun ran down holding up the hem of his robe and held her hand. Yu In-chwang turned around and looked at him. Actually, she still had some expectation in her heart. Soo-yeon was very anxious, but he didn't know what he was anxious about. "Don't leave. I still have to be responsible for you." He opened his mouth. Soo-won, who was following behind him, was speechless, and Yu In-chwang's eyes also completely dimmed. She took a deep breath and gave up hope. "Boss Soo, I think I have made it very clear just now. If you don't understand, I can say it again." "No, listen to my explanation. That's not what I meant." Soo-yeon's face turned red with anxiety. "What does Boss Soo mean? He doesn't like me but still wants to accommodate me?" Yu In-chwang's temper was indeed not very good. She wanted to shake off his hand, but Soo-yeon held it tightly. At the staircase on the 3rd floor, there were not many customers at this time, and it was noisy downstairs, so no one paid attention to the upstairs. "Please let me go, Boss Soo." Yu In-chwang's tone was already very bad. "No, if I let you go, you'll leave." Soo-yeon shook his head vigorously. The two of them were pulling each other back and forth, which attracted the attention of the guests downstairs. Yu In-chwang didn't want to listen to his explanation. He didn't know how to start talking in this environment, so he gritted his teeth, picked up the man, and walked upstairs. When passing by Soo-won, Yu In-chwang was still struggling. "Let me go, Soo-yeon. Are you forcing me?"
Soo-yeon rimando un moment.
Yu In-chwang bit his shoulder. Soo-yeon took a breath and endured the pain to carry her into the house and closed the door. Shen Qingli stood inside the door, holding her belly. Sun Linga stood in front to protect her, and Soo-won stood outside the door, and seeing this situation, he quickly made way. Fourth brother is really brave. He carries the person away. He usually seems weak and frail, but at this moment, he looks quite manly. We have made our words clear and expressed our attitude. The rest is up to them to decide. Shen Qingli muttered something in the back. Anyway, the Soo family's attitude towards Yu In-chwang was clear, and they were unwilling to let her down. She cared about Soo-yeon's attitude towards her, so it was not appropriate for them to interfere too much. So the 3 aunts and sisters-in-law went back first. In the room, Soo-yeon threw the person on the couch and looked at her breathlessly. He didn't expect that such a light person could be so strong. Her legs moved so fast, which made him tired. "Soo-yeon, are you sick? You don't like me, so why are you forcing me? Let me tell you, Yu In-chwang, won't settle for anything less. It's just one night of sleeping together. It's no big deal. A good woman will never have trouble finding a husband. In the future, someone who loves me will marry me." Her lips were blocked by Soo-yeon, and she couldn't speak for a moment, and could only make some tiny sounds. Soo-yeon didn't have any kissing skills, he just held her tightly. It took a long time before he left her lips. The two of them were very close, their breaths spraying each other. "Still talking? Is it my turn to speak now?" Soo-yeon's face was pale, and his voice was hoarse. Yu In-chwang became quiet and stopped talking. "I, Soo-yeon, am not marrying you, Yu In-chwang, simply because I want to take responsibility. I like you, so I want to spend the rest of my life with you and take care of you forever. I will treat you well, and your mother well. If you follow me in the future, you will be the boss lady of Chunglu. You can order anyone around, including me, so marry me." There is no other boss who can make such a domineering confession. Especially what the boss lady said, I believe few girls can refuse it. "Real?" Yu In-chwang's eyes turned red, and she looked a little tentative. She was afraid that Soo-yeon said this just to calm himself down temporarily. "It's true. It couldn't be more true. If I lied to you, I would be struck by lightning." He made a swearing gesture. Yu In-chwang then laughed and cried with joy. The next second, she hugged his neck, turned over, pushed him down, and kissed him. Soo-yeon was confused, at a loss, even a little helpless, and let her kiss him randomly. The main thing is, even though it was so careless, he still felt something in the kiss. Yu In-chwang reached out to untie his belt. Soo-yeon was startled and quickly held her hand down. What are you doing? Stop messing around. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just afraid that you will regret it." Yu In-chwang blinked her big eyes and looked at him seriously. "That won't work either." Soo-yeon clutched his belt tightly. "But he may not know that his daughter-in-law has a wild temper. Why are you scared?
I'm not scared at all.
I didn't feel anything that night.
Let's try again. The two of them have already had love, and now it seems like they are a perfect match, so it doesn't matter if it happens one more time or two more times. Afterwards, no one knew whether the two had discussed it or not. All we knew was that at night, Soo-yun brought the person back to the Soo mansion, holding hands. Just in time for dinner at the Soo mansion, Soo's mother was very happy to see Soo-yun bringing the person back. She smiled and pulled Yoo In-swang to her side to take a closer look. The more she looked, the deeper the smile on her face. She touched her ear gently, then pulled off a fine jade bracelet from her wrist and put it on her. Her eldest daughter-in-law and second daughter-in-law were both spoiled and brought up at home and had never experienced any hardships. But the fourth daughter-in-law was different. She heard about what happened in her family. The entire family was raided, leaving only her and a blind mother. It is said that her mother's eyes were blinded. What a miserable child. When Soo's mother saw her frail figure, she wanted to keep her by her side and take good care of her. The kindness shown to her by Soo's mother and everyone in the Soo family made Yoo In-swang feel calm. During the meal, Soo's mother asked her to sit next to her and attentively picked up dishes and served soup for her. She treated her with the most positive attitude, silently telling her that she liked her as a daughter-in-law very much and asked her not to have any reservations. In-swang, I'll find some time to go meet your mother and bring her home, so she can keep me company in the future. Madam, I haven't told my mother yet. After I tell her if she agrees, I will bring her to see you. Yoo In-swang had no time to tell her mother about this, so she followed Soo-yun to the Soo mansion. Soo's mother could understand all of this, so she nodded in approval. In-swang, as long as your mother agrees, we will prepare the betrothal gifts immediately and follow the proper procedures. However, now is the time, so we have to keep a low profile.
Please don't mind it.
We will hold a proper wedding banquet for you next year, okay? Soo's mother knew that every woman wanted to marry in grand style, and she didn't want to let Yoo In-swang down, but there was nothing she could do. Yoo In-swang cared about Soo-yun as a person and didn't care at all whether they could have a lively wedding. In fact, he was willing to marry her and told her that he liked her. These alone were enough. According to her situation, the Soo family bought her a private house in Kyoto in her name, as usual. It was registered in her name as a support for her, and the betrothal gifts would be sent to the private house when the time came. Yoo In-swang told her mother about this after she returned. When her mother heard that her daughter had gotten together with her employer by accident, she knew that the matter was done. Over the past few months, she had lived in the yard with good food and drink, and she could see that the owner of Qinglu was a kind-hearted man who gave her and her daughter a way to survive. After hearing her daughter talk about how good the Soo family was, she had to agree even if she didn't want to. The mother and daughter had experienced house raids and wandering, and they were already content with the peaceful life they finally had. But now, by some strange coincidence, they had actually created a marriage. Destined to meet each other no matter how far apart they are, perhaps this marriage is destined by God. Mrs. Yu nodded and agreed to the marriage, and the two families met naturally. However, considering that Madame Yu was blind, Soo's mother went to pick her up in person to express her sincerity. It can be seen that Mrs. Yu's manners and the way she speaks show that she was born in a wealthy family. If someone in the family hadn't committed a crime and had their property confiscated, they wouldn't have fallen to this point, and Yoo In-swang would have been a pampered young lady. Hundreds of people in the family died, but only the two of them were left. They were able to survive only because they bribed a lot of money and received leniency from their superiors. But they were also expelled from Yunqing and could never return to their hometown. Madame Yu was even blinded in order to protect her. Soo-yun paid for the betrothal gifts himself, and his family also prepared some for him, so the total amount was almost 100,000 taels. In order to keep a low profile, the betrothal gifts were only packed in boxes without even the red silk tied around them. Mrs. Yu originally didn't want to live in the Soo mansion. She said that she could live alone in a private house, and Yoo In-swang would have a place to return to her parents' home in the future. But since she was blind, it must have been very inconvenient for her. After repeated persuasion from the Soo family and her son-in-law, she finally nodded
and agreed to move to the Su mansion. Su's mother knew that she was afraid of troublesome everyone, so she didn't arrange too many people to serve her, and the yard was also relatively remote and quiet. On weekdays, if she wanted to eat with everyone, she would have someone help her to the front hall. If she didn't want to eat with everyone, the food would be delivered to her yard. Anyway, she would do whatever made her feel comfortable. They couldn't make it too high-profile outside, but at home, Su's mother still gathered the whole family together and decorated Soo-yeon's room separately, making it like a wedding room so that the couple could simply complete the ceremony. The bedding and other things were all red, and dragon and phoenix candles were lit, and dried fruits such as, "May you have a baby soon," were prepared. Yu In-shuang looked at all this, and if she still couldn't feel the Su family's importance to her, then she would be a fool. At this moment, she was happy because she had a home again. I hurried into the mansion and everything was settled, but it only took half a month. If Soo-yeon hadn't made any noise, he would have made a stunning debut, overtaking his third brother and getting married first. The poor third brother can only wait patiently for a year before he can win the beauty. After the death of the crown prince, the court became unusually quiet, but the private struggles among the princes never stopped. The virtuous King Morong-rue suddenly began to work hard, attending court on time every day, and even saying a few words in the court, although they were all useless nonsense. Morong-shung and Morong-hwai did not know their father's decision yet. He had already drafted an imperial edict to appoint the seventh prince Morong-hwai as the crown prince. Once the mourning period for the crown prince was over the following year, he would announce it directly to the world. The days passed slowly. Some people were happy, some were sad. Happy people such as Soo-won and Jong-yu and the Su family live happily and comfortably every day because everyone gets what they want and can be with the people they love. A worried person like Gu-yu, no matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't guard against Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui still succeeded in having love with Morong-shung. After a night of love, she taunted Gu-yu with great pride. Even if you watch closely, what does it matter? I still succeeded in sleeping with the prince. If there is a first time, there will be a second time. Zhao Hui is absolutely sure that as long as the prince comes 2 more times, she will be able to successfully conceive a legitimate child. No matter whether it is a boy or a girl, as long as she gives birth to the child before Gu-yu, her position will be as solid as a rock. The one-to-one relationship that Gu-yu pursued was ultimately tainted and cracked. She had a big fight with Morong-shung and eventually parted ways unhappily. Morong-shung was drugged, and it was not his intention to have a relationship with Zhao Hui. However, Gu-yu did not understand him at all and made a fuss with him. No matter how he explained, she would not listen. In the end, they could not reach an agreement on the talk, so there was no need to talk further. The two of them fell into a Cold War period, and Morong-shung slept in the study every day. The road to the court was not smooth enough to annoy him, and now the backyard was still not peaceful, which really made him exhausted. It's strange to say, Gu-yu's been in the mansion for several months, and Morong-shung stays with her every day, but she just can't get pregnant, and there is no movement. She even suspected that there was something wrong with her body, so she went to see a royal physician, but the doctor found nothing wrong. She was still smart enough to know how to look for the cause. If she couldn't find it in herself, she would look for it around her. Hard work pays off. She found that a small amount of musk was added to her rouge. If she smelled it every day and used it on her face, she would not easily get pregnant. It was obvious that this was Zhao Hui's trick. She didn't make a fuss, but quietly replaced the rouge and used it normally. He also found out the traitor in his own yard, but did not alert the enemy for the time being. Instead, he made it impossible for her to get close to him without her knowing, and sent her to do the work he had assigned her to do outside. After she and Morong-shung had been in a Cold War for half a month, her menstrual period, which had been delayed for several days, did not come, so she asked her maid, who was skilled in medicine, to check her pulse, and found out that she was pregnant. It would be better for this child to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Gu-yu's situation was turned around in an instant, but she decided to keep a low profile. She also fabricated the illusion that she had already had her period this month, and sent out several blood-stained menstrual belts every day to confuse Zhao Hui and make her let down her guard. After the baby is 3 months old and is stable, she will deal with Zhao Hui and avenge herself. Didn't she want to give birth to a legitimate son? If she is not allowed to give birth, then don't blame her for not being able to give birth. If she has no heirs by then, how can she maintain her position? After much thought, Morongshim decided to take the initiative to find Jong-yu for reconciliation. He undoubtedly loved her, so he was willing to take the initiative. No matter how the plot changes because of Su-won, the line between Morongshim and Jong-yu has always been locked. In the end, Jong-yu chose to forgive him for the sake of her child. When Morongshim learned that she was pregnant, he was as happy as a child and kept spinning around in his arms. Jong-yu told him her plan and said that if she gave anyone an opportunity to take advantage of her again, she would never forgive him. The two of them put aside their past grudges and continued to live their daily lives as lovingly as before. Zhao Hui discovered that her efforts to sow discord only lasted less than half a month. She was so angry that her teeth were itching, and she was thinking about how to have the next fight with the prince.
December soon came.
Kyoto was covered with snow, and everything was covered in white. When the princess woke up in the morning, the snow in the yard had piled up to her ankles. Nanny Lu arranged for people to shovel the snow in the yard to prevent her from accidentally falling. Since they got married, Jong-yu has always spoiled her and taken care of her in every possible way, without any need to follow any rules. Look, there's a fire lit in the room and the heating is on, so it's not cold at all. Jong-yu still couldn't escape the fate of working, as Morong-hwai was going to let him enter the court after the new year. After the new year, he would no longer be able to sleep in and hug his wife every morning. As for what kind of assignment he will be assigned, I don't know. It will definitely not be one that has too much authority, but it will be able to help Morong-hwai. When Su-won woke up, he found it was snowing heavily outside. He was very happy and immediately arranged for people to shovel the snow and make a snowman to play with. As a result, the Su family sent another message, asking her to go back because they had good news to announce. Su-won wondered what good news there could be, but she still went back with Jong-yu. Because it was snowing, the carriage moved slowly. When we got home, we had to hold an umbrella, otherwise our hair would turn white after just a few steps. The good news that the Su family talked about was that the fourth sister-in-law was pregnant. She has been pregnant since the first time she had love with Su-yun. It has been more than a month now. This is really great news. Su-yun is a winner in his entire life. Let's say he has overtaken others in every corner. Now, Shin Qingli is already 7 months pregnant. It is inconvenient for her to go anywhere with such a big belly. Everyone is wearing fox fur, and another year is changing from autumn to winter. At the same time in Xiangzhou, Mr. Qi and had also sent people to pick up Luo Shiju to go home for the new year. She has been away for half a year, and her family is missing her and thinking about bringing her back. She and the fifth brother were in the passionate period of love, and they stayed together every day under the moonlight. Although Su-yi was reluctant to let her go, he could not stop Luo Shiju from going back, due to etiquette. Su's mother has already thought about it. She plans to arrange the marriages of all the children together next year. In this way, all the children in the family will have a place to stay, and she can enjoy her old age in peace. Luo Shiju was also reluctant to leave, but she had been out alone for too long and it was really time to go home. Sui has promised her that next year, after the 6-month mourning period is over, he will go to Xiangzhou with a betrothal gift to propose to her and ask to marry her. With the promise, Luo Shiju left Kyoto and returned to Xiangzhou with peace of mind. The next time they met might be a few months later. The fourth sister-in-law's pregnancy was great news for the Su family, especially Su-yun. He was so happy that he didn't expect that his child would be born earlier than his second and third brothers. I won't compete with him, my eldest brother, he is also old. But the most exciting thing is yet to come. Yu In-shuang is giving birth to twins. Su-yun was even more careful about Yu In-shuang and came back from Chenglu early every day to accompany her. The older Shin Qingli gets, the stronger the maternal love glows in her. She is looking forward to finding out whether the baby will be a boy or a girl after it is born. She wanted a boy as her first child and a daughter as her second child, so that she and Su Jing would have both a son and a daughter. Su Jing is already 26 years old, and he must have a son, but Su Jing wants a daughter more. A daughter is also good, as she is well-behaved, sensible, and considerate. Whether he has a son or not, what matters is who he has the son with. Faced with Su Yun's overtaking on the curve, second sister-in-law Sun Linger held her belly and fell into deep thought. She and Su Mu have been married for more than 3 months. Why is there still no movement from her? She was also anxious because she also wanted to be a mother, and she wanted Su Mu to be a father even more. Su Mu has always been more casual, and he likes to let everything take its course and never force anything. Compared to having a child, he hopes that she can be healthy. Being healthy is more important than anything else. However, the attentive man still noticed his wife's anxiety and absent-mindedness. After being together for so many years, he already knew Sun Linger's thoughts very well. In the evening, Sun Linger had just finished taking a bath and was sitting in front of the dressing table combing her hair in her pajamas. Su Mu hugged her from behind and kissed her ear. As a result, Sun Linger couldn't help but shiver, and her whole body shook. Forced to pull back her thoughts, she shrank her neck. "What are you doing?" Su Mu did not answer her. Instead, he hooked his lips around hers and kissed her vaguely. Then he picked her up and carried her to the bed. Su Mu is usually quite restrained and won't ask for excessive things, but today he is obviously a little crazy. "Want a child?"
Huh?
he asked her in a hoarse voice. Sun Linger's thoughts were exposed by her, and she felt a little embarrassed, but she nodded honestly. "I want to give birth to a baby for you." She circled her fingers on his chest, making him feel itchy. "Then give birth to 2. Su Mu showed a seductive and lustful smile, then buried his head in her neck and kissed her continuously. A night of romance. In fact, Sun Linger is not the only one who wants a child. Su Won also has the idea, but it's not as strong. She often fantasized about what her and Jong-yu's child would look like in the future. Would he look like him or her? But there is no doubt that she will not be too ugly. After all, their genes are there. Jong-yu was not in a hurry. He wanted to spend more time with Su Won before thinking about having children. Moreover, he had a feeling that Kyoto might not be peaceful in the next 2 years, and having a child at this time would be unsafe. But she didn't have the final say in such matters, and he didn't specifically ask Su Won to take medicine to prevent it. After all, taking too much medicine is not good. If the child came, all he could do was try to protect her and the child. However, a peaceful and sweet life will be accompanied by some discomfort from time to time. Ningwei is not an honest person. Since Su Won took over the family, she has managed everything very well and in a comprehensive manner, making it impossible to find any mistakes. But every time she saw her and Jong-yu being so affectionate, she got so angry that she didn't want them to have an easy time. She and the Duke have been together for so many years, but no matter what she did or how much sincerity she gave, she never got his attention, so she couldn't stand Jong-yu and Su Won. He had to do something weird to annoy Su Won. Ever since Su Won came into the family, her sense of presence has become less and less. Now the servants in the mansion no longer have the respect they used to have for her, and instead treat her as an unfavored concubine. Her useless son is also a hopeless case. He seems to have accepted his fate and spends his days in debauchery and drunkenness. Su Won also discovered inadvertently that there seemed to be many more beautiful maids in the mansion suddenly, and these maids all had one characteristic. They looked pure and had dimples. Some had big dimples on their cheeks, while others had small dimples like her. These maids seemed to have made an agreement and always hung around Jong-yu. It's snowing in Kyoto now, and the ground is slippery. Wherever Jong-yu appears, there are people falling down for no reason and spraining their legs. Those maids called out, "Young master," in sweet voices. Jong-yu was about to vomit. It was obvious that this was directed at him. It was just that the person behind the scenes had a very poor eye for selecting people. After all, temperament was something that could not be learned. Whenever Jong-yu encountered this situation, He would just say, "If you can't even do a small thing, why would the Duke's mansion support you? Sell you back to the pawn shop and demote you to a third-class servant." After being punished twice, as an example of someone being killed to scare the monkeys, some timid people would not dare to do it again, but Ningwei dared to do it, as she was best at committing crimes at the height of public controversy. On this day, Suwon was invited by Jiaqing to appreciate the snow plum blossoms. Jong-yu was alone in the mansion, and the servants brought him the black tea he must drink every day as usual. Someone had added something to the black tea. Not long after drinking it, he felt something was wrong with his whole body, as if he was burning. He knew at the first moment that he had been drugged by an aphrodisiac, and the dosage was very strong. He took out a pill and swallowed it, but he still couldn't completely eliminate the effects of the drug. All he could think about was Suwon. At this time, a woman happened to come. She dressed in a similar bun to Suwon's usual style and also deliberately wore hibiscus scent. Aphrodisiac that Jong-yu took was the kind that makes your brain unclear after taking it, and a large dose makes it easier to mistake the person. It was obvious that he had come prepared. Ningwei was calculating that as long as Jong-yu and the person she arranged succeeded, he would have to bite the bullet and marry that person. There is no other purpose, just to discuss them. Suwon will definitely lose her composure because of this sudden change. Jong-yu's backyard is in trouble, and Suwon will cause trouble. Then she can take the opportunity to find evidence and take back the power to be the head of the family. But little did he know that Jong-yu was not so easy to trick. The life-saving drugs on him were all developed by Dr. Sun, which could delay the effects of various drugs, including aphrodisiacs. After taking the medicine, Jong-yu was able to stay clear-headed, but he still couldn't control his body's reactions. The woman stuck close to him and imitated Suwon in calling him a you. At that moment, Jong-yu's stomach churned, and he felt that his name had been tarnished. This woman was none other than Zhonglier. No wonder Ningwei was so confident. As long as it was accomplished, Jong-yu would have to recognize her whether he wanted to or not because of Zhonglier's identity. Those hands were about to touch him. Jong-yu simply told her to get lost. Then, he grabbed her shoulders and threw her outside in the snow, wiping his hands with a handkerchief with disgust, as if he had touched something dirty. It was snowing heavily outside. Zhonglier was wearing thin clothes, and soon she was shivering with cold, and her teeth were chattering. She thought it was impossible. How could he still stay awake with such a large dose? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Jong-yu speak. "Throw her in front of the gate of Shun Marquis Mansion and let everyone know how she, a legitimate daughter of the mansion, charmed a married man with despicable and dirty means." Jong-yu was really angry this time and was determined to ruin her reputation. Afterwards, he ordered people to lock Ningwei up and wait for her fate. Zhonglier was dragged out of the Duke's mansion. She struggled all the way, crying and shouting, asking Jong-yu to let her go. She knew she was wrong. If this gets out, she, a legitimate daughter of a marquis, used despicable means to charm someone but failed, and was thrown at the door of the marquis. She will be ruined, completely ruined. It's no use realizing they were wrong now, it's too late, they have annoyed Jong-yu off. Suwon only knew that he was enjoying the plum blossoms and then was taken back in a hurry. There was no trace of charcoal ash in the room. Jong-yu was lying on his side in thin pajamas, his face flushed and his eyes bloodshot. Suwon had just untied her fox fur cloak when she realized something was wrong with him. She walked up to him when he pulled her hand and threw her to the ground, feeling dizzy. His body was really hot, his eyes were red, and he pulled her clothes without any reason. Suwon was a little scared. Jong-yu was usually moved, no matter how moved he was. He would not be so rude. His appearance really scared Suwon a little, but she quickly realized that he was drugged and had reached his limit of endurance. At this time, I can't care about asking clearly or not. I have to quickly relieve the effects of the medicine in his body. Otherwise, if it takes too long, I'm afraid he will hurt his body. However, Suwon still underestimated the properties of the medicine. Jong-yu was really like a mad beast. At some point, all the servants in the yard had retreated outside. Suwon had never experienced such a high intensity before. She felt exhausted and her throat became hoarse. From day to night for the effect of the medicine to completely wear off, and Soo-won had been so exhausted that he fell into a deep sleep. There were several bruises on his arms and inner thighs, and his collarbone and neck were covered with kiss marks. Her long hair was messy and covered the pillow, tangled with his long hair, making it impossible to tell whose was whose. The room was filled with an ambiguous smell that was difficult to dissipate. The clothes were torn to tatters, and some were even torn to pieces. When Jong-yu regained consciousness, he realized how cruelly he had tortured the other person, and his heart was filled with endless heartache and regret. At the same time, there was a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. He would not let go easily of those who were plotting against him. Ningwei was taken to the dungeon of the Duke's mansion, and she screamed like a shrew all the way. In fact, she knew in her heart that Zhong-lier had failed, but she didn't expect Jong-yu to be so arrogant and directly captured her and locked her up in the dungeon. No matter how ridiculous Jong-yen behaved on weekdays, he could no longer sit still after seeing his mother being arrested. He ran to question Jong-yu, asking what his mother had done to him that he wanted to arrest her. However, Jong-yu was in dire straits at the time and had no time to care about him, so he was stopped outside. He had no choice but to go to his father, Duke Jong, but Duke Jong already knew the whole story. It was not easy for him to intervene. Ningwei was closely involved in this matter. She had been close to Zhong-lier in the past 2 months. It was hard not to think that she was the one who did it. Moreover, the older she gets, the dumber her brain becomes. Even Duke Jong is suffering from stupidity. As for Zhong-lier, she was wearing a skirt that exposed her neck and collarbone and was thrown mercilessly at the gate of the Marquis mansion, attracting a lot of onlookers. Following Jong-yu's instructions, Ainin ruined her reputation and found many Navy soldiers to be placed among the crowd, spreading the rumor that she had tried to charm Prince Jong but failed, and instead angered him. Once this rumor gets out, due to the power of public opinion, everyone will know about it within 2 days. By then, Zhong-lier would be a person despised by everyone. She charmed a married man while still waiting to be married, and openly competed with the princess for her mansion. In the end, she was discovered and thrown back at the door of the Marquis' mansion. Not only would her reputation be ruined and it would be difficult for her to get married in the future, but even the Marquis of Shund would lose face and have no face to see anyone. Princess Xuanla is a beautiful lady with a great reputation, while Zhong-lier is nothing. It is really sad that a daughter of an aristocratic family could do such a despicable thing. She just wanted to marry the prince. Regardless of whether the prince liked her or not, she would be a concubine if she married him. With her status, she could choose any official son in Kyoto and make him the principal wife. But she liked to be a servile person and played a good hand badly. Sometimes, if a person wants others to respect her, she has to seek respect for herself. Those who belittle themselves will never have a good ending. The legitimate daughter of the Shun Marquis became the topic of conversation in Kyoto for a while. Everyone felt ashamed when talking about her, and some women even felt ashamed of it. How could she compare with Princess Xuanla? Could the princess tolerate her? Soo-won woke up in the middle of the night. His whole body felt like it was broken and reassembled, and he even felt like his waist was about to break. The burning pain made her grimace. Her throat was very dry and a little painful, so she wanted to drink some water. But when she opened her mouth, she found that her voice was hoarse. Jong-yu had been holding her. When he saw her wake up, she was saying something, but it was unclear. Leaned closer to her mouth and listened clearly that she wanted to drink water. He quickly stood up and poured her some water. Soo-won gulped down a few glasses of water and felt her throat feel better. High-intensity exercise, my stomach is empty and starts to protest. Jong-yu asked someone to prepare some light meat porridge and small wontons. Soo-won finished eating everything. She looked like she had really suffered a lot. Only after eating did she feel much more energetic. Without waiting for Jong-yu to explain or apologize to her, she fell headfirst onto the pillow and fell into a deep sleep again. Don't say anything more. Let's talk about it tomorrow. She needs to restore her energy. Jong-yu blamed himself more and more, thinking that she was angry. After Soo-won had a good sleep, He realized what happened yesterday and felt a little nauseous for a moment. She looked at Jong-yu and asked, "Did you touch her?" Jong-yu held his forehead helplessly. What do you mean he touched her? If he had touched her, he wouldn't be sitting here now. He would probably have been crushed to ashes. Soo-won was just saying it casually. She still believed him very much on this point. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been tortured so badly. What are you going to do with Ningwei? Now a day and a night have passed, and Ningwei is still imprisoned in the cold and damp dungeon. Duke Jong has spoken, and the Shun Marquis mansion has also put pressure on her, saying that Ningwei has led Zhong Liar astray, and asked Duke Jong to give an explanation. They are really killing the donkey after it has done its work, acting like they are the victims. But it's better this way. Ningwei has fallen into her own hands this time. The Duke said that they could do whatever they wanted to him, but he had to save his life. The Chinese New Year is coming soon. After the Chinese New Year, Soo-won will move to the mansion next to the Soo family. The Duke has no objection and is willing to move in with them. As for Ningwei, Soo-won decided to keep her locked up for a few more days and then send her to a farm in the suburbs, find someone to look after her, and let her live alone in the suburbs until she died, and never think of returning to Kyoto in this life. As for Jiang Yen, Duke Jong said if you want her mother, then don't want Duke Jong's mansion. If you want Duke Jong's mansion, then don't interfere in your mother's affairs. Duke Jong has already found a marriage for him. Although the other party's family is not as well off as their duke's mansion, the daughter of the other party is also a legitimate daughter. He prepared a betrothal gift for him and then left the old duke's mansion to him and gave him half of the shops under his name. From then on, he just lived an honest life and did not cause any more trouble. Duke Jong favored his eldest son. He did not completely ignore his younger son and also prepared a share of the family property for him. Although Ningwei could not return to Beijing and see him, she would not have to worry about food and drink in the farm in the suburbs. If Jiang Yen had any brains, he should follow his father's arrangements and live a good life first. Without the Duke Jong mansion, he would be nothing. At least Jong-yu and Soo-won could still tolerate him. Jiang Yen knew that his mother could not escape this time no matter what, but at least she could still survive and have a place to live. In fact, he had told his mother more than once, "Let's just be a little stupid. Isn't it good to live a peaceful life? Why do we need rights?" He living a comfortable life now. The title of jerk son is not nice, but no one dares to look down on him outside because he comes from the Duke of Zhong's mansion. But his mother was blinded by greed. She wanted everything and everything. Now look at her. She has lost more than she gained. He also understood that as long as he was honest and followed instructions, he would be able to live a smooth life. His mother lived in a farm in the suburbs and would not have any problems either, as she would not have to worry about food and drink. It's just right that she left, so I don't have to worry every day, afraid that she will make a big noise and make it impossible to resolve. This time, fortunately, the loss was stopped in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. He knew that his eldest brother would dare to do anything when he went crazy. He had seen how he killed people quickly and efficiently, with one move to kill people in the throat. Just thinking about it made him feel a chill in his neck. Isn't it good to be alive? Isn't it good to be a salted fish? Therefore, Jiang Yen agreed to Duke Zhong's arrangement, took his share of the family property, married a legitimate wife and lived with her, and had a few beautiful concubines in the backyard. After they left, he would own such a big house alone, and he would no longer have to look at anyone's face or worry about anything. How wonderful would this life be? Ningwei had been locked up in the dungeon for 4 or 5 days and had caught a severe cold. She no longer had the energy to make a fuss, so Soo-won ordered her to be released. He found a doctor to examine her and gave her medicine, and she was sent out of Kyoto that afternoon. Used to be around her were replaced by her own people, who watched her every day to see how she acted. In the manor, Jong-yu also arranged people to watch her day and night. She would not be able to leave for the rest of her life. If she was smart, she should be honest. Zhong Liar's reputation was completely ruined. Several families who were originally willing to marry her now avoided her. She was bewitched by Jong-yu's appearance for a moment and couldn't get him out of her mind. She kept thinking about him until she could get him. This is the disadvantage of being too obsessed with appearance. Moreover, Jong-yu was originally arranged for her, but ended up being with Soo-won. It was clearly just a bland remark from Duke Jeong, and it had not even been confirmed. However, she still felt that something of hers was taken away, so she listened to Ningwei's instigation and did something foolish. Her reputation was ruined, and no one wanted to associate with her. Even her former close friends stopped wanting her overnight. Her father was extremely disappointed in her and placed all his hopes on her half-sister. The current situation is that her half-sister can marry better and more gloriously than her, while she herself cannot even get married. She feels at ease to blame Soo-won for this. Because of the madness of that night, Soo-won successfully experienced morning sickness more than a month later. She became pregnant almost at the same time as Sun Linger. When her monthly payment didn't come on time, she knew she had won the prize. A moment I was both excited and nervous. The three of them have moved next door to the Soo mansion, which has become the new Duke's mansion, and the original old house was left to Jong-yen. Jong-yen was assigned a shop and began to manage it seriously to generate revenue, otherwise the huge mansion would not be able to withstand the expenses. When Jong-yu learned that Soo-won was pregnant, his expression changed from daze to excitement, from excitement to disbelief, from disbelief to excitement, from excitement to nervousness, and finally, he accepted the reality. He held her in his arms, gently, as if he was treating some rare treasure. "Great, we have a baby. Let's tell my parents-in-law the good news." "Well, and your father?" Sun Linga had just announced that she was pregnant, and Soo-won also had good news right after that. During this time, the Soo family was really busy. With so many pregnant women, Soo's mother would wake up laughing in her dreams. "I have several grandchildren, so happy. I will take care of them in the future." The good sisters got married at the same time and they got pregnant at the same time. Soo-won and Sun Linger are really good sisters. The Duke heard that his daughter-in-law was pregnant. He happily went to Jeong Shinro's tablet with a glass of wine and told her the good news. He also sent a message to Jong-ju so that his grandfather could be happy too. Soo-won had a very difficult pregnancy. Not only could she not have any oil or water, but she was also always retching. He couldn't eat or sleep well, which was in stark contrast to Sun Linger who could eat, drink, and sleep well. After the new year, Jong Yunian was assigned by the emperor to the Ministry of Justice to work with Morong-hwai. The emperor did this on purpose. He knew that Jong-yu was Morong-hwai's right-hand man, so he sent him to the Ministry of Justice. In the eyes of the queen and Morong-rue, this move seemed very deliberate. This old guy had been secretly supporting Morong-hwai. Jong-yu works in the Ministry of Justice every day and has to think about Soo-won. Although Soo's mother and others are taking care of her, he is still not at ease because her morning sickness is too severe. Dan Shun Qingli's previous morning sickness, and at this critical moment, she had caught a cold and was coughing nonstop. She couldn't take any medicine, otherwise it would be bad for the fetus. So, the whole family revolved around her all day long. Soo's mother stayed with her all the time. Soo-mu took her pulse 3 times a day, and Soo-yun prepared food for her in different ways, hoping that the little ant could eat a bite. Soo-chin searched all over the world for some snacks for her, including sour, bitter, and salty ones, but she just couldn't eat them. Less than 2 months into her pregnancy, Soo-won lost weight instead of gaining weight. She is pregnant with Neza, right? Jong-yu came home from work every day. He saw her in such pain and felt endless heartache. No one told him that pregnancy is so hard. If that were the case, he wouldn't dare to have a second child. Fortunately, 2 months later, Soo-won's morning sickness symptoms began to ease, the cold healed on its own, and she gradually began to feel better. "I can eat something now, but still can't eat anything too greasy. The chicken soup is delivered to me every day, and I have to skim off all the oil foam on it." Life in the 2 mansions was relatively busy, but things were beginning to get uneasy in the previous dynasty. I heard that the Imperial concubine fell out of favor a few years ago, and the emperor took in a new beauty when the year was coming to an end. This beauty jumped to the rank of Jowie in just 2 months. This speed of promotion is unprecedented and will never be repeated. The emperor is always listless when he goes to court every day. Compared with his past energy, he always looks like he hasn't gotten enough sleep. Imperial concubine is old, and after all, she is not as charming as the young beauties. However, the emperor is a very rational man. Why would he suddenly be bewitched by beauty? Since this Jowie was favored, the emperor's workability has also deteriorated. In the past, the memorials submitted could be replied in the afternoon at the earliest, and there would be news by the next morning at the latest. But now, for several days in a row, the ministers saw the emperor like this. They all spoke up to persuade him to take his health into consideration and not overwork himself. But this aroused the emperor's anger. He felt that they thought he was old, so they said such things. This was related to his dignity as a man, and he was very angry. He even said in the hall, "I have been tired all my life. Do I need to ask you about taking a concubine now?" A good person suddenly seemed to have gone possessed and refused to listen to advice. Logically speaking, it doesn't exist, right? After Jong-yu left the court, he talked about this matter with Duke Jong during lunch. Duke Jong was not in the court now, but he still needed to keep track of what was going on in the court. Upon hearing the news, Duke Jong couldn't help but frown. He has been with the emperor for decades. Although he doesn't know the emperor very well, he at least understands him 70% well. He is not someone who would be blinded by lust, so it must be unusual for him to suddenly become like this. Even when he doted on the imperial noble consort, it wasn't to this extent. Where did this evil woman Niejawi come from? Suwon's appetite has improved a lot recently, so Sumu gave her a diet list. Now she eats according to the list every day to make up for all the losses she had suffered before. Hearing the emperor's abnormal behavior, Suwon couldn't help but think of the original novel, in which the emperor was poisoned by Lingqi and his health deteriorated day by day, and he died in just 3 years. However, now the plot seems to be wrong. In the original novel, the emperor does not have Niejawi at all. There is no such NPC at all. There must be something wrong when something is abnormal. It seems that Suwon needs to contact Morong Hwai. Coincidentally, Morong Hwai also thought so, but he was more direct. He came without saying hello and specifically told Jong-yu that he wanted to see Suwon. Jong-yu knew that these two must have a secret, and Morong Hwai did not hide it from him, which showed that he trusted Jong-yu very much, and he also believed that Jong-yu trusted him very much. Suwon was led by Jong-yu to the study room, where Morong Hwai was waiting, tapping the table with his fingers. He seemed to be in a bad mood. "You guys chat, I'll wait for you outside." Jong-yu brought the person in, and then went out. He didn't seem to mind being alone with his partner at all. Morong Hwai saw Suwon. He seemed to feel a little more at ease. His father's behavior, so he came to ask Suwon, who had a god's perspective. Suwon also roughly guessed what he was here for. Morong Hwai saw it with his own eyes today. He went to look for his father, only to discover that his father was drinking and listening to music in the hall, with a very charming woman in a blue dancer's costume in his arms. The woman leaned in her father's arms, weak and boneless. Her lips were as red as fire, and the accessories on her body were so dazzling that they could blind people's eyes. Now, and my father himself has issued an order that everyone should not be too extravagant and should keep everything simple in order to mourn the late crown prince. As a result, he broke the rules himself, which made Morong Hwai very uncomfortable. Isn't this the same as being possessed by evil spirits? He tried to give advice with good intentions, but was scolded by his father. He was upset, so he came to Suwon and asked her to help analyze the situation. "My friend, I want to ask if there is a person named Niejawi in the book?" Suwon shook his head directly. "There is no such person as Niejawi. I just heard about it and was wondering about it. I wanted to remind you to be careful of the queen and her son. After all, in the book, after the death of the first crown prince, the emperor intended to support Morong Shung to ascend to the throne. The queen and her son were jealous, so they poisoned the emperor with Lingqi later. The queen and her son were jealous, so they poisoned the emperor with Lingqi later. My second brother cured him, but despite this, he only lived for less than 3 years afterwards. Now the plot has completely changed. This sudden appearance of Niejiaoi and the abnormal behavior of the emperor all indicate that something must be wrong. I think you should find a way to let my second brother go to the palace and let the emperor take a good look to see if there is any suspicion of poisoning. Suwon was just thinking that this incident had just— But this is exactly where Morong Hwai is helpless. Father is now particularly resistant to having people see him. Apart from the daily checkup of his pulse by the Imperial physician, he won't let anyone see him. But the Imperial physician said that Father's pulse is stable and there is nothing wrong, but I still feel something is wrong. Moreover, he simply cannot stand people telling him to take care of himself. At the very least, he will scold you, and at the worst, he will have you dragged out and beheaded. Do you know the servant Liu, who used to serve my father? Just because he said something like this, my father was so angry that he put him in jail. Servant Liu served him for 40 years. It's hard to judge him. Morong Hwai complained about his father, looking helpless. Isn't it because you have no other choice that you come to Suwon for help in analyzing the situation? Suwon pondered for a moment, and she sorted out these things. What is the queen's attitude? What attitude could she have? I don't know if she was pretending or it was real. She has met with the emperor several times and gave him frank advice, but he has confined her to her room. If she did it, I can only say that she is a good actor. If it's fake, I don't think it's fake. The queen has tried to clear herself of the matter. If anything goes wrong, she can just say that she has been under house arrest as a shield, and no one will have evidence to say that she did it. According to what you said, there must be something wrong with that Imperial physician. He must have been bribed. I'm not saying anything bad, but your father is so old and still indulges himself every day, drinking and staying up late. Even if his body is strong, it will soon become weak. You should know what it means to be a gentle knife that cuts people's lives, right? As he got older, what he feared most was dying at the hands of a woman. And from hearing Morong Hwai's description, it seemed that the emperor had completely fallen into it. This beauty trap can be said to be the fastest and most effective way to kill time. After hearing what Suwon said, Morong Hwai became even more anxious. We have to think about this matter carefully. I will think of a way to get father to agree to see Dr. Su. At least if he comes to the palace, we can have a chance to check whether he is really poisoned or drugged. Morong Hwai asked his questions clearly, and then left in a daze. Suwon could only tell him what she knew, but she couldn't help much with this kind of thing. Now she just wanted to give birth to her child safely and healthily. After she became pregnant, her temper became much more restrained. Jong-yu sent Morong Hwai out of the house and didn't ask anything after he came back. Suwon thought he would ask a few questions. He didn't ask, and Suwon didn't plan to say it on his own initiative. Now he is on duty in the Ministry of Justice and has a lot of things to do every day. After he is done, he will come back to accompany me. Jong-yu has always known that there is a secret between Morong Hwai and Suwon, but he never takes the initiative to pry into it, but chooses to believe it unconditionally. What the emperor had done, so they jointly wrote a letter to the emperor, saying that Niejiaoi was a witch and was hindering state affairs. The emperor's behavior is irresponsible. He neglects state affairs for the sake of beauty. If Taizu and Gaozu are still alive, they will definitely rebuke you severely. Only one person submits a petition. The emperor can offend that person if he wants to. But if all the ministers submit a petition together, he can't kill all of them, right? In the court are no pushovers. Their existence is not only to supervise all officials, but also to supervise the emperor. If the emperor does something inappropriate, they can give him frank advice. These censors were notoriously annoying. They said bluntly that if the emperor continued to neglect state affairs for Niejiaoi, they would continue to petition the emperor and risk their own lives to execute the evil concubine. Maybe Niejiaoi was also afraid and no longer pestered the emperor like before, and she restrained herself a little. The emperor also listened to some of the advice and is now reviewing memorials more diligently than before. From his ministers, the emperor was temporarily less absurd, but within a few months, it was visibly apparent that the emperor's complexion began to become sallow, and he became thinner and listless. That is, no matter what Morong Hwai said, he refused to see Su Mu and refused to let him take a look at him. There is another thing, that is Chun Fei, the former imperial noble consort. She came to see the emperor several times, but was stopped by Nie Zhaoi. So she exercised her rights as imperial concubine to teach this little Zhaoi a lesson. Since the queen was under house arrest, she has been in charge of the harem. Can't she punish Nie Zhaoi for being unruly? So, she ordered someone to slap Nie Zhaoi in the face. However, after just a few slaps, the emperor got angry and, regardless of their past friendship, demoted her 2 levels. Now she is the consort Chun. Concubine Chun has been the emperor's most beloved concubine for the past 20 years. Has the emperor ever treated her like this? She also felt very humiliated, so after returning to the palace, she never wanted to come out again and cried every day. Of course, Murong Huai was not in a good situation either. His father had been dissatisfied with everything about him recently and always scolded him in front of all the ministers. It was obvious that he had done nothing wrong, and even saying something was wrong. Compared with his previous favoritism towards him, the gap he felt now was really sad. Not only Murong Huai, but even Murong Sheng was often scolded by the emperor for no reason. On the contrary, the emperor always praised the inconspicuous third prince Murong Rue for his kind character and being the most humane. As if he was under a spell, Murong Huai proposed several times to bring Su Mu into the palace to check his pulse, but was sternly rejected every time, and then he was severely scolded. Everyone now knows that Nie Zhaoi is a sinister concubine who brought disaster to the country, and people are cursing her constantly. This dragged on for another month, and no one dared to get into trouble. Murong Huai did not dare to be too ostentatious. If he was not careful, he might even lose his position as prince. This was also what his mother told him. The emperor was being too abnormal, so it would be better for him to stay out of the spotlight for the time being. In the blink of an eye, Shun Qingli was about to have an attack, and all the midwives and wet nurses in the mansion came into action. She was about to give birth, and the whole family stood at the door, listening to her crying heart-wrenchingly inside. Su Jing felt his heart aching. When Su Mu and Su Yun heard how painful it was for their eldest sister-in-law to give birth, they couldn't help but think that their own wives would also have to give birth soon, and by then they would also feel as much pain as their eldest sister-in-law was feeling now. Su Wan was fine. She always knew that giving birth was painful. Jong-yu had been very busy recently, and no one knew what he was busy with, so he was not present. If he had also heard that giving birth is such a great suffering for a woman, he would probably feel sorry for Su Wan and feel very sorry for her. Shun Qingli felt pain from morning to night, and finally, she heard the baby crying. The baby cried very loudly and with full energy, which also showed that the baby was very healthy. It was a boy, weighing more than 7 kilograms. After confirming that the child was safe, Shun Qingli fell asleep due to exhaustion. After the delivery room was cleaned, everyone could go in to see my sister-in-law. She was already asleep, and the baby was wrapped in a swaddle. The wet nurse had just fed him, and now he was sleeping soundly after eating. Su Jing looked at the child, his face full of tenderness. Su's mother knelt in the ancestral hall for a whole day, praying for the safety of mother and child. When someone came to tell her the good news that her eldest daughter-in-law had given her a grandson, Su's mother cried with joy. That's great. This is the first child of the Su family's generation. She has finally become a grandmother. Su Jing named the child Su Huayu. Everyone in the Su family was very happy about the addition of a new baby. Aunt Su Wan and uncles like Su Mu all prepared gifts for the little baby who had just come into the world. The gifts they gave included longevity locks, gold necklaces, bracelets, and anklets, all of which were exquisite and beautiful. Words like peace, health, and good luck, which have good meanings. By the time the baby is out of confinement, the 6-month national mourning period will have been over, and then we can hold the full-month banquet. Su Wan has been pregnant for more than 3 months and now has a good appetite every day. Everyone was in pairs, and Su Yi began to count the betrothal gifts, preparing for his next trip to Xiangzhou to fulfill his promise to Luo Shizhu. It's just a pity for the third brother. He is to keep waiting. It's another half-year before the royal family can marry each other. Now that the emperor is like this, it's probably even more difficult for Prince Yang to ask. The current emperor has a bad temper and is easily angered. No one dares to provoke him for fear of being offended by accident. His condition is getting worse and worse. He used to attend court every day, but now he doesn't even go to court. He is immersed in the gentle arms of concubine Li every day. Yes, Nie Jiaoyi is now concubine Li. She is arrogant and domineering in the harem. She looks down on everyone and does not take anyone seriously. The emperor's spirit was getting worse and worse, and his eyes were severely bruised, as if he had not slept well. Everyone was afraid that he would suddenly collapse one day. However, no one expected that day to come so soon. When the emperor was attending court, he stood up too hard and fell down. The ministers were terribly frightened and stayed in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, worried about the emperor's safety. The emperor has not yet appointed a crown prince. If he falls, according to ancestral rules, the first heir to the throne will be the virtuous king. But the wise king is obviously not someone who can shoulder such a big responsibility. The emperor fell ill, and the entire Imperial hospital was mobilized. The empress did not care about much else, and lifted her house arrest on her own to come and take charge of the situation. The imperial physician said that the emperor was in serious health and might not be able to continue to take care of state affairs. So the queen said directly that the country cannot be without a monarch for a day, and the emperor is in poor health and should not be in charge of state affairs anymore. So according to the ancestral rules, the legitimate and wise prince should temporarily manage state affairs. Morong Huai knew that he could no longer sit there and wait for death. The result was obvious. It was the queen's conspiracy. He ruined the emperor's health and then naturally supported his son to ascend the throne. Murongsheng looked at him, and the two naturally formed a united front. Now they have to unanimously direct their attacks against the queen and Murong Rue, otherwise, neither of them will stand a chance. Morong Huai immediately sent someone out of the palace to invite Su Mu. How could the queen not know what he wanted to do? So, he sent people to stop them in every possible way, not allowing Morong Huai's men to leave the palace. But she still underestimated Morong Huai. Jong-yu and Su Mu were already on their way to the palace. He had already guessed that this day would come, so he asked Jong-yu and Su Mu to be prepared at all times. My father has been bewitched and does not allow anyone to get close to him except concubine Li. The servant who serves him personally has also been replaced. Concubine Li almost lived in the Purple Palace, serving the emperor every day. Except for attending court, the emperor seldom saw anyone. He stayed in the Purple Palace all day with concubine Li. The queen also put on a full show. After the emperor got into trouble, she immediately had concubine Li arrested and put into jail. Mother, my father looks very uncomfortable. I would like to invite the little doctor to the palace to treat him. Huai made this request in front of all the civil and military officials. When the queen heard this, she was in great trouble. If Su Mu was allowed to come, many things might not be kept secret. So she could only delay it and push her son to the position of regent first. As long as he is in power and acts as regent, he will have the overall situation in control and can use the ancestral regulations to shut the mouths of these censors. The imperial physician has already said that the emperor is seriously ill. It will be the same if we ask the little doctor to come over. Besides, I am in charge of the overall situation here. Why are you panicking? The emperor cannot govern the country, and we don't have a crown prince. According to the rules of our ancestors, the legitimate and virtuous prince should be the regent and temporarily manage the government. Bruaire, come up quickly. The queen was very strong. She directly asked Morong Rue to come up and had someone bring the imperial seal over. She was going to give the seal to him directly and let him take the position of regent in a natural way. However, the ministers all knew that the virtuous king was not fit to be an emperor, and it was ridiculous to make him the regent. At this time, the ministers began to unify their ideas, but they could not confront the queen head-on. Since it is the ancestral regulations, they also use the ancestral regulations to speak. Empress, Our ancestors' rules say that the eldest son should be appointed first and the legitimate son second. Before the virtuous king, there was a Prince Yong, the second son of the emperor. The former crown prince has passed away, so Prince Yong is the eldest. Even if we follow the ancestral rules, Prince Yong should be the regent. It was the right prime minister who spoke. When the queen heard what he said, she glared at him with an unpleasant look on her face. Prince Yong is a soft-hearted man who is timid and hesitant to act. Being the regent is no joke. Can he understand the memorials? Therefore, the virtuous prince is the most suitable prince to be the regent. Empress, if you say so, you want to find a prince with outstanding abilities to serve as regent, but the virtuous prince has no achievements, no political talent, and even little experience in the court. If we are to judge by ability, the princes of Jin and Sun are more suitable than the virtuous prince. What do you mean? Are you questioning my decision? I have said that the virtuous king is the most suitable candidate to be the regent. Come here. Lord Qin is committing treason and making outrageous remarks. Take him out and beat him to death. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, the queen decided to kill an example to scare the monkeys. Today, she was going to use tough measures to support her son to ascend to the throne. She is the queen. Now that the emperor has fallen, she should be in charge of the overall situation. With the imperial seal in her hand, who dares not listen to her? Evil queen, you are worthy of death. The emperor is seriously ill now. I am afraid it is because of you. The virtuous king is incompetent and unworthy of the position. I am not wrong. He is not worthy, and neither are you. He is not even as good as the former crown prince, nor as good as the king of Jin and the king of Sun. Don't you want people to say anything? Since when did a woman like you have the final say in government affairs? The censor who was dragged out was so angry that he dared to say everything. He was going to die anyway, so he had to die. Before he died, he had to speak out what was in his heart. The queen was shaking with anger and became furious. She stood up and pointed at the censor named Qin. He is talking nonsense. He deserves death. Cut him into 5 pieces. Evil queen, you shall not die a hapless death. The censor shouted this before he was dragged out of the hall. Soon after, his shrill screams were heard. In an instant, everyone in the court was in panic, and everyone was controlled by a queen who seemed to be crazy. Everyone knew that it would not work if they went up one by one, so someone took the lead. The right and left ministers knelt on the ground together, and the right minister shouted, "It is a misfortune for the country. It is a misfortune for the country. The evil queen is in power. She has ruined the fortune of our Jin country and ruined the government of our Jin country. We will not recognize the wise king as the regent." With someone taking the lead, there are also many righteous people in the court. They have dedicated their whole lives to the Jin state, and now they cannot watch the Jin state fall into an irretrievable situation. All the civil and military officials knelt down and threatened that if the virtuous king was allowed to govern the country, they would all be killed. Only the Duke of Tang's mansion supported Morong Rue. The queen was the Duke of Tang's sister, so he was the first to support the queen, and he was the only one who did not kneel down. When Morong Rue saw this scene, he realized how embarrassing he was in front of these ministers. It turns out that everyone looked down on him and thought he was not as good as his brother, but he was also born to the queen mother, and he was also the legitimate son of the emperor, right? Since you feel sorry for your royal brother, then why can't his younger brother be the regent? Mother, kill them all. After all, we can appoint new ministers after they die. There are many who are willing to take their positions. He was indeed so angry that he lost his mind. The people in the court were complicated and interconnected, and each position played a vital role. Killing 1 or 2 is fine, but if you kill them all, the country will be in chaos and will not be able to function. If it were so easy to become an official, there wouldn't be so many students spending their entire lives preparing for the imperial examinations. The queen could only force herself to calm down. She glared at Morong Rue and told him to shut up. You all look down on my son, but it doesn't matter. As long as the emperor likes him, that's all. The virtuous prince is the prince that the emperor values. He has already issued an imperial decree to enthrone my son, the virtuous prince, as the crown prince. You have to acknowledge it even if you don't want to. Someone, go get the Imperial Edict and read it to them to see if the virtuous prince is worthy of being the regent and the crown prince. It is impossible that the queen only made one preparation. She had another one. This was obviously her second-hand preparation. If everything went smoothly, there would be no need to take out the Imperial Edict. After all, this Imperial Edict was not clean. But the emperor was in a coma and could not wake up at all. The Imperial Edict was stamped with the national seal and was written by the emperor himself. It was impossible for them, the ministers, to fail to recognize his handwriting. Look carefully. This handwriting was written word by the emperor, and the imperial seal on it cannot be faked. I originally thought that the emperor was just unwell, and the imperial edict to appoint the prince should be announced by him personally, but you kept forcing me, so I had no choice but to take it out in advance to shut you up. The queen couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile and ordered someone to read the imperial edict. Beside the emperor began to read it out in public, and it indeed said that the virtuous Prince Rue was to be appointed as the crown prince of the Eastern Palace. The ministers heard this. They were all in disbelief, because this was simply too outrageous. The emperor could not possibly be so outrageous. The wise king is totally unworthy of his position. How can we tell that he is both virtuous and talented? How can we tell that he is kind and honest? This is impossible. Demon Queen, you forged the Imperial Edict. Do you know what crime you are committing? This is a heinous crime that will kill all 9 generations of your clan. The most stubborn one was the right prime minister. He called the queen a witch all the time and was the first one to question the queen. Su Jing knelt in the crowd. He really didn't expect today's situation. Everything happened too suddenly. In such situations, he couldn't say anything and was afraid of saying something wrong, so he could only go with the flow. But it is obvious that all this has something to do with the queen, and it was premeditated. If the right prime minister doesn't believe me, then take a closer look. Is this the emperor's handwriting? The emperor's handwriting is very special and has its own unique style. You shouldn't be able to recognize the emperor's handwriting, right? The queen had the imperial edict taken to the right prime minister for a careful look and then showed it to other ministers. After reading it, the right prime minister collapsed on the ground, repeating "impossible" to himself. This handwriting is indeed the emperor's, exactly the same. He himself is the most professional handwriting appraiser and can see that there is no trace of imitation. The imperial seal above was indeed stamped with the emperor's jade seal. The hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Sheng clenched his hands tightly, and he exchanged glances with Hwai. It seemed that he himself had not expected that one day it would be the idiot King Rue who would make a name for himself. Mainly, the queen's acting is so good. He always regarded Hwai as his biggest opponent, and thus ignored Rue and the queen. Hwai thought to himself, "You see, I am useless. The queen is so vicious and has completely controlled my father. The emperor is the supreme ruler, and what he says is unquestionable. It's not that he is unwilling to work hard, but the truth is that his father has lost his mind, and you can't get close to him at all. If you could get close to her, but I don't know who this evil concubine Li is, or what's so special about her that could make a rational person like my father go crazy overnight." Hwai suddenly thought of the emperors in TV dramas whose minds were bewitched by fox. But are there really fox in this world? But it doesn't matter. Hwai still has a trump card. Jong-yu took Su Mu into the palace smoothly and went straight to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Rue had already sat on the dragon throne holding the imperial seal. With the imperial edict, everything is justified. He looked at all the officials with a smile, not hiding his pride at all. The Duke of Tang was the first to surrender. "Your Highness, may your Highness live 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years." The honor of the Duke of Tang's mansion has always relied on the fact that it has a queen and a crown prince. They knew very well that only if the prince born by the queen ascended to the throne of crown prince could their Duke Tang's mansion continue their glory. As long as they are not convinced, he will be convinced. The current situation is very clear. This imperial edict will be able to shut them all up. Just when some of the ministers were beginning to waver and accept their fate, Jong-yu suddenly brought Su-mu into the hall. Wait a minute. The reason for His Majesty's coma has not yet been determined, and you are thinking about seizing power now. Isn't that bad? The queen was a little confused when she saw Su-mu appear here. Didn't she already give the order for the imperial guards to stop them and not let them enter the palace?
Why did he come anyway?
When Murong-rue saw Jong-yu and Su-mu, his heart skipped a beat. He held the armrests of the dragon throne tightly, feeling a little nervous. After all, if the tricks they used on their father were discovered, how dare you break in without permission?
Drag them out now.
The queen had just sat down, but she had to stand up again, pointing at Jong-yu and Su-mu and shouting. Immediately rushed in from outside, ready to take the two of them out. Let's see who dares. Murong-hwai took action. He took out a token and held it in his hand, then walked towards the Imperial Guard step by step. This token made of black iron is the band that can mobilize the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards only obey the Emperor and guard the palace and the Emperor's safety, but there is something that can command them, and that is the Imperial Guard's order. The Emperor is now unconscious, so they will naturally follow the Imperial Guard's orders. Seeing the token clearly, the leading Imperial Guard immediately knelt down on one knee and clasped his fists with his subordinates. This reversal was somewhat unexpected. Murong-hwai curled his lips into a smile, then turned to look at the queen and Murong-rue sitting above him. Pass my Imperial Army order to seal off the Hall of Supreme Harmony. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Anyone who violates the order will be executed. Murong-hwai, you are so bold that you dare to forge the Imperial Army order.
Don't listen to him. He forged it. Arrest him for me.
The queen is not anxious at this time, then something fishy is going on. Controlling the Imperial Guards is equivalent to controlling the Imperial Palace. These Imperial Guards only obey the Emperor's orders and only follow the form of the Imperial Guard's orders. Now, even Prince Murong-rue is useless. However, the Imperial Guards remained unmoved, and the area outside the Hall of Supreme Harmony was soon surrounded by a crowd of people. What are you still standing there for? Arrest him and execute him immediately. Murong-rue didn't care about much at this moment and became desperate. Mother, third brother, this Imperial Army order was given to me by my father himself, for fear of unexpected events. You have calculated everything, but you didn't expect this step to happen, right? The Imperial Guard's order is made of black iron, which cannot be broken or smashed. Black iron is a forbidden item, only available in the Imperial Palace and in very small quantities. If you want to take it, you must get my father's approval. This is the genuine Imperial Guard's order. Now I suspect that there is another reason behind my father's coma, so I asked the little doctor to come to the palace and check it carefully for my father. Prince Jong, take the little doctor into the inner hall. I will see who dares to stop you. Upon hearing this, Jong-yu took Su-mu directly into the inner hall. The servant wanted to stop him, but Jong-yu kicked him several meters away, and he fell directly on the pillar carved with dragon patterns. The queen collapsed on the chair in an instant. Murong-sheng, who was sitting below her, narrowed his eyes and looked at Murong-hwai in confusion. My father actually gave him the Imperial Guard order. Could it be that when he was conscious, he had always intended for Murong-hwai to be the crown prince? He had made over such a long time become a joke? His fists clenched tighter and tighter. The situation in the Hall of Supreme Harmony kept changing. Everyone showed off their skills, but he looked like a clown, being played by everyone without knowing what was going on. He was actually thinking about temporarily forming a united front with Murong-hwai to fight against the queen. Now it seems that not only he is a joke, but the queen and the others are even more so. As soon as Su-mu arrived, all the Imperial doctors were controlled by the Imperial Guards, and he had enough space to treat the Emperor. First, he took the Emperor's pulse. After Su-mu felt the Emperor's pulse, his brows were tightly furrowed. Murong-hwai and his men have already come in, but the queen and her men are still being held outside. Without saying too much, Su-mu began to give acupuncture to the Emperor. After looking at his pupils, he took out the silver needles. The emperor's upper body clothes were removed, and the silver needles were densely inserted into his body and head. At the same time, Sumu wrote a prescription and asked Morong Huai to arrange someone he could trust to prepare the medicine to detoxify the emperor. The poison that the emperor was infected with was indeed a charm poison, and it was an extremely powerful one. After doing all this, Sumu finally had time to explain everything to Morong Huai. Just at this time, the commander of the Imperial Guards came in. He knelt at Morong Huai's feet and reported, "Your Highness Prince Sun, I have followed your instructions and went to the prison. As you expected, someone wanted to kill Concubine Li. I arrived in time and rescued the person, but Concubine Li was stabbed twice and her life is in danger. The assassin bit his tongue and committed suicide, and he could not be saved. The queen must have known that the situation was not right, so she wanted to kill Concubine Li to silence her. Once Concubine Li died, there was no evidence to prove the crime. In this way, no one could testify against them, and their guilt was greatly reduced. Where is Concubine Li? Can she be saved? Morong Huai must kill the queen and Morong Rue in one move, and Concubine Li is a crucial person. If she is alive, can the queen be convicted of murdering the emperor, making it impossible for her to turn things around? Someone has been assigned to treat him, but the situation is not good. The commander of the Imperial Guards was a little embarrassed. Sumu took out a porcelain bottle, poured out 2 black pills and gave them to the commander of the Imperial Guards. Give her this medicine. It is a healing pill that has a very good effect in stopping bleeding. It should be able to save her life. Sumu knew without even looking that it was due to excessive blood loss. Commander of the Imperial Guards took the pill and immediately ran out to save people. Dr. Su, it's really thanks to you being here. Morong Huai thanked God. You don't have to be polite, Prince Sun. It's my duty. Sumu still had to bow his head in front of the imperial power. Moreover, he didn't want the country to fall into the hands of a fool, otherwise the people would suffer. By the way, little doctor, what's the situation with my father? Morong Huai watched Sumu's operations and his brows were so tight that he could pretend to be a dead fly. Sumu drank a cup of tea slowly and explained, "Thanks to my master's travels for several years, we have seen and heard a lot. There is a place called Nanjiang on the border of our Jin country. It is a very mysterious place. The people in Nanjiang are good at using poisons. Among them, there is a kind of charm poison called Huarong that is particularly famous. This is a kind of goo poison. The poisoned person will become extremely lustful in a short period of time and easily be charmed by beauty. Moreover, this poison needs to be controlled by a goo worm, which can confuse his mind and make him do many things he wants. If he resists subconsciously, he will suffer the pain of gnawing at his heart. He may be conscious, but his actions will still be in accordance with the instructions of the goo worm." After Sumu said this, Morong Huai could understand why his father had behaved abnormally in the past few months. It turned out that she was manipulated. No wonder the queen could produce an edict written by her father himself. Fortunately, his father was alert and gave him the Imperial Guard's token in advance, otherwise he would have been in big trouble. After Morong Rue seizes power, the ending that awaits him will not be a good one. He will not die, but will suffer heavy consequences. Well, little doctor, can you cure this poison? Morong Huai still didn't want anything to happen to his father. Sumu nodded. What a coincidence. My master's wife is from southern Xinjiang. She should be able to remove the poison, but the main thing is to protect Concubine Li. She is the one holding the poison, and her poisonous insect is needed to remove it. Please, Prince Sun, go and bring my master's wife to the palace. Dr. Sun and his wife now live in the private house they bought for Sun Linger. They can just go and bring Grandma Yi Qinggu into the palace. Concubine Li took Sumu's medicine and saved her life. Now, we just have to wait for her to wake up. The queen received a series of bad news, and she couldn't bear it anymore and fainted. It's over, it's all over. Her plan might have failed this time, and the Duke Tang's mansion would be implicated as well. The emperor's father hasn't woken up yet, so Morong Huai can't deal with the queen and her son directly now. He can only put them under house arrest temporarily and wait for his father to wake up before deciding what to do next. Su-mu said that the emperor had been seriously injured this time, and the loss was serious. Even if the poison was removed, he would probably not live for many years. Morong-hwai nodded. This result was the best one. It was almost the same ending as the original novel, except the process was different. Morong-hwai gave the order to release Servant Liu from the prison. After Servant Liu came out, the first thing he did was to kneel in front of Morong-hwai and tell a story. 1 month after the death of the previous crown prince, the emperor drafted a crown prince edict, appointing Prince Sun Morong-hwai as the crown prince. The edict is hidden behind the plaque, working hard for the people, in the Purple Palace. This was the emperor's order to Servant Liu that if an uncontrollable situation arose, the imperial edict should be brought out to allow the 7th prince to take power directly. But unexpectedly, the queen and her son directly controlled the emperor, threw him into prison, and replaced him with their own people. Fortunately, the queen was not so cruel as to execute him directly. In the Tianlao, Servant Liu was trembling with fear all day long. He also knew very well that at this time, he should not talk about the imperial edict anymore for fear of bringing disaster upon himself. But now that he's been released, the first thing he does is to help Prince Sun become the crown prince. Yi Qinggu was soon summoned into the palace. After Li Fei woke up, she cooperated and handed over the insect. However, when she was questioned and asked who asked her to do so, Li Fei did not answer. There was a deadly poison hidden in her fingernails. After handing over the insect, she immediately committed suicide by taking the poison and refused to confess the queen's crime. Morong-hwai guessed that the queen still had some evidence against her, so she was unwilling to reveal the mastermind until her death. Yi Qinggu successfully cured the emperor of the poison, and with the help of Su-mu's miraculous healing skills, he successfully saved his life. However, he was too weak and couldn't wake up for a while. Morong-hwai ascended the throne of the crown prince and naturally became the regent, temporarily taking charge of state affairs. The matter came to an end, and Morong-hwai was the biggest beneficiary of this incident. On the contrary, Morong-rui was doomed to fail, and Morong-sheng had already lost half the battle the moment he announced Morong-hwai as the crown prince. But he still refused to accept and was unwilling to give in. If nothing unexpected happens, after the emperor wakes up, he will have to go to his fiefdom and will no longer be allowed to stay in the capital. Guyu has been pregnant for 5 months and has difficulty moving. She is also unaware of the situation in the palace, but when the news came out that Morong-hwai was appointed as the crown prince, she also knew that she would have no chance of becoming the queen. The emperor woke up 3 days later, during which time concubine Chen stayed by his side and took care of him. As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed. The concubine Chen is somewhat sincere towards the emperor. The emperor demoted her to a concubine. She did not feel any resentment in her heart. She always believed that the emperor had his own reasons. Sure enough, the emperor suffered a great punishment. The emperor woke up. He saw concubine Chen beside him and felt as if he was in another world. His first words were, "Oh, I'm sorry for wronging you." This sentence broke the defense of concubine Chen, and her tears fell like beads from a broken string. "Your Majesty, I am not wronged. As long as you are well, I will not be wronged in any way." Only at this moment did the emperor feel that his consciousness was under his own control. That woman is so terrible. She always controls me and makes me do some ridiculous things and say some absurd words. Now, he can finally control himself, but he feels a sense of powerlessness all over his body. After this incident, I'm afraid his health will be ruined. Because there was no conclusive evidence or witnesses to point the finger at the crime, the queen and her son did not deserve the death penalty. But the charge of falsely conveying the imperial edict is ironclad. The emperor ordered that the empress be demoted to a commoner and sent to the cold palace, and that the virtuous prince be imprisoned in the virtuous prince's mansion, never to leave. All the female members of Duke Tang's family were reduced to servantry, and the male members were exiled 3,000 miles away. This is the consequence of daring to defy the imperial authority. The glory of several generations of the Tang family has since fallen into decline. It seemed that the fate of the queen and the virtuous king was already very gratifying, but at this time, another key figure appeared and threw a huge rock under the heads of the queen and the virtuous king, smashing them hard into the mud. The crown princess wore mourning clothes, took off her hairpins, and came to ask for an audience with the emperor. She wanted to sue the virtuous king for murdering the former crown prince. She had both witnesses and material evidence, and the evidence was solid. Before one wave of troubles is over, another wave of troubles arises. The various actions of Empress Tang in the Hall of Supreme Harmony still make many people feel scared when they think about them now. Now the former crown princess has come out and revealed such a thing, which is undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. Originally, the title of the wise king could still be retained, but now, I am afraid that even the title cannot be retained. First, the crown princess took out the secret letter that Zhou Liangdi had given her before her death, as well as all the necessary evidence. A pile of letters, all of which were written by the wise king over the years, asking her to tamper with the diet of the late crown prince, and the words were full of threats. This is the mastermind behind the food poisoning of the late crown prince. The late crown prince died young, all because of his younger brother. Not only that, the former crown princess also brought Zhou Liangdi's family as witnesses, accusing the virtuous king of how he coerced them to threaten Zhou Liangdi. It is an indisputable fact that the virtuous king murdered the late crown prince. The late crown princess requests the emperor to punish the virtuous king and give an explanation to the late crown prince. She didn't understand why the late crown prince was trying to protect his mother and brother before his death, but she was really angry. Zhou Liangdi chose to hand over the evidence to her and told her that if possible, please fulfill the crown prince's wish and let this secret never be made public. This time, the queen rebelled, and the emperor, considering their decades of marriage, chose to spare her life, but only banished her to the cold palace. As for Morong Rue, he was not worthy of the position of the virtuous king, and it was an insult to the word virtuous. The late crown princess was so angry. Why did such a talented person as the late crown prince end up like this? If she doesn't make the virtuous king pay the price, she will never have peace in her life, so she chose to go to the palace and report Morong Rue. The emperor heard about this. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His health had recovered a little, but now he fell ill again. He ordered that Morong Rue be stripped of his title of King Xian and be given poisoned wine. Morong Rue was forced to drink poison by a group of people. He was no longer a prince, but just a commoner. He was not even worthy of being buried in the Imperial mausoleum after his death. Not only that, he also implicated his wife, concubines, and several children, and all of them were exiled. When the queen in the cold palace heard this, she felt like she was falling into an ice cellar and was heartbroken. She never thought that her eldest son was killed by her younger son. She was still thinking about supporting her son to take the throne. In despair, within a few days, news came from the cold palace that the deposed queen had committed suicide. Not long ago, she was still the graceful and elegant queen who was the mother of the country, but now she has become a dead soul under the 3-foot white silk. The emperor, out of consideration for the late crown prince, gave her the funeral rites of a queen, but she could not be buried in the imperial mausoleum, but only in the mausoleum of concubines. Afterwards, the emperor ordered that concubine Chun be made empress. The king of Yong, the king of Qi, the king of Jin, and the king of Chu will move to their fiefdoms from now on. If they want to enter the capital in the future, they must submit documents in advance and obtain the emperor's permission before entering the capital. On the day when the kings left Kyoto, Crown Prince Morong Rue came in person to see them off. After all, they were brothers, so they just put on a full show. Prince Yong and Prince Qi were both quite honest, and he was not afraid of them causing trouble, but Morong Rue knew very well that Prince Jin and Prince Chu would never accept this. After arriving at the fiefdom, although it seemed far away from Kyoto, it actually gave them a good opportunity to recuperate. Morong Sheng will definitely not waste this time in vain. Gu Yu, with his 7-month-old belly, had to follow the team on a long journey to the fiefdom thousands of miles away. Since the Taiha Hall incident,
Everything had changed. Queen Tang and Prince Xian had fallen, and Prince Sun had become the crown prince, the one that everyone expected. Guyu actually knew very well that Morongsheng would not give up so easily. However, if he still wanted to fight for it, the chances of success were slim. Once he failed, there would be no recovery. Guyu would not sit still and wait for death. She looked at Zhao Hui. Now that they had left the city gate of Kyoto and arrived at their fiefdom, Zhao Hui no longer had Morongsheng's favoritism, nor the support of the Shangshu mansion. She could only let Morongsheng control her. When she returns, she will appear as Princess Jean. Morongsheng was riding on his horse. He looked back at the city gate of Kyoto, and the ambition in his eyes was not diminished at all. He will definitely come back again. He will not give up easily. Moronghui, just wait and see. The winner is still unknown. In the blink of an eye, Su Wan was already 5 months pregnant. Her subsequent condition has been very good. Even if there was chaos in the palace, it could not affect her mood. Every day, when Jong-yu was not at home, she would exchange parenting experiences with her eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, and fourth sister-in-law. Jiachun would come to play with them from time to time. Seeing their bulging bellies, she seemed to be more excited than they were. She would listen to one belly and then another belly and tease little Huayu. Yu Yinshuang was pregnant with twins, and her belly was particularly big at nearly 7 months. Now, the emperor has completely become a hands-off boss, leaving the state affairs to the crown prince to take care of, while he himself is recuperating in the company of the queen, spending his few remaining days. After a lifetime of hard work, what's wrong with taking a break? Kyoto finally ushered in a brief period of peace. Crown Prince Moronghui has been very diligent since he took over the government affairs temporarily. His response measures to some government affairs were also very reasonable, which were recognized by a number of ministers and praised by the emperor. Who could have thought that the 7th prince, who had the least chance of getting involved in the throne from the very beginning, would suddenly become a sensation overnight, break out of the siege, change everyone's opinion of him in a short period of time, and even receive high praise from the former crown prince? He came to power in order to consolidate his position and prevent foreign invasion. He successively suppressed the power of the feudal lords in Kyoto. The families of each prince's wife had high status in Kyoto. Although they had been moved to their fiefdoms, Moronghui had to be on guard against Morongsheng's character. So, he found an opportunity to hold something against the Minister of Revenue Zhao Zhen, demoted him, and then supported his own people to take the position. The Ministry of Revenue is a very important department and must be firmly controlled. After all, it is in charge of the world's money and grain, and the profits are extremely high, so it must not fall into the control of other forces. Zhao Zhan was demoted, but not banished from Kyoto. He was given a job with no real substance so that he could be used as a hostage if needed in the future. Therefore, Moronghui thought about it and chose Su Jing, who had strong working ability, to serve as the Minister of Revenue. He made use of the 2 brothers of the Su family and promoted Su Qin to the chief commander of the City Defense Battalion, which meant that he had control over the entire city defense force of Kyoto. The reason was that he believed that Su Qin had the ability to hold the city. As for Jong-yu, Moronghui did not forget him. He asked him to continue working in the Ministry of Justice, cooperating with his intelligence network in Fenghua Villa to investigate and punish some problematic officials, and then use the privileges of the Ministry of Justice to arrest and interrogate them. Moronghui wanted to clean up the court and eliminate dissidents. This was the first major thing he had to do after coming to power. After arranging all these, Kyoto will be under his control, just like an iron barrel. No fly can fly close to him and spy on any of his news. He then carried out a series of reforms in some economically backward state capitals. Every place has its own unique features. Where there are good mountains, people will make their living from the mountains. Where there are good waters, people will make their living from the waters. The gap between the rich and the poor cannot be too big and should be reduced as much as possible. We have focused on the construction of some lower-level prefectures and cities, developed various imperial merchants in their regions, reduced taxes and levies, and boosted the economy. Ordinary people have less tax pressure and have more spare money to spend, which increases cash flow and boosts the economy.
Using his modern knowledge, he invested in tourism development in the name of the court, built characteristic attractions, and attracted people from all over the country to visit, which also boosted the economy. After her son Morongsheng was moved to his fiefdom, Shufei saw that concubine Chun had become the empress and was now favored by the emperor. The emperor usually only wanted her to serve him. However, after a series of actions by Moronghuai, she seemed to feel her situation and found it difficult to take a step forward. She even felt that her communication with her son was hindered, and she began to get anxious. She undoubtedly wanted to leave the palace, but now that the emperor was still alive, she could not leave no matter what. She knew very well that her existence would cause trouble to her son in the future and would hinder him from starting a rebellion, but she could not bring herself to do it. Jong-yu is now the minister of the Ministry of Justice. He has to deal with a lot of things every day and is very annoyed. He has to deal with many cases every day, and he regrets a little why he agreed to help Moronghuai. His wife was pregnant and needed his company, so he wished he could stay at home every day. When all threats are eliminated, he will go back to being the idle prince he was before and do nothing. But Suwon was not affected at all. With so many sisters-in-law accompanying her every day, she was not bored at all. She even learned to make clothes for babies with them, which was very interesting. After Su-yi finished his work in Kyoto, he went to Xiangzhou with the betrothal gifts he had prepared. Su's father accompanied him and prepared the marriage certificate. When the time came, the matchmaker would be in Xiangzhou. His uncle and his family were all in Xiangzhou, so it would be convenient to have them help with many things. After the engagement, the next step was to discuss the marriage. Since the two places were far apart, going out for the bride and picking her up became a problem. In the end, Mr. Chien decided to move the whole family back to Kyoto. They have a house in Kyoto, and they originally returned to Xiangzhou to retire. However, they only have this one daughter, and now she is going to marry in Kyoto, so as parents they can only accommodate her. So Luo Shiju and his family moved back to Kyoto in a grand manner. Su-yi came from afar with the betrothal gifts, which was his sincerity. Now he is not bothered to accompany his father-in-law and his family to move, which is also his attitude, and there is no conflict. With Moronghuai coming to power, the problem that Prince Yang had been worried about was solved. With the guarantors of Prince Jiang and Minister Su, he did not need to move to his fiefdom, so when he asked the emperor for permission to grant him a marriage, the emperor agreed without a second thought, and even said that he must give a gift when Jiaqing got married. Moreover, his brother, Prince Yang, was absolutely devoted to him. He had been by his side and supporting him since he was still a prince, so after he ascended to the throne, he kept him in Kyoto. King Xiong was very smart. He had been honest and well-behaved for many years, not causing any trouble. He was also low-key and cautious. It could be said that he had never put any pressure on me, nor had he ever asked me for anything. Now that he had come to find him, the emperor had directly agreed to his request for marriage and arranged for Jiaqing to marry Su Chen. He also personally selected an auspicious day for their wedding. The wedding date is set for the 12th lunar month, which is the 25th day of the 12th lunar month before the end of the year. There is still more than half a year left, and the mourning period for the late crown prince will be completely over in October, so this date is quite reasonable. Even getting married in the middle of winter is still relatively rare. But I'm not that picky. As long as it works, it's fine, even on New Year's Day. So far, all the brothers' major life events have been settled. Suwon's belly is getting plumper after 7 months of pregnancy. Duke Jiang is also very distressed because he has no woman by his side. Jong-yu is so busy every day that Duke Jiang, as a father-in-law, has to find ways to take care of his daughter-in-law. Seeing that she was getting older, he had to find a midwife and a wet nurse himself. But he is a grown man, and he doesn't understand. So, he shamelessly went to look for his in-laws. Since the two families lived close to each other, he had no choice but to trouble Su's mother. What else does Su's mother have to do? There is no wife in the Duke's mansion, and Suwon can't work too hard during her pregnancy, so as a mother, it is her duty to help her take care of things. Just at this time, my grandfather actually came to Kyoto. He brought a team of people with him, and packed up some things and came over.
Then he left Fengyue Villa to Jong-yu, that big enemy, to take care of temporarily. He calculated the time to come, wanting to participate in the birth of his great-grandson. It just so happened that Fengyue Villa was now functioning smoothly both inside and outside, so there was no need to worry about anything. Jong-yu could handle it alone. So, he came to Kyoto without any hesitation. His coming. Jong-yu even used the rest days he had saved for a long time all at once and took a 4-day break. I can spend time with my elderly grandfather and also with my wife and children. As soon as her grandfather arrived, Soo-won found a partner in the play. She had nothing to do and choreographed a melodramatic play for her grandfather, who watched it with great interest. Luo Shiju and her friends moved back to Kyoto, and now all the sisters are gathered together. Every day the Soo mansion and the Duke's mansion are very lively. The whole family eats, drinks, plays, chats, and eats together when they have nothing to do. The Duke's mansion specially built a stage for the arrival of my grandfather. Just as the two families were watching the play together, Yu In-shuang, who was 9 months pregnant, had a seizure. She was pregnant with twins, so everyone was naturally most concerned about her. Unlike ordinary pregnant women, she faced double torture. In an instant, the entire Soo mansion fell into chaos. Soo-yun was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. What the Soo family lacked the least now was midwives and wet nurses. Yu In-shuang insisted on taking a walk every day in the later stages of her pregnancy. But it was my first child after all, so the pain lasted for a long time. Everyone was waiting outside. Jong-yu felt the impact of a woman giving birth for the first time. His hands around Soo-won's waist kept tightening. When Soo-yun heard Yu In-shuang screaming in pain, he finally couldn't help it. He rushed into the delivery room to accompany her despite everyone's objection. In ancient times, men were not allowed to enter bloody places like the delivery room, as it was said that it would affect men's luck in the outside world. But Soo-yun didn't care about all that. His woman was giving birth to his child in prison and had 1 foot in the grave. How could he despise her? Soo's mother also stayed in the ancestral hall to pray. She treated every daughter-in-law equally and felt the same pain and worry for them. Yu In-shuang's labor took longer than Shun Qingli's. Her labor started in the afternoon and lasted until the next morning. As expected, they were twins, a boy and a girl, 2 very healthy babies who inherited their mother's big eyes. They're so cute. Soo-yun suddenly became a father, and he had 2 babies at once. His mouth was about to fly to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. He excitedly asked Soo-won to give him a name. He had always said that his aunt would name his child in the future. Soo-won held his stomach and burst into laughter. A boy and a girl. Of course you and your 4th sister-in-law will each take one. It's okay, Won-won, we've already agreed that you can name the child. Yu In-shuang said with a smile, while lying on the bed. Soo-yun said that Soo-won is a very meaningful existence in his life, not just a brother and sister. Soo-won is the turning point in his brilliant life. In that case, Soo-won is not sleepy anymore, because she likes the name. Then I have to think carefully about how to give my 2 little nephews nice and poetic names. Won-won, let her let you name the baby in the future. Sun Linger said, pointing at the little one in her belly. Well, let her take them all, then she won't be polite, and will take them all. In that case, don't blame me for giving it an unpleasant name. We believe you can. Everyone believes that Soo-won's naming skills are first class. After Soo-won returned home, he took out a pen and paper to think about naming his nephews. The names of the twins, a boy and a girl, must match each other. Just like she said herself, it should be both pleasant to listen to and poetic. She was in the study, writing down a bunch of names and asking Jong-yu to help her choose and give some advice. However, he looked thoughtful, as if his attention was not on the matter at all. Soo-won put down the pen, put his arms around his neck, and asked him what was wrong. Because at this time, she was sitting on his lap. What's wrong with you? Why do you look distracted? Jong met her, and she turned around. He took the opportunity to kiss her on the lips and held her even tighter. He put his hand on her bulging belly. The little one inside actually responded to him, puffing up a bulge to signal him.
Every time he felt the powerful fetal movement, Jong-yu would have a wonderful feeling in his heart. In the belly of the woman he loved most, there was a life growing, which was the fruit of their love. I was wondering how I could make your childbirth less painful. Maybe it was because seeing his fourth sister-in-law giving birth was too scary. Whenever he thought about Soo-won suffering the same way, he felt his heart aching. So this is what he was thinking about. Soo-won couldn't help but find it funny. How can this be alleviated? This is unavoidable. Having a child will inevitably lead to this. But I still feel heartbroken, Jong-yu thought. When the time comes, he will definitely stay by her side and protect her. He knows how to care for his wife, which is better than many ordinary men.
Soo-won feels satisfied.
Then you should come back to accompany me more often and take me for a walk every night. This way I can have a smoother delivery. In the later stages of pregnancy, Soo-won had to walk more so that the baby could enter the pelvis as soon as possible and the fetal position would be correct to avoid dystocia. In a month or so, I will tell His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to let me come back to accompany you while you wait for the birth of your baby. As for the Ministry of Justice, let Anan help me keep an eye on it. Anyway, the work of the Ministry of Justice is just like that. If you really can't solve it, just inform him and he will ask Anan to keep an eye on it. Speaking of Anan, Soo-won had a very high opinion of him. He thought of Lu-yun and Lu-ying who were by his side. They had been with him for so many years and were now in their 20s, but had not yet married. It just so happened that Jong-yu also had unmarried guards of marriageable age, each of whom was outstanding in ability and appearance. Lu-yun and Lu-ying served her wholeheartedly, so she should find a good place for them. By the way, does Anan have any plans to get married? As soon as Soo-won opened her mouth, Jong-yu knew what she was planning, and then smiled and said, "You want to find someone to rely on for Lu-yun and the others?" Soo-won nodded and did not deny it. In fact, Lu-yun and his friends have dealt with Anan and his friends a lot in the past few years. They all know each other well and are aware of each other's status. If they can really form a pair, it is not impossible. Anan was trained by Jong-yu himself, so it goes without saying that he has excellent abilities in all aspects. Let me ask Anan. It's time for him to get married. Feng-ying's son is already 1 year old. Jong-yu thought this suggestion was good, but he still wanted to ask Anan's opinion. After that, the couple continued to choose a name. Eventually, she settled on 2 names. The twin brother is named Soo Ji-hung and the sister is named Soo Zi. The names were shown to Soo Yun and Yu In-chwang, and the couple were very satisfied with the 2 names. Soo Ji-hung and Soo Zi, very nice names, and you can tell at first glance that they are brother and sister. Soo-won thought that this name was quite well chosen. The Soo family had 2 more babies, and the family suddenly became a lot more lively. Now you can hear the crying of babies every day. Soo Yun has become a nanny, coaxing the children every day, first coaxing the older ones and then the younger ones. This is the sweet burden of having 2 children at once. When it comes to taking care of children, taking care of just one is enough to make new parents overwhelmed, and now with 2, it is even more so. Moreover, I don't know if these 2 siblings inherited their father's temper. The brother and sister like to make trouble. They try their best to sleep during the day and stay awake at night. When the sister is not satisfied, she will start crying and then lead her brother to cry too. The 2 wet nurses were fighting a war at night. If the children didn't sleep, they wouldn't sleep either. When Soo's mother saw the 2 children crying so loudly, she asked Soo-mu to go and see them. Soo-mu took a look and found that there was nothing wrong with the children, just personality problems, which could not be avoided. Therefore, in order to reduce the burden on the 2 wet nurses, an additional nanny was arranged to serve. After Soo-ee brought Luo Shiju's family back to Kyoto, the parents of the 2 families met and began to discuss the wedding date. The Soo family must have thought that the sooner the better, so the wedding date was set for October. In October, just at that time, Soo-won and Sun Linger also gave birth to their babies, which was double the joy in the family.
Soo-chen felt helpless.
He was the most pitiful one. He was the 3rd child, but the last one to get married. By that time, his brother's children could run and jump, but he had not yet gotten married. For Jong-yu, he asked Anan the next day, saying that the princess wanted to find a marriage for him and asked him to take a look at Lu Yun and Lu Ying. He could get in touch with them first, and it didn't matter if it didn't work out. As a result, when Anan heard this, a flush of anger instantly appeared on his face. Jong-yu looked at his expression, and it seemed like something was going on. "Why, have you already taken a fancy to her?" Jong-yu joked with a smile. Anan nodded and continued. "Sir, can you ask the princess to ask Lu Ying for me to see if she is willing to be with me?" It turned out to be Lu Ying. She is the younger sister and takes good care of Su-won in daily life. The older sister Lu Yun is more rough in nature and doesn't like women's clothes. She always wears a neat female night outfit wherever she goes. Sister Lu Ying is more lively and sweet, so I think Anan is more attracted to her. When did it happen? Jong-yu was also very curious about being able to eat melons about his subordinates. Anan scratched his head, a little embarrassed. "Oh, Prince, please don't ask anymore." He was embarrassed. Jong-yu no longer made things difficult for him, but smiled knowingly. Okay, love comes from nowhere, but it is deep and lasting, he understood. After returning, he could explain to Su-won. When Su-won heard that he had a chance with Lu Ying, he was so happy that he immediately called the two sisters in. Sisters didn't know why the princess called them. "Lu Ying, Lu Yun, you're already 22 years old this year, and you are already past the age of marriage. Now I am going to find a marriage for each of you and prepare a dowry for you, okay?" Sisters looked at each other and shook their heads. "Princess, we will not marry and will stay with you forever." The two answered in unison. "How can that be possible? How can I be so selfish as to ask you to stay with me and serve me for the rest of my life?" "Lu Ying, did you know that Anan likes you?" He told the prince this himself. "Let me ask you, are you willing to be with him? Are you willing?" When Lu Ying heard Anan say this, she hesitated for a moment. Su-won looked at her expression and thought, as long as she hesitated, it meant that she had a place for him in her heart. Lu Ying wants to continue following Su-won, but she is also attracted to Anan. It is really difficult to make a decision. You don't have to feel conflicted. After you are together, you can still stay with me and the prince. There are many vacant courtyards in the Duke's mansion for you to live in. You and the guards like Anan have no families, so you are free. Wherever we are is your home. You two have been with me for more than 6 years. I can see your loyalty to me. I don't want you to lose the right to love others just because you follow me. I also want you to have your own little family and your own children in the future." Lu Ying was instantly moved, looked at Su-won with a pout, and then nodded vigorously. "My lady, I am willing to marry Anan." "Thank you for your consideration." Lu Ying cried and kowtowed to Su-won on the ground. Jong-yu didn't expect it to be so smooth, and he was happy for Anan. He wished that his brothers could have their own families instead of living for him. "Okay, get up quickly. Why are you being so sentimental? Lu Yun, do you have someone in mind? I can make the decision for you." Having solved Lu Ying's marriage, we naturally cannot forget Lu Yun. Lu Yun was very happy to see that his sister had found a place to stay, but her words, "Princess, I don't have a man I like. I think I'm fine being alone. As for getting married, I've never thought about it. I just want to protect you for the rest of my life. Men will only influence me. I don't plan to get married. Thank you for making plans for me." Lu Yun is a typical non-marriage advocate. She lives like a rough man. If she has another one, her life will be unbearable. It can be seen that what she said was serious. How can you bring someone together if you don't have someone you like? Well, if you have someone you like, be sure to tell me right away, and I'll make the decision for you. Lu Yun nodded vigorously to show that he understood. Su-won prepared a pretty good dowry for Lu Ying. To be his maid, they must have confidence and status, which is what they deserve. I don't know what happened this year. Everyone is pregnant. Over in the Eastern Palace, the Crown Princess also brought good news, saying that she is pregnant. Crown Prince Morong-hwai was very happy. For several days in a row, his eyes were filled with joy when he attended court, and he felt that he was getting twice the result with half the effort when reviewing memorials. The emperor had just recovered a little, so he decided to go out with the queen to travel and enjoy the beautiful scenery of his kingdom during this sunny season. He brought several Imperial doctors, many servants and palace maids, and Imperial guards to protect him, and disguised himself as a merchant caravan to the south of the Yangtze River. All the affairs in Kyoto were completely placed on Morong Huai's shoulders. It was really a relief to let him experience the life of an emperor in advance and get familiar with the work content first. Sun Linger started having symptoms 10 days earlier than Suwon. In early September, she successfully gave birth to a daughter. When the second brother was holding his daughter, he seemed to be overwhelmed by joy. He said that he would pass on all his medical skills to her so that she would be able to protect herself with her medical skills. It had been agreed before that Suwon would be the one to name my second brother's daughter. Suwon chose from a bunch of candidate names and finally settled on Yuanji. Su Yuanji. The word yuan means innocence, liveliness, and cheerfulness, and the word ji refers to plants. Combined with the word yuan, it implies vitality and spring. It's easy to pronounce and sounds nice. In Sun Linger's words, it's obviously the name of a wealthy family, and it's very classy. The old miracle doctor's son finally had a great-grandson in his lifetime. The closer Suwon got to her due date, the more anxious Jong-yu became, because Sun Linger had already given birth, and the two were in the same month of pregnancy, but Suwon had not yet had a period. Jong-yu was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. In the late stages of pregnancy, I always had false contractions from time to time, my stomach felt tight and very uncomfortable. If Suwon frowned slightly, he would be nervous for a long time. With her as a pregnant woman, but he, the future father, is becoming more and more neurotic day by day. Now she was the only one who had not unloaded the goods, so the eyes of both families were on her. Su's mother simply moved directly to the side room in Suwon's yard, just to make it convenient for her to inform her if anything happened. As everyone was waiting, Suwon began to have a seizure late one night. She found that her stomach began to ache in her sleep, and she groaned twice in discomfort, and Jong-yu woke up immediately. It was a special period, and the candles in the room were burning all night. He lifted the quilt and found that she had already had her bleeding. In an instant, he became flustered and nervous, not knowing what to do first. I had rehearsed everything well beforehand, but now my mind is blank as to what to do when the attack occurs. Wanwan, does it hurt a lot? Suwon looked at him and shook his head. It's just the beginning. I can still bear it. Go and call mother and let her take care of the rest. Just stay with me. He found it funny to see her so flustered. Jong-yu then stood up and put on his clothes, then called Luyan and asked her to ask the old lady to get up. In an instant, Suwon's yard was as bright as day. Not long after, his brothers, his father, Duke Jong, and his grandfather all gathered in the yard. The midwife and wet nurse were all in place, just waiting. As time goes by, the pain will become more and more intense. At this time, you should replenish your physical strength first. The kitchen cooked some nourishing bird's nest soup and brought it over. Suwon drank 2 bowls of it and ate half an apple. He felt full of energy. Jong-yu stayed by her side the whole time, talking to her to divert her attention. Suwon had also read some knowledge in modern times. Anyway, when it hurts, if you can still bear it, try not to waste your energy on shouting in pain. Keep your strength and use more when the baby comes. If it hurts, just walk around the room more and take deep breaths to divert the pain. The first baby will be slower. So Jong-yu helped her walk around the room. Although Suwon didn't cry out in pain, the blue veins on her forehead from trying so hard to endure it showed that she was in agony. Jong-yu wished he could feel the pain for her, but this idea was ultimately unrealistic. He wiped her sweat with a handkerchief. If it hurts, just scream. I'm here. Suwon smiled at him, but then the pain became more intense, so much so that her smile began to crack. After she recovered from her shock, she continued to explain. I have to save my strength, otherwise I won't have the strength to give birth to this baby soon. I was exhausted in the first 3 months. I want to see what kind of god he is. At this time, Suwon still had the mind to make a joke. But soon, she could no longer laugh. Once her amniotic fluid broke, she felt severe pain. It is said that the most painful time for a woman to give birth is as if 20 ribs are breaking at the same time. Soo-won was lying on the bed and finally couldn't help but screaming in pain, tears and sweat mixed together. Seeing that Jong-yu was guarding inside and refused to leave, and that there couldn't be too many people in the delivery room to avoid chaos, Sue's mother simply came out. The midwife took a look and felt that it was time to start pushing, so she put a handkerchief in Soo-won's mouth and told her to push harder. "Come on, princess. Let's take a deep breath and use our strength to push it downwards. Don't use brute force, or it will tear apart." The midwife looked very experienced, spoke very gently, and slowly guided Soo-won not to make any wrong moves. Soo-won started to exert force according to her instructions, but it really hurt. She cried while exerting force. Jong-yu supported her arm and saw that she clenched her fist tightly. He was afraid that she would hurt herself with her nails, so he simply let her hold his arm. The man who is usually iron-blooded couldn't help but have red eyes and tears in his eyes at this moment. Soo-won felt exhausted halfway through giving birth, so some ginseng soup was brought in for her to drink to boost her strength. Soo-moo is on call at any time. This bowl of soup was specially prepared by him. It not only contains ginseng slices, but also other medicinal ingredients that can help Soo-won recover his physical strength and spirit quickly. The midwife said that she had already seen the baby's head and asked her to hurry up and deliver the baby, otherwise it would be bad for the baby to be held back for too long.
Soo-won adjusted herself.
She felt numb from the pain and crying. Jong-yu also shed tears silently. Fortunately, she paid attention to her diet during pregnancy, eating small meals frequently, so the baby didn't grow too big. She was just afraid that she would suffer during birth. Finally, at noon the next day, when the sun was at its highest, the child was born. When the midwife saw that it was a boy, she immediately congratulated Jong-yu. "Congratulations, prince, congratulations, princess, it's a little prince." Jong-yu had no time to care about this kid and kept asking about Soo-won's situation. The next step was to take out the placenta, and Soo-won suffered a lot in this step. The baby's umbilical cord was cut, the baby burst into tears immediately, and the cry was deafening. Soo-won asked someone to bring the baby over to let her see it first. At first glance, her son's skin was red and wrinkled, which was not a good look at all. She frowned, and the midwife immediately knew what she was thinking and explained, "Your water broke early, and the little prince was holding it in, so his face looks red, but his eyes and mouth are exactly the same as yours, and he has a pair of dimples, which he inherited from you, princess. He will become more and more lovable as he grows up." After the midwife said this, Soo-won felt much more relieved. After taking a closer look, she discovered that the little guy indeed had a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes like Jong-yu. Jong-yu also took a look at his son. After the baby was born, he saw that both mother and child were safe, and his panic disappeared. The people outside the door heard the crying of the child and the news that Soo-won was safe. They all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as mother and child are safe, they will feel relieved. The midwife brought the baby out and showed it to everyone. Sue's mother could tell at a glance that she wondered how handsome her little grandson would be when he grew up. His parents' genes are very good, and he will inherit their advantages. If he is not good-looking, who will be good-looking? I'd just given birth, so it was not convenient for my brothers to come in to visit, so my sisters-in-law came in to see me. Soo-won was so tired that she fell asleep holding Jong-yu's hand. The child cried a few times when the umbilical cord was cut, and he never cried again after that. The baby also fell asleep after the wet nurse finished feeding him. He is such a good baby that makes people worry-free. After Soo-won fell asleep, Jong-yu looked at the little ball in the cradle next to him with tenderness in his eyes. The child's name was chosen by his great-grandfather. In order to see him, he came to Kyoto specially to fulfill the old man's wish. The grandfather had been thinking about the child's name for a long time, and he had chosen a backup name for both a boy and a girl. If it's a boy, he'll be named Jong-chungi, and if it's a girl, she'll be named Jong-woning. There is no doubt that Soo-won gave birth to a boy, and his name was Jong-chungi. What a good name! Soo-won felt that his grandfather was worthy of being a grandfather, and the name he gave was indeed good. That's right, this stroke is a bit too much. Not to mention that the child may complain bitterly when learning to write in the future. It will take her a long time to write even if you ask her to. Sue's mother said that the confinement period would last for 40 days, which meant that she was not allowed to go out during these 40 days. This was simply a death sentence for Soo-won. She was sweating all over after giving birth, but she was not allowed to take a shower or wash her hair. She felt uncomfortable all over. The most important thing is that her milk is swollen. Very swollen, the kind that hurts. Her pregnancy, she could clearly feel the changes in her body, and a milky scent lingered around her. However, she had already hired a wet nurse, and the child could not eat that much. Mainly, wealthy families hired wet nurses and would not take care of their children themselves. Moreover, the wet nurses are experienced and definitely know more than her, a new mother. But it was really uncomfortable. After drinking a bowl of fish soup in the morning, I felt even worse. The nurse gave her an idea. She whispered in her ear how to relieve the pain. After listening to her, Soo-won couldn't help but blush. Jong-yu was learning how to hold a baby, and the nanny was teaching him how to hold such a small child, so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable. Jong-yu was so serious that he didn't notice the way Soo-won was looking at him. Finally, little Ching-yi fell asleep again. Jong-yu turned around and looked at Soo-won. Her beautiful eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and she seemed to be uncomfortable. "What's wrong, Won-won? Are you feeling unwell?" he asked her with concern. Soo-won suddenly found it difficult to speak, because the nanny had just told her that she needed Jong-yu to help her. She was really feeling uncomfortable because of the swelling. If it wasn't treated in time, she might get inflammation, which would be difficult to deal with. So, she pulled on his sleeve and shook it, bringing him closer to her. Although she was embarrassed, her eyes began to look confused after she said that. After Jong-yu heard this, his Adam's apple rolled subconsciously, and even his breathing became rapid. The temperature in the room continued to rise. Soo-won also knew that this was not a solution, so he asked someone to ask his second sister-in-law Sunlinger if there was any way to alleviate the situation. "My second sister-in-law had just given birth not long ago, so she must have the same troubles as her. Moreover, her medical skills are also very good, so I can ask her many questions that are not easy to ask my second brother." Sunlinger seemed to have guessed that she would ask, so she asked someone to prepare a prescription and send it over. "Let her take the medicine according to the prescription. After a few days, the symptoms will be relieved." This really helped a lot. Soo-won followed the prescription and indeed got relief. The moment the blockage was cleared, he felt so comfortable. Little Ching-yi also changes day by day. After just a few days, the redness on the little baby's body has faded, and his skin has started to become whiter and more delicate. Especially when he was sleeping, he would always smile from time to time and then show his two dimples, which always made Soo-won, his old mother, blush. Soo-won always liked to hug her and kiss her little face constantly. During the confinement period, Jong-yu's vacation ended, and he returned to the Ministry of Justice. Soo-won was in confinement after a few days, but she finally couldn't stand it anymore and asked someone to get her a hot bath. As long as the room was warm enough and she dried her hair immediately after washing, it would be fine. It wasn't the coldest time of the year anyway, so what was there to be afraid of? Nowadays, people emphasize scientific confinement and focus on their own comfort. As for the ancient times, it is better not to continue some bad habits. Time passed slowly, and it was October, and Soo-yi and Luo Shiju were about to get married. Because I was still in confinement after giving birth, I could only listen to the loud noise of gongs and drums outside, but I couldn't join in the fun. There were sounds of firecrackers outside, which meant the bride had been brought back. Today, everyone was busy with the wedding of my fifth brother and his wife. Soo-won stayed in the room alone, playing with little Ching-yi and looking at the sky outside. It was one of the few sunny days in October, and he really wanted to go out and bask in the sun. Kyoto gets cold early, and the weather starts to change in late October. Meanwhile, at the Soo mansion, Soo-yi and Luo Shiju had just finished their wedding ceremony. Because Mr. Chi and has many friends, most of them are literati and elegant guests, they all came to the Soo mansion to attend the wedding banquet today. Sui's reputation in Kyoto has risen rapidly in the past 2 years, and almost everyone in the literary world can say that they know him. Some people finally took this opportunity to meet this young and talented painter, so they all gathered around him. Some who were learning to paint kept looking for him to discuss things. The groom certainly had to drink, and Sui's alcohol tolerance was average, so he soon felt dizzy. Seeing this, Soo-yeon asked someone to help him go downstairs to rest, and then asked someone to make him 2 bowls of sobering soup to drink. The wedding night was, and he couldn't let his brother get into trouble because of drunkenness. This is also a rare tacit understanding between the 2 brothers. The Soo mansion was bustling from morning to night. Jong-yu returned to the Duke's mansion only after all the guests had left. Because he blocked a lot of alcohol for Soo-yi, he drank a little too much. When he came back, he hugged Soo-won and refused to let go. Soo-won asked him to take a shower, but he dragged his feet like a child. Soo-won felt helpless, but in fact she had always hoped that such peaceful days could continue forever. But everyone knows that this peace will not last long. In Kyoto, it just depends on when the opportunity comes. Soo-yi had just returned to the room. The yard was decorated very festively, which formed a sharp contrast with the usual elegant and simple style. He didn't like bright colors, but at this moment, he thought that red was the most beautiful color in the world. Luo Shiju has a light, colored appearance, but now she looks even more charming with red makeup on. The crimson cinnabar at the end of her eyes and her watery eyes filled with mist make her eyes look like they have several layers of charm. Compared to Soo-mu, Soo-yi is actually a truly abstinent, handsome guy. Luo Shiju looked at him with her watery eyes and blushing face. Only he knew that his darling wife was a little crybaby. Their daily interactions, he always liked to tease her, and he would not stop until she was so angry that she was going crazy. Tonight, he also wanted to make her cry. Was in Xiangzhou. Whenever he visited Mr. Chien, Luo Shiju liked to secretly watch him. At that time, she was still very young, and the little girl always liked to look at him with a pair of innocent eyes. From then on, he found it very interesting. He always teased her and made her cry several times. She went to her father to complain, but Master Chien said that she was unruly. Later, she came to Kyoto and took the initiative to follow him. Only then did he understand her feelings and follow his heart. He held her hand, pulled her into his arms, held her quietly, and kissed her forehead from time to time. Brother E, I am really happy today. I finally marry you. The little girl's voice was soft and sticky, like a feather gently tickling his heart. In the room burned all night, and the candlelight illuminated 2 entangled figures behind the bright red mandarin duck curtains. It was a charming night. After Soo-yi's wedding, Soo-chan immediately went to Prince Yang's mansion with the betrothal gifts to propose marriage. He gave to the princess certainly couldn't be too shabby, but little did he know that the dowry prepared by the palace for the princess was extremely rich. They are all old fathers who dote on their daughters and regard their daughters as more important than anything else. The royal palace has accumulated wealth for most of their lives, and that is not just talk. But Jiaqing is a princess. Logically, they should set up their own residence after getting married. However, Jiaqing said that she just loves the hustle and bustle and is happy to live with the whole Soo family and is not willing to set up her own residence. If the Soo family wasn't full of kind people from top to bottom, the prince and princess would probably not agree. Because of this, they knew that their daughter would not be wronged after marrying him, so they agreed to let her not set up a residence outside. On the day when Soo-chan went to propose marriage, Soo's mother found Mimi and said to her, "Mimi, you are the lifesaver of our Aiken. We have wronged you for so long. Aiken has asked for mercy from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to release you from servantry. From now on, you will be a good citizen. Here are 500 taels of silver notes and a document of identity certificate from Jean. From now on, you will be a real citizen of Jean. With this document, no one dares to bully you. Take these silver notes and go out of the house. Find a place you like, do some small business, marry a good man, and live a good life." Mimi looked at the banknotes and identity documents in the box and stared at Soo's mother in a daze. "Madam, I don't feel wronged. You gave me shelter. I am very happy here." When she heard that Su-chan had begged for mercy for her and freed her from servantry, she was undoubtedly very moved. But when she thought about it, she realized that he really only regarded her as his savior and was repaying her to the best of his ability. Now, he is about to marry the princess. They are a perfect match, with both of them having good looks and talent, and she is not worthy of him in any way. Originally, she had never thought about leaving the Su mansion. She just wanted to live here quietly for the rest of her life and pray for him after his death, praying that he would be happy in his life and have many children and grandchildren. But I didn't expect that he still wanted to leave by himself. In fact, it was Jong-yu who reminded Su-chan, and it was Su-won who asked Jong-yu to say it. Su-won knew that Mimi liked Su-chan, but now Jia was about to marry him, and Mimi had always been feeling uneasy. After all, it was really hard to explain the relationship between her and Su-chan. For Mimi to continue staying in the Su mansion. When a person likes another person, you will not be able to control yourself to appear in front of him. Over time, it will become a burden to all three of them. Su-chan cannot say anything to her because she is a savior. Jia cannot say anything either. It would be very uncomfortable for her to watch her yearning for her man every day. Girls are selfish in this regard. Even though they don't say it, they still care about it in their hearts. As Jia's good sister, Su-won couldn't bring herself to speak up about this matter, so she had to step in. Send Mimi out of the house, get rid of her servantry, and let her find a meaningful life on her own, instead of spending her whole life in mediocrity with an impossible person. In this way, she gained freedom and the right to pursue other happiness, and it was also considered that she had repaid Su-chan for saving her life. Miss Mimi, you are still young, listen to my advice. There is a wider and better world out there. When you have some peace and happiness in the future, you will eventually understand what you want. Su's mother advised her patiently. She was always gentle and polite, and the servants in the mansion respected her as an old lady. Mimi finally accepted these arrangements. Su's mother asked someone to prepare a few decent clothes and some daily jewelry for her, and personally sent her out of the house. From now on, the sky is high and the sea is vast. You can fly freely. Arriving at the gate of the Su mansion, Mimi looked up at the sky outside. It was no longer like the kitchen of the Su mansion, where she could only see the sky in all directions when she looked up. She actually wanted to thank Su-chan in person, but he must be very happy today and would not think of her. So Mimi knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Su's mother. Thank you very much for the Su family's kindness in giving me a new life. I will pray for you every day. Thank you, General Su. In life, and Mimi's regret is that she cannot express her love to Su-chan. In fact, she is also a good girl and a very smart girl, otherwise she would not be alive today. She was freed from servantry. The servant mark on her body could not be removed. Prisoners of war like them had servant marks on their foreheads, so that everyone could tell at a glance that they were prisoners of war and even lower than ordinary servants. Thanks to Su-chan's help, he felt that girls all love beauty.
He thought of his sister at the time.
If she had such a shameful scar on her face, it would probably cause considerable harm to her for the rest of her life, right? So he took the trouble to smooth things over, and the servant seal was eventually stamped on her collarbone. In fact, Su-chan just wanted to help her more because he saved her life. However, this care led Mimi to misunderstand, and she mistakenly believed that Su-chan had feelings for her. On the day Su-won was released from confinement, she breathed in the outside air and felt relaxed all over. She wanted to rush out of the house and go shopping immediately. Of course, she did just that. She left Jong-yu and the children at home and asked her sisters-in-law to come with her to head to Kyoto's most famous daughter street. The so-called daughter street, as the name suggests, is a street dedicated to girls' business. Her Bingjatang is also located on this street. Today, they have left their children and husbands at home, and their wallets are in great trouble. Go shopping in the morning, go boating on the lake at noon, and eat river food on the boat. In the afternoon, go to Nanyuan to watch a magic show and drink tea. In the evening, go to Chunglu and have a delicious meal before going back. Way back, Soo-won and her sisters-in-law had a great harvest and bought many beautiful clothes, jewelry, rouge, and powder. Jong-yu looked after the child at home for a day, or rather, they looked after the child for a day. It's all Soo-yeon's fault for causing trouble. He insisted that the women went shopping together, so the men should stay together to look after the children. As a result, all the kids in the family were gathered together and put together. Except for the eldest and third brothers who were busy with official duties, the rest of them, these resentful ones, suffered a lot. The two children in Soo-yeon's family loved to cry. When they were put together, his daughter Xiaozi took the lead in crying. It was like a chain reaction. One after another, they started crying. The eldest child, Xiao Huayu, also started crying. Even Jiang Qingyi, who usually didn't like to cry the most, started crying too. Men were in a panic, holding the babies and coaxing them, and helping each other. As a result, the situation became more chaotic, and in the end it was only the wet nurses who stepped in to calm the situation down. Soo-yi has not yet become a father, but he has experienced the joy of being a father in advance. He was thinking his children in the future probably won't be as noisy as his fourth brother's children, right? Suzy is a tiger girl. She has had a bad temper and cried loudly since she was a child. She will definitely be a hot pepper in the world when she grows up. When Soo-won heard Jong-yu talk about this, she laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. No, the visual was too strong, and she really couldn't help it. Seeing her laughing like that, Jong-yu was also infected. Fourth brother is too unreliable. Let's wait until the children are older before letting them play together. Little Jiang Qingyi had no idea what his father and mother were talking about. Having just eaten, he lay in the cradle, kicking his little feet and staring quietly at the beautiful necklace tassel above his parents' bed curtain. After he came out of the confinement period, his little face was really pretty. If he hadn't been wearing boys' clothes, some people would have almost mistaken him for a girl. Every morning after drinking her fill of milk, she would be taken to her great-grandfather to play with him. When the elderly see that the children are healthy, they will be in a very good mood for the whole day. Such a beautiful and lovely baby. Last time, the crown princess came to visit her during her confinement. She even joked that if she gave birth to a daughter in the future, could she let Jiang Qingyi be her son-in-law? Of course, Soo-won was very happy. Just by looking at the beauty of the crown princess, one could imagine how beautiful a daughter would be if she gave birth to one in the future. This is a great deal. It would be a waste not to take advantage of it. After a few interactions, the two of them actually got engaged. The more the crown princess looked at Qingyi, the more she liked him. She said that she wanted to give birth to a daughter and have him become her son-in-law in the future. Later, little Jiang Qingyi fell asleep and was taken away by the nanny. Jong-yu immediately hugged Soo-won and knocked her down. Pregnancy lasts 10 months and confinement lasts for 40 days. God knows how he managed to get through this year. He relied entirely on his own perseverance. Now that Soo-won has given birth and recovered, he can always. Because of her pregnancy, Soo-won had several indelible stretch marks on her belly, which greatly affected her beauty, but her figure recovered very well. Compared to her girlish look before pregnancy, she is now much fuller and her figure is even more graceful. Between husband and wife, so much time has passed, and Soo-won herself has missed it very much. But she didn't expect that a man who had been widowed for so long would be in such good spirits. She was indeed very happy at first, but this guy seemed difficult to satisfy. His physical strength was as good as ever, and after Soo-won had her fill as usual, she fell asleep without caring whether he lived or died. However, Soo-won had said before that after giving birth to Jiang Qingyi, she would not consider having a second child until at least 3 years later, so she was very careful to prevent it. Jong-yu also felt sorry for her body. Giving birth was really hard. The two of them also wanted to have a daughter, but it would be better to have at least a few years in between. 25th day of the 12th lunar month, Princess Jiaqing and General Su got married, and many guests came to the Su mansion. Murong Huai came in person, bringing with him the crown princess who was pregnant, to attend the wedding in the cold winter. In the mansion one day in advance to leave a path. Morong-hwai took time out of his busy schedule to attend the wedding, one because Su-chun was his good brother, and the other to give face to his uncle, Prince Xiang. The princess' wedding was undoubtedly grand. It is said that Jia-cheng's wedding dress was custom-made by the palace's Bureau of Design. It was rimmed with gold thread and embellished with pearls, and was extremely gorgeous. This is the ceremony that a princess from the royal family should have when she gets married. Su-won was also a princess, but she was born into an ordinary official family. Although her wedding dress was beautiful, it could not compare with Jia Cheng's wedding dress. Little baby Zhongqingyi is very brave. He is not afraid even when there are so many people around. The funny thing is that no matter who teases him, he won't laugh, but as long as Su-won teases him, he will laugh. He had 2 dimples when he smiled, and he was so adorable that all the ladies who came to the wedding banquet vied with each other to hug him. In comparison, little Yuanji from the second brother's family was more timid. There were too many people. It was the first time she had seen so many people since she was born, and it was very noisy. A little boy who looked 3 or 4 years old, whose family it was unknown, was holding a little fox mask in his hand. He originally wanted to make little Yuanji laugh because this pink ball was so cute. As a result, as soon as he put on the mask and walked over, the little girl saw him and finally couldn't help crying in her mother's arms. Who was in the crowd, heard his baby daughter crying, and immediately turned around and held her in his arms to comfort her. Little Yuanji recognized her father and had a very good relationship with him. As soon as Su-mu hugged her, she stopped crying immediately, but she was still sobbing. The boy took off his mask and stood aside with some self-blame. I just saw that my sister wasn't smiling, so I wanted to make her smile. I didn't mean it. Seeing the little guy blaming himself, Sun Linger patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. I don't blame you. Whose family are you from? After becoming a mother, Sun Linger developed infinite patience with all children. My father is the Minister of Works, the little boy answered in a baby voice. It turned out that he was the son of the Minister of Works. Sun Linger just asked casually. She never thought that this boy would become her son-in-law in the future. Su-mu didn't blame him. Instead, he gave him a handful of candied dates. These toffee dates come from the snack shop in Qinglu. My 4th sister-in-law had nothing to do, so she opened a small window in Qinglu to sell these snacks. Milk candy dates were developed by her and can be sold individually. They are very delicious but a little expensive. After eating it, the young master of the Ministry of Works was instantly amazed. This toffee date immediately became his favorite dessert. 4th sister-in-law didn't dare to bring Su Yun's 2 little kids, Xiao Zhiheng and Xiao Zi, out to play, for fear that they would start crying again and disturb the guests. Outside the Su mansion, a cloaked figure stood in the alley, quietly watching the hustle and bustle of the Su mansion. Hanging at the gate formed a sharp contrast with her plain white dress. A crystal teardrop flowed from the corner of the woman's eye. She said, General Su, I hope you will be happy and fulfilled for the rest of your life. Mimi took the silver given by the Su family and did not leave Kyoto. She bought a quiet little courtyard for herself and found a maid to accompany her. She had been learning dancing since she was young and had already mastered it to perfection. She was teaching some little girls to dance in the Manhwa Tower in Kyoto. These little girls were sold to the building when they were young. Only those with good looks could learn to play musical instruments and dance. They were trained from a young age and could be marked out as skinny horses when they grew up. Apart from dancing, she had no other skills, and most of her money was spent on buying the yard. If she wanted to live a good life, she had to find something to do. Now that she was no longer a servant, people didn't dare to think anything of her, but when they saw her iconic foreign minister look, they would still point fingers at her behind her back. Decent job, but in order to have a stable income, he had no choice but to work as a teacher in Manhwa Tower. Her beauty was still too eye-catching, and the mother of Manhwa Tower had extended olive branches to her more than once, willing to make her the top performer. She hated places like this the most. Her current innocent identity was hard-earned, and she didn't want General Su to be disappointed in her, and should have been targeted for offending Manhwa Tower, but her mother did not make things difficult for her afterwards. The main reason was that when Su-won was on the street, He saw Mimi, who had just come out of Manhwa Tower, so he asked someone about her and learned that she was a dance instructor. He thought that Mimi was also working hard to make a living, but Manhwa Tower was a place full of mermaids and human beings, and she was a weak woman, so he should help her. Therefore, Suwon asked people to put pressure on Wanhualu. Knowing that Mimi was the person the princess wanted to protect, Wanhualu did not dare to be rude to her or make any plans against her. Suwon helped her for only one reason. Firstly, as a woman, she sympathized with her experiences and hardships. After Su Chun and Jia Qing's wedding, the Su family grew larger and larger. Now, 2 large round tables have to be placed in the dining room for dinner every day, otherwise there would be no room for everyone to sit. The Duke's mansion, with Suwon, Jong-yu, and Duke Jeong, there are only 3 people eating together, so they might as well come to the Su mansion for lunch and dinner. In order to make it convenient for both sides, the dining room was moved between the 2 houses so that it would be convenient for everyone. Nowadays, who in Kyoto does not envy the Su family? There are so many people in the family, but there are no conflicts. They are happy every day. As the saying goes, a harmonious family brings prosperity. No wonder everything goes well for them. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, it's 2 years later. The emperor has returned from his travels, but the 2 years of hardship have made his health worse. He coughs every day and even coughs up blood from time to time, just like the former crown Prince Jiaowei. Prince Chaohui was the posthumous title and honorific appellation given to Murong-min, which was conferred posthumously by His Majesty. Su Mu went to the palace to examine him and told Murong-hwai truthfully that his time was running out, and even if he took the best medicine, he would only last for at most half a year. 2.5 years ago really damaged the emperor's foundation severely. The fact that he has been able to hold out for this long is already the best outcome. In the past 2 years, from spring to autumn, the children have learned to walk and are in the stage of learning to talk. Jiang Qingyi, a 2.5-year-old boy, learns things very quickly. He can remember almost any phrase after you say it twice in front of him, except for his incorrect pronunciation. He walked very steadily. When he was over 1 year old, he could walk for a distance on his own, with the company of an adult. When he was less than 2 years old, he could run freely. The second brother's daughter, Su Yuanji, was the most interesting when she was learning to speak. When Sun Lingo asked her to call her aunt, she followed and said aunt. When she asked her to call her brother, she said brother. When she asked her to speak louder, she also spoke louder. Everyone laughed at her and called her a silly sister, but she also added a lot of laughter to the adults. Fourth brother's twins, a boy and a girl. The younger sister Suzy is really a little haughty. After she learned to walk, she is very busy all day long and finds everything new and exciting. Brother Su Ziheng is also very lively, talkative, and cheerful, but his temper is milder than that of his sister. In the past 2 years, the fifth and third brothers also became fathers, but they both hoped to have a daughter, but in the end they were each rewarded with a son. Of my third and fifth sister-in-law were 1 month apart, and both have just finished their confinement. My third brother's son was named Su Yunjung, and my fifth brother's son was named Su Luochuan. Suddenly, the only children in the house except Xiao Yuanji and Xiao Zi were boys. No doubt that the 2 little girls received the most love. In the words of the eldest brother, sons must be well educated and their tempers must not be spoiled, otherwise they will do stupid things when they grow up. Daughters are different. It's okay to pamper them a little, and it's better if they have a more aggressive temper, so that they won't be bullied. This is really double standards. My eldest sister-in-law is pregnant again, and my eldest brother is looking forward to her giving birth to a daughter. If it is still a son, he will not force it. It only means that he is not destined to have a daughter. But it doesn't matter. He will like both nieces and nephews equally in the future. Murong Huai's first child was indeed a boy, named Murong Jun. It seemed that there was no way for him to arrange a marriage with Su Wan for the time being. Thousands of miles away, has not been idle during these years. Although the secret has been kept well hidden over there, Fengyue Villa still managed to get some information. Murong Sheng has been exchanging letters with the king of Chu. A few years ago, it was discovered that he also had exchanges with the king of Qi. If nothing unexpected happens, the king of Qi has been pulled into his camp. He was planning a rebellion. He was unwilling to be just a vassal king. In the past few years, Gu has really become the most powerful person in Prince Jin's mansion. After Zhao Zhen was demoted, Zhao Hui's status plummeted. She was forced to drink safflower, which made her unable to get pregnant for the rest of her life. Yu successfully gave birth to Morong Sheng's eldest son and named him Morong Chen. The character Wang, Morong Sheng, is really brave. After Zhao Hui was suppressed by Gu Yu, her daily life was nothing like that of a princess. Now that she is still alive, although she has the title of princess, it is better not to have it. And although Gu Yu does not have the title of princess, everyone in this fiefdom treats her as a princess. She gave birth to another son, and Morong Sheng loved and indulged her very much. Zhao Hui lived in a dilapidated courtyard and had only one personal maid to serve her. Her food and allowance were deducted every day. She suffered from the cold in the winter and heat stroke in the summer. Now, after 3 years of being tortured, where is her former confidence and sharpness? She now had no love for Morong Sheng, only hatred, and she hated Gu Yu even more, wishing she could cut her into pieces. As for Kyoto, news had already spread that the emperor was dying, and all the princes would have to return to the capital to guard the body. If they wanted to take action, this would be the best opportunity. In Kyoto, after 3 years of changes, Morong Sheng, with the financial support of Gu Yu, has raised a lot of elite soldiers who are ready to help him usurp the throne at any time. He also has the strong support of the King of Chu. I don't know what the specific situation is on the King of Chi's side, but they have close contacts, and it is estimated that they are probably in the same group. Now, the condition of the emperor in Kyoto is critical, and there is a sense of pressure lingering in the court every day. The crown prince was worried about his father's health, and was a little serious when he attended court, not as relaxed and humorous as usual. Everyone could feel that something was wrong with his mood, so they were all very cautious, and didn't dare to say the wrong thing. Jong-yu is now the Minister of Justice. He stands at the front every day when he attends court, watching these old men arguing with each other over various issues. Not only does he find it boring, but even Morong Hui, who is sitting at the top of the court, waits for them to finish arguing before speaking. He only speaks out to stop them when the noise becomes unbearable. Everyone can talk a lot, but they can't come up with a serious strategy. Later, it was Su Jing who suggested that now that the national treasury was full, in order to prevent traffic problems at the Shuana Dam, it was recommended to carry out maintenance every 3 years. Today, the banks of the Xian River are surrounded by lush vegetation. Even during the flood season, when the river water rushes out of the dam, it can be blocked by these vegetation. Today, the people of Xuanhe have lived a stable life, economic development has recovered, and life has begun to get better. Look, this is an official who gets things done. Morong Hui directly agreed to his proposal. He had already made up his mind that after he officially ascended the throne, Su Jing would be the future prime minister. As for Jong-yu, he has no ambition to serve in the court anyway, so he can do whatever he wants when the time comes. Of course, it would be better for him to stay and help him. When Su-won returned home from court, he was playing with little Qingyi in the garden. He was sitting on the grass with 2 kittens snuggling on both sides of him. Su-won was sitting on a stone bench drinking tea. Luyan was standing beside her, and it was unknown what they were talking about, but both of them had smiles in their eyes. Luing was about to give birth, so she was asked to go back and rest. Jong-yu changed into ordinary clothes. He still loved purple. After so many years, he was no longer the high-spirited prince. He looked more calm and capable. All of this was acquired through training in officialdom over the past 2 years. But Su-won still has a very girlish look. She is only 22 years old. Because she lives a comfortable and happy life on weekdays, everyone still pampers her as always. When a woman has no worries, she will not age quickly. It is true that loving someone is like growing flowers. Little Qingyi was originally standing on the lawn, waving the small short sword made of rosewood by his grandfather for him. He noticed his father coming back and immediately ran towards him steadily, calling, "Dad." Jong-yu bent down and picked him up. "Did you listen to your mother at home today?"
Little Chingy nodded. He was very obedient every day. He didn't cry or make a fuss. He just played by himself quietly. On the contrary, he was the one playing with his mother. He is almost 3 years old, and Jong-yu decided to train him to do horse dance when he turns 3, to practice the basics and lower body so that he can study the martial arts of Fonghua Villa well in the future. Our son has always been very well behaved. Why did you come back so early today? Soo-won poured him some hot tea. Today seems to have not changed much, except that after becoming a mother, she still has a somewhat gentle temperament. The Emperor's health has been getting worse recently, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is very worried. Everyone is tacitly aware of this during court sessions, and they don't want any more accidents to happen at this critical juncture. If they do their jobs honestly, there will be less work to do, and naturally they will have more free time. Jong-yu explained. The Emperor returned to the capital. In order to be able to look after him at any time, Su-mu was summoned to live in the palace, bringing his second sister-in-law and little Yuanji with him. Xiao Yuanji inherited her father's genes and also has a very sensitive nose. She was born to study medicine. What did my second brother say? Soo-won had a feeling that Kyoto was about to be in chaos. It's probably 2 months at most. Fonghua Villa has found out that Jindi and Chudi haven't been very honest recently, so I have a plan. I've already written to Uncle He. You and your mother-in-law and the others take the children to Fonghua Villa to live for a few months. I'll pick you up before the end of the year. Is that okay? Jong-yu has this plan, which means that Morong-shung is definitely not doing something small. Just let my parents go. I'll stay with you. No. Chingy is still young and can't leave you for too long. Jong-yu disagreed with her staying. In fact, Soo-won wanted to say that if he stayed, using his knowledge of the original work, he might be able to help them a little. However, she never told Jong-yu her secret. Ayu, listen to me for once. I have to stay. I won't cause you any trouble. I will protect myself. Soo-won looked at him steadily, and there seemed to be a determination in his eyes. Jong-yu's heart clenched. He was silent for a moment, but finally nodded. Soo-won then smiled at him, a very natural smile, without any pretense of being relaxed. Then I'll go tell my parents and ask them to arrange as many people as possible to ensure their safety on the road. Jong-yu nodded, put little Chingy on the ground, and handed him over to the care of the wet nurse. I'll go with you. The couple went to the Su mansion next door and gathered everyone back. Except for the second brother and his friends who were still in the palace, basically everyone was here. The third brother and the eldest brother cannot leave, but someone has to take charge on the way to Fonghua Villa. Undoubtedly, the fourth brother and the fifth brother are the best candidates. Now Chenglu no longer needs Su-yun to be involved in everything. After he leaves, Chenglu can continue to operate. Su's father and mother had no idea what their daughter and son-in-law meant by their sudden decision, and they actually asked them to take the children to live in Fonghua Villa for a while. However, the old couple didn't ask much about what was happening outside, but the younger generations in the family all knew that the emperor's health was getting worse and worse, and it might not be long before there would be another national mourning. Su-yi was very careful, and he could sense that something was amiss. The family is now mostly made up of women and children, and the children are still very young. If Kyoto suddenly changes and a war breaks out, there is no guarantee that there will be no problems. That's why Jong-yu suggested that he and his fourth brother take their family to Fonghua Villa to avoid the limelight for a while. It is said that Fonghua Villa is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and is full of experts. It is indeed the best place to take refuge. Without waiting for Su's father and mother to say anything, the eldest brother spoke directly. Just do as Ayu said. Pack up your things as soon as possible and travel as light as possible. Don't be too conspicuous. Go in several groups. I'll send someone to notify the second brother and ask his wife to bring Xiao Yuanji back first and go to Fonghua Villa with you. The eldest brother almost immediately understood Jong-yu's intention. Jong-yu must have confirmed some news to make this decision, so what he had to do was to dispel the doubts of his family members and let them obey his arrangements. Since the head of the family has spoken, Su's father and mother naturally have no objection. However, Shen Qingli, who is still pregnant, was a little worried and looked at Su Jing anxiously. Su Jing reached out and held her hand, squeezing it gently in his palm, silently comforting her. It was finally decided that except for Su Jing, Su Mu, and Su Chen, everyone else in the family would go to Fengyue Villa. Su Wan also stayed and asked her mother and sisters-in-law to help her take good care of Qingyi. Because there were so many people, many children, and a lot of stuff, and they had to bring a lot of wet nurses, the team was quite large, so they decided to leave the city in several batches in a low-key manner. Fortunately, Su Chen is the chief commander of the City Defense Battalion. With his arrangement, it is very convenient to leave the city without attracting any attention. Jong-yu reminded them again and again to bring as little as possible and travel light, and that Fengyue Villa would prepare anything they needed. Jiang Yunhe has also arranged accommodation. He will send someone to pick them up on the way to ensure the Su family's safe arrival. Of departure, Su Wan packed Qingyi's things and repeatedly told the wet nurses not to let him out of their sight on the road. The wet nurses also swore to protect the young master's safety to the death. Qingyi was very well behaved. He did not cry or make a fuss when he left. He let his mother hold him quietly for a while. Before getting on the carriage, he lay on his wet nurse's shoulder and kept looking at his father and mother, who were watching them leave from behind. Su Wan was very reluctant to let her son go. She had become more sensitive since she became a mother. Now her son was still so young and had to leave her for such a long time. She was afraid that in a few months the kid would not recognize her and would not be close to her. After the carriage left, her eyes became moist and her nose felt sore. Jong-yu noticed her reluctance and put his arm around her shoulders to comfort her. "Be good, we sent him away to protect him, and we will be reunited soon." Su Wan nodded, but still couldn't help but sigh. The two huge mansions became completely deserted after they left, no longer as lively as before. From Kyoto to Zhongzhou, if the journey was smoother and not rushed. After all, the children in the team were still young and could not withstand the high-intensity travel. They had to stop and walk along the way. It was 20 days later when they arrived at Fengyue Villa. Kyoto, when the emperor was so sick that he could only lie in bed, the crown prince issued an order to summon all the princes back to the capital. They are all the emperor's sons, so it is natural for them to return to Beijing at this time. The weather has been bad in recent days. The sky is always covered with dark clouds, and it looks like a heavy rain is about to fall. The palace is shrouded in a very depressing atmosphere. There is a feeling that a storm is about to come in Kyoto. Half a month later, the princes arrived in Kyoto one after another. They were not allowed to bring weapons into Kyoto, and were stopped when passing through the city gate. Su Chen personally guarded the city gate to check and did not allow any weapons to enter. It was said that the Princess of Jin was in poor health, so she did not follow the Prince of Jin back to the capital. The one who came with him was his concubine Guyu. Guyu and Morong Sheng were sitting in the carriage. When it was her turn, Su Chen stood aside on horseback while the soldiers opened their boxes and checked them one by one. Guyu opened the curtain and looked at Su Chen. She smiled and said hello. "General Su, long time no see." Su Chen heard the voice and glanced over. He didn't get off the horse, but clasped his fists on the horse. "Welcome, King Jin." She was just a concubine, and now that he was a third-rank general, he naturally didn't need to salute her. And Guyu hasn't changed much in these few years. She no longer calls them brother as she used to, but respectfully calls him General Su, because she knew that the Su family would never be able to go back to the way they were before. But if it is done, she'll consider letting the Su family go, excluding Su Wan, just for the sake of their upbringing since childhood. Over the years, Guyu has been able to call the shots in Jin, and she has already placed herself in a very high position. The title of princess is no longer important to her, as long as she has a say. Only after all the weapons were confiscated did Su Chen let them enter Kyoto. All the princes arrived one after another, and the prince held a welcoming banquet to simply entertain these royal brothers. Jong-yu and Su Wan attended the meeting and sat opposite Guyu. Guyu looked at her with a smile, raised his glass to herself with a smile on his face. After not seeing her for a few years, she looked more confident and calmer. Su Wan also raised his glass in return as a courtesy. As expected, The crown prince and several princes spoke in a sarcastic and ambiguous manner at the banquet. Only Prince Yong and Prince Chi were relatively quiet. They did not get involved and tried to minimize their presence as much as possible. However, Murong Huai was in the university debate team and was also well-versed in Enyang literature. In addition, he had been in charge of government affairs for the past few years and had learned a lot from listening to the verbal battles between these old ministers every day. 1 against 2, and they are not at a disadvantage at all. It's quite interesting to see their yin and yang. At halftime, Suwon felt tired of sitting, so she got up and went out to get some fresh air. She missed her son a little, and she felt relieved when she heard that they had arrived safely at Fongyue Villa. Guyu saw her coming out and followed her out. How has the princess been these past few years? Suwon heard the voice and knew it was her without even looking. Everything is going well. The family is harmonious, and everything is going well. What about concubine Gu? She seems to be doing well too. Why didn't Princess Jean come to the capital with her this time? She deliberately mentioned Zhao Hui and emphasized her tone of concubine Gu. Guyu cares a lot about the status, doesn't she? But she still underestimated Guyu. She reflected on herself over the years and realized that if she wanted to achieve great things, she couldn't show her emotions on her face. Since the princess arrived at her fiefdom, she has not been able to adapt to the climate there and has not been in good health. In addition, she's been missing her family and has not been in good health. It is not suitable for her to travel long distances, so the prince did not take her with him. She had grown a lot and now looked like a heroine. But unfortunately, when she came, she was no longer the heroine because all the characters in the book became flesh and blood beings, no longer stereotyped paper people, and everyone was their own protagonist. She also guessed that Zhao Hui would not have an easy life. Although Jean was remote, the environment was not bad, and acclimatization would not be a big problem. Why don't you see the young master of the Duke's mansion today? During Suwon's silence, Guyu spoke again. Suwon's identity and the fact that she gave birth to a son for Jong-yu were no secrets, and it was okay for her to know. But why does she care about her son? Our child is still young. He doesn't like crowds and likes to make noise. We were afraid that he would disturb the noble's interest, so we didn't bring him into the palace. However, I just saw the young master of the Jean Palace from a distance. He looks exactly like the Jean Prince. His name is Morong Chun, right? Suwon did see from afar that the 3-year-old Morong Chun had a face very similar to his father. Is also the name in the original book. But in the book they are the prince and princess, so there is nothing wrong with giving their son a name with the character Wang in the middle. But naming it like this now is somewhat disrespectful to Morong Huai and seems like a provocation. She didn't say that Morong Chun was the prince of Jean, but in Jean, everyone called him the prince because he was Morong Shung's only son. Suwon called him the young master, and although Guyu had a smile on her face, he could feel that she was biting her cheek hard. Yes, Chun'er is very similar to the prince, and their personalities are similar. Can I go visit the young master of the Duke's mansion when I'm free? The 2 children are only a few months apart, so I'm sure they can play together. Guyu said so. He probably wanted to find out about the situation in the Duke's mansion in order to understand the situation of the Su family. When the rebellion starts, it is very important to take hostages. Once a war breaks out, those Kyoto officials will be in danger and their families may very likely become hostages of the rebels. Jong-yu and the Su family are now the prince's right-hand men. Guyu wants to grasp the layout of the 2 governments so that once the rebels invade, she can capture them as hostages as soon as possible. But little did he know that Jong-yu had already received the news and moved his family members away. Suwon now follows Jong-yu wherever he goes. Even if they break into the Duke's mansion and the Su mansion, they will only find 2 empty houses. Unfortunately, our Chingyi has caught a cold recently, and it's quite serious. Children are weak and easily infected, and I'm afraid that he will be infected by the young master. Let's wait for another day. When we have time, we can invite concubine Gu to visit our house. They are all people of status now, and they have to be polite in their words and deeds on the surface. They can't confront others blatantly like before. Guyu knew that Suwon was not stupid, and there would be problems if she agreed directly, so she was not in a hurry. Back in the banquet hall, everyone followed the procedure to complete the rest of the banquet and left when the time came. The next day, Jong-yu found a little boy from somewhere. Like Xiao Qingyi, he had a pair of dimples. When the little boy arrived at the duke's mansion, Jong-yu found 2 wet nurses to look after him. He said that he would go out for a walk from time to time, take the child with him, and show his face in front of people. Soo-won knew what he meant and couldn't help but sigh that her husband was really meticulous. The same thing happened at the Soo mansion. Soo-jing asked the people who went out to buy things to follow the lists that were made when the masters were still around. Children have weak stomachs and are very careful about their diet, but now with so many fewer people, the shopping has decreased and there are fewer vegetables, so it is easy to see that the staff have been transferred. They dared to guarantee that there must be someone secretly following the Duke's mansion and the Soo mansion. Princes came to Beijing. Jong-yu found a group of children and placed them in the Soo mansion. Their parents were there, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough food to eat after buying vegetables every day. As long as they were not deaf, they should be able to hear the crying of children coming from the house. Every 2 days, Soo-won would take her baby and her maids to the street to buy things and drink tea. She acted very well. For Qinglu, it is open for business as usual every day. When someone came to ask why Boss Soo hadn't been seen recently, the waiter just said that Boss Soo had a problem in Qinglu and Xiangzhou, and he rushed over to deal with it, and would not be back for a while. Guyu also sent herself several invitations one after another, saying that several princesses were planning to get together, and she also invited the ladies in Kyoto, who had children of similar age at home, to bring along and exchange parenting experiences. Guyu was very smart. She knew that there must be someone in Kyoto who had seen Jiang Qingyi, so she would know whether their baby was real or not. Soo-won refused to accept the challenge. Just when she was thinking about how to refuse, news came from the palace that the emperor was critically ill. All the princes, princesses, and ministers were summoned to the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Soo-won also came, with Jong-yu. The princes were all in the inner hall. The emperor vomited blood several times, couldn't even speak, and his whole body was twitching. His 50s, was tortured by illness and looked haggard, with white hair and a skinny body. The queen was not in much better condition either. She looked haggard, and her eyes looked swollen from crying secretly all the time. She was already satisfied with her life. She had been favored by the emperor for half his life and was also promised the position of queen. In the last few years, she was the one who stayed by his side, without any other woman. An emperor, after all, was the supreme ruler and was willing to give her exclusive favoritism. What else could she be dissatisfied with? Naturally, he treated her sincerely. After guarding in the Hall of Supreme Harmony until midnight, news came that the emperor had passed away. For a moment, the sound of bells rang out in the palace. The sound was very sad and hollow. The bell would only ring when an emperor fell, and the entire imperial city could hear it. Following the tragic voice of servant Liu, the emperor has passed away. All the ministers, concubines, and marquises knelt down, knocked their heads on the ground, and began to sob. Some are sincere, while others are just pretending. Prince Yong cried the most sadly. He was as honest and kind as ever, with no ambition and a simple mind, but his words were sincere and heartfelt. His mother had always taught him to live a down-to-earth life, behave properly, and not get involved in any struggle. Only in this way could he have long-term peace. Therefore, no matter who succeeds to the throne at that time, he will be able to maintain his position as a vassal king because he poses no threat. This is the true wisdom of appearing foolish. King Yong chose to be obedient, and he had a very smooth life these years without any worries. However, now the time has come for him to take a stand. If he makes the wrong choice, he will be doomed. But if you make the right choice, you can become a rich and leisurely king like Uncle Xiangwang. According to the rules, when the previous emperor passed away, the crown prince would ascend the throne 7 days after the previous emperor's death and be honored as the new emperor. After 49 days, the official coronation ceremony was held. When the emperor passed away, all the civil and military officials in the court had to wear plain clothes and keep vigil for the late emperor and pray for his well-being. Crown Prince Morong-hwai, his wives, concubines, and brothers knelt in the inner hall for 7 days in a row, until 7 days later, when the emperor's body was taken to the Imperial mausoleum. At this time, everything seems calm. They probably want to wait until the late emperor's body is buried in the Imperial mausoleum before taking action. It's better this way, so that the emperor doesn't have to watch his sons kill each other after he's passed away, right? Everyone seems to be doing a good job on the surface, but how many of them really have feelings? As the days passed, Jong-yu became more and more worried about Soo-won. He had already arranged a place for her to take shelter temporarily. She had insisted on staying in Kyoto in order to confuse them. Otherwise, if she disappeared, wouldn't it be easy to see that all the Soo family members had evacuated? Jong-yu and Morong-hwai have already determined that Morong-shung will take action after the late emperor's body is placed in the mausoleum. That was the 8th day. After the 7th day, early the next morning, Morong-hwai led the team to send the emperor's body to the Imperial mausoleum. When they returned, it was already dusk. Just as night fell, Jong-yu was summoned into the palace by the new emperor. When he went out, only Anan was with him, and Soo-won was not with him. The person who was following in secret brought the news back almost immediately. The late emperor has been buried in the Imperial mausoleum, and the princes will have to leave the capital soon. There will be a simple dinner tonight, and the crown prince will see the princes off. All officials in Kyoto must go, but they don't have to bring their families. Su-jing also went out and went directly to the palace. Kyoto today, the officials' residences are left with only their helpless family members. Soo-won hid in the carriage early in the morning. Every family would harness the carriage to go out and pull it from the backyard to the front yard. Soo-won sat in it quietly, wearing the clothes of a servant. In the carriage, Jong-yu held her in his arms, pressed her against the carriage, and kissed her forcefully. He knew that there would be a fierce battle tonight, and he was not sure whether he could come back safely, so the person he was most worried about was Soo-won, his wife. Soo-won was almost suffocating, but she let him kiss her and responded to him passionately. When the carriage reached the destination, Jong-yu reluctantly hugged her for a while. "Wait for me to come back." Soo-won nodded, feeling mixed emotions. The carriage stopped at the entrance of an alley. Fo-ming had been waiting there for a long time. Jong-yu handed Soo-won over to him for protection, and then went to the palace alone. Fo-ming led her through twists and turns in the alley for a long time before finally bringing her to a small courtyard. Cheon-yang was waiting there with her 4-year-old son. When she saw Soo-won coming, she waved at her. Once the rebels enter the city, they will go straight to the mansions of various officials, take hostages, and force the emperor to abdicate. I won't spend the effort to search these small places just to find her. People cannot be killed indiscriminately, which is particularly important for an emperor to win the hearts of the people. The banquet had already begun in the palace. After inspecting the streets, Su-chan went into the palace to attend the banquet. There is a curfew in Kyoto. Since the death of the previous emperor, the curfew has been moved forward by 1 hour for a month. So early on, not long after nightfall, the streets of Kyoto were already deserted and some shops were planning to close. The palace banquet was still being held, but everyone was still wearing white mourning clothes, and there was no smile on their faces, and they didn't say much to each other. There was no singing or dancing, just the silence of the place, with the only sound being the chopsticks accidentally hitting the plate. Strange atmosphere in the hall. The curfew time came. Su-chan asked Emperor Morong-hwai that he wanted to inspect the streets, and then he left. Morong-hwai waved his hand and held his forehead, looking like he was drunk. After Su-chan walked out of the hall, his expression suddenly became serious, and he quickly left the palace. The city defense camp. At this moment, the 2 southeast gates of Kyoto have been opened, and tens of thousands of rebels have poured into Kyoto. They have a clear purpose and are divided into several groups and head directly for the officials' residences. The gates of those mansions were kicked open, and the armored rebels rushed in with swords. If they were stopped by servants and guards, they would be killed. They had a list with the names and numbers of the families of various officials, and they had to control them all. A while, the residential area was filled with women's screams of fear and children's cries. If some of the children of wealthy families dared to resist, they would be beaten up. They would not be killed, but they would be beaten until they behaved themselves. After Su Chun left the palace, there was chaos outside. He released a ball of fireworks. The soldiers of the city defense camp saw the opportunity and drew their swords to kill some of the rebels and the rebel leader in the city defense camp. This traitor was none other than his colleague, who had served as lieutenant general of the city defense battalion with him. At that time, one of them was in charge of the northwest gate, and the other was in charge of the southeast gate. This deputy lieutenant general has been in this position for 10 years, while Su Chun has only been in this position for more than a year, but because of his relationship with the prince, he was directly promoted to chief lieutenant general. Naturally, he was unwilling to accept the situation and always held a grudge. The Shun Marquisate had always been in contact with Morong Sheng, and it was the young Marquis of the Marquisate who contacted him and instigated him to open the city gates and let the rebels enter the capital. He has been in this position for 10 years and has many subordinates who are very loyal to him. He deliberately replaced the people at the southeast gate with his own people to let the rebels enter the city. However, little did they know that this was all done on purpose by Su Chun. None of the princes and rebels who started the rebellion today will be able to escape. Almost as soon as the fireworks were set off, the deputy lieutenant general looked on triumphantly at the tens of thousands of rebels entering the city, fantasizing about his future wealth and glory. The next second, a long sword was placed on his neck, and it slashed his neck without mercy. If he is a traitor, then Su Chun will also plan a traitor. The deputy lieutenant general turned around and looked at the loyal lackey who usually followed him. He covered the bloodstain on his neck with an incredible look on his face and fell unwillingly in a pool of blood. He was seen holding a blood-stained sword, and the soldiers of the city defense camp who had turned against him along with the deputy lieutenant general all raised their swords and slashed at him. Immediately, Su Chun's men drew their bows and surrounded them. Zhu Liang is dead. Those who don't want to die and want to redeem themselves from their crimes should all follow me and follow the general to kill the rebels. At a time like this, only a fool would continue to avenge a dead person. They could only kneel down and obey the orders. The rebels have arrived at the palace gate, numbering as many as 30,000. The Shishan camp is 100 miles away from Kyoto, and no news has been received. Even if they can come to support, it will have to be tomorrow morning. The palace guards and Imperial guards totaled only 5,000 people, and the city defense camp had 8,000 people, but they had already controlled a small half of them. Another part is that when it comes to taking hostages and having more numbers, the rebels have the upper hand. Su Chun led 2,000 soldiers from the city defense camp to guard the Suzaka Gate, and another 2,000 at the Qinglong Gate, and 2,000 at the Baihu Gate. The remaining 2,000 are the people controlled by Zhu Liang and some people he dared to support, and they are now on their way. As for Xuanwu Gate, the commander of the Imperial Guards and his men were guarding it. The fighting has officially begun. Tonight is destined to be uneasy and sleepless. Guyu brought a team of people to the Su mansion and the Duke's mansion and asked them to surround the front and back doors. Bring out the Su family and Su Wan to me. With her order, the rebels directly broke through the doors of the two mansions. However, the expected shouting did not come as expected, and soon the rebels ran out without taking any hostages with them. Princess, the Duke's mansion and the Su mansion are two empty mansions, with no one inside. These rebels privately called Guyu, Princess. When Guyu heard this, her eyes widened and she was extremely angry. Su Wan, you are kidding me. It turned out that I had been confused by the performance she created during this period of time. Not even a servant? She asked immediately. The rebels nodded and said, yes, the two mansions were so clean that not even a servant could be seen. Go and search to see if there is any secret passage. We'll catch as many as we can. Guyu was really unwilling to give up. It is very important to them whether the Su family and the Duke's mansion can be under control. If there were no hostages, how could Jong-yu, Su Jing, and others be restrained? Or maybe they had already anticipated that something would happen tonight, so they left Kyoto through the secret passage in advance. But as long as they had just left, she could always catch up with these old, weak, and sick people. Little did she know, or dare to think about it, that he had already left Kyoto more than a month ago and was far away in Jong-yu. The four gates of the Imperial city, in accordance with Su Chen's instructions, did not directly clash with the rebels. After resisting for a while, they began to retreat. It was as bright as day in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, but the sound of swords clashing could be clearly heard in the square outside. The Hall of Supreme Harmony Square, a square that can accommodate 50,000 people, is now packed with people. Su Chen and the commander of the Imperial Guards led their men to guard the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The rebels on the opposite side had a complete victory in terms of numbers. The rebel leader was not in a hurry either. He just blocked everyone's way. Your Majesty, it's bad. The rebels have broken in. There are more than 30,000 of them. They have surrounded the Hall of Supreme Harmony. A servant, so scared, crawled in to report the news. Their number was just over 10,000, and even though the Imperial Guards were extremely brave, they were outnumbered. Even if there were still 2,000 soldiers from the city defense camp who could attack from behind, it would be like an egg hitting a stone. Murongsheng smiled and drank a glass of wine. Inside the hall, all the ministers had begun to panic, and some had even started to tremble. Muronghuai was not panicked at all, but looked calmly at the princes below him. Why, you can't wait any longer. Father's body has just been placed in the Imperial Mausoleum, and you can't wait to force the emperor to abdicate? Since ancient times, the road to succession has always been bloody. The winner becomes the king, and the loser becomes the bandit. The competent one takes the throne, and it is the same for us. Murongsheng played with the wine glass in his hand. Muronghuai sneered and simply changed to a comfortable position leaning against the dragon chair. So, fifth brother, how do you want to play this game? Do you want to make the Hall of Supreme Harmony a river of blood? That's not the case. I am a clean person and don't like to see bloody scenes. If you hand over the jade seal and the military token, you can live. If you don't, no one will die in our palace. But your families are already in my hands. You should weigh it yourself. Do you want to defend Muronghuai to the death, or follow the current situation and preserve the overall situation? You, the pillars of the country, must have a balance in your heart. Now, all the officials' residences and their families in Kyoto have been arrested. The team sent by Jong-yu indeed found a tunnel in the Su mansion. However, the southeast gate has been replaced by Su Chen's men to guard it. Princess, Zhu Liang is dead. When Jong-yu heard the news, he looked at the rebels under his command in disbelief. Why did Zhu Liang die so quickly? She felt something was wrong. Was Zhu Liang's betrayal discovered long ago? Did they let them into the city on purpose? Thinking of this, Jong-yu hurried towards the Imperial city. The journey was smooth, and we arrived at Xuanwu Gate smoothly. Most of the people in the Taiha Hall Square were our own people, but she already had a bad feeling in her heart. Just 5 miles away from Kyoto, Duke Jiang was already waiting here with 50,000 troops. He waited for 2 fireworks to be released from the direction of Kyoto as a signal, and then he would immediately lead his army into the Imperial city to protect the emperor and encircle and suppress the rebels. It seems that Murongsheng has everything under control, but in fact, Muronghuai has everything under control. He was playing with 2 luminous pearls in his hands, and his fingers were extremely flexible, as if he was playing with Murongsheng. Your Majesty, Prince Jin's concubine is here, and she wants to enter the palace. The servant came in again to report the news. When Murongsheng heard that Jong-yu was going to enter the hall, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Didn't he say that she just needed to wait outside? Since concubine Gu is here, please come in. Muronghuai thought, it's good that she's here. Everyone is here. After a while, Gu came in panting. She did not kowtow to the new emperor, but came directly to sit next to Murongsheng, then leaned over and whispered something in his ear. The more she spoke, the deeper Murongsheng's frown became. Muronghuai exchanged glances with Jong-yu, and they both smiled at the same time. It's easy to enter Kyoto, but difficult to leave. Murongsheng took a deep look at Muronghuai at the top of the table. He seemed to have the same bad premonition. Muronghuai, if you still don't abdicate, then I will have no choice but to kill those hostages. I will kill 1, every quarter of an hour. I know you have a backup plan, but you don't want your ministers to lose their families, right? Murong-sheng knew that he had to speed up the progress. Otherwise, the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The ministers heard what Murong-sheng said. They all panicked, and some were already begging. Your Majesty, please save my family. My grandson is only 6 years old. His Majesty. Some ministers with bad mentality were so frightened that they ran to the palace to plead for mercy, hoping that Murong-hwai would save their families. Murong-hwai made a gesture, and Jong-yu got up and went to the inner hall. After a while, Jong-yu brought out concubine Shu and concubine Zhuang. Them were actually the 2 children of the Princess of Chu and the King of Chu. One was only 2.5 years old, and the other was still in swaddling clothes. There were also King Chi's 2 legitimate sons and 1 legitimate daughter. The King of Chu stood up immediately, and the King of Chi could not help but panic. He deliberately did not bring the princess and 2 children with him when he came to Kyoto because he was afraid that they would become hostages. Why did they appear here at this moment? The Crown Prince of Chu had already started crying loudly, and the King of Chu's youngest daughter was also crying, which made the King of Chu feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Murong-hwai, what do you mean? Facing Murong-chi's questioning, he just had a faint smile on his face. You have hostages, and I have hostages too. When my father passed away, I saw that the Princess of Chu and the Prince of Chu did not come. I thought that this was really disrespectful to my father, so I sent someone to invite them over. 6th brother, 4th brother. You must think carefully. If you continue to stand by Murong-sheng, perhaps you can get glory, but you will lose all your family members and descendants. Is it worth it? Murong-sheng had just said this, and now it was his turn to speak. As soon as they arrived in Beijing, people from Fengyue Villa sneaked into Chu and brought the Princess of Chu, the Prince of Chu, and the little princess to Kyoto. The mountains there are high and the waters are long, and it is controlled by the people of Fengyue Villa, so no letters can be sent. Their troops have now come to Kyoto, so the backup defenses are naturally insufficient, and no news can be received. Princess Chu was crying silently while holding her child. Concubine Zhuang was also crying. Only concubine Shu was shouting like a shrew, "Sheng, don't worry about me. I'm dead, so be it. Your great cause is the most important." When Zhang saw her going so crazy, he had someone hold her down and pinch her chin to prevent her from biting her tongue to commit suicide. For a dignified imperial concubine, being held down like this by 2 guards was a great shame and humiliation. Murong-sheng's fingernails had already dug into the flesh. But the current situation is that not only his mother is a hostage, but also hostages from the families of King Chi and King Chu. I have known for a long time that you are going to take action. How many people are there, and what is your plan? King Jin, guess how I knew it? Murong-hwai looked at Murong-sheng with a smile. Murong-sheng didn't say anything. His brows and eyes were extremely gloomy. Xie and the Prince of Jin guess it? That's really boring. Why don't you let me tell you? Thanks to concubine Gu's suppression of the Princess of Jin in the past, the Princess of Jin held a grudge and found out a lot of useful information. She sent it all to Kyoto and told me. Now, outside the Imperial city, the 50,000 troops of the Shishan camp have arrived at the gate of Kyoto. How can you, with just over 30,000 people, compete with me? Has been sent out from the city tower that Duke Zhang's troops are already at the gates of the city. By then, the rebels will have no way to retreat. It was impossible for them to kill these ministers, nor was it possible for them to kill all their families. So, even if he seized the throne, who would work for him? But the problem now is that he has no chance to seize the throne. Gu gritted her teeth. No wonder Zhao Hui suddenly changed her personality half a year ago and was willing to serve her as a servant. It turned out that she did it to get information. Prince Yong was the first to express his opinion. He walked directly into the hall and knelt down. Your Majesty, I am loyal and have no intention of rebelling. He did not want to be involved in this unnecessary disaster. Second brother, you don't have to be afraid. Since you didn't participate, I will not offend you. Get up quickly. Seeing Prince Yong's statement, Prince Chi could no longer bear it and followed him out and knelt. Your Majesty, I only helped the king of Jin with some money. If your majesty wants to punish me, then punish me, but don't bring disaster to my children and my family. Morong-hwai was also aware of this. Over the past 3 years, Morong-shung and Morong-chi had needed a large amount of financial support to raise elite troops. The cost of raising these 35,000 elite troops was extremely high. Unlike the Imperial court, which had its own specialized agency to maintain an army, they had to forge all their own armor and weapons and hide them so as not to be discovered. However, the Imperial court had a large amount of tax revenue and Imperial merchants every year, so the treasury was full and they had no shortage of money. Their fiefdoms also need to pay a certain amount of money to the Imperial palace every year. The Gu family alone is not enough to support it, so at this time, they asked King Chi for funding. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Fourth brother, it is a wise choice to turn back from the wrong path. I have never thought of taking your lives. Haven't you been living in peace in your fiefdom in the past few years? Sixth brother, I will give you another chance. Do you want the princess and the prince, or do you want to continue to stand by Morong-shung's side? King Morong-chi of Chu is facing the most difficult situation at this moment. On one side are his brothers and allies, and on the other side are his wife, children, and mother. At this time, the Queen of Chu spoke up, crying to the King of Chu, "Your Majesty, please stop. Our daughter has just come out of confinement. You promised me that you would take good care of the children as they grow up. Have you forgotten? Please stop being confused. Let's go back to Chu and live a good life, okay?" Morong-chi's eyes turned red and he started crying, with a wavering look in his eyes. Now it seems that Morong-shung and Gu-yu are isolated and helpless. Brother, I'm sorry. I can't just watch my family go to waste. Why don't you give up too? Don't let so many innocent people exist in the world. Their lives are lives, too. Morong-chi's meaning was very clear. If he surrendered, the matter would be resolved simply and fewer people would die. He can have a way out, right? Morong-chi walked to the center of the hall and knelt down directly, which meant he obeyed Morong-hwai's wishes. Morong-hwai, you are really calculating, but what if I don't surrender today? I have said that the winners are the kings and the losers are the bandits, and the capable ones take the throne. Even if I fail today, I will still try my luck. Maybe I can get a few people to take the blame with me. If I can't succeed, you won't have an easy life either. If you want the throne, I will make you deserted by everyone. He finished speaking, he picked up the porcelain cup and smashed it hard onto the ground. The sound of the porcelain pieces breaking was particularly harsh in the hall. When the rebels outside heard the noise, they rushed over without caring about anything. Instantly heard outside. Gu-yu was dumbfounded. She gasped in panic, thinking that she couldn't get out today. She could only close her eyes in despair. The hall was filled with civil officials. Morong-shung laughed loudly. Morong-hwai, I want all those hostages to be buried with me. I wonder who is willing to defend your kingdom. After saying that, he threw a white ball, which hit the ground and immediately dispersed into clouds of smoke. Jong-yu covered his mouth and nose immediately, but Morong-hwai was a step late and inhaled some poisonous smoke. Morong-shung then threw a few more in the hall. For a moment, the entire hall of supreme harmony fell into chaos, with coughing sounds one after another. He took the opportunity to grab Gu-yu's hand and wanted to escape from the hall of supreme harmony in the chaos. Jong-yu took out an anti-poison pill from his arms and swallowed it. He held the sword and groped in the dark. Morong-hwai, but they all fainted due to inhaling the poisonous smoke. A crossbow arrow flew straight towards Morong-hwai at the top, accompanied by the sound of wind. Fortunately, Jong-yu predicted it in advance and blocked the arrow. It turned out that Morong-shung shot an arrow towards Morong-hwai based on his feeling. If he was lucky, he could take his life, but if he was unlucky, he could at least injure him. After shooting the arrows, he pulled Gu-yu out through the side door, while the poisonous fog was still there. It was impossible for him not to leave a way out for himself. He clearly remembered the direction of the side door and easily found his way out of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. He knew that he couldn't leave today, but he didn't want Morong-hwai to have an easy time. So he took out the signal fireworks from his waist and fired them into the sky. A small ball of blue fireworks bloomed in the air,
which was a signal for the rebels outside the Imperial city to kill the hostages. He took Jong-yu with him and used his knowledge of the palace to successfully meet up with the rebel leader. In the Supreme Harmony Hall Square, Su-chun and the commander of the Imperial Guards are leading the team, swearing to defend the Supreme Harmony Hall to the death and not letting the rebels in. Pushed Jong-yu directly in front of the rebel leader. According to the previous agreement, take the concubine and leave Kyoto. They still have a way out, but Morong-shung doesn't plan to leave. Jong-yu heard this and looked at him in disbelief. Let's go together. There's still time. Why don't you go? We are already defeated. I can't leave, and I don't want to leave. If I die, I want to die here with my people. But you're different. You still have to take care of our Chunner. Go. Don't look back. Go to the place I arranged for you, and spend the rest of your life. Morong-shung had been planning for so long, but after this defeat, he would never be able to make a comeback. If he escaped, he would have to live a life of hiding for the rest of his life, so he might as well die. He still has a son, and his son still has hope. Only if he dies can he give the mother and son a glimmer of hope. Jong-yu finally couldn't hold back her tears, and the tension in her heart completely broke. Morong-shung, are you stupid? Only if we survive can we have a future. I don't want my future to be without you. You must come with me. Jong-yu tried to pull his hand, but was hit on the neck by a knife and fainted completely. Take her away. Make sure to take her away safely. Morong-shung finally kissed the corner of her lips with a loving look in his eyes. The rebel leader nodded, holding Jong-yu, and left quickly. Duke Zhong's troops had already arrived at Xuanwu Gate and charged straight in. Together with Su-chun and the commander of the Imperial Guards, they directly surrounded the rebels. These rebels are still fighting and show no intention of retreating. Inside the Hall of Supreme Harmony, the smoke gradually dissipated, and everyone inside fainted. Sumu appeared with a face scarf wrapped around his face and a porcelain bottle in his hand. He first fed an antidote pill to Morong Huai, then to the young princess of Chu Palace and several children of the palace, and only then went to rescue the ministers. Fortunately, this poisonous smoke only has the effect of causing coma and does not have any life-threatening effects. However, the king of Chu's little daughter was too young. After inhaling so much smoke, the situation was not optimistic. Her little face was bruised and purple. Sumu rushed to save the little life as soon as possible. The princess of Chu was still unconscious, but she still held her child tightly. Sumu could not care about so much and could only pick up the silver needle to give the child acupuncture first. This little girl reminded him of his own sweet daughter, and his heart softened. The others can just faint for now, they won't die anyway. Jong-yu also joined the battle, following Su-chun and the others to kill the enemy. He held on until the reinforcements arrived before he left to look for Morong-shung. Morong Huai said, "Save his life and don't let him die." As expected, Morong-shung mixed in with the rebels and fought hard, and Jong-yu was able to escape successfully, but was just intercepted at Suzaka Gate. Jong-yu walked towards him, and when the two met, they quickly started fighting. As if there was a tacit understanding, neither side chose to attack them, but let them fight among themselves. Inferior to Jong-yu in martial arts, and his defeat is obvious. However, Jong-yu always left some room for maneuver when he made his moves, but Morong-shung's every move was a killing move, and he wanted to kill Jong-yu. He hit Jong-yu so fiercely that his arm was scratched uncontrollably, and the blood instantly darkened the color of his robe. He was a little angry and used all his strength. After dozens of moves, he found the right moment and wanted to capture him with his sword, but Morong-shung suddenly curled his lips in a smile and ran straight into his sword. The sword went straight through his body, and he had no intention of living anymore. Jong-yu's pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly loosened his hand that was holding the hilt of the sword. Morong-shung fell straight into a pool of blood, and blood began to flow out of his mouth and nose. He is the prince, and Jong-yu is his subject. Even if he dies, he cannot die at Jong-yu's hands. However, Jong-yu was only panicked for a moment. He took out a reversing pill and stuffed it directly into Morong-shung's mouth. But he refused to swallow it, so he could only say, "Jong-yu's been captured by our people.
If you don't want her to die with you, just swallow the medicine obediently. Originally stubborn, was obviously shocked after hearing this. Jong-yu was indeed intercepted by someone who had been arranged in advance. He did not lie. He wanted to die, but he could not bear to see Jong-yu die. He bet that Morongsheng's feelings for Jong-yu were sincere. After taking the Huihuan pill, the rate of blood loss slowed down. Su-mu had just rescued the little princess of the Chu Palace and was hurriedly asked to rescue Morongsheng. Along the way, Jong-yu gave him all the life-saving pills he had on him and carried him back to his side hall safely. With Su-mu around, Morongsheng's life should be saved. As she woke up, several palace maids carried her to Morongsheng. Su-mu was still trying to save him, but Morongsheng was too badly injured. A sword pierced through his body, only a hair's breadth away from his heart. Fortunately, he was given a lot of good medicine, so he didn't die on the spot. But his survival instinct was very weak, so Jong-yu directly asked someone to bring Jong-yu over. When Jong-yu saw Morongsheng lying on the bed dying, she immediately started screaming. "What did you do to him? Why did you do this to him?" Su-mu frowned and looked at her. What did they do? Why didn't she ask what she had done? He ran into it hoping to die, but his desire to survive is weak at the moment. "I have done what I can. The rest depends on you. If you have anything to say, tell him quickly." As a doctor, Su-mu did his best. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Morong Huai and his men had not woken up yet, but the rebels outside had been wiped out, half of them killed, and half of their weapons confiscated. They also suffered heavy casualties on their side, but fortunately, the reinforcements arrived in time. After Jong-yu arrived, Su-mu and Jong-yu went out. There were heavy guards outside, so there was no need to worry about them running away. Jong-yu looked at Morongsheng, crying out of breath. She pulled his hand, let him put it close to her face, and rubbed it. "Brother Sheng, I'm Yuer. Please don't die, okay? Chunner, and I don't want to lose you. In fact, I have a surprise that I planned to tell you after we're done, but now it seems that I have to tell you. Don't you always want a daughter to feel complete? I'm pregnant now, more than 2 months. Don't you want to wake up and see her?" Jong-yu said a lot of things in his ear, and 2 tears flowed from the corners of Morongsheng's eyes. Outside the house, Su-mu looked at the bloody smell that filled the palace and couldn't describe what the feeling was. "Brother, I leave this to you. I have to go look for Wanwan." Jong-yu saw that the situation here had been pacified, and he was concerned about the safety of his wife.
수문아딧.
After all, Morongsheng was no longer a powerful figure now, and Jong-yu was just a woman. With so many soldiers guarding outside, what was there to be afraid of? Afterwards, when Su-mu went in again, he found that Morongsheng no longer wanted to live as much as before, and he had a desire to survive. Yu had been holding his hand. Her eyes were dull, and tears were flowing silently. Outside the palace, all the hostages had been rescued, but several people still died, which was unavoidable. People from shunned Marquis Mansion also participated in the rebellion, and the entire family was controlled, but their legitimate daughter Zhong Lear disappeared. Su-won was waiting here at Fengying's place. He didn't dare to sleep, and couldn't sleep either. He just kept listening to the noise outside. Jong-yu said that if he was safe, he would come and pick her up immediately. Fengying stayed outside until Ainin came over. Princess, are you asleep?" Hearing Ainin's voice, Su-won jumped up from the couch. She didn't even take off her clothes and just kept waiting. "I haven't slept yet. Where's Jong-yu? How is he?" Su-won ran out and asked Jong-yu the first thing he did. "The rebels have been dealt with, and the prince is fine, but he can't leave the palace yet, so let me pick you up. You can meet him and put your mind at ease, and then I will send you back." Jong-yu knew that she would not feel at ease until she saw him, but there were still many things in the palace waiting for his decision. Since Morong Huai and the others were still unconscious, he could not leave casually and could only ask Ainin to pick her up. Ainin could be trusted 100%, so Su-won got on the carriage and followed her to the Xuanwu Gate. This was not the main battlefield, so there was no bloody scene. The Hall of Supreme Harmony Square was a river of blood. Jong-yu was waiting at the door. It was just dawn, and seeing him standing there, Su-won ran towards him and hugged him. On his arm had just been bandaged, and it was bleeding again because of the hug, but Jong-yu didn't say a word. Soo-won still smelled the blood on him. "Are you hurt?" "No, I just killed the enemy." Jong-yu denied it, not wanting to make her worry. "Where are my eldest brother, second brother, and third brother? Are they safe?" Soo-won didn't forget her brothers just because she had a husband. "They are all safe. The eldest brother smoked narcotics and is still unconscious, but he is fine. The second brother is very busy and has to save people. The third brother can't leave either, but I saw him before and he is fine." Soo-chan suffered some minor skin injuries, but since he had thick skin, it was nothing. In this way, Soo-won felt relieved. "I can't leave for the time being. Let Ainin take you home first. Just wait for me at home." He touched her head, very doting. After Soo-won confirmed that they were all fine, she returned home with peace of mind. The carriage arrived at the gate of the Duke's mansion, and Luyan waited for her at the door. After Ainin sent her there, he had to go back to help. The gates of the two mansions were demolished by the rebels. When Soo-won walked up the stairs, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind the stone lions on both sides. "Soo-won, go to heck." A sharp female voice sounded, and Soo-won didn't have time to react. I only heard Luyan shouting, "Princess, be careful." She personally stood in front of Soo-won, and the knife scratched the back of her hand. She raised her foot and kicked the attacker to the ground. The man was holding a knife and was kicked down the stairs. He didn't hold the knife properly and stabbed himself in the abdomen. Luyan immediately drew his sword and walked down. He took out a fire starter from his waist and flicked it. A faint flame ignited. Soo-won was startled, and his heart was pounding. Luyan looked down and saw the figure was a woman who was just twitching slightly. She turned her over with her feet and took a look at her with fire. "Oh my god, it's Zhong-lier, but why is she here?" "Princess, it's Zhong-lier." Soo-won hasn't heard this name for a long time because ever since she schemed against Jong-yu and ruined her reputation, she has been a laughingstock in Kyoto. No one dares to marry her, and her status in the family has plummeted. Her appearance here now, to assassinate Soo-won, really makes people feel cold. Fortunately, Luyan was there, otherwise I would have been in trouble. "She's dead." Soo-won-kai just walked over and the whole process took only a dozen seconds. She was gone? Later we found out that the knife in her hand stabbed herself in the abdomen when she rolled down the stairs. Soo-won held his forehead with his hand, but still asked someone to cover her body with white cloth and send it to the Dali temple. Liu Yun's back of her hand was injured, but because all the maids in the mansion had gone to take refuge, Soo-won had to bandage her hand personally. Inside the palace, when daybreak came, the square of the Hall of Supreme Harmony had been cleared, and countless corpses would be transported to the crematorium in the suburbs. Last night caused ordinary people to be afraid to go out. There were no pedestrians on the streets, and no shops were open. Morong-hwai woke up the next morning and felt a splitting headache. He certainly didn't expect Morong-shung's smoke trick last night, but fortunately he had already planned the game in advance, and everything was going according to his plan. When he heard that Morong-shung almost died, he was deeply saddened. His father died. He told him that even if there were princes causing trouble in the future, he hoped Morong-hwai would not kill them and spare their lives, because they were all brothers after all, and as long as one of them was spared, he could take care of the rest. If it weren't for this, Morong-hwai wouldn't care about his life or death. Morong-shung was finally rescued, but trials still awaited him. Many participants in this palace coup will not escape sanctions. The shunned Marquis's mansion was ransacked, leaving no one alive, and all those who rebelled against the Marquis were killed. The crime against Prince Chi was relatively minor, so Morong-hwai allowed him to return to his fiefdom. The king of Chu surrendered in time, and most of those guarding the hostages were his men. The queen of Chu gave them a token in advance, so they were saved. Since he did not cause heavy casualties to the hostages, he was considered to have made a contribution. After offsetting his merits and demerits, he could return to his fiefdom, but the annual taxes paid by the fiefdom would have to double for the next 5 years. A fiefdom's income is not enough to cover its expenses. If the tax revenue has doubled for 5 consecutive years, he will be poor for at least a dozen years. After a dozen years, he will be old. Morong-hwai also temporarily added a policy, inserting an institution in the fiefdoms of various vassal kings, named the resident envoy, to lead the army to be stationed in the fiefdom to prevent the kings from causing chaos again. As for Murong-shung, the mastermind of this incident, the late emperor saved his life, and Murong-hwai abolished his throne, but still gave him the Prince of Jin's palace to live in. All his martial arts skills were abolished, his legs were broken, and he and his concubine were never allowed to leave the palace. He would send soldiers to guard it. Murong-chin was kept in the palace from then on. He was allowed to visit the prince at the palace, but not for more than half an hour each time, and he was still respected as the crown prince. However, he will always be watched by people planted by Murong-hwai. Although he has the title of crown prince, he will never be able to leave Kyoto and the palace in this life. Murong-hwai still couldn't bear to be too harsh on the child. After Jong-yu gave birth to her second child, whether it was a son or a daughter, the child had to be brought to the palace to be raised. He was afraid that the couple would teach their child bad habits and cause him a lot of trouble in the future. He did not allow Murong-shung to commit suicide. If he disobeyed the order, he would have to think that his child was still in the palace and would be like a hostage. Living is the greatest punishment for him, especially living in a place that is like a cage, which is worse than death. When the new emperor ascended the throne, he wanted to be benevolent and filial. He honored his biological mother as the Empress Dowager, the crown princess as the queen, and the two concubines as the virtuous concubine and the virtuous concubine respectively. His eldest son, Murong-jun, was named the crown prince. Concubine Shu was demoted to a commoner and sent to the cold palace, but she had already gone mad, and her mind was completely disturbed. Murong-hwai arranged for Murong-shung to return to the Prince of Jin's mansion, where he had people to serve him and no worries about food and clothing, but he just couldn't go out. His injuries healed. He was executed by breaking his legs, and he would have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Anyway, he couldn't commit suicide. He had to live for his son and wife. Jong-yu was still a concubine. When the new emperor ascended the throne, she was just 3 months pregnant. Zhao Hui was brought over from Jin, and she took the initiative to ask to return to the palace to serve the prince. I don't know whether she was serving or pretending to serve, but her smile was eerie. Murong-hwai warned her not to take advantage of Jong-yu's child, otherwise her family would not have a good ending. Murong-hwai is also very cruel. He insists that others endure the pain of separation from their loved ones. Murong-shung planned a rebellion. How many people died because of him? He must atone for his sins. Afterwards, Murong-hwai carried out a series of reforms in the court. Su Jing became the prime minister at the age of 30, the youngest prime minister in the Jin dynasty. Murong-hwai was ready to return the power of 100,000 troops to the mansion of Duke Jiang, but Duke Jiang refused. He felt that his leisurely old age life was good and didn't want to do anything else. Jong-yu resigned as he wished and never got involved in court affairs again. Fenghua Villa is still waiting for him to inherit. His grandfather is old, and he wants to take his wife to Fenghua Villa to spend the few remaining moments with him. The matter in Kyoto was settled. The Su family was also brought back to Kyoto. Su Jing is now the first-rank prime minister of the cabinet, and he has also requested that his wife Shin Qingli be conferred the title of Lady of Imperial Concubine. He should have moved to a bigger house, but no one wants to leave. The current Su mansion is very good, so there is no need to leave. So, they continued to live in the Su mansion. Qingyi hadn't seen his mother for more than 3 months, but he didn't feel strange. When he saw his mother and father, he danced with joy and opened his arms for a hug. The moment Su-won saw him, he felt that everything he had experienced was worth it. Murong-shung has become taciturn since he woke up. Having lost his martial arts, he feels like a useless person and becomes thinner day by day. He really didn't want to continue lingering on in this world, but every time he saw Jong-yu's comforting smile and saw his son from time to time, he persevered. Their lives are in their own hands. However, Murong-hwai wanted to break his legs, which was undoubtedly a brutal trampling on his dignity. He said that this was to atone for the more than 10,000 people who died because of him, so he could not die and should live in pain. However, Murong-hwai has been very kind and righteous. If Murong-shung succeeds in taking power, What kind of punishment will greet him? There is no doubt that he will die, and even Jong-yu will die with him. The execution. Murong-shung was held down and beaten mercilessly on his legs with sticks. Such great force was used, 10 times in total, but he endured it without making a sound. When it was over, he fainted from the pain. Gu-yu cried heartbreakingly. The servants held her back and wouldn't let her go. Finally, she fainted from crying and had a miscarriage. Zhao Hui watched the end of the two of them, laughing so hard that tears came out, and kept repeating to herself, "This is retribution." In the end, Su Mu went over personally to discipline the couple. Gu-yu opened her eyes and saw Su Mu, who was standing there looking at her. Tears rolled down her eyes again. Su Mu couldn't describe what emotion she felt inside. She just felt extremely sad. When she thought about her childhood now, it seemed that many things had faded. The seemingly innocent little girl in her memory was actually never innocent. Just as she said when she was a child, she would never marry an ordinary man in the future. When it comes to being content, she will never be as good as Su-won, which is why she has come to this point today. Gu-yu cried very sadly. When Su-mu turned around to leave, she grabbed his sleeve and asked in a crying voice, "Brother, if I had not wanted to leave you, would I be as lucky as Su-won now? Do you regret it?" Su-mu asked her while standing there, but never looked back. "I've regretted it a long time ago." Gu-yu didn't know when she started to regret it and couldn't remember clearly. It's no use regretting. Even if you hadn't chosen to go back to the Gu family, you still wouldn't be satisfied, because you're so proud that you always want the best of everything. One can't be too selfish. Wanting everything will only hurt you. Now you should have a good rest. You're already pregnant. Don't be too sad or happy. It's not good for the child. Leaving, Su-mu put a box of silver coins on the table. They were criminals, and their life in the palace must be difficult. Su's mother thought about it and prepared some silver coins for him to bring over. With some silver in hand, he could always take care of his food and drink. He put the box down and walked away. After Su-mu left, Gu-yu burst into tears again, but she still bowed to life and held the box of silver coins in her arms. She also has to take care of Murong-shung, and she has a baby in her belly. After being warned by Murong-hwai, Zhao Hui remained very honest and did not dare to do anything to Gu-yu. She just mocked them every day and spoke very harshly. This kind of mental attack would be unbearable for a long time. Murong-shung wanted to kill her because he ended up like this because of this woman. Gu-yu gave birth to another daughter, but she was taken away the next day and sent to the palace. The child was very small, weighing only 4 pounds when he was born, and was very sick. Gu-yu did not cry or make a fuss because she knew that it would be better for him to live in the palace than to be with her. After Murong-shung broke his leg, he had been in poor health, and he was always angry with Zhao Hui. 5 years later, he died of illness. On the day of his death, Zhao Hui also committed suicide by taking poison. Because she knew that Gu-yu was reluctant to die, as she had 2 children, and she would continue to live on. But if Murong-shung died, Zhao Hui would have to follow him, and he would not be able to rest in peace even if he died. Gu-yu will spend the rest of her long life guarding this palace and having the opportunity to see her children once a month. The Su family will secretly take care of things for her, so her life is not too bad. After all, she wasn't so vicious as to be unforgivable in her life. This was also what Su-won meant. Wasn't it because the original owner was isolated and helpless that she held such a great resentment? However, although she could see the children every month, they were not close to her. Instead, they were particularly unfamiliar with her because they had been instilled with the concept that treason was a serious crime that could not be forgiven since childhood. Children's values, outlook on life, and values must be corrected from an early age, and the queen gives them a lot of love and care. Especially for Gu-yu's daughter, who was taken away at birth, the queen is like her own mother. Murong-chun left his parents at a young age. As time went by, the vague and weak family affection had long since disappeared, and he only went to Prince Jin's mansion once a month as a routine. When Su-won was 23 years old, she gave birth to a daughter for Jong-yu as she wished. She named her Jeong-waning, which was chosen by her great-grandfather a long time ago. Little Wan Ning was half a year old. The family of 3 went to Zhongzhou, and Duke Jiang went with them. They were away for more than 3 years. My grandfather lived a happy and contented life in the last 3 years of his life. His children accompanied him all day long, and when he passed away, he died in his sleep with a smile on his face. Jong-yu is still in charge of Fengyue Villa, but Jiang Yunhe will help him. He accompanies his wife and children back to Kyoto to reunite with the Su family. As time goes by, their relationship remains sweet, and they only have each other in their eyes. Suwon felt that his life was already very complete, and he had nothing more to ask for. End of the article. Suwon and Jong-yu returned to Kyoto with 7-year-old Jiang Qingyi and 3-year-old Jiang Wanning returned with them. In the past few years, when they were not in Kyoto, Shen Qingli would visit the Duke's mansion nearby from time to time and ask people to clean the yard and trim the flowers and plants on a regular basis, so that when they come back one day, they can still live comfortably. When she heard that they were coming back, Su's mother was already looking forward to it because she missed her 2 grandchildren. In the past 2 years, 2 more little ones have been added to the family. My eldest sister-in-law became pregnant when she was at Fengyue Villa. After she came back, she gave birth to a daughter and named her Su Wenhua. The 3rd brother wanted to have a 2nd child and also wanted a daughter, but in the end it was a son, named Su Yanqing. The 5th brother Su Yi originally wanted to have another child, but he was afraid that it would be another bad boy, so he simply gave up. He and his 2nd brother shared the same idea that having 1 child was enough. Su Mu is satisfied because he has a daughter. Just 1 daughter is enough. So, up to now, there are only 4 daughters in the family, and the rest are sons. There are 6 sons in total, and Xiaowan Ning is the youngest girl. Her brothers and sisters like her very much. She is very beautiful and cute, like a little elf. Over the years, Morong Huai had another prince and a princess, both of whom were born from the queens. The princess was about the same age as Jiang Wanning and was named Morong Yao, while the 2nd prince was named Morong Kong. Morong Huai has already postponed the Imperial concubine selection ceremony once, and now it has been 3 years, so he can't postpone it anymore. Many concubines were included in the harem, and it became increasingly lively. However, he still doted on the queen the most, and was very loyal to her. Because he was an emperor, many things had to adapt to the times. Without abolishing the traditions of the old era, he injected a lot of fresh blood into the dynasty, so today's Jin dynasty is becoming more and more prosperous under his leadership. The lives of ordinary people are getting better and better, and they are becoming richer and richer. On the day when Suwon's family of 5 came back, Su Yun personally cooked 2 tables of meals. There are too many people in the family now, and the tables are getting bigger and bigger, and the expenses in the house are getting higher and higher. Fortunately, each man is better at making money than the other. Over the years, Su Yi has established an unbreakable position in the art world and has become a legendary figure. His paintings are priceless, and a simple word on them can attract people to scramble for them. Chunlo's business is as good as ever. Su Mu has completely inherited the mantle of Dr. Sun and has become a new generation of miracle doctor. However, it is extremely difficult for him to go out for medical treatment. Now the child is still young, and he is thinking of waiting for 2 years. When the child is older, he will take little Yuanji to travel around the world just like his master took him to travel before. Little Yuanji has been very interested in medicine since he was young, and like his father, he is obsessed with studying medicine. The eldest, Su Huayu, is the eldest brother's son. Under the education of his eldest brother and sister-in-law, he has been well-read at a young age. He spends every day in the study, immersed in the ocean of knowledge. He is calm and introverted and will take the initiative to take the lead in treating his younger brothers and sisters. In short, the relationships in the family are very harmonious. The relationship between sisters-in-law is good, and the relationship between cousins is also particularly good. Everyone is about the same age, so they can play together. Almost as soon as they got off the carriage, they saw a row of people standing in front of the gate of Su Mansion. all waiting for Soo-won and the others. After Soo-won got off the carriage, he first gave his mother a big hug and then hugged his sisters-in-law one by one. "Won-won, you're finally back. We missed us so much." Jachung first hugged her arms. After so many years, she still acted like a little child. The third brother fulfilled his promise to Prince Yong and doted on his third sister-in-law. Jong-yu held his baby daughter in his arms and held his son behind him. Seeing the two little ones, all the little ones in the Soo family surrounded them and looked at the brother and sister curiously. "We haven't seen each other for a few years. We were only a few years old when we separated, so we quickly forgot about it. I just heard my parents mention it from time to time, so I have some impression of it." Both of Soo-won's children inherited her dimples, as well as her and Jong-yu's beauty. Little Ching-yi has red lips and white teeth, and at the age of 7, he can make girls of the same age want only to play with him. But he is rather arrogant, just like his father. When he gets annoyed, he will play a trick on others. Little Wan Ning was like a beautiful porcelain doll, a delicate and pretty little ball. Everyone who saw her wanted to hold her in his arms and play with her. She was in Fonghua Villa. She was everyone's favorite. Almost the entire sect treated her like a treasure. If she wasn't so young, the roof would have been blown off. Everyone had to praise her for being both civil and military. It's the same now when she's back home. Her brothers and sisters all surround her and poke her chubby little face, but she doesn't get angry. Even Su Huayu, who is usually the calmest and most introverted, couldn't help but ask Soo-won if he could hug his little sister Xiao Ning. When little Wan Ning saw that her brother wanted to hug her, she opened her little arms with a smile, revealing a few little milk teeth. She was so adorable. Su Huayu was stunned for a moment, then started laughing. Xiao Yuanji kissed her on the face. Soo-won didn't have to worry about anything anymore, as the two children were already surrounded and playing. She reminisced about the past with her sisters-in-law, as well as Sue's mother and others. Dr. Sun and his wife have been old for the past 2 years and can't go anywhere, so they can only stay at home. Sumu takes the children back from time to stay with them for a while. After a while, their family of 3 will have to accompany the 2 old people back to Zhongzhou. Just like what they said before, fallen leaves return to their roots. The Su family had a lively reunion, eating together around the table. The adults sat at one table, and the children sat at another. There was a nanny watching them and picking up food for them. The children are very sensible and know how to take care of their younger brothers and sisters. Jiang Qingyi has been learning martial arts with his father over the years, and his lower body has become very stable at a young age. Su Yunjung, who is 1 year younger than him, is also laying the foundation of martial arts. It should be said that all the boys in the family were ordered to learn martial arts from their uncle and not to neglect them, so that they could become both civil and military talents in the future. Time flies, and the brothers' faces have begun to show traces of aging. They are no longer full of vigor and vitality, and they no longer fight and bicker like they did when they were young. It was unknown when Sue's mother and father's temples turned gray, and the wrinkles on their faces became more and more numerous. Soo-won hasn't changed much. Her appearance remains the same, but she has lost her girlishness and is left with only the gentleness and thoughtfulness of a normal mother. But she was still like a little girl in front of Jong-yu. She would throw tantrums at him, act like a rogue to him, and lose her temper with him when she was unhappy. Jong-yu endured it all without any complaints. Murong-hwai heard that Jong-yu and his family had returned to the capital. He immediately summoned the 4 of them to the palace for a small gathering. A small banquet was also prepared to entertain them. There are only Murong-hwai, the queen, the crown prince, the second prince, and the little princess, and they are their own 2 families. Murong-hwai's harem was particularly harmonious because everyone had nothing to fight for. The emperor only liked the empress. He would sometimes go to see them but would not stay overnight. At most, he would have a meal and then leave. The queen mother usually treats them very gently. Regardless of their status, she will treat every concubine equally. If their allowance is deducted, they can go directly to her to complain, and she will uphold justice. Murong-hwai's reign can be said to be the most harmonious harem in history. Crown Prince Murong-jun is 1 year younger than Jiang Qingyi. He is 6 years old this year. Although he doesn't look very young, he already has the qualities that a crown prince should possess. The prince is rather aloof and has a lot to learn every day. He looks very mature despite his young age. Su Jing also served as his tutor, and he had a lot of homework to learn every day. But the little prince is very handsome, having inherited his mother's genes. When he grows up, he will be one of the most handsome men. The second prince Morong-song is 4.5 years old this year. He is very quiet and likes to laugh. Princess Morong-yao is only 2.5 years old and can't even speak clearly. Morong-hwai came in person to greet Jong-yu and his family. I pay my respects to His Majesty the Emperor, His Majesty the Empress, and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Your Majesty, the Empress, and the Crown Prince are greeted by your humble servant. The couple bowed respectfully. The prince also greeted Jong-yu and his wife politely. Greetings to Prince Jiang and Princess Xuanla. Because Duke Jiang is still alive, Jong-yu is still the Crown Prince, and Su-won is still respected as the princess. The Queen Mother was also there, teaching her daughter to call them brother and sister. Her Royal Highness the Princess said in a baby voice, Brother Qingyi, Sister Xiaoning. The little girl's pronunciation is still not very accurate, but the more so, the cuter she is. When Su-won saw the little princess, her heart melted. She immediately handed her daughter to Jong-yu and reached out to hug the little princess. The Queen Mother also had her eyes on little Wanting early in the morning and brought her over. The two of them took turns rubbing her, looking so happy. The prince and Cheng-yi stood aside sensibly and nodded politely. The emperor arranged for them to sit together so they could chat. This time, Morong-hwai also had something to ask Jong-yu. He wanted to ask Jong-yu to teach the crown prince and the second prince martial arts. General Su is very busy with his daily affairs and cannot leave, so Jong-yu is the most suitable candidate. He also hoped that his two sons would be both civil and military, and that martial arts could help them protect themselves and strengthen their bodies. Jiang Yuzhua had already returned to Kyoto and was not going anywhere for the time being, so he generously agreed. But for one thing, it is impossible for him to enter the court. The more the Queen Mother looked at Jiang Wanning, the more she liked her. This little girl was really so adorable, so she asked Su-won if she could stay in the palace to play with Yao Yao for a few days so that the two girls could develop feelings for each other and become sworn sisters in the future. Now that the words had been spoken, Morong-hwai simply asked Cheng-yi to come to the palace for a few days and serve as the prince's study companion. Su-won looked at Jong-yu's opinion, and if Jong-yu thought it was okay, then it was okay. Jong-yu agreed, without thinking. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to spend a few days alone with Wan without the children disturbing him. He couldn't miss it. So the couple left the palace without any burden, leaving their two children in the palace. As a result, two marriages that started from childhood were formed. After leaving the palace, Jong-yu spent every day with Su-won. The two were inseparable and traveled around Kyoto, holding hands wherever they went. They are an old couple, but they act like a young couple in love. Morong-hwai and the queen wanted to bring the 5 children together, so they placed all 5 children in one palace and ordered the crown prince and Cheng-yi to take good care of their younger siblings. Jiang Wanning saw the crown prince for the first time. She especially wanted to get closer to him because the crown prince was as handsome as her brother. It's just that the prince doesn't seem to like talking. She took the initiative to open her hands to him. "Brother Prince, hug me." When Morong-jun heard the childish voice and looked at the soft and tender little girl in front of him, he pursed his lips tightly, but still bent down and picked her up. Little Dumpling immediately started giggling with joy, and his 2 chubby little hands tightly hugged his neck. He had a nice smell of ambergris on him, which Xiao Wenning particularly liked, and she blurted out, "Brother Prince smells so good, I like it." Because Su-won always called her Zizai, she thought her nickname was Zizai. The 6-year-old prince blushed without any warning. He smelled the milky scent of the little girl, and she had 2 beautiful dimples when she smiled. When Princess Yao Yao saw her brother hugging Sister Xiaoning, she also asked Brother Qingyi to hug her. So there was the story that followed. No matter where the crown prince and the little prince Qingyi went, 2 bubbly little pink balls followed them, calling them brother, all the time. This went on for more than 10 years. Jiang Wanning came of age at the age of 15 and had grown into a real beauty. The little girl was smart, beautiful, and quirky. The emperor arranged a marriage between her and Murong-jun. Murong-jun took the initiative to give up the throne of crown prince and gave it to his younger brother. He then became an idle prince, living a carefree life with his princess. Murong Huai's children are very talented, and either one of them can be the emperor. Jiang Wanning was also conferred the title of Princess Zhaoran by the emperor, and Su Wan naturally became the wife of the duke's mansion. Jiang Qingyi and the princess had been childhood sweethearts. When they grew up, they fell in love with each other and got engaged. His father, Cheng Yi, has no ambition to serve in the court because he still has Fengyue Villa to inherit. It is really difficult for him to manage Fengyue Villa and be an official at the same time. Gradually, the younger generations in the family have started their own families. After Su's father and mother passed away one after another, the 5 brothers of the Su family each opened a mansion, bought their own house, and lived in Kyoto. Although they no longer live together, they still visit each other frequently on weekdays. The relationship between the brothers and sisters has not faded, but has become better and better. By the time Su Wan's 2 children got married, Su Wan and Jong-yu had already started to grow old. But while they were still strong, the couple began to revisit the old place. They returned to Xiangzhou, where they first met, and returned to Yang'aoao. Yang'aoao is no longer the Yang'aoao it used to be, but the largest apiary in Xiangzhou area. The old houses have long disappeared with the passage of time. Because the apiary has become prosperous, the people in the village have bought houses in the county, but they still keep the old house of the Su family and raise funds to hire someone to repair it every few years. It just so happened that the Su family had not returned to Xiangzhou for a long time. When Su's father and mother passed away, their bodies were transported back to Xiangzhou, returning to their roots. Since Su Wan and Jong-yu were preparing to go back, the whole family decided to go back together to pay homage to their parents and ancestors. My uncle and aunt have also passed away one after another, so I have to go and pay my respects to them. I sent a letter to inform Yang Qingqing and my cousin's husband. My cousin's husband is now the governor of Xiangzhou. He ranked second in the Imperial examination the year Murong Huai ascended the throne, and then he rose through the ranks and has now been promoted to the position of governor. They temporarily lived in a place arranged by their cousin's husband. The whole family traveled in a grand manner, with more than a dozen horse-drawn carriages alone. This time, they also brought their daughters, sons-in-law, and daughters-in-law with them. The eldest brother's son has already married a lady from a prominent family. His daughter, Su Wenhua, is not yet of marriageable age, so she has not been betrothed yet. The second elder brother's daughter, Su Yuanji, was engaged to the eldest son of the Minister of Works. The third brother's 2 sons are still single. Their brains are as slow and wooden as their father's. I'm afraid it will take the girls' initiative in the future. The fourth brother's 2 children have also married, and they both married people from ordinary families. Because he was reluctant to marry his daughter off, he found a live-in son-in-law for his daughter. Moreover, with Su Zi's personality, most people can't stand her temper. The fifth brother's son inherited his father's mantle and has a high talent for painting. He follows in his father's footsteps and is truly a noble young man with a clear mind and a bright character. He doesn't have a girl he likes yet. This guy has too high standards, and ordinary girls are not at all in his eyes. As parents, they could finally understand why Su's parents were worried about their not getting married. They all returned to Yangyao to worship their ancestors. Everyone took a sickle and did it themselves. They cut all the weeds around the ancestral tombs and placed offerings on them. It was the children and their fathers who were doing it, while the ladies and girls just had to watch and supervise from the side. After going down the mountain and returning to the ancestral home, Suyun rolled up his sleeves and suddenly wanted to cook another meal inside. As soon as they arrived here, everyone was filled with emotion. Suwon seemed to suddenly see herself more than 20 years ago, when she had just returned with her eldest brother. At that time, she was very much looking forward to the life she had just traveled through, but also a little nervous. Fortunately, Everything went as expected, and she successfully changed her own destiny and the destiny of her family. Soo-yeon's proposal was unanimously approved by everyone. The old house is now being renovated regularly and still retains the appearance it had before they left. The children to see such a house. They gathered around their aunt with great interest and asked about their parents' childhood. Soo-won said that she didn't know before she was 13 years old, but from the age of 13 to now, she remembers every moment very clearly. She told them that she had exchanged identities with a concubine in Prince Jin's mansion and later explained how they each returned to their respective places. She talked about her own story of making a fortune and what their father looked like when he was young. They were all surprised to hear that their father was so poor when he was a child that he couldn't afford food or go to school and could only eat potato and vegetable cakes every day. Because they were born with a silver spoon in their mouths and have never experienced the sufferings of the world. Soo-won told them that the good life they had now was accumulated by the hard work of their parents. Whether it was glory or fame, he hoped that they would keep their original intentions and not be tainted by worldly thoughts. The children looked at the big bunk bed where their parents slept when they were young, with 5 people squeezed together, fighting for the quilt in winter and sweating profusely in summer. Anyway, there are so many things to talk about that I can't finish talking about them in an entire afternoon. Until the brothers had prepared a meal together. They set up several tables in the yard, and each person had a small stool, and they ate with relish. Maybe the dishes were not as exquisite as the ones they usually eat, and there was not much meat, but it played a nostalgic role for their generation, and the younger generations also experienced a different life. In the evening, Soo-won and Jong-yu came to the land temple hand in hand. The land temple has not been demolished yet and has even been renovated. It is no longer a dilapidated wall, but has a courtyard wall and many stone bricks. It is said that people from the flower farm often come here to worship. Facing the setting sun, the air was filled with a strong fragrance of flowers. Jong-yu suddenly mentioned something that Soo-won didn't know. He said, "Do you remember the Wang family in Qinghe County? Young Master Wang said he wanted you to be his concubine. After his people were driven away by us, didn't he suddenly go crazy? In fact, he didn't go crazy because of a nightmare. It was because that night, my 3rd, 4th, and 5th brothers and I tied him up and brought him here, and beat him up severely. That trauma left him insane. If he didn't say anything, Soo-won would have no idea what was going on." She started crying while laughing, and Jong-yu gently wiped away the tears from her face. They left the land temple, a carriage stopped at the entrance, and a couple about their age got out.
Soo-won was surprised.
Why were there still people coming to worship at this time? The couple walked towards her, supporting each other. The woman looked very familiar, with a deep smile on her face. "Soo-won, don't you remember us? I am Jong-sheng, and she is Jiao-shing." The middle-aged man spoke first. After hearing this, Soo-won immediately remembered, and he and Jong-yu looked at each other and smiled. It turned out that Jong-sheng and his wife heard that they had returned and were afraid that they would miss them, so they left again, so they came to see her specially. Couple kowtowed to Soo-won and Jong-yu, thanking them for changing their fate. Afterwards, the couple did not follow the main group back to Kyoto, but instead traveled from Xiangzhou as the starting point. Many years later, Soo-won and Jong-yu were so old that they could not walk, their hair had turned completely white, their teeth had fallen out, and they even had great-grandchildren. The old couple are surrounded by great-grandchildren running around, and the children's laughter is constant, representing youth and vitality. The two of them lay on the lounge chairs to bask in the sun. Jiang Wanning was already middle-aged, so she came over with a blanket to cover her parents, fearing that they would catch a cold. The mother fell asleep with a smile on her face. She leaned in her father's arms and never opened her eyes again. That night, the father also went there, and the children knelt together and cried. According to his father's will, Jiang Qingyi buried them both in Yangyao, Xiangzhou, next to the land temple, and placed their token of love in the coffin. The abbot of Wanfuji Temple said that if they did this, they would have another life. However, their lives were already complete, and even if the abbot hadn't said so, they would have been buried in the same place. Ancient fan completed. Since she was 16, Soo-won has been having a dream. In the dream, she wears classical clothes, combs her hair in classical style, and everything around her is antique. There was a man in the dream who seemed to be her husband, because the content of the dream was different every day, just like writing a novel. The two of them lived a shameless life every day. The alarm clock on the bedside table rang at the appointed time. Today, I made an appointment with my best friend to check in at a cemetery museum that was excavated 2 years ago. She got up, washed, and looked at herself in the mirror. She thought about her dream last night, and her whole face turned pink. This ancient handsome man is too weird. He occupies my dreams every day, but he is really handsome. And he also does those embarrassing things with me. She thought she must be crazy about men. Soo-won is 18 years old this year, a young girl who is about to enter university life. It is said that 2 years ago, archaeologists discovered a 1,000-year-old tomb, which was a couple's tomb. The burial objects inside were particularly rich, which was of great help to the archaeological work. It took 2 years to build a museum to display the burial objects inside. Soo-won's best friend Qian is a history enthusiast, so she invited her to check in at the museum. Soo-won's eldest brother happened to be at home, so he drove her and Qian to the museum. That's right, Soo-won has an older brother who is the general manager of his own company. Soo-won is a rich girl. Her family has some money, her parents are loving, her family is harmonious, and she has a brainless brother who is obsessed with her sister. It was summer vacation, and the museum was very crowded. After buying tickets and entering, the two began to walk around inside. You are not allowed to take photos inside, but everyone is very polite and no one is making loud noises. The artifacts from thousands of years ago are really exquisite, and the craftsmanship at that time was really good, especially the kingfisher feather inlay and bead inlay techniques. Inside the glass cabinet, a hairpin is placed there alone. This is the kingfisher feather craft. The introduction above says that this hairpin is called Fengqiuwang. There is also a guzheng next to it, which is the famous Fengqiuwang in history. Because this tomb is a couple's tomb, most of the things inside are things used by the tomb owner during his lifetime. Archaeologists speculate that the lady in the tomb was a princess of the rank of a princess, as there was a set of court dress for women and a crown with kingfisher feather decoration inside. After being unearthed, it was restored and is still well preserved. It is now placed in a display cabinet. When Soo-won saw this court dress for the first time, she was stunned, because this court dress was exactly the same as the one she wore in her dream. Even the details were exactly the same. She stood there in a daze, her hands clinging to the glass, her eyes filled with heat. Seeing her like this, Qian was a little worried. "Won, what's wrong with you?" Soo-won came back to his senses, shook his head, and found that his eyes were wet. "No, I was just shocked." Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, this is the craftsmanship from the early Jin dynasty, and it is already so outstanding. I will take you to see an even more amazing one. I even suspect that there are time travelers from that dynasty. She pulled Soo-won to another display case, inside which was a gold ring and a jade pendant made of mutton fat jade. The description on it said that these seemed to be tokens of love between the tomb owners. Seeing this, Soo-won's heart skipped a beat again, because these two things had also appeared in her dreams. Her heart began to beat violently, as if she was suffocating. Look, Won, it turns out that as early as the Jin dynasty, their gold jewelry craftsmanship was so advanced. Does this style look like the popular styles in our gold shops now? Qian pointed at the men's gold ring and spoke excitedly. Soo-won was feeling flustered. She felt that the moment was a little unreal. The things in her dream had come into reality. It was terrifying no matter how she thought about it. However, she still nodded and responded to Qian. At this time, a boy wearing a black windbreaker, carrying a backpack, and wearing a mask walked over. He was about 1.8 meters tall. Just looking at his figure and his beautiful peach blossom eyes, it is easy to imagine how good-looking his face must be under the mask. As expected, Qian pulled her clothes again, all excited. Won, so handsome. Suwon looked up and saw the boy walking towards them step by step. He also stopped at their glass exhibition area, staring fixedly at the things in the display case. His brows were slightly wrinkled under his hair, as if he was thinking. It was because of these eyes that Suwon stared at someone so directly for the first time. The boy seemed to feel her gaze, and when he looked up and saw her face, he was completely stunned, with a strange light in his eyes. Although Qianqian likes to look at handsome guys, she thinks that if a man is handsome, he won't wear a mask, and maybe all you can see is a pair of eyes. She took Suwon to visit other places. Suwon looked back as she walked, and the boy's eyes followed her. There was no doubt that many things in the museum had appeared in her dreams, which made her feel a little scared. They were about to leave. Qianqian went to the bathroom, and Suwon was waiting alone at the entrance of the museum, still thinking about everything that had just happened. Today she wore a white dress, her long hair was slightly curled to her waist, and when she smiled, she had a pair of dimples. Her pretty face was like white moonlight, and she attracted a lot of attention wherever she went. A shadow fell beside me, and a pleasant male voice sounded. "Classmate, can you add me a contact number?" Suwon looked up suddenly and found that the boy in the black windbreaker was standing next to her. He took off his mask, revealing a handsome face, which coincided with the face in her dream. His face, which made Suwon's heart beat uncontrollably. She somehow clicked on the QR code and added him on WeChat, whose nickname was Yu, a combination of English letters. On the way back, he took the initiative to greet me with a simple sentence. "Hello, I'm Jong-yu. Nice to meet you." Suwon also replied with the same words. He opened his circle of friends and saw only a few updates. There were no texts, only photos and a simple emoticon. They were basically all related to basketball with a few months in between. After the greeting, there was no further news. The name Jong-yu and his face that matched the one in the dream lingered in Suwon's mind. She wanted to ask him directly several times if he often dreamed about her like she did, but when she thought about it carefully, it seemed like she was actively striking up a conversation. The conflicted mood continued until the start of college, and Suwon was admitted to a key university. College, she definitely couldn't escape military training. Because of her extremely high looks, she was photographed on the first day of registration. She quickly became popular on the forum and was given the title of the sweetest girl in the world. It was also during military training that she met the boy from the museum again. He was also a freshman, which shocked Suwon in particular. Jong-yu also noticed her. They were not the same instructor, but Jong-yu's high appearance also made him stand out in the military training field. It has become a focus of everyone's attention. Stand at attention and run under the scorching sun, and her sweat soaked her hair and clothes. But because she was good-looking, she received a lot of approaching messages from boys, all of whom wanted to add her on WeChat. However, she politely rejected them all and only added a few male classmates from the same department using her secondary account. Jong-yu also received a lot of approach from girls. It was really lively around him, with waves of girls coming to him to ask for his contact information. However, Jong-yu was rather aloof and rejected them all. There are many beautiful girls among the freshmen, and the instructors will organize everyone together. Arrange a social gathering so that students with talents can come up and perform. A girl named Zhong-li came on stage and performed a passionate dance. Her pretty face and perfect figure attracted many male college students. Her video was posted on the forum and became popular, instantly overshadowing Suwon. Suwon was sitting cross-legged there eating watermelon. Jong-yu walked over to her and sat down next to her without her knowing and handed her an ice cream. What a coincidence. You're also a freshman at a university. I am from the finance department, and you? Jong-yu's voice was very pleasant, and his pair of peach blossom eyes were sparkling with smiles. Suwon's heart was pounding. Her recent dreams were full of scenes that were not suitable for children. This face made her blush and her heart beat fast. She took the ice cream and said thank you. I'm from the Department of Literature. The idols and dudes among the freshmen sat together and started to communicate with each other. Especially Jong-yu, who rejected countless girls' approaches, actually took the initiative to find the sweet girl and bought her ice cream. This made many rejected girls think she was a green tea. In short, Soo-won got a perfect wave of contempt. After that, the two chatted about everything and became familiar with each other. Jong-li, a girl who had just finished dancing, sat next to Jong-yu and took the initiative to talk to Soo-won. She was smiling brightly and breathing slightly. "Hi, classmate, can we be friends?" She took out the QR code and handed it to the two people, meaning that she wanted to add both of them. Soo-won also added using his secondary account, but Jong-yu did not take any action. "Sorry, I didn't bring my phone." The refusal was obvious, which made Jong-li feel a little embarrassed. "It doesn't matter. There will be a chance next time. Anyway, the military training is not over yet." In the evening, Jong-yu took the initiative to send her a message. Although it was just a simple goodnight, for some reason, Soo-won felt a little excited. He took the initiative to add my contact information, but took the initiative to reject others. It is difficult for most girls not to think too much about this. Afterwards, no one knew whether Jong-li added Jong-yu on WeChat, but she became active among the freshmen, gained a great reputation, and became a goddess-like figure. However, the low-key Soo-won's limelight gradually faded. But soon she became angry again. Unfortunately, she got her period during the military training. She fainted while running, which scared the instructor. In front of everyone, Jong-yu carried her to the infirmary. Under the scorching sun, his sweat dripped on the back of her hand. Soo was confused and could only feel that someone was holding him and running all the way. Sweat wet the hair on his forehead, and a pleasant smell of woody pine kept penetrating into his senses. After Soo-won woke up, she realized that it was Jong-yu who sent her to the infirmary, and he had been with her while she was getting in for drip. When she opened her eyes, she saw his warm smile. At that moment, Soo-won was extremely moved. But because of this episode, their story spread among the freshmen who were undergoing military training. There are many people who support the couple and think that the two are a perfect match. There are also many who say that Soo-won is scheming and pretended to faint on purpose to get the male god's attention. There are also many who say that Jong-yu had planned it all along. In short, there are all kinds of versions. But because of this, the fate of the two people is entangled again. These two people in this life begins in the museum and ends with military training. In order to express his gratitude, Soo-won invited Jong-yu to dinner, and they had a great conversation during the meal. After getting to know each other better, I found out that the two of them came from similar families and both of them owned a company. The reason why Jong-yu studied finance was to prepare for inheriting the family company in the future. But Soo-won is different. She has a brother, so she just needs to be a parasite and does not need to worry about anything. She can do whatever she likes in the future. After that, the two would often chat on WeChat, say goodnight to each other, and make appointments to go to the library to study and read together. They would say hello when they met on the road. And every time they went to the library, Jong-yu would thoughtfully bring her a cup of milk tea or fruit tea, which would be iced when it was hot and warm when it was cold. When she was with him, she always felt that time passed very quickly, and she didn't feel awkward. It might be because they spent more time together in dreams, but every time she thought of those scenes, she couldn't help blushing. But there were some things that Soo-won never had the courage to ask. She didn't know how to start, and she was also afraid that saying them would scare people away. They were really too outrageous. In fact, Jong-yu had the same worries as her, because he had been having a recurring dream since he was 16. In the dream, there was a girl who seemed to be his wife. She was very beautiful, had a pair of dimples, and had a sweet smile. They always did unspeakable things together. God knows how much such a smile made him sink. He felt that his adolescent enlightenment began in a dream. At first, Jong-yu didn't take it seriously as he dreamed of her for several nights in a row. But after that, he dreamed of her almost every night, which made him feel incredible. He even went to see a psychologist, but even the psychologist couldn't tell him why. It would be fine if he always dreamed about her, but he dreamed about the same person, someone he had never met in real life. This was very strange. His dream was set in ancient times, and everyone in it was dressed in ancient costumes, including himself. This dream actually did not cause him too much trouble. As time went on, He actually felt himself immersed in it and even looked forward to the dream every night. He thought he might be crazy, actually falling in love with the girl in his dream. Her every frown and smile was so clear. Even though the dream was silent, he still felt it was wonderful. Until that time in the museum, many puzzles followed. Everything in the museum had appeared in his dreams. Most importantly, he actually met a girl who looked exactly like the girl in his dream. He was confused at the time and was briefly entangled. Everything in the museum made him feel horrified when he thought about it carefully, and he had a feeling of past and present life. Finally, he plucked up the courage to add the girl on WeChat, but after just saying hello, there was no further contact. He didn't know how to open his mouth to express his doubts. He was afraid that people would think he was a pervert. So, until he started college, he still hadn't figured out how to start the conversation. But to be honest, the girl in his dream, both in appearance and personality, is his ideal type. Even if he didn't have the dream, he might still be attracted to such a girl. Until he was surprised to find that the girl was actually in the same university as him and was also a freshman. He thought that his chance had come, and he decided to take the initiative to approach her, understand her, and get to know her. After getting familiar with her, he would ask his questions. He took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her and gradually became familiar with her, but he inexplicably found that when he was with her, he always had an irresistible heartbeat. She fainted while running. Her brain barely even reacted before she ran up. As he got along with her more and more, Jong-yu discovered that Soo-won was a very polite and talented girl. She was not delicate or artificial, but had good manners and taste. The two of them could always chat together and had similar tastes in food. Some feelings are born naturally. As the two met more and more often, his liking for her turned into a passionate love. No matter what she does, I will be unconsciously attracted to her. When I have free time, I will think about what she is doing. If she doesn't reply to my message in time, I will start to have wild thoughts. Does she think she is annoying? She talks too much? After entering university, Jong-yu joined the basketball club and Soo-won joined the painting club. She would often go to watch him play basketball and prepare a bottle of ice water. There were many girls who gave him mineral water, but Jong-yu would only ask for water from her. These small details made Soo-won's heart moved. Soo-won would often invite him to be her model, and he would sit there quietly for the entire afternoon until she finished her painting. A semester passed like this. Jong-yu became the handsome guy in the finance department, and Soo-won became the pretty girl in the literature department. In everyone's eyes, the handsome guy and the pretty girl were a perfect match. However, Jong-yu has always had an enthusiastic pursuer, Jong-lee, who danced during military training. After being rejected, she asked for the contact information several times but failed. Instead, she became more and more courageous. She always went to the finance department to bring Jong-yu breakfast and coffee and would block him on his way home from get out of class and ask him to go to the library together. However, the food and drinks she brought would be given away by Jong-yu to others, and he never accepted any of her invitations. The new semester started. She made a very bold confession to Jong-yu. She was downstairs of his dormitory, holding a rose, and in front of everyone, she blocked Jong-yu and confessed to him in public. Soo-won happened to be taking a walk with Yu-hao that day. When she was waiting for him downstairs, she witnessed the scene. God knows how sad she felt at that time, and she was a little angry. Many people urged them to be together, but Jong-yu would not be morally blackmailed. He directly and sternly rejected Jong-lee and asked her not to bother him again in the future. Jong-lee was rejected in public. She was so embarrassed that she ran away crying. There are many girls who like Jong-yu, but she is the only one who is as persistent as him. It was also on that night that the two of them expressed their doubts at the same time. Jong-yu, I often dream about you. Soo-won, I often dream about you. Almost at the same time. They were both stunned and stopped, staring at each other for 2 minutes. He looked down at her and she looked up at him, blinking her big, Caroline eyes. The evening breeze by the river is gentle and a little cold when it blows on my body. But their hearts were beating fast. After nearly a year of getting along, They had already fallen deeply in love with each other because the other party's family background and personality were just right for each other. It seemed like it was only a matter of time before they were together. That night, both of them felt that the time was ripe, so they told this outrageous thing. I just didn't expect that the other person had the same experience as me. They both started dreaming about each other frequently when they were 16 years old. They also appeared in the same museum, recognized the exhibits in the museum, and recognized each other at the first moment. The two talked about it and roughly understood when the other started, but they did not review the content of the dream in detail. First, I'm sorry, and second, I'm still sorry. They talked everything out. The two became more relaxed. Jong-yu began to frequently ask her out to play, driving her to various gourmet restaurants, going to amusement parks, video game arcades, watching movies, going to the beach, watching the sunset together, and Jong-yu also introduced her to his friends. They were just like an ordinary couple, except that neither of them took the initiative to confess their feelings to the other, so they kept their emotions under control, never holding hands or hugging each other. It always starts from emotion and ends with etiquette. The dream never stopped, and it still played on a loop every night, tormenting the two people who were emotionally involved and keeping them awake at night, feeling itchy and anxious. As a girl, Soo-won certainly would not take the initiative to confess her feelings. She had been waiting for Jong-yu to confess his feelings to her. Jong-yu was also planning a suitable time to confess his feelings. Jong-yu in this life has a similar personality to Jong-yu in the previous life and is a love-brained person. The relationship between the two can be described as smooth, from meeting to getting to know each other, to a process of mutual admiration. It was just like the previous life, a thrilling first encounter. He fell in love with her at first sight. She fell in love with him over time, and gradually fell for his attentiveness and affection as they got along. Jong-yu confessed his love to her on her 20th birthday. Both the timing and the time were perfect. He arranged a romantic and high-profile confession scene, and the two received many people's blessings. But at the same time, Soo-won and Jong-yu's relationship also attracted the envy of many of Jong-yu's little fans. Some people slandered Soo-won on the school forum, saying that she had an unclean private life, was being kept by someone outside, and was cheating on her. There were also photos of her getting into a luxury car with a strange man and behaving intimately. The most important thing was that the man gave her a stack of money in public, which directly confirmed the rumors that she was too timing and had an unclean private life. Soo-won was convinced. Did she need other people's consent to ask her brother for money? Illegal for her brother to pick her up from school? Is it too much for siblings to link their arms? Because the brother looks like his father, and she looks like her mother, they don't look like siblings from the outside, but people who are familiar with their family can tell at a glance that they are biological children, right? Jong-yu is like a basketball star in school, and there are always girls screaming for him in every game. Even scouts who came to discover him and wanted to invite him into the entertainment industry, but he said directly during the interview that he had to go back and inherit his family company. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not have enough money to support his girlfriend. At this time, someone suddenly tagged him to go to the forum to read a post about the beauty in the literature department who was too timing. Reading it, Jong-yu directly posted a response. "Excuse me, let me introduce you. The handsome and wealthy man in the photo is my future brother-in-law. Also, I will hold the poster accountable for the post that defamed my girlfriend's reputation. I will take legal action against the poster and those who posted vulgar remarks that hurt my girlfriend. In the internet age, please be responsible for what you say." The internet is not a lawless place. As soon as this post came out, it was immediately pushed to the top by the internet army he hired. The poster deleted the post almost immediately, but did not apologize, probably because he felt guilty. However, Jong-yu had already collected evidence in advance and obtained the other party's IP and identity information, and had contacted a lawyer to send a lawyer's letter. He did collect evidence of the lengthiest and most controversial comments in the post, and sent a lawyer's letter along with them. It was later discovered that the poster of this post was actually Jong-yu's former ardent pursuer Jong-li. After Jong-li lost the case, Jong-yu did not ask her to pay compensation, but instead asked her and several online abusers to apologize to Soo-won in person. This matter caused a lot of uproar and has even reached the ears of Soo's parents and Soo's brother. Understanding the whole story, I found out that my precious daughter was in love. And the target is the prince of Jong Group. The Jong Group and the Su Group have assets of over 10 billion yuan. The two groups are well matched and have had business dealings before. Except for the elder brother of the Su family who is unhappy about his sister having a boyfriend, the parents of the Su family were very satisfied with Jong-yu in all aspects, so they did not stop him. Of course, the brother did not stop him. He was just upset with Jong-yu. After all, his precious sister was abducted by him. However, Jong-yu's actions on the forum were truly cool. No one could compare to Jong-yu in protecting his wife. Ever since the two of them got together, Jong-yu has turned into a clingy little puppy, and his wolf dog attributes also return from time to time for a limited time. I don't know why, but after they got together, they rarely quarreled. At most, they would just have some awkwardness, because each other was surrounded by suitors. Jong-yu was a jealous maniac. Every time he saw someone asking Su-won for her WeChat, he would feel awkward for a long time. It was not until Su-won took out her small account and showed it to him that he realized there were many unread greeting messages on it, which she had never replied to. Only then did she become happy. They were juniors. They went to study abroad in Country M together and stayed there for 3 years. After coming back, Jong-yu went straight into his own company, while Su-won became a journalist, doing interviews everywhere every day. Shine in their respective fields. At the same time, Jong-yu also took Su-won to formally meet his parents. Jong-yu also has a very happy family in this life. His parents are very loving, and he has grown up surrounded by love. Jong's parents particularly like Su-won and are satisfied with her in every way. The gift they gave her was a small villa and a luxury car. In fact, Su-won has all these things, but this is a unique way of getting along among rich people. Su-won even became good friends with her future mother-in-law. They go shopping together, do beauty treatments together, drink tea together, and have manicures together. If Jong-yu in his previous life had his mother by his side since childhood, he would have been able to get along very well with Su-won, right? The two held a grand wedding when they were 26 years old. At that time, he was the president of a listed company, and she was a well-known news anchor. Jong-yu proposed to Su-won. After 6 years together, their relationship has become stronger and stronger. They can't live without each other. They are tolerant and considerate of each other, communicate in time, and avoid having wild thoughts. This kind of marriage blessed by both parents is happy in itself. Su-won put on the wedding dress she had chosen herself and was carried out of the house by her brother. The two held an outdoor wedding. She held her father's hand and slowly walked towards the man at the other end of the red carpet. They put wedding rings on each other's feet and solemnly swore that no matter they were rich or poor, healthy or sick, they would be together forever and would never give up on each other and would always respect, love, and tolerate each other. He lifted her veil and kissed her. In the sunlight, the veil wrapped them both, creating a romantic and mysterious beauty, accompanied by the blessings and applause of our loved ones. A year later, outside the delivery room, the two families were waiting anxiously. Su-won was giving birth inside, and her cries of pain could be heard from inside, making the people outside anxious and scared as well. Jong-yu was waiting outside the delivery room holding a bouquet of roses. He hoped that as soon as his wife came out, she would see him waiting for her with flowers in his hands. Romance lasts till death, because my wife is a very romantic person. Su-won gave birth to a son for him, named Jong-chungi. When she was 30 years old, she gave birth to a daughter for him, named Jong-waning. In this life, the two siblings are only 3 years apart in age, but their names are still the same. The dream from the previous life no longer appeared after the two people confirmed their relationship, as if they had completed their mission. After the hero and heroine fell in love successfully, they completed the mission successfully. Contemporary version completed. The book officially ends here. It is not well written, so please just make do with it. This is the author's first book with 1 million words, and it can be regarded as an explanation. I hope everyone can live a happy life with the person they love and get what they want. Orange also wishes all the babies who have accompanied me throughout this article all the way. May all their wishes come true, everything goes well, and they will be happy. I love you.